Family, this plot is explosive. Two one-year-old babies meet by the river and surprisingly shout, "Which way is it?" And Sasuke. The story starts at the Konoha hospital, where Minato and Fugaku exchange parenting tips. Orochimaru appears with a conical hat, revealing that this time there are two Hokages. Later, Naruto is born, and even Kaguya Otsutsuki makes an appearance. Let me tell you how absurd this situation is. Can you believe it? Two babies just over a year old, barely able to speak, coincidentally meet by the river, and the next second, they enact a real-life version of your name. One points at the other and shouts, "Which way is it?" The other, with wide eyes, yells back, "Sasuke." I was right there, and everyone was stunned. Who understands this, family? These two kids are all about mutual rushing, right? Hey, don't rush. Let's rewind a bit. I'll explain to you how this incredible opening unfolds. The story begins at Konoha Hospital. At the delivery room entrance, the atmosphere was tense, like preparing for the Fourth Great Ninja War. The old patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, was pacing back and forth, almost polishing the floor with his movements. Beside him was his eldest son, the genius Uchiha Itachi, and his little girlfriend, Uchiha Izumi, both sitting quietly. At that moment, a figure dashed in, shining with golden light Minato. When Fugaku saw him, he quickly greeted Lord Minato. Minato humbly waved his hand and said, "Oh, don't call me Lord, I'm not Hokage yet. I'm here to accompany Kushina for her checkup. She's about to give birth." Well, there you have Itwo future dads exchanging parenting tips. Itachi and Izumi politely stood up and said, "Hello, Uncle Minato." Minato smiled and patted the heads of the two kids, peeking into the delivery room, asking, "That's Sasuke, right?" Fugaku nodded, wearing an expression of "Yep, following the script from the last life. It should be fine." Just as I was pondering, someone even more shocking arrived. That distinct hoarse voice rang out. Oh dear, what a coincidence. The two turned around, their pupils shaking Orochimaru. Orochimaru wearing a Hokage hat. Minato and Fugaku quickly bowed. "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru smiled meaningfully and said, "I am at least Sasuke's teacher. It's only right to come and see my disciple." Oh, by the way, Shikamaru wanted to come, but I passed all the work to him. He's busy right now. So let me apologize on his behalf. Did you hear that? That's right. In this life, Konoha has implemented a dual Hokage system. Starting with the first generation, Madara and Hashirama. Each generation has had two leaders. The current fourth Hokage is Orochimaru and Kakashi. Incredible. As soon as he finished speaking, the delivery room door opened. Tsunade walked out, removing her gloves, looking incredibly cool, and directly told Fugaku, "Don't worry, it's definitely Sasuke." After saying that, she high-fived Orochimaru and walked away casually. Guess who was the most excited? It wasn't Fugaku, the dad, or Itachi. The brother was Izumi, the little girlfriend. She happily hugged Itachi's arm and jumped around. Itachi quickly held her back, telling her to keep it down. They all went in and saw Aunt Mikoto looking at the baby in the nurse's arms with a gentle expression. Fugaku took the child, filled with emotion. Orochimaru and Minato exchanged satisfied glances and left, not wanting to disturb the family reunion. But Itachi, being observant, noticed that the newborn Sasuke's tiny fist seemed to flash with a black mark. However, he kept quiet, seeing how happy his parents were, and buried the thought deep inside. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. After completing a mission, Minato returned home with the Flying Thunder God technique, looking around like a thief. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, startling him. He turned around and saw Jiraiya, his teacher. Jiraiya laughed. "Why are you acting like a spy when you come home?" Minato smiled wryly. "Don't mention it, teacher. Naruto is about to be born, and the villagers are more excited than I am. Asking me every day, the gifts are piling up and almost flooding the house." As soon as he opened the door, wow, the living room was piled high with gifts, leaving almost no space to step. Minato finally cleared a spot for Jiraiya to sit while he poured tea and tried to find a place to put the pile of gifts on the table. At that moment, a fluffy fox head suddenly popped out of the pile of gifts. Minato was so startled that he dropped everything. That little fox, namely Kurama, performed a stylish backflip and landed perfectly, proudly commenting, "This is really embarrassing, Minato." Let me tell you, this time Kurama is not some demon fox. He is the village guardian spirit of Konoha, known as Lord Kurama. Minato poured him a cup of tea and said irritably, "Kurama, I've told you so many times that Kushina hasn't reached her due date yet." Kurama held the teacup and arrogantly turned his head, saying, Who came for that brat Naruto? I just happened to remember." Jiraiya found it amusing and asked, "Did you sneak out again?" Kurama looked disdainful. "Humph. The great Lord Kurama." Before he could finish, there was a loud knock on the door, and a clear little girl's voice came through. Lord Kurama, you're in there, right? Open the door. Kurama instantly froze, his face filled with him doomed. He muttered, damn, why is Obito's illusion so unreliable? The next second, a girl with a ponytail and glasses appeared in front of him, tightly hugging him. This girl is Kid Q2, the child of the Q2 clan serving Kurama, only 8 years old. The girl first bowed and apologized to Minato and Jiraiya, then began to enthusiastically pet the fox while saying, Lord Kurama, apologize. If you run around again, this month's grapes will be confiscated. Kurama instantly wilted, pitifully saying, I'm sorry. Amidst the laughter, a carrier pigeon flew to the window. Minato took the letter, his eyes brightened, and shouted, Kushina has given birth. Naruto felt like he had a super long dream, filled with his dad, mom, the pervy sage, and Kurama. Just as he was about to cry from the emotion, he heard various voices around him. Naruto, mommy is here. Naruto, daddy is also here. Naruto, open your eyes and see me. Lord Kurama, you're too loud. Huh? Who was that last voice? When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw a fluffy red dog head, no, a big fox head rubbing against his face. Above was his dad and the pervy sage's cheerful faces. In the lower left corner was his mom, who initially looked gentle but frowned at the sight of that fox. This happy scene completely broke Naruto's defenses, and he burst into tears. As soon as he cried, the hospital room was instantly in chaos. Kurama shouted, Naruto, don't cry. I'm here. The little girl pulled him from behind. Lord Kurama, you're too close. Dad was trying to stop the furious mom. Kushina, calm down. You just gave birth. The pervy sage was still taking pictures, saying, the louder the baby cries, the healthier they are. Mom got furious. Minato, don't stop me. I've tolerated this stinky fox for months. In the end, Mom's combat power exploded, and with one punch each, the world was suddenly peaceful. Naruto cried, and suddenly realized something was off. This dream was too real, wasn't it? His mother's embrace was warm, and his hands and feet felt like those of a baby. Could it be that I have been reborn? But this script doesn't match. Mom and Dad are alive and well, and Kurama isn't inside me, he's out there bouncing around. What's going on? Just when his brain was about to overload, Tsunade walked in with a cup of water. Upon seeing the situation, she didn't say a word and punched Jiraiya, snatched the camera, and said, come on, Kushina. Naruto smiled. Naruto forced a grin, but halfway through, his smile froze in place, turning into horror. Because he saw behind Tsunade, a woman in white clothes and white hair, looking like a celestial being Kagaya, Otsutsuki. Tsunade, get out of the way. Unfortunately, what came out of his mouth was just a series of iya. What happened next? Everyone in the room, except for Kurama, who shivered in fear, respectfully bowed. Lady Kagaya, what brings you here? Naruto was completely stunned. This world is too crazy. Kagaya floated to the bedside, standing there blankly, as if unsure of what to do. It was his brave mother, Kushina, who directly handed Naruto over. Lady Kagaya, you can hold him. Naruto was so scared that he began to shout, iya, in a panic. Mom, that's the progenitor of chakra. I'm going to get drained. But Kagaya simply held him gently, her mind seemingly recalling something, murmuring softly, yes, I should be happy. She reached out, patted Naruto's head, and then turned over his right hand. A white sun mark, the power of Sage of 6 Paths. Minato saw it too and nervously asked, Lady Kagaya, what is this? That's right, Kagaya confirmed his guess. Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura. She said that in this life, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura would be an important force against the Otsutsuki from beyond. Minato instantly felt the pressure. But this was no longer related to Kagaya, she just wanted to bless the child in front of her. She cradled Naruto, gently resting her forehead against his. On his forehead, he prayed devoutly, and finally left a kiss on that small forehead. Half a year later, Naruto finally understood. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the world had been reborn. Kagaya Otsutsuki became the goddess of the moon, and there were 8 heads on the Hokage Rock in Konoha. Technology was advancing rapidly, and the sound of thunder cars could be heard outside. All of this was thanks to the Fourth Hokage and the research genius Orochimaru. One day, Minato's team of 3 little ones came to visit with Kurama. When Naruto saw the little fox form of Kurama, he excitedly exclaimed because it felt amazing to pet him. As soon as Obito entered, he instinctively approached Kushina. Big sister, I'm here to get beaten. Kushina shot him a glance, and with a punch said, I'm in a good mood today, remember that. Then she welcomed everyone into the house. The room was lively, as everyone teased Naruto, trying to teach him to speak. Kakashi stepped up and started. Kakashi-sensei Obito pushed him away. Go, who starts by teaching their own name first? Come on, Naruto. Call Uncle Obito, he ended up getting punched by Kushina again, who said he sounded like a human trafficker. Minato joined in the fun. Naruto, it's daddy. Kushina wouldn't tee back down. Naruto, call mommy first. Kurama squeezed over. Naruto, quickly call my name first. After a round of this, Naruto was just babbling. Just when everyone was about to give up and eat, Naruto suddenly produced a syllable. Yeah. The room fell silent. Sa? Who is Sa? Everyone looked at each other. Kakashi quickly reacted and cautiously said, Sa? Sasuke. Instantly, the air in the living room froze. Minato and Kushina's expressions were priceless. Oh no, has this kid lost his ability to practice? 2 months later, in the Uchiha clan, the Fugaka family was having lunch. 1-year-old Sasuke was gritting his teeth, glaring at the woman who kept trying to steal his brother away, Uchiha Izumi. Izumi was lovingly feeding Itachi, while Aunt Mikoto smiled nearby. Sasuke finally couldn't hold back, tugging at Itachi's sleeve and trying to make a sound. He wanted to call Itachi's name. But Aunt Mikoto picked him up. Sasuke, be good. Don't disturb your brother while he is eating. Once Izumi and her mother went to wash the dishes, Sasuke finally returned to Itachi's arms and began to assert his claim. Itachi smiled and patted his head, started to teach him pronunciation. It's an I, brother, not E. Sasuke actually knew how to say it already, but having lived 2 lives, he just couldn't bring himself to call Itachi brother. He stubbornly kept saying E, trying to numb himself with the name. In the end, Itachi gave in first, following his lead, and started teaching him his name, Itachi. The brothers worked hard for a long time, but had no results, so Itachi carried Sasuke out for a walk. Along the way, clan members saw Itachi and quickly avoided him, clearly not forgiving him yet. But Itachi didn't care. As long as he felt the warmth of his brother on his back, he had a reason to stay. Unknowingly, Itachi carried Sasuke to a small wooden bridge by the river. Suddenly, Sasuke excitedly shouted, and following his gaze, Itachi saw the Minato family passing by on the other side of the river. Sasuke's gaze collided fiercely with Naruto's gaze in the air. The next second, it was earth-shattering. Nah, which path is it? Sasuke. The 2 babies, separated by a river, shouted each other's names with all their might. Itachi was instantly petrified. I taught you Itachi for so long, and you can't say it, but you can call out Sasuke when you see him? Minato and Kushina were also stunned. Mommy and Daddy haven't even called out smoothly yet, and you already managed to say Sasuke? After this epic showdown, another 6 months passed. Naruto was over 1 year old, and could proficiently call out most people's names. The year 52 in Konoha was coming to an end, and just as everyone was preparing to welcome the new year, a significant event came up on the agenda. That was the 5 Kage Summit. This time, the meeting was set in a famous hot spring inn in the land of snow. Let me tell you, this place is not a proper inn. It's practically the designated place for the 5 Kage to settle scores. Uncle Orochimaru was entirely focused on his research, and, to put it bluntly, couldn't be bothered to come. So this public appearance job fell on my dad's partner, Shikake Nara. The choices for the guards surprised me a bit. One was Uncle Shikamaru, and the other was actually my dad, Minato Namikaze. Goodness, before my dad left, my mom Kushina asked him, will you be back for New Year's dinner? He casually tossed his head and said, I'll be back soon. Family, who understands? That sounded like he was just going out to buy a bottle of soy sauce. And what happened? In the evening, just as my mom and I were about to eat, my dad suddenly appeared at home. This time, my dad prioritized being present. What missions? What 5 Kage Summit? Nothing was more important than coming home to eat with his wife and kids. After all, the meeting was at 7, and he returned home for dinner at 6. Perfectly timing it to use the Flying Thunder God to get back. Simply perfect. On the other side, Shikaku had already gotten used to it. He smiled at the spot where my dad had disappeared and invited Shikamaru to sit down for a drink and watch the snow. But just as they were enjoying their drinks, a thunderous shout erupted. Kakashi, prepare to die. The noise was like thunder. It truly was thunder. Uncle Shikaku sighed and told me that every time he came to a meeting, he had to fight this angry bull first. It was almost becoming a regular pre-show. Uncle Shikamaru was eager to try. How about I go? Shikaku waved his hand. Forget it. He prefers muscle-to-muscle combat. If you try to use ninjutsu against him, you'll just frustrate him. Just watch and remember to protect the environment. Shikamaru's expression fell. You think too highly of me. No waities. Just give it a try. Whatever you can protect is good enough. Just as those words left his mouth, boom, the wall of the inn exploded. A figure crackling with blue electricity charged in like a firecracker, shouting, take this. Thunderstorm Fury Axe. Goodness, the Fourth Hokage, was in midair, swinging one leg down like a battle axe. Uncle Shikaku was also quick. He slightly bent his body, hand on the sword's hilt, and in an instant, blue and white lightning flashed. Lightning flash. Boom. Let me tell you, the explosive shockwave was something else. The house, the snow, everything within 100 meters was flattened. Not a single hair left. Uncle Shikamaru was desperately forming hand seals. Wood style, wood block wall. Wood style, forest wall. What was the result? Just a lonely protection. The entire hot spring and was left with nothing but the hot spring pool. Shikamaru's expression almost written with 4 large characters. I tried my best. Young people really have energy. In the distance, the third Hokage, Inoki, floated over leisurely. How many times has this been? Are the people from the Cloud Village all fools? The third Kazekage also walked out from the smoke, accompanied by Sasori, who was still a little boy at that time. In Union Village, Kurabi immediately got upset and started his impromptu rap. Yo-yo idiot bastard who has to fool my big brother is energetic fighting, is effortless Kisame Hashigaki from Kirigakure. Carrying his big sword Samahata, spoke up with an unhappy expression. The meeting place is gone. We can't just hold a meeting in the snow, right? How about we find someone to spar with? As he spoke, his gaze, sharp as a knife, fixed on the still bouncing Kurabi. Hey, that shark is eyeing you again. The 8 tails on Kurabi's shoulder quickly reminded him. Yo-yo shark bastard, do you want to fight me? Kisame grinned and reached for the handle of his sword. In the next second, 7 swords flew out from Kurabi, and Kisame pulled out Samahata, ready to fight again, but both sides were held down by their own leaders. Kisame, behave yourself. Idiot B, don't mess around. Idiot bastard big brother is messing around, shut up. Brother flying kick. Watching the Reikage brothers getting into another brawl, Uncle Shikaku felt his head spinning and quickly had Shikamaru act. As Shikamaru formed hand signs, he complained, Mr. Shikaku, why do I feel like you guys are only fighting so recklessly because you know I'm here? It's just an illusion. It's all Reikage's fault. Would release. Hot spring hotel technique. With a clap of his hands, what he called came into being, and an identical hotel rose from the ground. This is the value of wood release. The 5 Kage sat around the hot spring, and with still a few minutes until the official meeting began. These people started chatting casually. Inoki, Shikamaru, your wood release is impressive. It has the style of your great-grandfather. Reikage, White Fang, next time we fight, can you stop targeting my groin? 8 tails B, why is this place selling takoyaki? Sasori, Kisame, the leader said, next time you return to the base, remember to bring back a bag of rice. Kisame, okay. By the time my dad returned with flying Raijin, these guys were already half drunk. Inoki cleared his throat and finally began to discuss serious matters. Ahem, the next Chunin exams will be held in Union Village. The third Kazekage rolled his eyes. Didn't we already say that over the phone? Just extending the time, Reikage said impatiently. All right, White Fang, hurry up and get to the point so we can drink. You guys from Konoha are the ones declaring war this time, right? Shikaku helplessly scanned the room, his eyes instantly sharpening. In the name of Konoha's Fourth Hokage, I hereby announce that the 4th Great Ninja War will commence in a year. Everyone, clean your necks and wait. Did you think it would be a bloodbath? No, folks, this is just a large-scale paid military drill. Once every 12 years, Konoha attacks, the 4 villages defend, just like a big team-building exercise. When I first heard about it, I was shocked. But later my mom told me it was actually just a ninja training exercise. No one dies, just gets eliminated. Once the war started, my dad was super busy, sometimes even without the time to use flying Raijin to come home for dinner. Of course, this had nothing to do with us kids. I still ate and drank as usual. The situation was intense. On January 10th, my dad used flying Raijin to sneak into the house, and the Mizukage from Kirigakure was immediately taken out of the game. On February 15th, Uncle Narashikaku played a feint, ambushing the reinforcements from Sunagakure and Awagakure. In the following 2 months, my dad single-handedly harassed Sunagakure to the point of despair, and the name Yellow Flash echoed throughout the ninja world once again. On May 18th, the Kazekage of Sunagakure was also beheaded, and this was it. The hot search in the ninja world exploded. Who is stronger, the strongest Kazekage or the Yellow Flash? This topic caused more noise than Garzgord. On June 1st, the Akatsuki suddenly intervened, with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin bringing along the already eliminated Kisame and Sasori, directly declaring war on Konoha. Goodness, the situation flipped instantly. Then came various tug-of-war battles. My dad was even surrounded by the 5 members of the Akatsuki once, relying on flying Raijin to escape. Until October 1st, a major event occurred. My dad single-handedly wiped out a unit from Awagakure, directly stormed into the land of Earth and beheaded the SasukeRecognize Onoki. As a result, they set a trap. The entire Iwagakure was shrouded in a massive sealing array, and my dad's flying Raijin was rendered ineffective on the spot. The yellow flash was trapped, and this news ignited the entire ninja world. The next day, my mom couldn't sit still. Naruto, be good at home. Mom will be back soon. My mom, Kushina Uzumaki, the princess of the Uzumaki clan who is skilled in sealing jutsu, went to rescue her husband herself. Jiraiya-sensei comforted me, saying this was all a drill, and no one would die. I knew that, but I was just unhappy. October 10th was my second birthday. Many people came to our house, the Uchiha family, the older brothers and sisters from Minato's class, but my parents were not there. Jiraiya-sensei took out the scarf my mom knitted for me and my dad's kunai with the flying thunder god technique, saying they were gifts left for me. Let me tell you, in that moment, I felt a rush of grievance and I couldn't hold back my tears. Clearly, I had everything in this life. So why did I still feel so miserable? Just as I was wiping my tears, a pair of familiar big hands patted my head. I forced a smile and looked up, only to see my parents, looking tired but smiling gently, squatting in front of me. Happy birthday, Naruto. They hugged me tightly, and I cried even harder. The next day, the coalition's team had reached the temporary command center of Konoha. Uncle Shumo was leisurely watching Intimate Paradise. Even with the battle right in front of him, he didn't even lift his head. A guy from the Cloud Village rushed up to him, took out his phone, and said, "Hokage-sama, look at the camera and say cheese." Uncle Shumo actually cooperated and posed for a picture, and they took a selfie together. After the guy posted it on his social media, he raised his knife and said, "Sorry, Hokage-sama. Just don't cut my face." However, before the knife could fall, a group of people flew in. My dad, Minato Namikaze, appeared with his signature smile. "Am I late?" "No, just in time." Uncle Shumo calmly continued reading his book. Later, I found out how my parents escaped. Uncle Shumo asked my dad, "Wasn't there a sealing time array?" My dad said, "Oh, Kushina taught me. Just layer another sealing time array within the first one." My mom rolled her eyes and said, "Layering a seal on top of a seal is the same as having no seal at all. Everyone who plays with sealing knows that. It's common sense, isn't it?" I tell you, Uncle Shumo's expression at that moment looked like his CPU was about to overheat. My dad returned to the battlefield. It was like he was cheating. With Kushina by his side, even the weaknesses of sealing the space were gone, becoming a true invincible warrior. On November 11th, Singles Day, Scorpion, Kisame, and Killer Bee, the three eternal single dogs, were thrown off by the show of affection between Kurenai and Asuma and directly challenged my dad to a fight. My dad agreed. Did you think my dad was going to confront them head-on? Naive. He made it look like he was going to meet them, but secretly, he had already sent Uncle Shirway from the Oil Woman clan to the Cloud Village using Flying Thunder God. While they were fighting fiercely over there, Uncle Shirway quietly slipped in, released his insects, and took out the Fourth Hokage. War is such a dirty game. After the Great War, Konoha achieved a great victory. In fact, when you calculate it, no one gained or lost. It was just the land of whirlpools that made a large profit from the usage fees of sealing techniques. In winter, I followed my parents to my grandparents' house for the new year. Let me tell you, my grandma loves me so much that she carries me around to show off, making my mom jealous. In the 54th year of Konoha on January 1st, the first day of the new year, our family went to the shrine to pray for blessings and ran into Sasuke's family on the way. After that, my parents and I had a snowball fight in the snow. I got so excited that I instinctively made a hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, with a couple of bangs, two tiny Narutos appeared, shouting in baby voices, "Let's fall." I tell you, my mom was instantly smitten, and my dad burst out laughing while I was so embarrassed I wanted to find a hole to hide in. While I was covering my face, I suddenly felt a soft snowball hit my forehead. Ouch! I crouched down, and when I looked up, I saw a little girl squatting in front of me, smiling and softly asking, "Are you okay?" It was Hinata. I tell you, at that moment, my mind went blank. She was clearly the person I most wanted to meet. But when I saw her, I didn't know what to say. I held my breath for a long time and puffed out my chest. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I will be the future Hokage." She smiled, looking particularly beautiful. I know better than anyone. "You will definitely become Hokage." At that moment, I felt a bit shy. A cold wind blew by, and she sneezed. Instinctively, I took off the scarf my mom knitted for me and carefully wrapped it around her. Looking at her little face wrapped in the scarf, I beamed with a big smile. Not far away, my mom was hiding behind a tree, smiling, and Uncle Hizashi gave my dad a thumbs up. In March, spring arrived. Itachi was preparing to leave for a mission when Sasuke, holding a kunai, stubbornly blocked his way. 1 against 7. I tell you, this kid Sasuke has always been a bit stubborn since he was young. I want to ask you to teach me shuriken techniques. Sasuke said, looking down. Aunt Mikoto sarcastically replied, you're not even 3 years old. What do you want to learn shuriken for? Besides, what you're holding isn't even a shuriken. I tell you, I was anxious at that time. What do you mean it's not a shuriken? But my brother Itachi ignored me, put on his shoes, and was about to leave, saying he had a mission. Goodness, another mission. He turned around, and I recognized that gesture well. Was he going to poke my forehead again? But what happened? He lowered his hand and started to rub my head instead. He even said, sorry, Sasuke, let your mom accompany you. Family, who understands? This left me completely confused. This was even worse than a poke to my forehead. It felt like my heart was blocked. At that moment, I regretted being so tsundere. My mom was still beside me, comforting me, then started to nag my brother about safety and coming back early, and he just responded with MHM and I'm leaving now. Have a good trip. I watched him walk out, and his back felt both close and far away. Just as he was about to disappear, I finally couldn't hold back any longer. Mustering all my courage to shout, and son. He stopped in his tracks, turned to look at me, his expression a bit dazed. My face turned red, and I shouted loudly, I want you to stay and accompany me. After saying that, I felt so wrong that tears were welling up in my eyes, but I held them back. This was my last stubbornness. Guess what? He came back. Forgive me, Sasuke. And then, the familiar formula, the familiar feeling, that finger poked right on my forehead. Ouch, that familiar pain. I cover my forehead, but my heart was blooming with joy. My brother still loves me. This time when he left, his back was clearer, and he left a sentence. This Sunday, I'll free up my afternoon to accompany you. That's great. I jumped up on the spot. When I turned around, I found my mom was laughing quietly beside me, and my face immediately turned red. I quickly turned my head to act cool. 1 against 7, Itachi. I absolutely won't call you brother. Then my mom imitated me on the spot. Brother, I want you to accompany me. I panicked. Mom, don't say that anymore. She got even more excited, poking my face. You're blushing? You're blushing. I later found out that my brother had been listening outside the door, looking pleased before he left. Finally, the long-awaited Sunday arrived, and I was so excited that I could hardly contain myself. My brother took me to the Riverside Park, but then the biggest disaster of my life appeared. Uchiha Izumi. Why is she here? She directly wrapped her arms around my brother's, declaring her territory. Itachi is my boyfriend. Hey, my temper. I immediately clung to my brother's other arm like a koala. My brother then said, Sasuke, this makes big brother feel uncomfortable. You hugging him doesn't make you uncomfortable, right? Forget it, really. Fortunately, my brother still cared for me and refused Izumi's request to play lovey-dovey with her, accompanying me instead. But good times didn't last long. That woman came back with her 3-color dango. My useless brother, as soon as he saw sweets, couldn't move, and he was easily manipulated by her. So the three of us were bickering and fussing. Sometimes she reluctantly took pictures of us, and sometimes I pouted and took a couple photos of them. That girl even flaunted her single Tomo Sharingan, which made my teeth itch. My brother comforted me. Don't worry. You'll have it when you're 6. Fine. I'll temporarily let it go for his sake. Later, while Izumi went to buy drinks, my brother told me, Sasuke, you should get along well with Izumi. I said I didn't want to, but I did hold back a lot after that. Being tsundere is like this. Walking by the river and looking at the cherry blossom trees, I felt even angrier. Isn't this just a typical couple's date? It's making me feel like a third wheel. As if I'm unwanted. My partner just hasn't arrived yet. A gust of wind blew, and cherry blossoms started to fall. Standing under the tree, I suddenly thought the scenery was quite beautiful. I couldn't help but exclaim, cherry blossoms, so beautiful. Just then, a little head popped out from behind the tree. Sasuke-kun. My brain short-circuited at that moment. Sakura, what's she doing here? She was still wearing a kimono, her hair styled in a bun. Her big eyes sparkling, looking small and adorable. Hearing my words, she asked expectantly, really? Of course, I knew what she was asking, but could I admit it? No. I pretended to be clueless. What are you talking about? Sakura fell silent, her little face looking aggrieved, sniffing as if she was about to cry. And she just stared at me. Izumi, standing next to me, couldn't bear to watch anymore and wanted to say something, but my brother pulled her back, shaking his head to signal her not to intervene. I felt my face turn red under her gaze and decided to just go for it. You idiot. Some things shouldn't make me say them twice. What things? The thing I just said. Which one? That one. Say it again. I forgot. Ugh. This was stressing me out. I scratched my head, blushing as I shouted. Listen carefully. I will only say it once more. The cherry blossoms are beautiful. The last part that I really liked, I couldn't say out loud, only mumbled it in my heart. Who would have thought that Sakura would immediately break into a smile? I know. I'm very pretty. Not you. I said the cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms. I was still trying to argue. I know. She could no longer hold back and directly jumped into my arms. At that moment, let me tell you, cherry blossoms, her, and me, it was just incredible. A few days later, on a rainy day in April, in the Hokage's office, Orochimaru, now the acting Hokage, was on the phone with the Kazekage of the Wind Country. Two old advisors, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, were sitting next to him. What were they talking about? About the compensation from the Fourth Great Ninja War that Sunagakure still hadn't paid. The other side said the money transport team encountered a sandstorm in the desert. Danzo immediately started to rant, speaking sarcastically into the speakerphone. Maybe you guys in Sunagakure pocketed the money. The Kazekage, Rincon, exploded on the other end. Danzo, you old bastard. I knew it was you. Danzo, is it just Sunagakure that has accidents? Are you trying to fool a child? Rincon, I can mine gold with my magnet release. Do I need your measly amount? Danzo, CNM. Rincon, QNMD. Danzo, I interpret your dreams. Rincon, BYD. I'm up at 8. Wow, these two old guys started a cyber shouting match. Orochimaru's head was spinning, so he quickly called for a stop, saying Konoha would cover for now and urged Sunagakure to resolve it quickly. But Danzo had to add, I say we should take his apprentice, Raza, as a hostage. One hand delivers the person, the other hand delivers the goods. He further stabbed, to avoid some idiot refusing to pay. This completely blew up the situation, and the other side directly threatened. Just wait. Tomorrow I'll deliver the money to you. Then they hung up. Hiruzen, taking a puff from his cigarette, said slowly, Danzo, you've gone a bit too far. Danzo still wore a smug look, proud of his role for Konoha. Orochimaru rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with them, and started handling emails on the computer. The first email is from Mike Guy, saying he has been training with the Eight Tails in a Wagakure for 2.5 years and is back today. Orochimaru replied with an understanding. The second email is from Jiraiya, lamenting that the crackdown on adult entertainment is too strict and that he can't sell anything in his paradise. I tell you, Orochimaru's eyes are sharp. He saw through the hidden code in an instant. This old pervert wants to bribe the Hokage to relax the standards. Orochimaru smirked and directly issued a directive, a fine of 5 million ryo, and let Tsunade execute it. He dealt with a lot of issues, like an orphanage asking for money, a bunch of girls from the Yamashiro family inquiring about Sai's whereabouts, and the research department requesting funding. Orochimaru handled them one by one. The last email contains something interesting. The Akatsuki organization is gathering its old members across the ninja world. Danzo immediately became alert. Are they trying to collect tailed beasts again? Hisashi rebutted. The new leader of the Akatsuki doesn't even have the Rinnegan. What do they need tailed beasts for? He also casually complained about how raising the Nine Tails costs a lot of money. Orochimaru, with a playful expression, swiped his phone. Hee, is it nuclear annihilation? He passed the phone over, and it was a video just sent by Guy. When opened, it played Duong, a blinding white light, followed by the explosive roar of destruction. The camera shook like it was at a rave, capturing a large white sea star from afar. As the white light faded, members of the Akatsuki were seen running frantically, while a furious Inoki was chasing them with dust release raised high. Guy also sent a message. Lord Orochimaru, it seems a Wagakure is gone. What should I do? So scared. Hisashi and Danzo turned pale. Danzo started his routine. Sir Toby, I knew it. You always think too simply, and you will regret it sooner or later. Orochimaru quickly smoothed things over, then looked at the smug Danzo and suddenly laughed, saying playfully, Lord Danzo, now I am the Hokage, damn. Danzo was so angry he stormed out. Orochimaru replied to Guy, telling him to return to the village first, and then messaged Inoki to ask about the situation. On the other side, Obito was on his way home when he ran into the Hatake father and son heading to train. Uncle Shikumo said he would teach Kakashi the secrets of Leaf Village's taijutsu, and Obito shamelessly followed to watch. Then, he regretted it. Dad, didn't you teach me this in my past life? No, Kakashi, this time it's different. I've added chakra nature transformation. Look, this is lightning release. 1,000 years of pain. This is earth release. 1,000 years of pain. I tell you, Obito, seeing Kakashi's increasingly admiring gaze, felt completely numb. He subconsciously protected his backside, taking one step back, then another, continuously retreating. Uncle Shikumo, Kakashi, Rin seems to need me for something. I'll be going now. After saying that, He stepped back and ran away without looking back. As soon as Obito got home, he found a package at the door addressed to him. Opening it, he discovered a set of Akatsuki uniforms, a bunch of nail polish, and a ring engraved with the character Jade. He was puzzled, contemplating whether to join and put the ring on. As a result, the ring emitted a bright light, and he disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he found himself at the border of the Earth country. Conan had used a summoning technique to pull him over. Goodness, all the Akatsuki members were sprawled out on the ground, and an old man in the sky was gathering energy for dust release aimed at them. Who else could it be but Inoki? Obito didn't even have time to think before he was hit by the reality separation technique. Kamui. He quickly activated his eyes and sucked in the dust release. The two began to clash, one releasing with abandon, the other desperately absorbing. Just at this life and death moment, Conan surprisingly pulled out a handkerchief, not to wipe his blood, but to take out some nail polish, asking him, Obito, what color do you like? Huh? Purple. No, Conan, what are you doing? We're in a clash here. Stop. Sister Conan, I beg you. Conan completely ignored him, grabbing his hand and starting to paint his nails at a terrifying speed. Obito was close to tears, afraid to close his eyes. In the end, youth prevailed. Inoki ran out of chakra and fell from the sky. The old man was furious, shouting, You are trafficking children. Deidara is only 5 years old. Isn't this a pyramid scheme scam? What was even more infuriating was that Deidara shouted back at him, I left to pursue art. Do you understand art? You old man. Inoki spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted from anger. Obito was shocked. You all flattened the village? He stepped back in disgust, distancing himself from his group. The other members of the Akatsuki looked at each other, silently moving away from Deidara. Only Deidara, with a fervent light in his eyes, raised his hands high. TCH, this is art. Art is 8 ducks big. Fortunately, the people of Awagakure were well prepared. This explosion caused no fatalities, but the village was leveled. However, this incident directly pushed the Akatsuki's love for nuclear annihilation to the top of the ninja world's trending topics. The next day, Orochimaru was in his office with a headache when Kyubi was brought in by his maid. The little fox jumped onto the desk, slapped its paw down, and shouted, Summoning Jutsu. With a bang, a pile of scrolls appeared, burying itself in them. It poked its head out and said irritably, The stinky raccoon from Sunagakure summoned me here because Kazekage owes you guys money. Wow, that Gairen really managed to gather everything in one night. Orochimaru felt exhausted and just wanted Shuon Mao to hurry back and take over. Meanwhile, Obito was teleported back to the village by Sensei Minato, completely worn out. As soon as he got home, his mom gave him a beating for not coming home at night. He finally managed to get to his room, lay on the bed, and thought of Rin, falling asleep with a silly grin on his face. On the other side at the training ground, Itachi and Shursui were sparring. It was a battle between 2 and 3 Tomo. Itachi started with a fireball jutsu, and Shursui countered with his own fireball. I tell you, historically, the one on the left loses, and Shursui stood on the left, so he lost. But he didn't play fair and jumped up to dodge, launching a smooth combo of body flicker technique and flame slash at Itachi, throwing shurikens and explosive tags all around. Itachi dodged one strike and immediately surrendered. How can you fight like this? Izumi, standing nearby, was fuming on Itachi's behalf. Shursui just laughed, saying they were having fun. Itachi didn't mind and suddenly asked, Shursui, you activated your Mangeki, right? Shursui was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile, the patterns in his eyes turning into that familiar design. Sure enough, you can't hide it from me. Of course, I've been calculating your age. Izumi pouted, looking envious. I'm so jealous. I still have to wait 5 years. I want a pink Susanoo. Hearing her, Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances and laughed. After their laughter, this matter was basically settled. But on the other side, let me tell you, Obito wasn't having such a smooth day. That evening, he was sleeping soundly when he groggily opened his eyes and found Rin leaning over his bed, poking his face with her finger. This guy was in a sleepwalking state, leaning towards Rin and starting to peck at her, which made Rin blush furiously. But Rin was also a tough one. Seeing that he wouldn't get up, she found him cute yet infuriating. With a roll of her eyes, she took advantage of the moment when no one was around, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, and then bit his earlobe. That moment jolted Obito awake from his dream state, making him gasp in pain as he sat up. Rin was already at the door, turning back to shout, Idiot, if you don't get up soon. I want to eat with you. With that, she slipped away. Obito was stunned for 3 seconds, touching his damp face and hot ear, and the next second, he performed a return of the great sage from Flower Fruit Mountain. bouncing around in excitement. As a result, his mom heard the thumping upstairs, instantly filled with rage. Uchiha Obito, get down here. At the dinner table, there was an undercurrent of tension. Obito received a beating and was as obedient as a quail, anxious to ask Rin if she had just kissed him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Rin intentionally changed the subject, praising his mom's cooking. Obito immediately felt his dreams shatter, feeling abandoned by the entire world. Just then, under the table, Rin quietly tugged at his shirt, giving him a look that said, "Don't ask here, we'll talk later." Obito understood instantly, replied with an okay, and then his hands became restless, grabbing Rin's small hand and playfully squeezing it, only to be pinched back by her, causing him to grimace in pain, yet hold back his laughter. I tell you, the three people at the table all had their own thoughts. The girl blushed, the boy endured pain, and the mom was enjoying the show beside them. On the way to take Rin home, the two finally opened up to each other. Impatient Obito asked first, and Rin didn't hide anything, boldly admitting it. Then she asked him back, and Obito mimicked her, awkwardly kissing her cheek. This action broke the barrier between them. Obito had been held back by his past regrets, feeling guilty for having wronged too many people, thinking that just being by Rin's side was a huge blessing, which made him hesitant to move forward. Seeing his pained and confused expression, Rin felt heartbroken and tears streamed down her face. She hugged Obito and repeatedly scolded him for being an idiot, feeling responsible for not noticing something was off with him sooner. Then Rin boldly leaned in, kissing him to silence all his worries. Though the action was clumsy, it overflowed with love. After the kiss, Rin wiped her tears, looked at him, and softly yet firmly declared, "Uchiha Obito, I'll only say this once. You have to take responsibility and marry me. I want to be your bride." Wow, who could resist that? Obito immediately agreed. The two held hands and strolled through the night, sweetly talking all the way, saying things like, "I'll always watch over you, you're mine," being all mushy. As they walked, they reached Naruto's house. Obito said he saw the lights still on at Sensei's house and insisted on knocking on the door. The one who opened the door was Kushina, and upon seeing the two of them holding hands like silly kids, she instantly understood. Obito cheekily said, "Big sis, I'm here to get beaten." Kushina smiled, then bang, a love-infused punch landed on his head, directly sending the two of them flying out. "If you want to spread dog food, go find Kakashi. We don't have any single dogs in our house." The next day, Shursui went to report his Manjiki Sharingan to the clan. On the way, he ran into the clan leader, Fugaku. Fugaku began to lecture him, saying that the Uchiha clan was now impressive, with a wide variety of Manjiki abilities awakening during peacetime, such as controlling floral scents, the chef's eye that can stir a pot, and talking to animals, which were all different from their pure combat version. Shursui was taken aback, and Fugaku patted him on the back, saying that peace was protected by force, and his power had its uses. When they arrived at the registration office, the staff was like an electronic living Buddha, typing rapidly as Shursui reported his ability. "Oh, you have the ability to change consciousness, right? All right, noted next." He was too lazy to listen to another word. After that, Fugaku took him into the shrine's secret room. I tell you, Shursui was stunned on the spot. The walls were full of Manjiki, resembling a wall of figurines, all soaking in nutrient solution, shimmering. Fugaku was trying to show off, saying this is nothing. There's several more boxes behind, and these on the wall have pretty patterns. The best is yet to come. Fugaku opened a hidden compartment, revealing a unique pair of Manjiki. Shursui got excited upon seeing them, recognizing them as the eyes of a legendary predecessor. The ability of these eyes was practically a bug. It was called devoid of fixed karma, and its effect? To eliminate or change established causality. In other words, if using the Manjiki caused vision deterioration, no problem. Just delete that causation. It could even be changed to enhance vision after using the Manjiki, making it the rebirth parents of the entire Uchiha clan. As a result, Fugaku, in his excitement to upgrade Shursui, accidentally gouged out his own eyeball to implant the divine eyes. Goodness, he put the right eye in the left socket. He was so embarrassed he froze on the spot. What could he do? He could only darken his face and have Shursui turn away while he secretly switched them back. Once it was done, he had Shursui turn back, activating his ocular technique to remove the debuff from his eyes. After finishing, Shursui, in excitement, nearly activated Susanoo in the basement, only to be scolded by Fugaku. On the other hand, Kurama was having a very frustrating time. He was tightly managed by the little lowly QB, even counting grapes one by one, and had to watch the time if he wanted to play a game. Could Kurama endure this? He directly used Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God, and smoothly executed the operation to escape. Just as he breathed in the air of freedom, snap, He was photographed by the fan club of the Leaf Village's Annies. The next second, Kyuubi's phone was flooded with location information. Kurama was furious, shouting, "Damn woman, I'm gonna be late for class." A dramatic chase ensued. Kyuubi chased from behind, while the Andes reported in real time from the front. As Kurama ran, he messaged Obito for help, asking for a C-rank Genjutsu. Obito replied, "What the heck? Kyuubi's anti-fan club is terrifying." Just as Kurama learned a hand seal, he was cornered by Kyuubi behind a trash can. He used a transformation technique to turn into a small toad and jumped out to continue running, while Kyuubi used wind release to suck him in, and he crawled on the ground with his 9 tails like claws, even turning back to make a face. In the end, it was because he passed by a fruit store and saw grapes that he couldn't resist getting caught by the chasing Kyuubi, who hugged him tightly. However, Kyuubi left a backup plan, using the newly learned Genjutsu to make her hug a plush toy instead. As for himself, he was gorging himself at a nearby stall. After eating his fill, he realized, oh no, he didn't bring any money. Just then, he heard Kyuubi seriously telling the plush toy, "Lord Kyuubi, you can't hide in the trash can next time, you'll get sick." Kyuubi, the proud fox, softened inside and revealed himself voluntarily. When Kyuubi was taken home by Kyuubi, his face turned red, yet he stubbornly said it was just the sunset shining on him. A few days later, my guy, who had trained for 2.5 years, returned. Upon seeing Kakashi, without saying a word, he charged at him with a shoulder tackle. Kakashi, being battle-hardened, easily blocked it, and then the two agreed to meet at the training field to spar. The fight was electrifying. You executed a leaf, great whirlwind, and I countered with an inverted leaf, great whirlwind. Guy exploded with excitement, shouting, "Let me show you the results of my training." He used a move learned from the 8 Tails, mimicking boil release, and kicked Kakashi away. Kakashi wasn't a pushover either. He countered with Shadow Dance Leaf and Chidori, of course holding back in the end, changing a thrust into a palm strike. This ignited Guy even more, and he opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates. The green steam beast pressing Kakashi down and grinding him into the ground, creating several large pits. After the fight, Guy was still in tears saying, "Kakashi, your youth has no regrets." What happened next? After fighting for so long, it turned out to be a shadow clone. The real one had already snuck around. Then I tell you, Kakashi unleashed his famous forbidden technique, lightning release, 1,000 years of pain. In the blink of an eye, Guy was sent flying into the air, turning into a shining star. Kakashi below sighed, "Dad, the taijutsu you taught is really useful." After an exhilarating battle, although Might Guy lost, he accepted it wholeheartedly, shedding hot tears and dragging Kakashi to the tavern for drinks, with just one request. "My dear friend, can we fight a bit less intensely next time?" After all, several hours have passed, and my backside still hurts a bit. I tell you, Kakashi is a straightforward person, patting his chest to guarantee, "Next time will definitely be less intense." He even said he would teach the 1,000 years of pain to Guy. This moved Guy so much that he cried, starting to shout about youth again. These two are simply adorable. After finishing their drinks, the two went back home, one doing handstands while running around the Leaf Village, and the other diving back home to study Paradise of Affection, marking another fruitful day. Then, just like that, 8 months passed. During these 8 months, the ninja world didn't rest. The CHNIN exams were also on the agenda. This year's little geniuses like Uchiha Shursui, Moonlight Gale, Irika, and last year's unqualified Akane gathered in a large crowd. I tell you, there were so many gossip stories in these 6 months. First, there was Obito, who finally had an epiphany. On his 18th birthday, he proposed to Rin. When I heard about it, I was shocked. This fool finally mustered up some courage. Then, Master Minato went to see Jiraiya's 3 disciples, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Seeing the tangled relationship among these 3, Master Minato also felt overwhelmed and ultimately gave up, saying, "You 3 living well together is better than anything else. Family, who understands?" This was simply a true reflection of modern parents facing complex family relationships. The most explosive news? Obito and Shursui, 2 Uchiha geniuses, directly opened Susanoo and fought. It was live-streamed across the ninja world. I tell you, that scene was like watching a mech battle, clashing fiercely. It was said that Shursui wanted to spar with a predecessor, but the onlookers were speculating about whether it was a rebellion. However, neither of the 2 parties made a sound. One continued to be affectionate with Rin, while the other went to practice his Kodoha Mitsukami. Truly unbelievable. All right, and our little Kyuubi, just before the CHNIN exams, had Kyuubi help her get a summoning beast, raising her power level again. But what it specifically was, that proud fox Kyuubi kept tight-lipped. not saying a word. Finally, in June, the large group set off for the Land of Lightning. On the day of the exam, the Fourth Hokage held a speech for 2 hours, just like a university opening ceremony, and the people around couldn't stand it anymore, poking him to reluctantly announce the start. The first round was a written exam. Let me tell you, this exam was incredible. Besides the regular questions, there was also a psychological test. For the color selection question, Xiaofeng thought of Jiulama's red fur and decisively chose A. For the seasonal question, Hondo pondered for a long time about which season had the best-selling 3-color dumplings, and finally went with her gut and picked summer. The most ridiculous was Shirzue, who was asked what animal he would bring on trip, and he actually chose a monkey, even imagining sitting side by side with it. His thought process is something else. After the morning exam, the results were announced, and everyone from our Konoha side passed, except for Gongzi Tai. Shirzue and Xiaofeng even got full marks. Then everyone looked at the psychological test results. Once they came out, the whole place erupted. Shirzue was in complete shock. His report stated, "You desire an equal love." Ha 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 ha. He couldn't handle it. This AI psychological test clearly understands some CPU and KTV. Xiaofeng's report said she was full of energy and passion, and she didn't believe it herself. Come on, isn't it you who chases Jiulama around the village every day? Only Hondo thought it was spot on, saying she was enthusiastic and extroverted. It was like someone had installed surveillance on her. Teacher Minato saw Shirzue still doubting life, and quickly called everyone to go eat, with the village covering the bill for takoyaki, specially supplied from the Land of Lightning. The group of kids immediately cheered and forgot about the exam. In the afternoon, the second round of the exam began. The location was on a mobile island called Turtle Island, and it involved team combat and wilderness survival, lasting 7 days. Our Konoha side drew lots at noon to form teams, and guess what? Shirzue, Xiaofeng, and Hondo ended up in the same team. Teacher Minato saw this team and thought it was solid. One top genius, one Jyotail's direct disciple, and another who may be a repeat, but is experienced. Perfect. The chief examiner was Killer B, who started off by rapping crazily, wanting to hold a personal concert. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, was there carrying a big sack, collecting phones while distributing chakra orbs, black and white. Our team got the white ones. The rules were the same. Grab the chakra orbs, gather one black and one white, and survive. Oh right, this time there was high technology. Everyone had a death seal technique on them, and if they got seriously injured, they would be directly eliminated and teleported away. Teacher Minato was the one responsible for the teleportation. He was once again roped into working hard. Finally, the Fourth Hokage kicked Killer B, who was still rapping, and the exam officially began. Shirzue and the others were teleported to the island, confirmed there was no one around, and just breathed a sigh of relief. Shirzue then asked Hondo, "Senior, what should we do next?" Goodness. Senior Hondo quickly showed off a string of dumplings and shrugged. I don't know. Last time she just rode on someone else's coattails to win. Shirzue was left speechless, thinking great, he couldn't rely on this team leader. Luckily, we had our Xiaofeng mama. With a small wind release, she directly scouted a 1-kilometer radius, identified enemies, and selected a campsite, all in one go. What about Hondo? She was either pointing at poisonous mushrooms, saying they were edible, or mistaking hamster droppings for raisins. Still hoping to wait for rabbits to come by. Xiaofeng stood beside her like a worried mother. Senior Hondo, you can't eat that. Senior Hondo, that's poop. Senior Hondo, you need to set traps. Ha 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 ha. In the end, she broke down, begging Xiaofeng not to call her senior anymore, saying she didn't deserve it. After finally settling down, during dinner while grilling meat in the evening, Hondo caught a whiff of something foul. Let me tell you, Shirzue's heart sank at that moment, thinking, this meat can't have some weird seasoning, can it? But Xiaofeng calmly said, oh, that's the smell of tiger dung. Both of them were dumbfounded. Shirzue nearly dropped the meat in his hand, thinking Xiaofeng really used that stuff as seasoning. Turns out she just sprinkled dung around the campsite to drive away wild beasts. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Hondo struck again with a sharp remark. So Xiaofeng, did you wash your hands when you came back? Ha ha. Xiaofeng turned to stone on the spot, stammering that she should have washed them, and then made an excuse to slip away, her face as red as a monkey's butt. Shirzue also lost his appetite, leaving only Hondo sitting there. So delicious. What a carefree heart. The next day, Shirzue was on lookout at the treetop and saw a team from Yunin lying in ambush about 300 meters away. Soon after, a team of mist ninjas passed by, and both sides directly engaged in battle. After the clanging of weapons, Yunin emerged victorious, but Shirzue noticed that both teams had white chakra jewels, just like theirs, completely pointless. Hondo was getting bored below and suddenly leaned back, falling straight from the 100-meter-high tree. Xiaofeng reacted quickly, throwing a rope to catch her. But Hondo was too heavy and ended up pulling Xiaofeng down as well. The two of them hung in the air like candied haws. Shirzue hurriedly jumped down to rescue them and saw Xiaofeng tightly hugging Hondo, using her body as a cushion. When Hondo saw Xiaofeng's face covered in scratches while she was unharmed, she couldn't hold back and started crying, calling Xiaofeng Mommy Xiaofeng. Ha ha ha, it made me laugh. Xiaofeng even complained, saying, "While I'm happy, I don't want to be Hondo-sama's mother." Just as the emotional moment ended, the enemy arrived, the same team of surviving Yunin ninjas. Shirzue stepped forward alone, activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, and his aura was overwhelming. The opposing Daluo felt his legs go weak upon realizing it was Shirzue and wanted to run. However, his teammate insisted on attacking. Alright then, Daluo directly unleashed a wind release technique, covering the area like an electric net. But Shirzue didn't dodge at all, just walked straight through it, his attacks passing right through as if he had activated an invincibility mode. Daluo was dumbfounded, wondering if this was a variant of Obito's Kamui. This was the phantom body flicker technique. He was attacking illusions. Then Shirzue said, "It's my turn." Suddenly, a water release technique poured down from the sky like a natural disaster. It wasn't over yet. He followed it up with a lightning release, causing thunder to rumble in the sky. Water and lightning combined. It seemed he was about to replicate the opponent's wind release. Seeing this, Samui immediately made a decision, using a transportation technique to teleport his two teammates away, leaving himself to take the hit and getting eliminated. I tell you, hardworking Minato-sensei had to work overtime again, using Flying Thunder God to carry her away. After the battle, Shirzue was charred from his own ninjutsu, returning with an explosive hairstyle, his face as black as charcoal, making Xiaofeng and Hondo laugh until they couldn't stand up. Our Xiaofeng mommy was thoughtful, immediately taking out a scroll to summon a set of toiletries, ready to boil water for Shirzue to take a bath. This was no Chunin exam. It was practically a luxurious outdoor camping trip. Reikage was in the monitoring room, his face turning green with anger, smashing several tables. Just as Minato-sensei was comforting Reikage, Kurama suddenly appeared with Flying Thunder God, saying he wasn't there to find him, but to see Nyogue for something. Then he swiftly left. Reikage remained calm, knowing full well that Nyogue's big mouth would definitely tell Karabi, who would then come abose to him. He just had to wait to eat melon seeds. On the other side, Kurama found Nyogue, who was busy playing on his phone. Nyogue looked up, startled. "Whoa, Kurama." He was shocked, but quickly shifted, instinctively giving his big brother a seat. I tell you, Kurama's aura was like that of a gangster coming to collect protection fees. Sitting down, he wasn't in a hurry. First playing a few mobile games with Nyogue, reminiscing like old friends. Once they had played enough, Kurama leisurely spoke, "Our Xiaofeng's phone is with you, right?" Nyogue immediately became alert. "What about it?" "I'll tell you, don't even think about passing it to her. This is a Chunin exam, a professional arena. Bringing a phone is against the rules." Kurama laughed, placed the phone down, and calmly rolled up his non-existent sleeves. His gaze 3 parts charming and 7 parts carefree. "I just want to ask you, will you give it or not?" Nyogue was so scared he shrank back. He knew very well that the Kurama in front of him had thousands of years of experience, with a set of ninjutsu and sage techniques, and an absurd amount of chakra. Forget about fighting. Even 10 Sage of 6 Paths would probably get taken down on the spot. But principles were principles. Nyogue gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, hugging his head and shouting, "No, no, no. Kurama, I tell you, even if you beat me to death, I want to give it to you. This is a matter of principle." He stood firm, thinking that at worst, he could just be a good octopus 18 years later. "Oh, so tough." Kurama laughed instead of getting angry, grabbing Nyogue's shoulder and leaning in as if to whisper, "Then what if I drag Karabi and open an octopus ball store in your Yunin village? You wouldn't care, right?" Nyogue exploded. "Huh? The octopus ball store at the village entrance is open by you?" "Oh, you said you didn't care?" "No waities. We're planning to start a franchise and spread it all over the world, making everyone fall in love with eating octopus balls. And once we've eaten all the octopuses..." Before he could finish, Nyogue suddenly knelt down, hugging Kurama's thigh and crying, "Big brother, I was wrong. I'll give you the phone right away." "Hey, what about your principles?" "Big brother, you know me, I'm most flexible." Just like that, Kurama happily pocketed the phone and used Flying Thunder God to return to the village. On the other side, the second day of the Chunin exam saw the battlefield heat up. Shirzue's team first encountered Irika-sensei and his group. Being from the same village, they had a friendly spar. Shirzue even casually gave them a chakra jewel he had snatched from Yunin as a gesture of goodwill. Then they ran into Yu Gao from the Mist Village, that handsome guy who plays with bubbles. The two exchanged a few moves, and Shirzue thought he hadn't figured out the opponent's details, so he held back and didn't go all out. Both sides felt someone else approaching and tacitly dispersed. By the afternoon, Shirzue might have been too hot and drowsy, needing a pick-me-up, or perhaps out of respect for his opponents, he directly gave the opposing 5 teams a big show. With the turn of his Sharingan, a kaleidoscope pattern appeared, and the next second, a green 3-stage Susanoo sprang up. Half of the green giant directly shoved Xiaofeng and Hongdo inside. And then, folks, the ruthless mowing mode began. Shirzue went all out inside, while Xiaofeng collected the spoils like a little housekeeper. Only Hongdo was left standing in the giant, questioning her life. What kind of fight was this? In the monitoring room, Reikage AI watched the live broadcast and smashed another table. Damn, it's those freaks from Konoha again. With this kind of strength, why don't you just become a jonin? Why come a cheat at our kids' table? Furious, he shouted at his secretary, Mabu-e, change the channel. I'm not watching anymore. Whoever wants to watch can watch. By nightfall, at the camp, Hongdo was counting the spoils from the afternoon. A pile of yin-yang chakra jewels. Although they felt completely unrelated to her, Xiaofeng handed Shirzue the dinner she had prepared. Lord Shirzue, you've worked hard. Let me take the night watch tonight. Shirzue was indeed a bit tired after a day of using the giant, nearly blinding his eyes, so he nodded. As soon as Hongdo heard this, she immediately raised her hand. I'll do it. Let me do it. She finally found a place to prove her worth. Xiaofeng didn't refuse, making Hongdo extremely happy. When she turned around, she saw Shirzue with his eyes closed, pinching his temples. So she walked behind him and extended her little hand to massage his temples. Thank you, QQ. It's nothing. You've been tired all day. I'm just doing small things. The atmosphere was harmonious, and just then, a red light flashed, and Kurama suddenly appeared beside Xiaofeng. Lord Kurama, what brings you here? Xiaofeng was both surprised and delighted. Of course, I'm here to deliver something. The Ninetales had a proud look on his face, and suddenly asked, Xiaofeng, where are your glasses? I accidentally lost them. Oh, it's fine. Anyway, you're not nearsighted. You look better without them. The Ninetales shoved a phone and a lunchbox into Xiaofeng's hands and disappeared in a flash, exuding an air of aloofness. The three were still in a daze when the phone suddenly rang. Video call. It's Mom. Xiaofeng answered in surprise, and on the screen was her mother, with the Ninetales beside her. Red Bean exclaimed, Xiaofeng's mom. On the other end of the call, a vibrant beauty greeted them with a smile. Hi, how are you all? Xiaofeng, happy birthday. The box contains a cake made by me. Red Bean was stunned. It's your birthday today? But you wrote June on your registration form. Xiaofeng smiled a bit shyly. Sorry. I reported my age a bit older, so I could participate in this Chunin exam. But thanks to this exam, I got to know you, Red Bean and Shirzue. Oh, it's not your fault. Red Bean was so moved that she lunged forward and rubbed her face against Xiaofeng's. Shirzue also smiled and greeted the auntie on the video. As soon as Xiaofeng's mom saw Shirzue, her eyes lit up. Wow, a young handsome guy, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about considering me, Annie? Mom, I'm hanging up. Xiaofeng's face turned as red as an apple, and she quickly hung up the phone. The three shared the cake. Although the strawberries were a bit sour, the cake was delicious. In the following days, due to the relaxed exam rules in the Cloud Village, Shirzue and their team enjoyed a wilderness lifestyle, even building a secret base in a tree. Any teams that came looking for trouble, except for familiar faces from Konoha, were all chased away after a good beating. 5 days later, the exam ended, and the qualified candidates were sent out by the teleportation array. Just as Darui and she emerged from the exam room, still trying to catch their breath, they saw a little dark-skinned brat, Omoy, walking over with a lollipop in his mouth and a mischievous look. What is up? She was in a bad mood, knowing he would be mocked by Killer Bee when he went to turn in his mission. I watched the live stream and saw you guys get taken out in seconds, so I came to comfort you. Omoy patted Shi's thigh and said earnestly, Senior Shi, it's normal to encounter geniuses. One should be content. Who knows? In a few days we might be dead from illness, and in a few more days, Lord Reikage might kick the bucket too, and then the earth might explode. Shut up. Karui, standing nearby, punched him. The next day, the third exam, the individual battle, begins. The rules are simple. Last for 3 minutes under the main examiner's supervision pass. Of course, the examiner will suppress their strength to that of a Chunin level. To prevent chakra shortage, the 8 Tails, Gyuki, even turns into a mini version, resting on his shoulder as a power bank. The first contestant, Iwaishi, steps up, not even a minute in, eliminated. Next, Tsukikid Shippu steps up, uses a transparent escape technique, still eliminated. Next, Yuzuki Yukino steps up, eliminated. A series of eliminations continues until Uchiha Shursui steps onto the stage, at which point the examiner's expression becomes serious. Please guide me, senior. Shursui is polite. The battle begins. Just as the examiner is about to form hand seals, he sees the complete body of Susanoo. Wait, what is going on? Were we even testing here? The examiner immediately raises his hand. Stop, stop, stop. You pass. Just go down. Next, Darui. The future fifth Hokage easily lasts 3 minutes and passes. Next, Chi. A Jinjutsu, then a whole bunch of Taijutsu, and he also manages to last 3 minutes, passes. It's now Red Bean's turn. Family, who understands? All she knows are escape and time-wasting jutsus. Shadow, Snake Hand, soft body modification, various snake-type jutsus leave the examiner stunned, making her hard to catch. Red Bean passes. Then, Yamanaka Yamato steps up. Yes, the head of the Konoha Greenery Department. He starts with wood release, causing a bit of trouble for the examiner. As the battle goes on, Yamato realizes that fighting this old senior in a high-level match is exhausting. So he decides to unleash a big move. Wood release, birth of the sea of trees. The entire training ground instantly transforms into a small forest. Then he turns into a tree, hides inside, and starts counting down. When 3 minutes are up, the examiner still hasn't found him. Yamanaka Yamato passes. The last contestant, Kuju Keed. The Ninetales watching the live stream back home is super excited. Hurry, Keed, summon me over, I'll suppress him with a finger. But Keed completely ignores him. The battle starts, and Keed suddenly spreads a pair of wind-release wings from her back and flies into the sky. What the heck? Is that fighting spirit transformation? The examiner is dumbfounded, only able to spit out a rubber-long whip to hit her in the sky, but it doesn't reach her at all. Keed just tosses some jutsus from the air, effortlessly dragging it out to 3 minutes. Kuju Keed passes. The third exam ended, and all the successful candidates received their CH Neen vests. Just as they were celebrating, they were informed about a competition for the chief position. Upon hearing the rewards, which included money and a front-row VIP ticket to a Karabi concert, many people's faces turned green, and they expressed their intention to leave, saying they didn't want such luck. In the end, only 8 people signed up: Shursui, Darui, Shi, Yamato, Akatsuki, Haku, Ringo Amuri, and Little Phone. After drawing lots for the groups in the first round, Uchiha Shursui faced off against Yuhi Akatsuki. Akatsuki was stunned. She had come just to join the fun, but now she was up against a boss. The match began, and Akatsuki immediately said, Shursui, you aren't going to use deadly force, are you? Shursui chuckled and replied, well then, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? Surprisingly, Shursui actually agreed, without even using his Sharingan to cheat. After 2 rounds, Akatsuki won, and Shursui readily admitted defeat, dropping into the loser's bracket. In the following matches, Darui easily defeated Ringo Amuri, and Haku and Yamato also secured victories. Then came the complicated matchups between the loser and winner brackets, which I won't go into detail about. It was just various combinations. Shursui rampaged through the loser's bracket, while Akatsuki had bad luck facing Darui and got eliminated. In the end, it turned into a showdown for the last final spot between Shursui and Haku. In the loser's final, Uchiha Shursui versus Haku. Let us begin. Haku started with the mist technique, creating a sea of bubbles to suppress visibility. However, Shursui wasn't interested in playing those tricks. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. With enough chakra, he directly covered the area with fire, simple and brutal. In an instant, the mist was evaporated, and Haku was caught off guard. Shursui seized the opportunity, using his Sharingan Jinjutsu to control Haku first, then employing the Shadow Clone technique, rapidly sending multiple clones to deliver a flurry of blows, targeting Haku's face. Haku was dizzy from the assault and quickly admitted defeat. Now, the finals were set: Uchiha Shursui versus Darui. The tournament host looked at the fully energized Shursui and then at the panting Darui, thinking, what's there to compare? It's a complete mismatch. He gave Darui a look that suggested maybe he should just concede. Darui understood and was about to raise his hand in defeat when suddenly a loud shout came from outside the arena. That's the spirit. Darui. It was Hokage, who had arrived. Behind him were his subordinates cheering loudly. Darui froze, his hand raised halfway, but then he clenched it into a fist. Great. Now he was being forced into a corner. In the final battle, Uchiha Shursui faced Darui, and the fight began. Storm Release, Gale Pressure Lock. Darui opened with his ultimate move, unleashing a lightning laser that swept across the arena. Shursui ignored it, forming hand signs with one hand, using the shadow clone technique to create several clones instantly. But this time, Darui was prepared. Lightning style, Black Flash. A black lightning panther surged from him, instantly spreading into an electric net that ensnared all of Shursui's clones along with his real body. Shursui's real body was jolted, barely having time to react before the storm release laser came crashing down. He couldn't even create clones in time, and Shursui could only smile wryly, thinking he really shouldn't underestimate anyone. The next second, let me tell you, that green skeletal Susanoo suddenly enveloped him. Darui was stunned, watching as the green Susanoo rose from the ground, protecting him completely. He muttered, "Wow, a Mangeki," while beneath him, he unleashed Water Dragon Bullet and Water Wave like they were free. But guess what? That's Susanoo's second stage, with its massive hand casually waved. And all of Darui's ninjutsu felt like mere tickles, completely ineffective. I tell you, Darui's expression at that moment was one of extreme speechlessness mixed with laughter, probably thinking, I really don't want to fight this kind of monster. But he was also a tough guy. When ninjutsu failed, he drew his sword and charged, activating the lightning release chakra mode passed down from the hidden cloud village, striking with a heavy slash. And what do you think happened? The Susanoo's skeletal frame cracked with a kaching. The entire arena was shocked. But guess what? Anyone who knows would understand. This was Shursui's Jinjutsu. He really, I swear, did this to avoid undermining Darui's confidence, even putting on such a show. This operation was simply a testament to our era's cyber virtue. What followed was a one-sided beatdown. Darui was like a punching bag, getting slapped away by the Susanoo's giant hand, only to get back up and charge again. I tell you, the onlookers went crazy, going from just watching to cheering for him, especially Reikage, whose voice was thunderous, nearly in tears, probably thinking my lazy subordinate has finally made something of himself. Shursui, with his Mangeki, could see it all clearly. Wow, the Eight Tails was secretly charging Darui up. Normally, anyone else would have flipped the table. But who was Shursui? Not only did he not expose it, but he also activated his Susanoo to half-body complete form. What is this called? This is called respect. You're cheating, huh? Fine. I'll go all out. I'll use my strongest form to respond to your perseverance. The scale of this, my friends, this is the scale. Then, Susanoo opened its chest, and countless chakra arrows shot out, but Darui dodged them all. Next, let me tell you, the moment of brilliance arrived. Suddenly, another Darui emerged from beneath Shursui's feet, thrusting a kunai at his shoulder. Earth-style, heart-piercing execution. This attack came from inside Susanoo, catching Shursui off guard. The real body outside seized the opportunity, preparing a big move. Storm Release, Gale Pressure Lock. The laser cannon was about to hit him. But guess what? Shursui's right eye's pinwheel spun, activating Destined Deity. Darui instantly felt like he lost power, canceling his big move and even pulling the kunai from Shursui's shoulder. Shursui felt a bit scared, thinking he had gotten a bit carried away with the Susanoo, failing to defend against such basic ninjutsu. With a blade at Darui's neck, the exam ended. When Darui woke up and saw the situation, he collapsed in exhaustion and admitted defeat, mumbling about letting down the boss's expectations. Finally, the host came on stage, raised Shursui's hand, and declared him the CH Nin chief, Uchiha Shursui. The crowd cheered. This CH Nin exam was finally over. Though it was over, I tell you, this story isn't finished yet. Just as the celebration banquet was breaking up, Naruto and Sasuke found a patch of grass to lie down. Sasuke was genuinely worried at this point and poked Naruto beside him. Hey, seriously, Naruto, without Kurama for the rest of your life, what are you going to do about your combat power? You can't just keep making dango for the rest of your life, right? I tell you, Sasuke knew clearly in his heart that as a Uchiha, his strength was rising with age like he was on a cheat mode. But Naruto was different. Without the Nine Tails as his biggest advantage, how could he confront those Tsutsuki aliens later on? Naruto thought for a long time and finally came up with two words: Sage Mode. Sasuke nearly choked on his breath. Sage Mode? That might work against pain, but against someone like Kaguya? Wouldn't he that just make him a mere massage therapist? But he didn't say that. As a good brother, he needed to handle the emotional intelligence part. He didn't want to be the one in front piloting the Gundam while Naruto was behind shouting 666. That would be so boring. Naruto himself knew that this was unreliable. He spread his palms, and the mark of the power of the Sage of Six Paths had long since disappeared. He pondered to himself, could it be that he really had to catch the nine-tailed beast again as a power bank? No, that would be too unreasonable. He didn't want to treat Kurama and the others as tools again. Seeing his conflicted expression, Sasuke nodded toward the big fox in the distance that was being fed grapes by a little girl. Why not? Ask Kurama to come back and live in your body again. Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted him. I don't want to. He was so decisive. He lay back down, looking at the sky, and muttered to himself, it's so nice for him to be free like this. Much better than being in my dark belly. I tell you, Kurama has been living comfortably in this life, eating well and having a lot of friends. And he is smiling more. Naruto was genuinely happy for him. As expected of you. Sasuke smiled and lay down as well. The two were enjoying the peaceful time when suddenly, a scroll larger than Naruto's face fell from the sky, hitting them both squarely in the face. What the heck? They were both stunned. Who did this? Kurama, of course. The old prideful fox came over with his hands in his pockets, wearing an expression that said he didn't hear what they just said, but his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear, unable to hide it. What are you doing? Kurama, are you looking for death? Nine Tails. Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison, covering their faces. Just as Sasuke was about to get angry, he caught a glimpse of Kurama's unfriendly gaze and immediately switched his expression from anger to annoyance, silently vowing, just you wait, when I grow up, I'll definitely use you as a practice dummy. Kurama ignored him entirely, thinking to himself, Madara said the same thing 100 years ago, and what happened? He was still pressed to the ground and rubbed. Hey, us long-lived species are simply invincible. Open it yourself. Kurama raised his chin, displaying an air of superiority. Naruto rubbed his face while opening the scroll. He saw that it was densely packed with names and instantly remembered the summoning scroll Jiraiya had given him in his previous life. Sasuke leaned over to take a look, looking skeptical. This is my summoning contract. Hurry up, drop some blood, and sign your name. Kurama. Naruto was so moved that he let out a howl and lunged at the big fox, giving him a vigorous rub. Kurama was so annoyed that he pushed him away with a paw. Sasuke waved his hand. A one team needed. I'm telling you, this guy's taste has always been stable. He likes snakes and eagles, emphasizing a cool and aloof style. Naruto returned to the scroll, looking at the long list of names, and when he flipped to the last page, he saw his parents and the perverted sage. Sasuke even spotted a name that made his CPU almost overheat. Uchiha Madara. Kurama, seeing his shocked expression, laughed. What is wrong, little brat? Haven't you seen Madara in his tailed beast chakra mode? Who understands family? The information in this statement left Sasuke speechless. He could understand Madara signing a contract with the Nine Tails, but what the heck is tailed beast chakra mode? Golden Madara. The image was as if AI had drawn 100 abstract pictures in a row, leaving his brain buzzing and his worldview shattered. While Sasuke was still in a daze, Naruto had already signed his name. In an instant, he felt that familiar connection with Kurama again, feeling both happy and a bit embarrassed since he had just said he wouldn't borrow the power of the tailed beast. Kurama shot him a glance like a worm in his belly. Were you thinking? I won't listen to your summons. Nor will I lend you a bit of chakra. If you want to use my power, you better practice hard. Naruto nodded firmly. Then he was stunned. What does it mean to use it again? Do you feel it? After signing the contract, that little flame inside your body. Kurama smugly prompted. Naruto calmed down and felt it. Hey, there really was. Try using your own chakra to ignite it. Naruto did as he was told. The next second, bang, golden light exploded. Naruto transformed into the Nine Tails mode. His hair stood up with two horns, and 6 tomo on the back of his clothes swayed, his cloak fluttering, looking incredibly handsome. Huh. Naruto was dumbfounded, then ecstatic. Sasuke beside him was wide-eyed. What the heck, Nine Tails mode? He has only 5. Is it a bit too outrageous for him to be able to pilot a Gundam at 5? Thankfully, 5 seconds of a real man, poof, the golden light extinguished. Otherwise, Sasuke would really be jealous to the point of disintegration. 5 seconds, fast enough. Who told you your chakra control is as bad as a defense presentation? Kurama pointedly criticized, making Naruto's face flush, unable to refute. Then Kurama looked at Sasuke with a mischievous smile. So the question is, little brat, do you want it? This is comparable to the power of Susanoo. Sasuke was dying of temptation, but the proud Uchiha genes took over, and he shouted with his neck stuck out. I don't want it. Internally crying to the point of living and dying. Kurama didn't give him a chance to regret it, rolled up the scroll, and ran off to find little Foam to eat grapes again. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was now all sunny again, and his mindset collapsed. It used to be Naruto chasing him, but now it was reversed. This one T do. Tonight, he had to go home and find Obito. Let him use the Manjiki to rewrite a few Kamui for self-defense. Roll it to the max. The days of training passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was the 57th year of Konoha, and the school season had arrived. Sasuke eagerly awaited, and finally, on a beautiful morning, he checked the mirror and wow. Atomo Sharingan activated. He immediately struck a pose in front of the mirror that he thought was incredibly cool, imitating his brother's tone. Forever immersed in the illusions of the Manjiki Sharingan, but he couldn't maintain his cool for 3 seconds before his mother Mikoto burst in, slapped the back of his head, and dragged him out by his ear. Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. You'll be late for school. The failed attempt at showing off left Sasuke very unhappy, but he quickly became cheerful again. Because in this life, his brother Itachi had graduated early and would be going to school with him. Let us go, Sasuke. Itachi reached out his hand to him. I'm not a child. He said that, but his hand honestly took Itachi's. At the entrance of the ninja school, it was a sea of people. All the Konoha 12 were gathered, greeting each other. I tell you, this life's ninja school is different. Principal Orochimaru was busy with research. The third Hokage and Danzo were busy fishing and enjoying retirement, and no one had time to feed you any motivational speeches about the will of fire. Naruto tiptoed around looking for Iruka-sensei, but unfortunately, Iruka was still a genin and couldn't be a teacher yet. However, his mother Kushina was chatting enthusiastically with a group of red-haired new teachers. Minato was explaining beside them that they were all elite teachers from the Uzumaki clan invited from the land of whirlpools. Moreover, the courses had undergone a major overhaul. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, sealing techniques. There was even a new course called program sealing, supposedly derived from computer programming by the second Hokage, which sounded daunting. Once they entered the classroom, Naruto was the most popular. Everyone wanted to sit with him. He pulled Hinata along with his friends and occupied the front row. In this life, he was going to be a top student. However, the Uzumaki female teacher who taught them spoke at a speed akin to a rap battle, cramming knowledge points into their brains. Naruto was dumbfounded, as he hadn't even memorized the previous knowledge point before the next one was finished. When he finally came back to his senses from the ocean of knowledge, he found himself being led by Hinata, handed over to Kushina, and walking home. The sealing technique class in the afternoon was even more torturous. It was practically like reading an ancient text. The sealing techniques had no elemental properties, directly overturning everything Naruto learned in his previous life. He was devastated. I hate studying. Fortunately, Hinata sent him a recording of the class on her phone before school ended. Naruto was so touched that he gave Hinata a big hug and then went home to frantically catch up under the guidance of his parents, both masters of sealing techniques. Later, the teacher slowed down the pace, and Naruto barely managed to keep up. He tried to cheat with shadow clones, but as soon as the clone was dispelled, a flood of knowledge rushed in, giving him a splitting headache, and then his brain automatically protected itself, forgetting all the knowledge, a total waste. Only Lee could understand his pain. The two fools stuck together, warming each other up every day, cheering each other on, truly brothers in arms. After finally looking forward to the winter vacation, Naruto timed it just right to celebrate Hinata's birthday. Quite romantic, right? But the next moment, his straight man nature was exposed as he dragged Neji to form the seal of confrontation, starting a real man sparring. This left Hinata and Tenten worried. The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison, their eyes filled with despair for the future. You think only these young folks are troubled? Let me tell you, the parents worrying about their children aren't just Hayashi Hyuga. Goodness, the scene shifted to the Hatake family, father and son, which was a heavyweight situation. Kakashi and his father, Tsukumo Hatake, were lounging on a cruise ship in the sea, wearing sunglasses and looking all cool. But when they spoke, the conversation was downright cringeworthy. Tsukumo, like an old matchmaker, pointed at passing beauties and commented one by one. Kakashi, look at that one, curvy, with a peach-shaped bottom. Kakashi didn't even lift his eyelids. I prefer slim ones. What about that one over there? Slender and tall. I don't like them too skinny. Well, what about the one with a just right figure? I like men. Just those 4 words left his father speechless. Tsukumo's mind buzzed as he instantly flashed to Mike Guy's thick brows and his father's identical face, thinking, this is it, we're done for. The Hatake family is going extinct. Kakashi also looked speechless. He was just passing by to complete a mission to the Hidden Cloud Village, wanting to learn about the Two Tails chakra mode. But his dad insisted on coming along, under the pretense of enhancing father-son bonding, but in reality, he was just a mobile matchmaking machine. Now, with the two tails off to play with the three tails, he had to take this old man on a boat to the hidden mist village. Tsukumo exploded when Kakashi told him to go back to work. Work my ass. The kid next door is already having kids, and you don't even have a girlfriend. I've even given up on Paradise to be a role model for you, and you want the Hatake family to go extinct, right? The father and son were running in circles, and in just a few days, they arrived at the hidden mist village. Coincidentally, they ran into the fifth Mizukage, Mate Terumi, and Zabuza at the village entrance, seeing the two tails off. Let me tell you, that scene was very chaotic. Tsukumo's eyes lit up, and with a body flicker, he glued himself to Mate Terumi, entering full interrogation mode. Kakashi, even more ridiculous, knelt before the two tails with a pile of carefully prepared cat toys and top-quality cat food, crying and begging to sign a summoning contract. Little May, I noticed you at the last Kage Summit. You're so beautiful. Do you have a partner? How about considering my Kakashi? Two tails, please. Sign a contract with me. I love cats. I'll definitely make our faction flourish. The two pairs of hungry wolf-like eyes scared Mei Terumi and the two tails into clutching each other, trembling. In the end, it was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly pulled the two embarrassing figures apart. Kakashi, thick-skinned, continued to approach. Who's the two tails? She saw through him at a glance. You've got a dog-like smell on you. Your summoning beast must be a ninja dog, right? And you say you love cats? Kakashi was instantly at a loss for words, having forgotten that detail. Then the two tails shifted gears. But I'm not like Shikaku, that old stubborn who hates dogs. You got some decent skills, just a bit lacking in vitality. Fine, I'll give you a probationary period. Hang out with me for a while. Kakashi was so excited he nearly opened the 8 gates on the spot. Finally, he was going to have his own powerful summon. No more getting mocked by that guy Abito. Just as he wrapped that up and turned around, he saw his dad already chummy with Mei Terumi, calling her daughter-in-law. Kakashi rolled his eyes, apologized to Mei Terumi, and followed the two tails back to the hidden cloud village for training. Tsukumo didn't stay long in the hidden mist village. The next day, he obediently returned to Konoha to work. After all, in a little over a year, it would be time for a change, and he needed to mentor the next generation while also distracting himself from the madness of wanting grandchildren. On the other side, Naruto's first school year also came to an end. As for his grades, they were mediocre, but his parents, Minato and Kushina, didn't care at all. It was still the same old saying, just live well. Naruto felt down for 2 days, and as soon as summer vacation started, he ran off to challenge Sasuke again. Their sparring routine had almost become a fixed ritual. They would meet, fight first, then lie on the ground watching clouds, argue a bit, wrestle together, and finally ignore each other until they made each other laugh and quickly made up. After the spar, they would start serious training. Naruto closed his eyes and controlled his chakra as it ran wild inside him, while Sasuke, using his Sharingan, acted as a live navigation system, providing voice commands. Idiot. You went the wrong way. It's left, not right. Go back and start over. After a year of practice, Naruto's chakra control level skyrocketed. He was also practicing a small-sized shadow clone the size of a palm, thinking that once successful, he could have a clone stand on his shoulder to help him gather Senjutsu chakra, achieving a perpetual sage mode. What a genius. Sasuke wasn't idle either. He was tinkering with the high-tech theories given by Orochimaru, aiming to use lightning release to create electromagnetic force, shooting shurikens like bullets. Who understands this? He called this technique the electromagnetic cannon, with his middle school spirit burning bright. Summer vacation flew by, and on the first day of school, a transfer student named Sai joined the class. Goodness, Ino immediately rushed over and gave him a big hug. This made Danzo extremely happy, as his long-standing worry was finally gone. With a wave of his hand, he treated everyone in the Hokage building to a lavish meal. That evening, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha, plus Sai, a total of 13 people, took over Ichiraku ramen. Naruto shouted, "Old man, 13 bowls of large special tonkatsu miso chashu ramen." Before he finished speaking, he was bombarded with protests. Sasuke, idiot, I want tomato flavor. Sakura, I want the same as Sasuke-kun. Lee Niji, let us settle this once and for all. Challenge me to the spicy, fire-style ramen. The scene was so noisy that even the hand-making old man almost opened his eyes. In the end, the meal was paid for by our little rich kid, Naruto. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization wasn't idle either. They actually filmed a movie called Dawn is Approaching, which depicted their past dark history. To pursue authenticity, They even spent a lot of money to invite the retired Hans of the Salamander to reprise his role as the main antagonist, aiming for a true restoration. Once the film was edited, Yahiko and Obito split up to seek investment. Yahiko found Jiraiya, and upon seeing it, Jiraiya immediately decided, not bad, not bad. Especially Nagato's desperate little eyes. His acting is explosive. When he saw the segment with the Outer Path Golem, he was even more shocked. Yahiko then smirked and said that the Rinnegan was a special effects contact lens and that the Outer Path Golem was Obito using Susanoo with transformation techniques. After hearing this, Jiraiya immediately decided, I'm investing in this project. Things were tough for Obito. He nervously brought Conan to find Minato and Kushina, and hesitantly suggested that Naruto play the lead role in a movie called The Chronicles of Naruto. As soon as Kushina heard this, her face darkened. You want my son to relive the hardships of his past life? The next moment, Obito was beaten to a pulp. In the end, it was Minato who smoothed things over, saying that Naruto had been under a lot of pressure from his studies lately, and it would be good for him to relax by acting in a movie. Kushina thought about it and reluctantly agreed. With a swollen head, Obito saluted. I promised to complete the task. The next day, he used Kamui to abduct Naruto on his way to school and arrogantly declared, studying? What a load of crap. Thus, Naruto began a life of being a child star while attending school. And guess what? His grades not only stayed the same, but even improved. It was truly bizarre. At the end of the year, Kakashi, who had made great progress in his training in the Cloud Village, returned and immediately sought out Obito for a spar. One was in the Two Tails Chakra mode, and the other in the Complete Body Susanoo. The two titans clashed in the training ground, causing chaos. The result? Kakashi lost, falling victim to Obito's unreasonable Kamui phasing. Obito smugly remarked, come on, you're so weak. Kakashi snapped back, if you're so capable, don't use phasing. You loser. The two fought again, but in the end, Kakashi couldn't even touch Obito and had to concede in frustration. After the brawl, Kakashi silently pulled out the latest version of Intimate Paradise. After holding it in for several months, he thought it was only natural. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki base welcomed a heavyweight newcomer, Haiden. During the interview, Nagato and Conan turned pale when they heard he was from the Jashin cult, thinking this dangerous individual was not suitable for them. However, after hearing Haiden explain his doctrine, exorcising evil spirits and offering all evil in the world to Lord Jashin to make him the sole evil, Yahiko's eyes lit up. Wow, this is pure positive energy. Our organization needs talents like this. He immediately decided to hire him. Once Haiden joined, he searched the base for Kakuzu. Yahiko informed him that Kakuzu wasn't there yet, but not to worry. The organization had issued a bounty of 50 million Ryo to lure him in, and he was probably on his way riding a horse. The next day, December 30th, Guy and Lee, as per their annual tradition, arrived at Master Chen's home. Thanks to the friendship forged during the Fourth Great Ninja War in their previous lives, their relationship was very close this time around. The master and disciple immediately performed a combination technique, Konoha Twin Typhoon. Old Master Chun chuckled and got into position. Come on, let me tell you. The old man's movements were like he was reading from script. With a sidestep, he didn't give them any time to react and kicked their legs down. Then he spun like a top, using their momentum to send Guy and Lee flying like they were a bowling ball. Following that, he unleashed a Konoha Dragon God technique, creating a tornado from the ground. After the wind blew, the two in green spandex were left lying on the ground questioning their lives. The old man clapped his hands, looking relaxed. Youngsters, you still need to practice. Guy struggled to get up, dumbfounded, and yelled, Master Chun, you're not following martial ethics. Is this how you spar? The old man laughed heartily. That's because your training isn't up to par. Saying this, he initiated another tornado, even more ferocious than the last. Lee was still on the ground drawing circles, not even awake yet. Seeing this, Guy got angry and initiated a hard-hitting Konoha gale, finally shattering the tornado. The old man noticed immediately. Guy, your taijutsu has declined. Guy, impressed, admitted that he had been focusing on chakra training and neglected his original skills. The old man advised him not to lose sight of his roots, then got into position again. This time, Guy didn't hold back. He opened the third gate. The open gate. He charged like a green cannonball, launching a flying kick so fast that it was almost invisible. What happened next? The old man switched from boxing to Tai Chi cloud hands, effortlessly redirecting Guy's momentum and sending him face first into the mud, knocking the wind out of him and extinguishing his 8 gates. Teacher. Lee finally woke up, saw his teacher face planting, and panicked, opening the second gate to rush up and kick the old man into the air. But who was the old man? While being kicked in the air, he managed to grab Lee's foot, chuckling as he pulled Lee up with him. The family dynamics are complex. He pulled out bandages from who knows where, wrapping himself and Lee into a zongzi and executing a reverse lotus. Of course, he ultimately felt sorry for the kid and tossed Lee aside to deal with Guy, who had just emerged from the mud. This time, Guy learned, using no techniques because he knew his tricks were transparent to the old man. All right, back to basics, pure physical combat. What was the outcome? Raw power against Tai Chi, a fierce tiger against flowing water. The old man showcased a new set of skills, leaving Guy utterly defenseless, and he lost with complete submission. After the spar, the three went to a pavilion for tea. The atmosphere was perfect, but suddenly, the old man broke the dimensional wall with a loud fart. The expressions on Guy and Lee's faces instantly froze, as if they had ingested some strange mushroom. His granddaughter yelled from inside, "Grandpa, if you keep this up, you'll have to make your own tea from now on." The old man just laughed even harder. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan was lively. Hinata and Niji were locked in a fierce battle, while their brothers Hizashi and Hayashi were behind their wives, hiding their secret stash of money and betting. Hizashi bet that his daughter could last 10 minutes, while Hayashi bet his son could finish the fight in 5 minutes. This wasn't tea about money. It was about a man's pride. Guess what? 5 minutes passed, and Niji couldn't take down Hinata. Hayashi immediately burst into tears, losing his secret stash. Hizashi started off smug, but just a few minutes later, in under 10 minutes, Hinata couldn't hold on any longer, leaving Hizashi in shock. What a coincidence. It ended in a draw, and neither won, which was quite anticlimactic. However, seeing the siblings get along so well, unlike the bitter rivalry of their past lives, made the brothers' disappointment dissipate. But the story didn't end there. That night, both brothers' secret stashes were discovered by their wives, and they were promptly kicked out of the house. The two hapless brothers trudged under the moonlight, linking arms and mocking each other for being whipped, becoming like brothers from different mothers. On the other side, at the entrance of the rain village, Yahiko was squatting there, slurping noodles, waiting for Kakuzu, who had kept him waiting for ages. Finally, in the distance, a figure on a magnificent horse galloped towards him. It was none other than Kakuzu. As Kakuzu dismounted, the two exchanged glances. Yahiko was curious why this senior was riding a horse on the road, while Kakuzu was questioning life itself, wondering how his aloof leader had turned into a noodle-slurping goofball. Yahiko, being polite, offered, "Senior, want some?" and quickly stuffed the rest of the noodles into his mouth, as if afraid of being robbed. Kakuzu almost thought he had met an imposter. Just as he was about to make a move, Yahiko pulled out the mission scroll. Kakuzu took the money, counted it, and his expression softened considerably as he got back on his horse to leave. Come on, in his past life, he had worked like a dog for the Akatsuki without earning a dime. Did he think he could get a free ride this time? Yahiko hurriedly stopped him. Hey, senior, don't go. Our Akatsuki wants to hire you as the financial officer. I'm not interested. Pay me. This time I want a salary. With a salary, I still want to do it. Kakuzu thought to himself, my vegetable greenhouse earns millions a year. Do I really need your petty cash? Yahiko directly opened with a big offer. 80 million ryo a year. Kakuzu's hand on the reins paused for a moment, feeling a bit tempted. Seeing this, Yahiko continued to raise the stakes. 100 million ryo. Kakuzu's heart was already starting to surge. 150 million. Let me tell you. Kakuzu immediately fell off his horse and hugged Yahiko's thigh, shouting, "Deal, boss. From now on, if you say go east, I will never go west." The speed of his change was incredibly smooth. Yahiko was stunned. He was ready to raise the price dozens of times more. After all, the movie they were filming, Dawn Approaches, had a box office of over 10 billion, so money was not an issue. Just like that, Kakuzu joined at lightning speed and put on the Akatsuki red cloud robe. Yahiko curiously asked him why he was riding a horse. Kakuzu, looking wronged, said, "Don't mention it. Boss, I was deceived. They said riding a horse is fast. What a joke. It's slower than my legs." It turns out this old guy had spent his whole life in the village doing farming, completely unaware of the outside world. In 2025, his family sent him on a trip, and he got tricked, spending a lot of money on a horse he was reluctant to throw away. Just as they were talking, Haiden came running over excitedly. Leader. Looking up, he saw Kakuzu. Kakuzu. Haiden. The next second, enemies met and their eyes turned red, and the scythe and the ground grudge immediately went at it. You're so cute. Why didn't you save me back then and let me starve to death? Internet CAF grass. I Haven even settled the score with you for backstabbing me with a heart. The two fought until the sky turned dark, and the shockwaves from the battle sent Yahiko flying. As a result, Yahiko, watching from the side, had a smile like an ant, sighing. This is what bonds are about. He felt it was just like with Obito and Kakashi. Fighting is intimacy, cursing is love, no need to interfere, let them develop their feelings on their own. After saying that, he slipped away, needing to accompany Nagato to shop with Conan. Let me tell you, as soon as Yahiko left, Kakashi and Kurenai started fighting. But was it a real fight? They began to verbally spar. These two had sharp tongues, and Kurenai mocked Kakashi right off the bat. Lord Kakashi, your kidney deficiency is famous throughout the ninja world. Goodness, what a thing to say. Which man can stand that? Kakashi blew up immediately. That S not kidney deficiency. That S from not having enough chakra in my last life. Gritting his teeth, he rolled his eyes and quickly found a counterattack point. Miss Kurenai, at your age, you're still single. You must have missed your chance at marriage in this life, right? Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Kurenai's face darkened, and she immediately drew a kunai and charged. Let us spar. Kakashi, with a short temper, drew his white fang dagger and faced off. Come on, let me see your skills. Let me tell you, the scene was so intense that the Leaf Ninjas couldn't even be bothered to break it up. They just pulled out little benches to sit and watch. Even Itachi was watching with great interest, saying he was learning advanced combat techniques. This fight lasted for 4 hours. Kakashi was using chakra like it was free, unleashing Raikiri one after another, and in the end he pushed Raikiri right in front of the panting Kurenai, fiercely asking, "Tell me, am I deficient or not?" Guess what happened? Kurenai, exhausted, still held her ground, deficient. Even crazier was what happened next. Folks, who understands? She got so heated that she pulled out her phone and posted on social media, saying she had a fierce battle with Kakashi all afternoon, proving that Kakashi is just a kidney-deficient dog. The caption was so suggestive. Instantly, the comments exploded, with villagers from a mist village sending congratulations, saying things like, "Congratulations, Lady Kurenai, and you too." Kurenai was completely taken aback and hurriedly deleted the post. But in this day and age, the speed of internet spread is incredibly fast. Kakashi's phone also rang. It was his dad, Tsukumo Hatake, sending a message. "Good son, I knew you could do it. When are you bringing that little Kurenai home to meet your mom?" Kakashi was completely dumbfounded. Before the next day even arrived, Kurenai confirmed Kakashi's kidney deficiency, and it shot up to the top of the Ninja World trending list. This was simply the first explosive gossip of 2025. This mess lasted for several days, and fortunately, the Chunin exams began, shifting everyone's attention. The first written exam was originally unremarkable, but halfway through, a guy named Hayden, wearing the Akatsuki red cloud robe, kicked down the exam room for being late. The chief examiner, our Mist Village's Ringo Amuri, nicknamed Big Apple, got furious and chased Hayden with a lightning blade, giving him a good beating. Hayden was howling in pain and happened to see his comrade, the same Akatsuki robe-wearing Kisame, rushing over like he saw a relative. "Senior Kisame, save me. We're on the same side." He even showed off the nail-polished Conan personally painted for him as proof. Kisame was speechless. How could this in turn be late? Upon asking, he found out Hayden thought the exam was in the Cloud Village and had gone to the wrong place. Kisame could only harden his resolve and negotiate with Big Apple. "Cut us some slack, we're from the Akatsuki." Big Apple wouldn't hear it. "Dream on. This is a live broadcast for the whole ninja world." Kisame's eyes lit up and he leaned in to whisper, "I can get you the phone number of that handsome guy from the Cloud Village. Oh moy." Big Apple's eyes brightened. "Deal." Goodness, that's how Hayden got a free pass into the exam room, without even having to write the test. On Itachi's side, things got even crazier. Taking advantage of the chief examiner's absence, he directly activated his Sharingan and used Tsukuyomi to give Izumi the answers. Let me tell you, time flows differently in Tsukuyomi. These two must have taken the opportunity to enjoy each other for quite a while, and when they came out, Izumi looked quite reluctant to part. In the afternoon, the second exam took place on a small island in the water, following the usual pattern of a flag-snatching competition reminiscent of the Death Forest. But this time, the groups were shuffled and reorganized. As a result, Itachi and Hayden teamed up, while Izumi teamed up with Irika and Tobi. Izumi immediately protested. Why was she separated from Itachi? But Kakashi, that rascal, had long been displeased with the little couple and firmly refused to change, taking the opportunity for personal revenge. With a command from the chief examiner Kisame, All teams were teleported to different parts of the small island, and the second exam officially began. As soon as Itachi and Hayden landed, Hayden, with a loud cry, dashed into the forest and unbuckled his belt to take a dump. Itachi and Hayden exchanged glances, then turned their heads in unison, covering their mouths to stifle laughter. Just as they finished laughing and were about to discuss tactics, Itachi's figure suddenly vanished, startling Hayden. On the other side, as soon as Izumi's team landed, she activated her Sharingan. With her left eye's ability, she located Itachi's position instantly. Then, using her right eye's ability, she activated the power to drag him, and Izumi's figure also disappeared, leaving Irika and Toby looking confused. In a pink alternate space, Izumi tightly embraced Itachi, feeling incredibly cozy. Her Sharingan ability was simply a top-tier love brain add-on tailor-made for Itachi. One could locate him at any time, and the other could forcibly drag him into an alternate space, leaving no escape. Her possessiveness was fully charged. What could Itachi do? He could only pamper his girlfriend. By the time Itachi was finally released after some negotiation, Hayden had already single-handedly dealt with a whole team of enemies and was looking at him with admiration. Your opponents must be stronger than mine, right? Even Itachi felt embarrassed and could only nod vaguely. He couldn't very well say, "Bro, I just got taken away by my girlfriend for some lovey-dovey time." Could he? Just then, Hayden returned after his business, and the three of them gathered the spoils, discovering that they had already obtained the flags needed for the task. Goodness, Hayden had basically won by lying down. In the first round, he relied on connections, and in the second round, he just took a dump, and it was done, entering vacation mode for the remaining 6.5 days. The next day, the battles on the island were intense. Izumi's good friend Hanazuka's team was ambushed, and just as they were about to be eliminated, Izumi quickly pulled the injured Hanazuka into a different space with a don't even think about escaping, and had the medical ninja Kabuto give her some healing. Then the craziest part came. The illegal 4-person Black Car team was formed. Hanazuka acted as the tank at the front, Irika provided mid-range damage, Izumi commanded from behind the wheel of the Manjiki, and Kabuto played the healer at the back, pushing through everything in their path, stealing from anyone they encountered, like bandits patrolling the mountains. In less than half an hour, the four of them received a yellow card warning from the proctor Kisame. On Itachi's side, things were even more outrageous. He was fishing by the seaside with 2 teammates, and anyone who tried to ambush him was caught in a genjutsu that made them sit down and fish with him. As a result, the fishing team kept growing, with a large group of people sitting in a row, and those who didn't know thought a fishing competition was being held. Someone couldn't take it anymore and reported them. When Kisame came to check, he was stunned. It was raining at that time, and as he looked at Itachi's back, he felt deeply moved. Then came the iconic moment. Kisame walked into the rain and sat down beside Itachi, saying, "I don't know what the cold and aloof he was thinking, but at least this time, let me stay by your side." Itachi handed him a fishing rod, and Kisame shyly replied, "Pressure, main 1 against 7. Meanwhile, Izumi was in the middle of a battle when suddenly she felt a chill and sensed something was off. Oh no, it feels like someone is trying to steal our home. In the following days, Itachi and the others were actually on a fishing vacation, while Izumi's bandit team had completely plowed through the entire island. In the live broadcast, the 4th Mizukage, Kurama Shizuka, looked grim as he watched a few kittens from his village, then glanced at the monsters from Konoha, nearly losing his temper and shutting down the stream. After 7 days, Izumi's team returned with a pile of flags to turn in their mission, leaving Kisame dumbfounded, thinking to himself, no wonder they are Mr. Itachi's partner. He kindly informed Izumi of the direction Itachi had gone. Following his guidance, Izumi soon spotted Kakashi in a tree watching Intimate Paradise, and he seemed clueless when she asked about Itachi. Furious, Izumi activated her Manjiki to locate him, and just as she reached the entrance of a dessert shop, she saw through the glass that Itachi was surrounded by 3 little boys. Goodness, one was Sasori, another Deidara, and the last Hayden. Izumi's crisis alert shot up instantly. Without a second thought, she activated Don't Even Think About Escaping and pulled the nearly finished cake from Itachi's hands, dragging him into the couple's space for a good talking to. The next day, during the 3rd exam, Itachi was sporting dark circles under his eyes and could only stand with the support of Izumi. The proctor was Kahaku Minatsu, who turned pale when he saw the first name on the list, Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, looking displeased, jumped onto the stage, not wanting to leave Itachi yet. She casually formed a hand sign and unleashed a great fireball technique. As a result, Minatsu, startled, directly released his sword, Hiramiki, and countered the great fireball with a powerful attack. The whole venue fell silent. Did the proctor just attack a candidate? Manatsu soon realized he had overreacted and had no choice but to say, "Not bad, not bad. You actually forced me to use my full power. Uchiha Izumi, you pass." Thus, the legend of Izumi sending the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen packing with a great fireball was born. Later, Manatsu learned to be more lenient with his own ninjas and serious with those from other villages. When he read out the name Orochimaru, he felt an inexplicable killing intent upon seeing the bespectacled boy, as if he had a grudge against him from a past life. When they clashed, Orochimaru used a water release, water dragon bullet, followed by water release, water prison technique, directly trapping Manatsu, who had turned into water. This familiar feeling of being controlled instantly reminded Manatsu of the humiliation of being reanimated in his previous life, and he roared, "It's you." Orochimaru adjusted his glasses and smiled wickedly. "Lord Manatsu, am I qualified?" The water-formed Manatsu couldn't show his expression, but that cold voice made everyone feel his immense anger from afar. Who would he take out on? The next candidate was Haiden, and let me tell you, this guy just walked right into the crossfire. Manatsu's face darkened, probably remembering that this was the same unkillable cockroach from the second exam. New grudges and old grievances meant he had to settle this today. The scene that followed was brutal, as Haiden was treated like a punching bag, receiving all kinds of stylish beatings. But his strength lay in being unable to die, and he managed to endure it all. Poor guy. His little brain couldn't comprehend why he was just there to take an exam while the proctor looked like he had seen his father's murderer. Family, who understands? Kakazu, where are you? I miss you, woo woo woo. The next candidate, Jingo, was much more normal. The proctor had calmed down and passed him after a 3-minute process. However, when the next name was announced, I was stunned. Uchiha Itachi. I watched as Manatsu's hand, holding the sword, began to tremble, and even the 3-tailed beast on his shoulder sat up straight, as if it had radar. After all, in his past life, the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails was instantly killed by Itachi's Amaterasu, leaving a significant psychological scar. Then, Itachi stepped onto the stage, and with a flash of red light, he was gone. Seriously, just one glance. Tsukumi sent Manatsu away, along with the 3 tails on his shoulder, giving them a package tour of the spiritual world. Finally, the 3rd exam concluded, and Manatsu came to his senses, bitterly announcing the start of the battle for the top spot. The moment the candidates heard they had to fight again, they shook their heads like rattles, desperately retreating. "Give me proof. Give me a vest. I want to go home." The scene was simply chaotic. In the end, only 6 people remained on stage. Inuzuka Hana was the first to flee. Jingo also wisely slipped away. And Izumi was even more decisive, shouting, "Go husband," at Itachi before leaving. So, only 3 were left, Itachi, Haiden, and Orochimaru. Let me tell you, this was a true, godly battle. Orochimaru immediately activated Sage Mode, and his aura rose dramatically. Itachi was also exuding killing intent. As for Haiden, buddy, what else do you know how to do besides making noise? He was purely there for atmosphere. Seeing the situation, Manatsu shouted, "3-way battle, you guys sort it out," and then swiftly vanished, fearing he would get caught in the crossfire. Orochimaru was not polite at all, launching a sage art, white serpent technique, with a glowing dragon charging forward. Haiden, clearly not thinking straight, yelled and charged with his scythe. And what happened? Boom! A massive explosion. Blinding light that made it hard to see, and Haiden was sent flying, bones shattered, howling on the ground. Itachi, being much smarter, activated Susanoo and cast Tsukumi on himself, retreating into the spiritual space to watch the show. Seeing Haiden down, Orochimaru turned his attention to Itachi. He unleashed an organic rebirth technique, causing spikes to shoot up from the ground, but what happened? It was lonely. Itachi transformed into a flock of crows and flew away. Then came the real kicker. Orochimaru tried to unleash another big move, only to realize, where's my skill? How did I mess up such a massive organic rebirth? Itachi's figure reappeared, casually explaining, it's just an illusion. He had developed a new technique with sure sway called feather transformation, which simply banned one of your skills temporarily. Orochimaru immediately felt what it was like to be mechanically outclassed, but he was still a sage. So he retaliated with a water release, great waterfall technique, and water dragon bullet, with such a volume of water that one might think he had brought the ocean. However, it was utterly useless. Itachi's Susanoo simply raised an 8-foot mirror to block it all. Then it was Itachi's turn for a round of teaching. One sword. Orochimaru. I'll dodge with great snake technique. Another sword. Orochimaru. I'll heal with Een healing. Another sword. Orochimaru. I can still. What was I going to do? Itachi. Another sword. Orochimaru's defenses broke, and he declared, I'm done. I surrender. This interruption of casting was too annoying. Practically the trendiest electronic sage jump of 2025. He cursed as he left the stage. As for Haiden, he was still lying there, the tip of the ten-fist sword pressed against his face. Surrender or not? If you don't, I might just bottle you up. What else could Haiden say? Brother, I surrender. Don't bully the honest person. Thus, Manatsu tremblingly climbed onto the stage and raised Itachi's hand. I announced that the top candidate of the 13th Chunin exam is Uchiha Itachi. After the exam, everyone returned home. The scene shifted, and I took you to see the filming set of Naruto, which was a massive social death scene. They were filming the classic scene at the Valley of the End. Naruto, sporting a Hashirama hairstyle, shouted at Sasuke's back, Sasuke, give. As a result, when Sasuke turned around, his face was covered in curse marks, and Naruto nearly burst out laughing. The director, Obito, exploded on the spot, passion. Naruto, your Sasuke is about to be taken by Orochimaru. You need to show the drive you had back when you chased me. As soon as this was said, Konan and Rin nearby erupted into laughter. Sasuke also broke down. What do you mean his Sasuke? In the end, Obito had no choice but to unleash a big move. He transformed into Naruto, then created a shadow clone to become Sasuke, and the two were about to kiss. If we don't hurry up, we'll perform a live broadcast for you. Good heavens, Naruto and Sasuke turned pale. No. One pass. Indeed, only under pressure can miracles be created. The next day, during the Obon festival, Fugaku took his two sons to visit the graves, bringing along Itachi and Shursui. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified as Fugaku introduced the glorious deeds of their ancestors, stirring the hearts of those present. Until they reached the tombstone of Uchiha Madara. Let me tell you, the black and white photo on that tombstone showed Madara smiling in a wild and carefree manner, utterly outrageous. Fugaku was still talking about Lord Madara being a legend, and behind him, Itachi, Sasuke, and Obito burst into laughter one after another, shaking the ground with their mirth. Shursui was bewildered, looking from one to the other, and finally at Madara's photo, feeling as if he could also hear the phantom laughter. The result was that the three of them ended up with a head full of bumps after Fugaku scolded them back home. Fast forward, Naruto received an invitation from Gaara to attend a barbecue festival in Sunagakure. With his parents busy, Kurama acted as the babysitter. Thus, one boy and one fox traveled directly from Konoha to the desert of the Land of Wind in 2 hours, only for Naruto to find that his chakra was depleted. Kurama stepped on his head. You're so weak. By the time they reached Sunagakure, the village had changed dramatically, full of greenery. Gaara was waiting at the village entrance, and the two good friends embraced each other. The barbecue party was lively. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Chiyo and her brother, two old folks, were dancing the samba enthusiastically on stage, while the villagers below were shouting like crazy. In a corner, the Akatsuki scorpion had a dark expression. Goodness, his grandma lied to get him back, saying she had died. The result? To trick him into watching the samba. Scorpion immediately sent a text. Go die. Chiyo received the message, smiled, then tilted her head and pretended to be dead, startling her brother, before coming back to life and dragging him back on stage to enjoy. Naruto stayed at Gaara's place for a night, and the next day, Kurama took Naruto to break down Shikaku's door. Why? To establish a summoning contract. Shikaku refused and said they had to pass a test first. Kurama, what test? I already acknowledged you in my past life. The two beasts couldn't agree and started fighting in the barrier, creating a scene of chaos. In the end, Kurama pinned Shikaku to the ground with one claw, took out his phone for a selfie, and posted it online. Everyone looked closely. This is the next battle. Naruto was stunned. This damned sense of security instantly filled him up. On the other side, far away in Konoha, Sasuke received a video from Naruto showing Shikaku's chakra mode transformation. And he couldn't sit still. This jerk had upgraded again. No way, he had to train. So, as soon as school was over, he activated his 2 Tomo and began practicing with his father's Susanoo. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Let me tell you, these 2 big fireballs went straight for my father's old face. I even learned from my brother and hit a bunch of shurikens in the Phoenix fire. But guess what? It was useless. My father's Susanoo was just a skeleton, swinging his hand and bam. All my attacks were blown away. He went even further, controlling Susanoo with one hand while using his other hand to play chess on his phone. After making a move, He looked at me with the kind of gaze one gives to a stray dog on the street and said, "Son, should I turn off the Gundam? Don't want to hurt your pride. Family, who understands? This was simply a dimensional crush. Can I say no? I don't care about my face." I clenched my neck and shouted, "No need. Let me tell you, I wasn't without reason. For years later, during the Chunin exams, I would definitely run into that Naruto kid. Right now, he already had 2 Gundams, 2 types of tailed beast chakra modes. And me? I have nothing. I can't activate Susanoo until I'm 13, but during the Chunin exams, I'll only be 12. I can't even imagine the scene where Naruto, in his giant fox form, stomps me into the ground. That would be public execution. I also want to go find other tailed beasts to learn. But those old guys wouldn't give us Uchiha the time of day, always calling us the inherently evil Uchiha brats. I really, sigh. Why did I refuse when Kurama asked me to sign the summoning contract back then? My Gundam. I was so overwhelmed that I didn't care anymore. Chidori, Dragonfire technique, every jutsu I knew was thrown out. What about my dad? Hey, I'm just making a night move. I'm just flying a bishop. On my side, it was a flurry of lightning and thunder while he was strategizing. In the end, I got anxious and shouted, "I'm using the railgun." He finally raised his eyelids. "Oh, interesting. Let me just set the board. Complete Susanoo." Looking at that towering blue giant, I realized I finally understood why we Uchiha were so annoying. On the other side, Shirsue's home was harmonious. He had sent off Itachi and Izumi. Their affectionate backs were just TSK, hard to watch. Just as he finished cleaning up the dishes, his mother said, "Shirsue, the dog hasn't been walked." Shirsue was dumbfounded, turning around to see his mother's utterly disdainful gaze. Goodness, I finally understood. It turns out his uncle and aunt were cat people. Shirsue could only resign himself to leash the dog and use Flying Thunder God to get outside the clan grounds. Why? Because his dad was upset that day and had issued a strict order. No dogs allowed in the Uchiha clan grounds. Shirsue strolled to a staircase, and a gust of wind blew by, sending a little white round hat flying over. He instinctively caught it, and when he looked up, the hat's owner was actually Kyuka. That girl, wearing a short skirt and trench coat, was taking off her glasses and fixing her hair. Shirsue handed the hat over, and they chatted for a bit, discovering they had plans to go camping and barbecue with Akane. Just as they were talking, the dog suddenly went wild, chasing a butterfly and darted under Kyuka's feet. The leash tripped her, and she fell down the stairs. Shirsue reacted incredibly fast, instantly using body flicker to rush over, catching the hat with his left hand and the glasses with his right, but then he had no more hands left. He originally wanted to catch her directly, but recalled how he made her blush last time, so he thought he would just act as a human cushion. Just as he dove down, Kyuka flipped backward and landed gracefully in front of him. This was quite awkward, right? The situation got even more awkward. The dog did a good job again. The leash wrapped around Kyuka's calf, yanking her down, and she sat right on Shirsue's lifted face. The two of them froze in place, then jumped apart as if electrocuted. Shirsue instinctively apologized. Sorry. I didn't see your water blue stripe." Before he could finish, Kyuka's face turned red with anger, and she yelled, "Rude person." Then, in a flurry of martial arts moves, she sent Shirsue straight to the hospital. Poor Akane ended up being stood up just like that. Time flew by, and it was now the end of November, the Fifth Hokage's inauguration ceremony. Let me tell you, it was live-streamed throughout the ninja world. The Fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, and Kakashi solemnly handed the Hokage hat over to Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze. After the ceremony, the main event began. Who would have their faces carved on the stone. This was a moment that determined a man's dignity. Back in the day, my ancestor Madara fought the first Hokage for 10 days and nights over this. The audience below was clamoring for a fight. Watergate was also a man who understood the situation, smiling as he pulled out a Flying Thunder God kunai. Hashirama readied his would-release stance. Orochimaru and Kakashi went even further, directly forming hand signs, transforming the Hokage building's rooftop into a dual arena spanning dozens of kilometers. The battle began. Hashirama started with Sage Mode, but before he could use would-release, Watergate executed a seamless Flying Thunder God second stage right in his face. Goodness. Would-release against Flying Thunder God. Gods fighting. Various sealing techniques and wood jutsu were flying everywhere, and Watergate was forced to abandon using Flying Thunder God. But who is the Yellow Flash? Please allow me to refuse. Ninetales Mode activate. With a flash of golden light, the restraints are broken. Then comes the fairy technique. Wind release, spiraling shuriken to the face. In the end, Both of them go crazy and directly summon their mechs. One has the true Thousand Hands, and the other is in full Nine Tails mode, fighting fiercely. At first, everyone was excited, but as it went on, they became numb, yawning and just hoping for it to end quickly. In the end, they both ended up seriously injured and collapsed on the ground. Amidst the countdown of the audience, both of them struggled to raise one hand, starting the ultimate duel passed down from our ancestors: rock, paper, scissors. Uncle Minato threw scissors, while Shinju threw paper. As expected, lucky people always have good fortune. Uncle Minato won. Fast forward to January of the following year. The fifth Hokage Shadow Rock was finally completed. An elder from our Uchiha clan, wielding a completed Susanoo and a large iron hammer, was busy chiseling away. Just as he was about to finish up, he saw a big, fierce-looking man bullying a little girl on the street. The elder was furious, in broad daylight. Just as he was about to swing his hammer down, a figure appeared, standing on their hands. Stop. Evil will always be brought to justice. The newcomer was none other than Rock Lee. Little Lee did a backflip and landed, striking a pose with his steel fists, looking righteous. The man still had the nerve to retort. Who are you? Little Lee dramatically introduced himself. I'm the beautiful azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Saying this, he charged forward with a leaf whirlwind. Guess what happened? A passing puppy got scared and peed itself, leaving a mess on the ground. To avoid stepping in it, Little Lee did a big split, lost his balance, and fell flat on the ground, accidentally pulling down the man's pants. They were gray and had a little bear pattern on them. The whole place erupted in laughter, and the man covered his face and ran away. Little Lee coolly got up, plan successful. This is the ninjutsu that punishes evil without shedding blood, the technique of embarrassing exposure. The little girl looked up at him with starry eyes and asked, Brother, can you spit fire? Can you spit water? But when Little Lee was at a loss for words, he honestly admitted he didn't know any ninjutsu. The little girl's expression shifted from admiration to disappointment, and before leaving, she said, a ninja who can't use ninjutsu is so lame. This hit Little Lee hard, and that afternoon, he went to find Guy Sensei, saying he wanted to learn ninjutsu. Guy Sensei took him to find Kakashi, but as soon as they met, Guy Sensei challenged Kakashi to a duel, only to be instantly defeated by Kakashi's 1,000 years of death. Friends, let me tell you, Little Lee's eyes lit up like he had opened the 8 gates. He rushed up and hugged Kakashi's leg. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me this ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at him speechlessly. Little Lee, although it involves hand signs, it's actually a taijutsu. Nanny, isn't that even better? Please teach me. Guy Sensei, holding his injured rear, seriously unwrapped the bandages on his hands, revealing fingers covered in scars. Lee, this taijutsu is very difficult to train. Show your perseverance. Let's start by punching through 500 trees. I understand, Guy Sensei. The two ignored Kakashi and each found a big tree, making a tiger seal and starting to wildly punch the trunk. Kakashi stood by, dumbfounded, thinking to himself, when I taught you, I said to make a hand sign. Punch once, and that's it. How did it turn into the ultimate secret of punching through 500 trees? By March, the 3 little ones from Guy Sensei's class gathered at the training ground. Niji faced off against Tenten. Let me tell you, Tenten is now a complete rich girl. When she unfurls her scroll, countless ninja tools fly out like they're free. Niji had to use Byakugan to defend, but Tenten was even more cunning. The ninja tools were wrapped with steel wire, directly entangling his defense. However, Niji is a genius. He countered with a Bagua palm, heavenly return, breaking all the wires, and then knocked Tenten flying with a Bagua fierce air palm. After the battle, the 3 began to clean up the battlefield. While picking up debris, Little Lee stumbled upon a videotape in the grass. Niji curiously activated Byakugan, and upon seeing it, his face instantly turned red. Tenten leaned over and asked Niji, what is it? Niji stammered, It's the movie version of Intimate Paradise. Little Lee and Tenten were dumbfounded. Tenten grabbed the videotape and hugged it tightly, her face turning crimson. No peeking. Little Lee, completely innocent, said, then you guys can take it back and watch it together. His words made Niji and Tenten too embarrassed to lift their heads. Tenten, feeling awkward, threw the videotape back into the grass. Just then, the 3 of them suddenly sensed a strange aura. They immediately hid in the bushes, and Niji activated Byakugan to see a girl in a light blue ancient-style dress bouncing over like a little fairy. The girl muttered to herself, strange. My master said it should be here, right? The 3 were exposed and could only awkwardly step out. The girl was very polite, introducing herself. Nice to meet you. I am Lu Ruyan, here to find this item on behalf of my master. Saying this, she opened her hand, revealing the videotape of Intimate Paradise. At the same time, at the entrance of Konoha village, an old man named Chun Baojun was practicing Tai Chi, his movements fluid and graceful. After finishing, he noticed a middle-aged man in a black tang suit not far away, smiling and clapping for him. "You brat, how long have you been watching?" The old man laughed as he walked over and threw a punch. The man easily deflected it. I started watching from the white crane spreads its wings. Uncle Chun still had his charm. Before he could finish speaking, the two started fighting. Wing Chun against Tai Chi. They stopped talking and put on an incredible martial arts duel at the village entrance, just as Guy Sensei happened to pass by. Who exactly is this person? Let me tell you, this guy is amazing. I was standing nearby watching, and I was dumbfounded. Old man Chun, the pinnacle of Konoha's taijutsu, actually lost. After the fight, he panted and said he was getting old, while the handsome guy across from him spoke smoothly, claiming that his youth gave him an advantage. Old man Chun glared. "You brat, cut it out. You used Wing Chun the whole time. You didn't even see a shadow of my Konoha dragon god." Goodness. The two of them were like playing charades, laughing as they brushed the matter aside. Once the onlookers dispersed, the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit off. Old man Chun asked about his master, and the handsome guy, namely Yuanshin, instantly darkened, saying his master had passed away not long ago and had entrusted him with a letter. Oh my, the plot twist is too fast. Old man Chun took the letter, remained silent for a long time, then patted Li Yuanshin's shoulder and called me, also known as Guy, over. Come, Guy. Let me introduce you to a big shot." Old man Chun cheerfully said, seemingly wanting to dispel the somber mood. "This is my old friend S disciple, Li Yuanshin, a martial arts master, even stronger than me." I quickly went up to shake hands, and the moment I touched his hand, I felt numb. The calluses on his hand, let me tell you, are thicker than my skin. He must have put in so much hard work. Just as we were being polite, little Li and the others came running over, followed by the girl named Lu Ruyan. The moment she saw Li Yuanshin, she instantly transformed from a cool goddess into a human accessory, jumping into his arms, holding up the videotape and bragging. "Master, look, I found it. Praise me." Li Yuanshin's face turned green as he snatched it away, while mumbling something about exotic customs from foreign lands. Who understand the family? ISNT, this just the academic research material we talked about in 2025? The expressions on Ningxi and Tiantian's faces instantly became meaningful, probably thinking along the same lines. But what happened next was even more explosive. When Lu Rian saw old Master Chun, after greeting him, Li Yuanshin asked her to call him Shu Gong, and the girl was taken aback. Once she realized, she almost kneeled down to bow. We, the natives of Konoha, were stunned. How did the conversation suddenly turn into a futile process? Fortunately, old Master Chun was quick and stopped her, saying not to do those empty gestures. Later, we learned that Lu Ruyan was not just a student, but also a direct disciple of the Amei sect's leader. When old Master Chun heard this, he got excited and insisted that she show off her sword skills. The girl, upon receiving the order, drew her soft sword and danced beautifully, like a fairy descending to earth, leaving Tiantan mesmerized. However, her master Li Yuanshin shook his head and commented, "It's just for show, too many flaws." Wow. The words of this master were sharper than a knife. Later on, this master-student duo settled in Konoha and opened a martial arts school called Jeet Kune Do. Tian and Lu Ruyan quickly became best friends, often getting together to exchange ninjutsu tools and sword techniques. Let me tell you, the most shocked was Akai. He saw Master Li's martial arts, each move exuding philosophy, and couldn't he help but go up to ask for advice. Guess what happened? Forget about the 8th gate. He opened the 7th gate. Yes, you heard it right, the shot gate before the day tiger was taken down barehanded. Ningxi rolled his eyes from the side, petrified on the spot, shouting, "Teacher Kai, they don't have a drop of chakra on them." I was there at the time, and I thought, wow, to take down the 7th gate Kai without chakra, what kind of divine operation is this? This ancient Eastern country is too amazing. Master Li remained calm, explaining that what they practiced was called internal force, which is similar in essence to chakra, and there is no need to learn it. He talked to Akai about the ultimate meaning of martial arts being to sincerely express oneself, a profound theory. Akai and Shaoli listened with blank faces, their expressions clearly showing 6 big words. "You are right, but we don't understand." Shaoli even honestly raised his hand to ask for straightforward advice. Master Li then delivered his classic line, "Empty your mind like water. Water can flow, and it can crash. Be like water, my child." After hearing this, these two hot-blooded fools seemed to have their meridians opened and excitedly prepared to run 500 laps upside down. Just as they got into position, Akai suddenly called out, "Baka, did you forget the Master S teaching? You have to be like water." The next moment, I tell you, that scene I will never forget in my life. The two of them directly lay down on the ground, wriggling like two big maggots, starting to crawl on the main road of the village, saying they wanted to flow like water. Tian Tian was at the door of the dojo, her face darkened, silently retreating inside to tell Lu Ruyan, "There are two big maggots outside, so disgusting." And so, life passed peacefully, and in the blink of an eye, it was already July and August. The Konoha 12 had officially gathered due to the birth of Akamaru. When it got hot, it was definitely time for swimsuits. The little kids are not worth mentioning, but the key is the older girls. Uchiha Izumi, Akado, Tsunade. That scene, TSK. Even more outrageous was that Itachi and Shursui were actually lifeguards on the observation deck, using their Sharingan to monitor 360 degrees without blind spots. I thought, is this how you use it? It's like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Oh no, it's using the Sharingan to watch bikinis. On the other side, in the girls' changing room, the atmosphere was comparable to the Fourth Shinobi World War. The whole thing started with Ino's remark, "Sakura, have you gained weight?" Goodness, it directly blew up the girls' dorm. For girls, Hinata, Tiantian, Ino, and Sakura lined up like they were on a death row, stepping on the scale one by one, and each one turned pale as a ghost. Just when they were worried about their weight, Senior Akado walked in with a dango in her mouth. Tiantian asked, "Senior, how can you eat sweets and still look so good?" Akado turned around proudly, revealing her neck, cursed seal. The sisters instantly understood, realizing that the endpoint of weight loss is technology and hard work. One by one, their eyes firmed up, deciding to form a group to find Lord Orochimaru soon. You thought that was it? Even more outrageous things were happening in Sunagakure. The third Hokage, Danzo, the third Tsuchikage, and the third Reikage for old geezers, heard that the newly opened water park in Sunagakure was free for visitors from outside villages, and they secretly formed a group to go. In order to be the first to enter, they almost knocked each other out while queuing at the entrance. Guess who was in charge of security? Hinata Suzashi. Wow, running into acquaintances was particularly awkward. What was even more awkward was during the security check. Each of the four old men had a copy of Intimate Paradise in their luggage, and they were there throwing excuses at each other, saying it was for a friend, a gift, with excuses getting lamer by the second. Finally, they got in. The four old men changed into swimsuits, put on sunglasses, and flopped onto the lounge chairs, ready to enjoy the beautiful scenery. But when they looked up, coincidentally, they saw Granny Chio walking by in a swimsuit. I tell you, the four of them instantly went dark in front of their eyes, and a beautiful day ended in such a glaring way. The next day, Hinata and the others really went to find Orochimaru, begging him to give them a curse mark too. Uncle Snake was surprisingly nice. He didn't ask too many questions and just gave each of them a bite on the wrist. As for whether this thing can help with weight loss, that remains to be seen. Fast forward to November, and the scene shifts to Sasori. He was interrogating a poor guy, asking where Deidara had been taken. The guy was tied up, and, seeing the clock in Sasori's hand, was scared out of his wits, saying that Deidara had already been sent to Iwagakure. As soon as Sasori heard this, with the information in hand, he rang the clock and was about to take action. The guy yelled, "You can save him. I have their phone number." Only then did Sasori put away his weapon and return the phone to him. The most explosive moment came next, as the guy awkwardly said while holding the phone, "Big brother, my phone is out of credit." If I were Sasori, I would have been furious. A dignified S-rank rogue ninja had to help a hostage recharge their phone on the spot. After recharging, the guy finally managed to bring Deidara over. Sasori saw he was still somewhat useful, so he didn't kill him and even made him a temporary military advisor. Guess what happened in the end? Sasori returned the phone to the guy and coldly said, "Add me on Ninja Network, and remember to pay me back for the phone credit once your salary comes in." Let me tell you, on the other side, things were even more exciting. A small team from Iwagakure was initially about to turn around and escape, but was stopped by a little girl, who was none other than the future Tsuchikage Karatsuchi. She angrily declared that they couldn't leave until the mission was complete. "I hired you to bring Deidara back." What do you think the team leader said? He turned to his brothers and asked, "Brothers, what's the most important thing about being brothers?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Brotherhood." The leader then waved his hand. "If a brother calls for help, can we not go? That wouldn't be manly." Without even acknowledging Karatsuchi, he led his men back with a loud roar. And what happened? They were all captured. Sasori took them down one by one, like they were dumplings, and then tied them up like big crabs. Sasori clapped his hands and turned around to see Karatsuchi. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. The little girl had a knife in her left hand pointed at Sasori and a kunai against her own neck with her right hand. Who understands what kind of operation that is? Wanting to attack him while also wanting to commit suicide? Sasori was baffled and said, I understand the left hand. I understand the right hand, but I really don't get them together. Annoyed, he used chakra to wake up the unconscious Deidara next to him and told him to take care of his girlfriend. As soon as Deidara opened his eyes and saw Kuratsuchi's posture, he started to curse loudly, and it was so harsh that it made the little girl cry. I thought to myself, no wonder you were single in your past life. With a mouth like that, you deserve it. Sasori couldn't take it anymore and punched Deidara to shut him up. Then Sasori asked Kuratsuchi if Noki had sent her. The little girl shook her head, then nodded, and finally admitted with a pitiful expression that she missed Deidara too much and used her grandfather as a shield. After hearing this, Sasori was about to walk away, but Kuratsuchi's knife followed him. Sasori was confused. He was the one who cursed you. I helped you beat him up, so why are you pointing a knife at me? Guess what the little girl said? Because you're a good person. I was cracking up. Sasori's face turned dark immediately. It was one thing to be randomly given a good person card, but does being a good person mean being threatened with a knife? What kind of nonsense is that? This was simply top-tier social etiquette. In the end, Sasori, the legendary S-rank rogue ninja, had no choice but to act like a mother and manage to persuade the little girl to put the knife down. However, Kuratsuchi still clung to Deidara and refused to leave. Sigh, whether it's one child or two, Sasori Mama was used to it. He let the group of Awagakure ninjas go back to report to Noki, saying that his granddaughter had also been abducted by him. You can imagine how furious the old man would be in the village. The scene shifted to December at the Akatsuki headquarters in the Land of Rain. Let me tell you, that scene was like a job interview. Yahiko sat there with a serious face. Name, Uchiha Itachi. Age, 14. What do you want to do? I miss my old buddy and came to return a favor. Nearby, Izumi immediately raised her hand. I want to join too. When Yahiko asked her why, guess what she said? I want to be with Itachi. Heck goodness, she was throwing dog food right there. And Conan's eyes lit up as she started gossiping with Izumi. Next came the gear distribution segment. A red cloud cloak, a ring, and a nail polish set. Izumi followed Itachi's example and chose a red ring. The funniest part was when it came to choosing nail polish. Itachi didn't think twice and grabbed a pink one because Izumi liked it. Then Yahiko, the sly one, spilled the beans, saying that Nagato's was also pink. Nagato's face looked like a meme of despair. After that, the group, along with the recently insane Haiden who just returned from his preaching, went out for a meal. At the same time, at the border of the Land of Water, the Kisame squad was busy delivering important supplies. During lunch, the girl he had personally killed in his previous life, Yuzuki Yugao, was smiling and sharing her bento with him. Kisame felt a mix of emotions, holding his chopsticks with trembling hands. He had prepared shrimp tempura to share, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Who understands that kind of guilt that makes you lose the courage to speak up? Just then his phone rang, ding. It was a selfie from Itachi wearing the Akatsuki red cloud cloak with the caption, Dude, I did what I promised. Now it's your turn. Don't be a coward. After reading it, Kisame took a deep breath, rushed to Yugao's side, and mustered the courage to ask, the mission is over. Can I take you out to dinner? As soon as he said it, he regretted it, wanting to take it back, but the girl grabbed him and smiled, saying, I never said I disagreed. This time, you were much more straightforward. Goodness, the sunlight shone on the girl's face, and Little Shark was completely mesmerized. The teammates behind them were stuffed from eating gossip, just watching them hold hands without reminding them. In the end, it was still Kisame who had a thin skin, blushing as he chased after the entire team, giving them a good beating with Samahata. While these people were having fun, let me tell you on the other side, things were just as lively. Little Fong was blushing like a monkey, yes, but rushing out with a chocolate. Her mother was shouting from behind, Hey, are you going on a date with Shursui? Goodness, the girl did a spring jump right there. Not at all. Just delivering something. Tough on the outside. But she ran faster than anyone. She was determined, even taking off her glasses because Shursui once complimented her on how she looked better without them. Today, she was going to impress the male god with her looks. Oh, by the way, Uncle Snake handed me a little note filled with insider gossip. Let me read it to you. It says why you came to Konoha? Well, it's all for Kinemaru, afraid his bloodline disease would act up again. So he came to find Tsunade for treatment. Also, this guy, despite looking all proper, is secretly a huge fan of Jiraiya-sensei, sneaking around reading those books. You know what I mean? Alright, there's also a compilation of girls giving chocolates, and let me tell you, the most explosive part was Izumi, who directly fed Itachi mouth to mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. You Uchiha really know how to play. Alright, enough gossip. Let's get back to the main story. In the blink of an eye, winter passed and summer arrived. During this time, Itachi, and Kinemaru's life-threatening bloodline disease was also cured. Thanks to Uncle Snake and Diyu joining forces with Hashirama cells, you know the drill, high-tech saves lives quickly. In July, Guy's 3 unfortunate kids graduated and officially became Genin of Team Guy. Then, their style began to shift. Little Lee practiced the Mill-A&S every day, piercing through iron trees. Teacher Guy went even further, claiming he could pierce through steel plates. 2 people are still crawling around the village like maggots every day, and they call it training like water. Who understands this? I really can't keep up with this train of thought. Ningxi and Tian really can't stand these 2 clowns. As soon as training time comes, they rush into Director Lee's Jeet Kune Do gym, afraid of being infected with stupidity. One practices Wing Chun with the master, and the other learns ninja tools from the master's disciple, Lu Ruyan. Tian is so envious, watching Lu Ruyan skillfully wielding her weapons, flowing like clouds in water. But Lu Ruyan, feeling wronged, says, "Oh, my master says these are just flashy moves, not worth showing off, afraid they might harm others." As she spoke, she stuck her tongue out at her master. Just then, Shaoli crawled in, covered in dirt, having just finished his maggot baby crawling training. As soon as he entered, he seemed pumped up, looking for Ningxi for a one-on-one, but was rejected. He then sought out Tian for a duel, but was also turned down. Finally, he set his sights on Lu Ruyan. The girl was about to refuse, but her master, Director Lee, spoke up. "I think it's fine. What's the point of practicing on a wooden dummy? Let's have a real match and see if you've regressed." Since the master had spoken, she could only brace herself and go for it. Shaoli came at her with a set of shadow dance leaves, but the girl had already seen through it, stepping back perfectly to dodge. Hey, Shaoli got punched right in the waist. But Shaoli's waist was like a water snake. He twisted and dissipated the force. He countered with a leaf hurricane. Lu Ruyan tried to use the dragon claw to grab him, but she let out a yelp, ending up grabbing something hard on his leg, nearly breaking her fingers. "What are you wearing on your leg?" The girl was almost in tears from the pain. Xiaoli, looking honest, replied, "Sorry, it's iron weights." Now Lu Ruyan learned her lesson. Channeling her inner energy, her whole demeanor changed. Shaoli's powerful moves were all effortlessly neutralized by her. Just as she was about to overpower him, Teacher Kai suddenly appeared, his classic big white teeth shining. "Thumbs up." Lee removed the weights. "But Teacher Kai, you said this should only be done to protect important people." "It's okay, I approve. I tell you, when that thing was thrown on the ground, it made 2 loud bangs. The entire gym floor was smashed with 2 big pits. Lu Ruyan's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and Director Lee's face turned dark, probably thinking about how to explain this to the landlord. Oh my. After Shaoli removed his weights, his speed was like a flash, and Lu Ruyan didn't even have time to react before being sent flying. Shaoli charged in, about to use the Lotus Blossom technique, but the girl reacted quickly, her fingertips unleashing 2 sword energies that severed the bandages. She's not to be underestimated. After landing, she immediately countered with all sorts of Ame techniques, like the Golden Top Cotton Palm and the Snow Drifting Cloud Palm, changing moves at an incredible speed, forcing Shaoli to retreat step by step, having to rely on brute force. Shaoli got anxious and directly opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. He broke free. Lu Ruyan, seeing this, got excited too, pulling out her ultimate technique, the Ame School's mountain guarding sword technique, 7 killing sword. That was a life-threatening move, but her master, Director Lee, flashed over and intercepted her attack. "Kneel." I tell you, that scene froze in an instant. Lu Ruyan obediently knelt down, and Director Lee took out a ruler, slapping her 3 times, making her tear up. "Go, face the wall, and reflect. No food for 3 days." Shaoli was really righteous. Seeing the girl punished because of him, he immediately knelt down too. "Master, I was also at fault. Punish me too." Director Lee said, "You're not my disciple. I can't punish you." Shaoli turned to Kai. "Teacher Kai, please punish me." Although Kai didn't understand, seeing his disciple so determined, he took the ruler and gave him 3 hard slaps. Shaoli's face twitched in pain. Then he ran to kneel next to Lu Ruyan in the corner. Later, Director Lee explained that this wasn't a competition, just sparring. The desire to win shouldn't be so strong. Attack the enemy 3 parts, keep 7 parts for yourself. Make friends with martial arts, and stop at the right moment. A person who does anything for victory is scum and doesn't deserve to be my disciple. Wow. When these words came out, both Kai and Ningxi were stunned. Ningxi was so scared he broke into a cold sweat. He had just realized that Director Lee had only used 3 parts of his strength when he fought Kai with all 8 gates open. How terrifying. As a result, these 2 managed to create a CP vibe even while kneeling in the corner. "Why did you come over?" I can't let you be punished alone. Well, through wind and rain, we share hardships. Idiot. It should be through wind and rain. We share the same hardships. The two were still there sweet-talking, calling each other Ruyan. So sweet it was sickening. Finally, they were interrupted by their two masters, each giving them a smack on the head. Face the wall. Be serious. Just as things calmed down over there, the scene shifted to Sasuke's birthday. As usual, the 12 little strong ones threw a party. And after Naruto and Sasuke finished the cake, they scheduled a duel. Naruto still used his old tricks, creating multiple shadow clones to attack. Sasuke opened his Sharingan, crushing him with taijutsu. But Naruto, not playing fair, sent a bunch of mouse-sized clones to crawl all over Sasuke, while also forming mini Raisengans. Sasuke's skin crawled, and he unleashed a Chidori, electrifying the area. After clearing the field, Naruto activated Sage Mode and kicked Sasuke far away. Then the iconic scene came. Sage Art, spiraling Shuriken. Sasuke, not to be outdone, raised his left hand, summoning thunder to transform into a thunder beast. Lightning release. Kirin. The most awkward moment came when he and T finished reciting his incantation yet, and the onlookers, Ino and Choji, immediately provided commentary. This technique is called Kirin, accompanied by thunder. Let's dissipate together. I tell you, Sasuke's face turned green at that moment, wanting to dig a 3-bedroom flat with his toes, utterly flabbergasted. This Kirin technique had taken him years of begging Itachi and Shursui to research before it succeeded, costing him his childhood cross-dressing photos. If that black history got out, he wouldn't be able to live. The two unleashed their big moves, and the scene almost blew the Uchiha clan's land apart. In the end, Fugaku activated a Susanoo to shield these little brats, or the 12 little strong ones would have been wiped out in their internal conflict. As the smoke cleared, Itachi walked over to the just-risen Sasuke and gave him a forehead poke. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. Well, even the big brother is playing with memes. The second pillar completely broke down, but seeing his brother's gentle smile, he had no anger left. Meanwhile, chaos was reigning in the Uchiha household. So let's shift our focus to Sunagakure. Gaara was rudely awakened by his sister Temari from his bed early in the morning to go pick up the birthday package from Shikamaru. I tell you, this kid had a serious morning grumpiness that could kill, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looking like a wandering soul. His brother Kankuro had been locked in his room for half a month, banging around every day. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was renovating. Gaara didn't get up until the afternoon, took a couple of bites of cake, found it too sweet, and went to the training ground to practice his magnet release. Meanwhile, in Kankuro's room, he finally completed his big treasure, a full set of humanoid puppet armor. This was a genius idea from his senior, Scorpion. He pieced together the parts on a bodysuit, testing the joints and mechanisms. Perfect. Then he made a summoning scroll, writing a bunch of complex healing techniques. Everything was ready. He excitedly posed, suddenly realizing something was off. There were no spectators. After working hard for half a month, if he didn't go to show off, wouldn't that be for nothing? He immediately called Gaara to the training ground. Gaara looked at his brother's smug expression, utterly speechless. What exactly do you want to do? Kankuro took a deep breath, his Chinibu's spirit burning fiercely. I used to be too humble. But what did humility bring me? It brought disdain from others towards puppet masters. Wow. As soon as those melodramatic lines came out, Gaara's eyes almost rolled to the sky. Then I saw Kankuro pull out a scroll, showing off, and then heard an electronic mechanical sound coming from the scroll. Yateri's Nower. Immediately after, Kankuro shouted, Thunder Yateris. You will represent the forces of justice in this world. Combine. As soon as he finished speaking, the electronic sound of armor combining rang out. And with a flash of golden light, Kankuro donned a set of cool armor that was a mix of gold and silver, striking an exaggerated pose. I tell you, the kids in the training ground were mesmerized, shouting wow, so cool, and surrounded Kankuro in layers, the sound of cameras clicking everywhere. Even Gaara was stunned. Crumbs of bread falling from his mouth. Those weren't crumbs, I tell you, that was Gaara's drool. He was thinking one thing in his heart. No way, even though it's embarrassing. But so cool. It was exhilarating, so exhilarating. Kankuro saw Gaara's pathetic look and knew, hey, he pulled this off perfectly. The only downside was that the summoning scroll was too low-tech. He had to find Sasori later to get something high-tech. The kids around were already going crazy, jumping up and down, shouting, brother, brother, do you have any cooler moves? Kankuro was so pleased. Hands on his hips, he started calling out names of moves. Humph. Watch closely. This move is called Lightning Melting Fist. Lightning Spiral Fist. 4-direction defense. 8 trigram attack. Lightning Explosive Leg. Goodness. After shouting out a combo, he ran out of chakra. reluctantly retracted the armor, and casually slapped away Gaara's little paw that was secretly reaching for the summoning scroll, and took his little brother home. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn. One day, it was drizzling, and Sasori brought Deidara and Kuratsuchi back to the rain village to rest. Sasori was still in his cold, soul-like demeanor, giving a few orders to gather in 2 days, warning Deidara not to cause trouble, or he would disappear in an instant. Deidara pouted, just about to slip away, when suddenly his arm was grabbed. It was Kuratsuchi. This girl was like a sticky candy today, refusing to let go. With a pitiful expression, Deidara, where are we going to play today? Let me tell you, Deidara's head was spinning. Last year, he took Kuratsuchi to blow up the Akatsuki's media building, and both were punished by Sasori with a punch each and locked up for 2 days. Kuratsuchi's stance was clear. If you dare to run today, I'll take care of you right here. Deidara, a long-range fragile mage, was sweating coldly with Kuratsuchi, a berserker, getting too close. He stammered for a long time before managing to say, I don't know. Kuratsuchi's face darkened immediately. Deidara's survival instincts kicked in, and he quickly said, how about we go eat something? Sure. What to eat? Oden and fried eggs. Again with this. Kuratsuchi looked disgusted, but at least she didn't refuse. The two of them walked into the rain, holding up an umbrella. Family, who understands? This was originally such a romantic scene, but Deidara, this guy was all about providing negative emotional value. He held the umbrella, but the canopy was tilted toward his own head, leaving Kuratsuchi's shoulder soaking wet. Whenever Kuratsuchi leaned toward him, he would move the umbrella outward. After a few rounds, Kuratsuchi couldn't take it anymore. Deidara, move the umbrella closer to me. Huh? Oh. He moved closer, but the umbrella didn't change. It's the umbrella. Why you keep it so far away from me? Deidara was directly annoyed and shoved the umbrella into Kuratsuchi's hands, then pulled her hand away, changing positions and wrapping his arm around her shoulder. You hold it. Goodness. This left Kuratsuchi flustered, her face turning bright red. Deidara's hot breath was spraying on her neck, tickling her. But this guy, his other hand had already slipped into his pocket, starting to squeeze little spider bombs. The world of artists is truly beyond our understanding. Just when Deidara was about to use a clay clone to escape, he suddenly had a bright idea. He cleared his throat, pointed ahead, and said, let us not go there. Let's go to that dessert shop next door. Sasori said their cakes are good. Kuratsuchi was stunned. No more Oden and fried eggs? Deidara awkwardly replied, not daring to look back. You idiot. It's my birthday after all. How can you not have cake on your birthday? I tell you. He had just remembered. Almost forgot again. Kuratsuchi's eyes lit up at that moment, joyfully hugging his arm. So you remembered? Of course. I've always remembered. Deidara stubbornly retorted. Just as the two of them reached the shop entrance, they suddenly saw a brilliant firework explode in the distance. Kuratsuchi had a knowing look. Deidara, you did this again, right? Just a little trick. Where did it explode? The usual place, Akatsuki's media building. Great. After they finished the cake, they were found by a disheveled Sasori, each receiving a punch filled with motherly love. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of the year. One day, Sakura's cat went missing, and she was frantically searching the streets when she ran into her friend Xiaohuan. Xiaohuan said, don't worry, let's go to my cat cafe. Our ninja cats can help you find it. As soon as they entered the shop, they saw a big orange cat pinning a little white cat down, and Grandma Cat couldn't pull them apart. Xiaohuan went up and picked up the little white cat, saying, Sakura, if you want to find a cat, you need to ask this one. Saying that, she took out a white cat ear headband and handed it to Sakura. Put this on, and you'll be able to talk to them. Sakura, half believing, put on, and hey, it really felt different. She instinctively opened her mouth. Meow. Click. Xiaohuan pulled out a camera from who knows where, took a picture, and handed it to her. How about it? Are you selling the photo rights? I'll pay a high price. Sakura was dumbfounded. Huh? What's going on, Meow? Xiaohuan began to persuade her. Our shop has a collaboration with the Uchiha family. They love this kind of thing. Cat-eared, beautiful girls. You get it? The Uchiha clan is full of cat slaves. Seeing Sakura still hesitating, Xiaohuan leaned close to her ear and revealed a big secret. By the way, we also have a childhood photo of Sasuke wearing cat ears. Please, I must buy one, Meow. Sakura's eyes turned green, ready to go bankrupt to buy it. But when she saw the price list, her heart sank. She didn't have that much money. Xiaohuan laughed like a little devil. No money? You can earn it. So, about the copyright for this photo. I'll sell it, Meow. For Sasuke, what is a girl-ass shame worth? Oops, I slipped and accidentally deleted. It gotta take another one, Xiaohuan said as she brought over a maid outfit. Come on, change into this. Pose with one hand and a fist next to your cheek. Yes, 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 meow. One, after messing around for a long time, they finally remembered the main issue. In the end, with the help of the little white cat's girlfriend, a black ninja cat named Mihua, they found Sakura's cat in a tree. Just as Sakura was about to climb the tree, suddenly a red cloud and black cloak flashed by, and Itachi appeared, holding the cat and landing right in front of her. Itachi, meow. Itachi calmly handed the cat to her and then looked at the cat ears on her head. Why are you wearing this? Xiao Huan explained everything beside her, and Itachi rolled his eyes, directly activating his Sharingan to copy Sakura's current appearance, preparing to share it with his little brother later. He even kindly advised Sakura to take it off quickly, saying that wearing it for too long would really turn her into a cat. Upon hearing this, Sakura hurriedly took it off. As soon as Sakura walked away holding the cat, Xiao Huan immediately approached Itachi. Brother Itachi, I have a made outfit version of Sakura here. High definition. Should I get one for your Sasuke? Itachi hiss. How about a 20 discount? Okay, this deal is quite pleasant. As for Sasuke hiding from Sakura at school for several days afterward, who knows what he really saw that he shouldn't have. Before we knew it, graduation season had arrived. Naruto and the others were going to graduate early to take the Chunin exams. This bunch of little fighters were all training like they had been injected with adrenaline. Naruto sought out Karen to make up for his sealing techniques, while Sasuke went to Orochimaru, who directly gave him the Curse Seal Sage Mode, with Yugo and Karui as sparring partners. Sakura learned Genjutsu from Itachi, and Hinata practiced with Neji, so no one was idle. In the end, everyone graduated without any major issues. Guess who handed Naruto his forehead protector? Iruka-sensei. He forced himself to become a sealing technique expert, just so he could continue teaching Naruto. And he became his teacher again the day before Naruto's graduation. He was determined to become Hokage. Oh no! The bond between master and disciple was truly heartwarming. When the class assignments were announced, unsurprisingly, it was still Team 7 and still that late King Kakashi. The three of them had waited in the classroom until the flowers withered and had played several rounds of cards. Sakura, it's 6. Kakashi-sensei is late again. Naruto, it's 2. He must be watching Intimate Paradise. Sasuke bombs. Who cares? Naruto immediately lost his cool. Sasuke, are you crazy? We're on the same team. After some commotion, Naruto suddenly had a brilliant idea and set up the classic blackboard eraser trap. Sakura and Sasuke both looked speechless, thinking that Kakashi would definitely fall for it on purpose. As a result, when Kakashi walked in, he didn't even look, and the blackboard eraser just fell straight to the ground. The old rule was to gather on the rooftop. Kakashi had his eyes glued to his book, and after speaking, he left. When they reached the rooftop, just as Kakashi was about to say his usual self-introduction, he was interrupted by Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, since we are so familiar with each other, what is the point of introducing ourselves again? Let us play the bell-grabbing game again. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes lit up, eager to try. Kakashi was taken aback and then smiled. Oh, you guys are so brave. All right, same old rules. Gather at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, and a friendly reminder. He turned back with a smile before leaving. Don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up. I can't believe you. The three little ones all thought at the same time. Didn't they learn their lesson from last time when they were starving? The next day, the three of them ate to their heart's content and sauntered to the training ground at 7 a.m. To their shock, Kakashi had already arrived, leaning against a tree stump reading a book. You guys are really late. Kakashi had a deadpan expression. The three felt a bit embarrassed, but then Kakashi said, Since you're late, you could do a task first. Wasn't it supposed to be bell grabbing? It was just a simple D-rank errand task. It would be quick. 2 hours later, by the edge of a field in the countryside. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The three of them had just finished picking up manure and were feeling nauseous. Kakashi was chatting with a farmer in the distance, casually saying, I told you all not to eat breakfast. You'd throw up. The three of them wanted to stab him with a knife. All right, just wait until bell grabbing. I'll make you pay, old man. By the time they returned to the training ground, it was nearly 10 a.m. Kakashi took out 2 bells. You all know the rules. Grab the bells before noon, and those who don't will miss lunch. Here we go again with the talk that doesn't promote teamwork. Naruto clenched his fists. We want fall for it again. This time, we'll grab your share too. Start. Just as Kakashi's words fell, Sakura clapped her hands on Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders, and they both received a speed boost. Sasuke vanished in a flash, while Naruto exploded into a screen full of shadow clones. Still the old tactic, they overwhelmed him with numbers. Kakashi drew his ninja blade, purple lightning coiling around it, and with a single slash, he cut through a spiral shuriken like chopping vegetables. In an instant, he charged in front of Naruto's real body and swung down. but it was also a shadow clone. Just then, another crackling sound of lightning rang out. Sasuke burst from behind him, wielding the Kusanagi, sword wrapped in black lightning, smashing into Kakashi's Raikiri. Bang! A loud noise, and Kakashi was shocked. His blade didn't cut through the opponent's weapon. Half of Sasuke's face was covered in the cursed seal, and he sneered as black Chidori flowed along the blade towards Kakashi. Kakashi quickly used his strength to knock him back. Just as Sasuke was sent flying, a spiraling shuriken with a piercing wind sound brushed past him, heading straight for Kakashi's face. This time, there was no time to dodge. Let me tell you, Kakashi was ready to take it head-on. His entire body was bursting with chakra, the purple lightning crackling on his blade, prepared to slice the spiraling shuriken in half. But guess what? That thing exploded. It wasn't T-Wind that exploded out. It was my wife Sakura. Good heavens, a transformation technique that I couldn't master. Then a flurry of white feathers fell from the sky, and Kakashi was caught off guard, his eyes drooping as he felt sleepy. Although he reacted quickly and cast a Genjutsu to dispel it, it was already too late. Naruto had appeared behind him like a ghost. Naruto shouted, "Konoha's secret technique, Taijutsu ultimate." Then with 1,000 years of pain, the posture was standard and the force was just right, straight to the point. "Aya!" That scream, let me tell you, echoed throughout the training ground with Kakashi-sensei's melodious voice. Sasuke was the first to rush over, and when he saw Naruto rolling on the ground, Kakashi-sensei was there holding his butt, looking dazed. Guess what happened next? Kakashi pulled out a shiny tungsten alloy plate from his pants. He said it was to defend against that thick-browed guy. Does anyone understand? This wolf defense gear had turned into defense against male lovers. This operation left me speechless. Kakashi was still trying to hold back his laughter, saying he had received professional training and usually wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. That laughter was just too mocking. Sakura came over and got angry. Good heavens, that is too childish. The next second, Sasuke and Sakura exploded. As soon as Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave and Wet Bone Forest activated, the cursed seal on them looked like a new skin had been unlocked. And they charged up. Kakashi stopped pretending, purple lightning armor crackling around him. His speed was so fast, it was faster than 5G signals. Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear created an afterimage, and Sakura's monstrous strength shattered the ground, also leaving an afterimage. Naruto activated Sage Mode's Rasengan, still hitting the air. Kakashi stood firm and smiled at us. If you can't hit, then it's not a threat. Who can stand that? Naruto immediately unleashed the Ninetales mode, his whole body shining golden as he chased after Kakashi. But Kakashi was even more flamboyant, stacking a Two-Tails blue light buff on himself, moving even faster. He even turned to Naruto and patted his butt. Naruto immediately lost it, his chakra arm flailing like an octopus. Sasuke quickly shouted for him to calm down, then flipped back and threw 2 shuriken. Let me tell you, those things shot out like an electromagnetic cannon, so fast that Kakashi could only dodge in a panic. Immediately, all the shuriken Sasuke threw were connected with steel wire, instantly tying Kakashi up tightly. Sakura used a 100 heal technique, filling Sasuke's chakra to the brim. Thunder Prison, 9 spear thunder punishment. 9 gigantic lightning long spears fell from the sky, nailing Kakashi in place, shocking him until he convulsed. Naruto, go! Naruto directly transformed into the complete form of the Ninetales, and that golden fox looked like a Gundam with 9 tails and 2 fists, launching a barrage of attacks at Kakashi. It looked like he was about to succeed, but then Kakashi braced himself against the lightning strike, squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, and suddenly swung his sword. A sword aura that could split the heavens shot up into the sky. Just one strike. One strike. It directly split Naruto's Gundam in half. Naruto was stunned, falling from the sky, completely dazed. We were all shocked too. Is the old Kakashi this fierce in this life? But upon closer inspection, Kakashi couldn't maintain his cool for more than 3 seconds after the move, and he went down on one knee, gasping for breath. Oh, it's fine, he's just a virtual dog. Naruto, grab the bell. PS out of chakra. Sasuke shouted. Naruto snapped back to reality and instantly dashed over. Kakashi struggled to stand up again, flames reigniting on his sword, looking like he was about to unleash another big move. Naruto was so scared that he quickly stopped and got into position. But then Kakashi feigned an attack, instantly appearing next to the tree stump at the finish line, just as the alarm went off, and slapped it to stop it. Time's up, congratulations, you didn't grab a single bell. The 3 of us cursed as we followed him to Ichiraka Ramen. That old guy promised to treat us to ramen for lunch. After ordering, the main event arrived. We exchanged glances. Today, we had to see what was under his mask. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, even wearing colored contact lenses for extra disguise. Sakura had her phone camera ready, and Naruto opened his Sage Mode senses to ensure no one would interrupt. Here it comes. Kakashi picked up his chopsticks. He broke them apart. His hand. It touched the mask. Our breath stopped. The unsolved mystery from our past life. Does he have thick lips or buck teeth? But then he put his hand down, picked up the intimate paradise next to him, and tucked it into his arms, saying, "Oh, I can't let my precious book get dirty." Damn! We all exclaimed in unison, nearly flipping the table. But then the Uncle Death stare shot over, and we instantly backed down, bowing and apologizing frantically. When we looked up again, good grief, Kakashi had already finished eating. He was there thanking us for the meal, faster than he ever ate in our past life. We were all grinding our teeth in anger when Team 10's Ino Shikicho arrived. The few of us kids huddled together and immediately used the mind transfer technique to hold a strategy meeting. The theme was simple: remove Kakashi's mask. This was a common regret for our 12 young strong in our past life, and we had to make up for it in this life. In the afternoon, Kakashi was sitting alone on a bench reading when Hinata suddenly rushed over, out of breath, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, it's bad. Sasuke-kun is going to confess to Naruto. You have to stop him." Let me tell you, Kakashi's gossip DNA instantly kicked in. The shock on his face was priceless. He picked up Hinata and ran to the riverbank, afraid of missing the first scoop. When they got there, they hid in the bushes and found Niji Lee, and Kiba had already arrived. Niji was live-streaming with his Byakugan, reading lips, while Shikamaru and Choji munched on snacks, more professional than we were. Kakashi joined the crowd, listening to Niji's commentary. "More people on this side, I declare you." "Sasuke, I can't hear you. It looked like those two were about to touch heads." Kakashi was so excited he almost pulled out sunflower seeds, but he held back and started recording with his phone. Shikamaru saw Plan A fail and immediately activated Plan B. 9 little buddies sprang up from various corners. White eye point techniques, shadow binding, partial multiplication, super beast imitation, insects. A combo attack directly restrained Kakashi, who was still recording. 10-10 rushed up, ready to lift the mask. "Wait, let's talk this out." Kakashi panicked. "Ignore him. Quick, lift it." The 4 of us rushed over from the riverbank, phones at the ready for a photo. 10-10 yanked it off. Good grief, there was another mask underneath. After pulling off 4 or 5 layers, finally, we saw it, but we all froze. Kakashi's face was a complete mosaic. What the heck is this? While we were stunned, he had already escaped and put his mask back on. Plan B also failed. That Shikamaru is really dirty. He directly called for reinforcements. "Kakashi, let us settle this once and for all." Might Guy appeared in his green jumpsuit. Guy immediately opened the 6th gate, chasing Kakashi with a green beast and purple lightning. We kids set up a barrier around them, making sure he couldn't escape. Guy was fighting exceptionally hard to fulfill Lee's dream of seeing him win once, unleashing move after move. Kakashi, forced to respond, had to unleash his own big move. In the end, Guy shouted, looking at Kakashi with burning eyes, "8th gate. Death gate. Open." I was shocked at the time, dude. Is it really worth opening the death gate just to see his face? Guy was instantly heated, steam radiating from his body, striking a final pose against Kakashi. "Kakashi, this kick was originally saved for you." Just as Kakashi was about to shout for me to surrender, the giant red dragon swept in, kicking him. "Night, Guy." When the smoke cleared, we finally snapped a satisfying picture of Kakashi's bruised face. Although it looked a bit tragic, he was indeed a handsome guy. Guess what happened on the way home? We ran into Obito. Seeing Sasuke looking downcast, he pulled out his phone. "You should have said earlier, if you want to see Kakashi's face, I have plenty of it here from childhood, from his student days, and even in women's clothing. Look." Sasuke looked up at the sky, and we all fell silent. So here we were, setting traps, calling for reinforcements, and sending Guy to the ICU, all for what? For what? Let me tell you, it's all for world peace. But not long after, a big incident happened in the village. The Ninetales, who once casually saved his first little follower, was now facing the end of his life. Naruto, being the clever little guy he is, noticed something was off with the Ninetales and kept trying to engage it, doing things like catching cats today and farming tomorrow just to distract it. The Ninetales complained every day, but deep down it was quite honest, proudly following Naruto like a big cat every time. But to be honest, aside from occasionally visiting the hospital, it spent most of its time fishing or shopping, seemingly not taking it to heart. Then one time on a mission, it just so happened to be very close to a Wagakure. The Ninetales smacked Naruto's head, saying, "Let's go." Take a shortcut to a Wagakure and retrieve your 2 summoning beast contracts. I tell you, when Naruto entered the village, the scene was like a top-tier celebrity landing in a third-tier city. The villagers, seeing this blonde kid, were initially scared out of their wits, thinking Deidara's human-shaped walking bomb had returned. But upon closer inspection, oh, it's the Leaf Village headband, so it was fine. Instantly, the aunties were handing out candy, and the older brothers were asking for autographs. The scene got out of control, and Naruto was almost overwhelmed by enthusiastic fans, eventually escaping with a shadow clone technique. While Naruto was sneaking around, the sky darkened. Anyone who understands knows that the DNA of all the villagers in a Wagakure was activated. Looking up, there was that familiar clay bird, with that familiar explosive hair blonde standing on it. Holy cow! The alarm sounded. Shops closed in an instant, and the streets were immediately cleared. Even the kids were too scared to cry. Deidara was quite pleased, thinking this was the artist's flair. But just as he was showing off, he collided head-on with the third SasukeRecognize, Inoki, who was flying in to pick up Naruto. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a case of filial piety gone wrong. When Deidara saw his grandfather, he was so affectionate, without a second thought. He said, "Try my latest art. Drink this," and exploded the clay right on his face. The old man was also battle-hardened and used a dust release to blow it away. If it weren't for Scorpion's mother coldly saying, "If you keep making a scene, I'll leave you here," I reckon Deidara would have pulled out C4 to give his grandfather a big show. On the other side, Naruto finally found the 4 tails and 5 tails. Those 2 guys were fighting over trivial matters. Naruto explained his purpose, and one readily agreed, while the other insisted on some kind of test. As the tailed beasts were about to throw down again, Kurama exploded, slapping them both down, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Hand it over quickly, or I'll beat you all up." The 2 realized that this big brother was a bit too angry today. Kurama declared, "Stop wasting time, call the others over, I want to fight 10. What was the outcome of the battle? Kurama stepped on the 2, took out his phone, snapped a picture, and posted it with a caption. Just a final reminder. Pay attention to the remaining points. Don't keep forcing me to take action. Let me tell you, that sense of security was incredible. After getting the contract, the 4 tails and 5 tails sensed that Kurama's mood was off, and without saying a word, they pulled him into the house. With food and drinks laid out, they said nothing else, "Brother, it's all in the drink." The 4 big guys, with Naruto disguised as an uncle drinking juice, drank until the next day. Poor Kakashi and the other 2 spent the night outdoors getting bitten by mosquitoes. The next day, Naruto and the others returned to the village. Kurama went straight to the hospital to say a final goodbye to his first servant, Xiaofeng's grandmother. They talked for the entire morning before he quietly left. A few days later, the grandmother passed away. On the day of the funeral, the sky was gloomy. Kurama lay on Naruto's head, appearing to be asleep throughout the ceremony, not even making a sound. Some people nearby began to murmur, saying how cold-hearted the fox was. However, Xiaofeng's mother and sister immediately retorted, saying that those of us who are family didn't say anything. Heaven couldn't stand it anymore and started to rain heavily. Kurama shrank back a bit. I can tell you, his mind was surely replaying the memories of over 60 years. Naruto sensed this and didn't ask further, just softly said, "Kurama, it's okay. I'm here. I told you it's fine. I will always be here." Idiot. After the funeral, Shui took Xiaofeng home. Along the way, Xiaofeng still managed to chat and laugh, putting on a brave front. Shui, with his high emotional intelligence, suddenly stopped at a corner, grabbed Xiaofeng, and closed the umbrella, standing there in the rain, gently telling her, "Lord Kurama is no longer here." Xiaofeng was stunned. Shui repeated, "Lord Kurama can no longer see you. So it's okay. Xiaofeng, really, it's okay. You don't have to hold it in anymore. Crying is fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaofeng burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. All the emotions she had been holding back for a month exploding in the rain. Family, she wasn't crying. It just happened to be raining today. After this incident, life went on, and soon it was time for the Chunin exams. The lower ninjas from various ninja villages started arriving in Konoha one after another. Our hard-working chief examiner, Uchiha Obito, stood at the village entrance as a greeter for a whole day, welcoming all sorts of guests, truly a shining example of a corporate worker. First, he exchanged secret codes with his old colleagues from the Akatsuki, Scorpion, and Deidara, and then received Tsunade and the Four-Sound Ninja. Just as it was time to clock out at 5:30, the Mist Village crew finally arrived late. Obito's eyes were about to roll back in frustration, complaining about how troublesome women are. Of course, our Rin will always be a girl. After finally getting off work, he had to go home and show off his love to Rin in front of their son, making their child, you, feel overwhelmed every day. On the other side, Naruto and his friends, after hosting Gaara and the others, rushed off to the hot springs. However, at the entrance of the bathhouse, they ran into Chuji and Haku. Wow. As soon as Haku appeared, her beauty and figure made her the center of attention. Naruto and Sasuke were delighted to see their old friend and started chatting excitedly. Nearby, Shikamaru, the old strategist, began to imagine an 800-episode drama of love and hate, saying that this must be some kind of karmic debt from Naruto or Sasuke's past life, possibly even a battlefield of emotions. Hinata's face turned pale as she watched Naruto laughing with the fairy-like Haku, her jealousy flaring up. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, the most explosive scene happened. Naruto, Sasuke, and that fairy-like Haku all turned their heads and directly entered the men's bath. The entire place went silent. I tell you, Hinata was about to explode, ready to kick down the door to the men's bath to grab Naruto. Luckily, Sakura quickly held her tightly, desperately roaring in her ear, "Hinata, calm down. He's a boy. A boy." Another shocking revelation hit everyone like a buzz. How could there be such a handsome boy in the world? Upon hearing this, Hinata became even more frantic, thinking she had to go in now. She struggled desperately out of Sakura's arms. "How can you expect me to calm down?" I tell you, it was Sakura who had the solution. She leaned in close to Hinata's ear and whispered, "You have to trust Naruto and Sasuke's bond." "Hey, guess what?" Hinata instantly calmed down. "Right, Sasuke is here. Could Naruto's eyes see other boys?" Realizing this, the two happily headed into the women's bath. Now our group of boys was in trouble. Each one felt like they were walking to the execution ground, not daring to be the first to enter. The girls shot them looks before leaving that felt like daggers, as if to say, if you dare to have feelings, you're done for. "Niji, I believe in you." The pressure was enormous. After hesitating for a long time, estimating that the guy named Haku was already clean and in the hot tub, we finally steeled ourselves and pushed the door open. As soon as we entered, the wash area was empty, and we all let out a sigh of relief, quickly grabbing bowls to wash up. But what happened next? From a misty tub came a voice. "Haha, it tickles Naruto-kun." My mind went blank. And then came something even more explosive. My aim. Where's that? Family, who understands? I wanted to rush over to see what Naruto was up to. Even Sasuke chimed in. "Humph, if you can't endure this, can you even call yourself a ninja? I'll switch with you." "Switch with you? What for?" Shikamaru, with his 200 IQ, had probably already imagined a 10,000-word story, quickly finished washing, and dove into the tub. Guess what? Naruto was sitting at the edge of the tub, giving a massage to Haku, who was soaking in the water. Sasuke was nearby, idly playing with water. I tell you, that scene with Haku's skin, her hair, and her slightly flushed face from the steam, combined with that comfortable yet dreamy expression after a massage. Shikamaru plopped into the water, probably trying to cool down. Naruto even called out to him, "Yo, Shikamaru, do you want to try my massage technique?" Shikamaru quickly replied from the water, emphasizing the words massage technique. And we all instantly understood, jumping into the tub like dumplings, deliberately ignoring what was happening over there. All right, finally, we can enjoy a good soak. After finishing the massage for Haku, Naruto started on Sasuke. While massaging, he said, "Sasuke, your hair is so long." Sasuke replied, "Then I'll cut it when I go back." The atmosphere was filled with pink bubbles. We all understood. Oh, no wonder Haku didn't react. It turns out Naruto had something better in his bowl. Only Gaara, looking enviously, said he wanted one too, and Naruto agreed. Guess what happened next? While massaging, Naruto secretly formed a shadow clone and had it lie on his arm, starting to braid our cold and aloof Uchiha's hair. Haku couldn't help but laugh out loud. These two were still tough, both shouting at the same time. Not at all. After the massage, Naruto was tired and jumped into the water to soak comfortably. As he soaked, he got bored and suggested a water fight. Multiple shadow clones and spiraling water bullets, the usual routine. But this time it was different. Their team had a master. The former Mizukage, Chuji, personally came down to give voice commands. Like this, like that. Under his command, our ordinary group was beaten back by Naruto. After the fight, we all tried to prevent Sasuke from looking in the mirror, and Naruto was especially attentive, helping him dry his hair, making Sasuke feel proud. But as soon as we stepped out, Sakura insisted on taking a photo with him, and Sasuke thought it was because his bath made him look even better. Until midnight. When he got up to go to the bathroom, his brother Itachi snapped a bunch of photos, and only then did he realize something was off with his hairstyle. What the hell? A furious shout echoed through the night. Naruto woke up with a start, also shouting, "Sasuke?" As a result, the two noisy little brats were both beaten up by their own mother. The next day, The people from Union Village also arrived. Obito welcomed them at the door, and to his surprise, he ran into Zabuza and Suigetsu. After asking, he learned that Suigetsu had returned to the village to ask his brother for help with the Chunin exams and borrowed Zabuza's decapitation sword. Zabuza was generous enough to escort him over. Just as they were about to leave, Haku ran over, panting, saying that Fuyuki had sent word. Zabuza was grinding his teeth in frustration, probably imagining Fuyuki's mocking face. When the two met, it was like a scene from an idol drama. All shy and unable to speak for a long time. In the end, they both spoke at the same time, encouraging each other, and then Zabuza left. That's it. I tell you, Obito was recording with the Sharingan, expecting some big scene, but it turned out to be nothing. Once Zabuza left, Suigetsu got excited and wanted to spar with Sasuke. On the other side, the Uchiha mansion was bustling with activity. Sasuke was in a fierce battle with Choji and Kinshiki, while Sakura, Ino, and a few other girls were gathered around Shursui, watching something on his phone. The folder was titled, "My best friend's brother is so cute." I tell you, Shursui is such a rascal. He specially saved embarrassing childhood videos of Sasuke. The first video was of 4-year-old Sasuke being tricked into striking a ridiculously embarrassing cat paw pose. The second video was even more damning. He tricked little Sasuke into pointing his index fingers at his cheeks and tilting his head to the left. As a result, little Sasuke, not believing it, tried it. And combined with his little face, it was simply the ultimate version of a natural, silly Sasuke. The three girls were laughing so hard they were shaking. And just then, Itachi appeared behind Shursui like a ghost, snatched the phone away, and deleted the video on the spot. Families, who understands? I watched my ship's rare, embarrassing history just vanish like that. Sakura and Ino were howling in despair. Then Shursui added fuel to the fire, saying Itachi had even more embarrassing content on his phone. Good heavens, the girls immediately turned their attention to Itachi, insisting they had to see it. With no other choice, Itachi picked a photo of little Sasuke pouting in anger to show them, and sternly warned them not to take any pictures. As a result, just at that moment, Sasuke, who was fighting outside, heard the word Nissan, got distracted, and was successfully ambushed by Suigetsu. And then, there was no and then. Sasuke went berserk, entered Sage mode, and beat Suigetsu to a pulp. Meanwhile, Naruto was dragging Gaara to find his dad, Minato, to ask for an S-class mission. Minato said the exams were coming up soon and told them to rest well. Naruto suggested that they be placed in the same group for the exam. Minato laughed and said they had to pass the written test first, and even if they did, they would still have to draw lots. Naruto was left disappointed, and the two of them slumped at the entrance of the Hokage building. Just then, they ran into Shoshin, who had a big bump on his head, saying it was from being hit by Tsunade. Hearing about Naruto's troubles, he thought for a moment and assigned them a Super S-Class special mission to matchmake Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto was so scared he shook his head. The mortality rate for that mission was too high, but Shoshin's pitiful expression won out, and in the end, they reluctantly agreed to try for just one day. The two ran to a tavern and saw Tsunade and Jiraiya laughing and chatting. The atmosphere was great. Gaara was puzzled and said this didn't seem like they had a bad relationship at all. Naruto was still unsure of how to approach it when Gaara, being straightforward, just went up and said, "Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, you two should start dating right away." I was shocked. Was he that bold? As expected, he was immediately beaten up by an enraged Tsunade, leaving his face all bruised. Jiraiya barely managed to calm her down and even had a silent argument with Naruto, implying that he should stop messing around or it would be too late for him and his cowardly partner. While they were arguing, the two kids were politely escorted out by the tavern owner. Inside the tavern, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade as she was about to leave and finally gathered the courage to grab her. Tsunade was a bit hopeful, but Jiraiya just handed her a coat. Disappointed, Tsunade angrily snatched the coat and was about to leave. Suddenly, Jiraiya's chakra burst forth, overpowering her strength, and he shoved a bouquet of roses into her hands, then ran away. He vanished without a trace. Tsunade was left stunned, and when she chased after him, all that was left at the door were Naruto and Gaara, who had been knocked over. Naruto saw the flowers and excitedly asked if it meant the confession was successful. The response was another furious punch from Tsunade. Looking at the flowers in her hands, Tsunade muttered coward under her breath and then punched Naruto, who had come over to eavesdrop. Just as she was about to leave, the tavern owner chased after her. "Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama hasn't paid the bill." Well, just like that, her slightly lifted spirits were instantly crushed. Who would she vent her anger on? Tsunade scanned the room and locked her gaze on Naruto, punching him again before angrily settling the bill and storming off. After that, time flew by, and before they knew it, July 1st arrived, the second round of the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death. The rules were still to grab the Heaven and Earth scrolls, but this time, each team had 4 members. I tell you, when the team assignments were announced, the whole place erupted. Kakashi was pretending to be innocent, saying he drew the lots randomly. Do you believe that? The show was just too entertaining. Look, Sasuke, Ino, Suigetsu, Choji, the original Snake team revived. Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Gaara, the mutated 7th team. Ino, Hinata, Temari, Tintin, the pure friendship group. And then there was Lee, Rock, Kankuro, CHG, the pure manly team. Even the Sound 4 were grouped together, facing off against Shikamaru, Choji, Niji, and Kiba. The sparks were flying on the field. Deidara, wearing an Akatsuki cloak, shouted at Sasuke, who was dressed in white and looking incredibly handsome, casually twirling his sword and replying disdainfully, "You were just a defeated opponent." Deidara was about to explode, and his teammate Kinshiki had already started challenging Sasuke's teammate Choji to a duel. Obito was pulled in by Kakashi to act as a teleportation tool, and the two engaged in their usual love-hate banter. In the end, Obito unleashed Kamui, and all the teams were sent into the Forest of Death. Some teams chose to develop their strength first and set up camp. However, many others, like Deidara's team, directly boarded a clay bird, took off, and began carpet bombing. Wherever they went, they exploded, and the teams below could only flee for their lives while cursing. The entire afternoon passed like this, and as night fell, Deidara's team found a place to land. After starting a fire, the 3 of them stared at each other, realizing they had no one who could cook. It was at this moment they suddenly remembered. They seemed to have a 4th member. All 3 pairs of eyes turned to the corner where the barely noticeable man, Shino Aburame, was. Shino adjusted his glasses and said, "I'm Shino Aburame." He then expressed that he could cook a bit and naturally took over the kitchen. A night without conversation passed. The next day, the first thing the cameras captured was the Sound 4 encountering Shikamaru's team. Those who have seen Naruto, the last would understand. This was a luxurious replica of Sasuke's comeback battle. Shikamaru pulled out the Heaven Scroll, while his opponent Doyu pulled out the Earth Scroll. No more words needed. Let the battle begin. Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Choji, Inazuka, Kiba, Wing Chun, Niji. Good heavens, what happened to the last one? This was not a fair fight at all. Choji knocked out Zyrobe with 1 punch. Niji took down Kentmaru with a quick Wing Chun combo, and Kiba didn't even need Akamaru. He took down both J-Go and Karen by himself. Shikamaru was even more gentlemanly. Before fighting Doyu, he leisurely plugged his ears with a cork. The fight ended faster than I could cook instant noodles, and the director, being smart, cut away as soon as it became clear there was no suspense. I tell you, where did it cut to? It cut to Naruto's side. Wow, it's really lively over there. The Golden Naruto, Little Lee with the 5th gate, Gaara, and CHJ are all fighting like the sky is falling and the earth is cracking. But guess what? The most eye-catching one in the whole venue ISNT them at all. It's Kankuro. This guy pulled out a scroll from who knows where and had a moment of CH Nibby, shouting something like Thunder Yatlas combined, with built-in BGM and electronic sound effects. Incredible. With a few clangs, he was suddenly decked out in a stunning mech that looked like it could drop jaws. Just this move left everyone stunned. Naruto even reverted from his Ninetales mode, and Gaara stopped his sand. They all looked like little fans, eyes wide open, almost ready to wave glow sticks in support. Sasuke, on the other hand, was a heavyweight in this situation. When he went up to fight, guess what happened? He was worried about damaging that precious armor. Who understands this, right? The ink snake wrapped around it like it was giving a massage, afraid of using too much strength. But Yatlas didn't appreciate it all. A flash of lightning sent the ink snake shattering, and with 1 punch, he knocked Sasuke out of the sky. Naruto, being so impatient, couldn't wait and shouted, "I'll go." He dashed in, activating his Ninetales mode, and the big fox's claws slammed down without holding back, pounding away like it was a power test. Kankuro's armor seemed pretty smart too. Probably had a life-saving program built in that made it retreat at the sight of overwhelming damage. Seeing he couldn't take the hit, he zipped back into the scroll. Poor Kankuro, taking the tailed beast bomb head-on, was taken out in 1 go. CHJR and Shiro saw their mainstay gone and were dumbfounded, exchanging glances and thought, time to bail. They opened their mouths, and a thick mist instantly filled the area. Coincidentally, just then, someone appeared from the sky. Deidara was flying his clay bomber, probably looking for Sasuke, zooming in with sparks and throwing bombs everywhere. The explosions kicked up dust, which was even better than their mist technique. Taking advantage of the chaos, CHJ tossed the celestial scroll far away, and Naruto flashed over to catch it, only to turn around and find everyone had already fled. All right, with the scroll in hand, Naruto and the others had completed their mission and began to rush toward the central tower. Meanwhile, Sasuke had just finished his battle, looking relaxed as he effortlessly took down 4 opponents like a string of candied hawthorns. Suigetsu was still commentating. Look, Suigetsu is showing off again. Just as the scroll was warmed up, Deidara suddenly dropped from the sky, sending a clay bird right to his face. Sasuke snorted, lightning flashing around him as he activated his lightning armor to block the explosion. Deidara saw this and thought, all right, you little brat. His teammates were also very cooperative. Kinshiki faced off against Jae-gon, reminiscing while they fought. Suigetsu cheekily picked a fight with Kuratsuchi, one playing with water and the other with mud. Ino thought she could relax, but suddenly Shino popped out of the bushes, and countless bugs came flying at her, triggering her fear of clusters as she screamed and ran away. With the battlefield cleared, only Sasuke and Deidara remained. Deidara excitedly thought about taking off his Akatsuki robe to show off, but just as his hand touched the zipper, he suddenly remembered. The comment said that taking off clothes equals certain death. His survival instinct kicked in, and he quickly dressed up tightly again, determined not to take anything off this time. Little Deidara was also smarter this time. Instead of fighting directly, he pulled out a new trick learned from Sasori, the Clay Gundam remote control technique. A whole bunch of clay beasts sprang to life, automatically seeking out Sasuke and chasing him down to bite. Sasuke, with his high IQ, saw through this immediately and retaliated with a powerful electromagnetic interference. With a zap, all the clay Gundams dropped to the ground, their signals jammed. Now, the second pillar was getting excited, activating his Cursed Seal Level 2 and preparing to unleash a big move. The Chidori in his hand transformed into a purple Electro Dragon Drill. That thing was glimmering ominously, clearly no ordinary ninja technique. Deidara, watching from the sky, felt his scalp tingle, thinking that if he got hit, he might as well be reborn in another world. Just as Sasuke shouted, "Try this move," the drill was about to smash into Deidara's face when whoosh, Sasuke disappeared into thin air. Deidara was left stunned in the sky, looking left and right, and after pinching himself, he realized it wasn't a dream. He understood. It must have been the overwhelming aura from his buddy that scared Sasuke away. In reality, Sasuke had been pulled into another dimension, munching on a mouthful of sand. Naruto was in the same boat, one moment parkouring through the forest, and the next he fell into a snowy world. Both were captured by Granny Kagaya to serve as practice partners. Why? What else? The old lady was tired of binge-watching dramas and wanted to get her grandsons to stretch their muscles. Now, both main characters were banned by the system, but the exam had to continue. This was when others shone, especially Sasuke, who had a sudden epiphany and stopped drawing little birds and snakes, instead crafting an ink wash version of Yatlas right on the spot. Although he only knew one move, the Thunder Torch Fist, he executed it with great flair, making it a one-hit wonder. As a result, these seasoned veterans, relying on their muscle memory from their past lives, rushed to the finished tower in less than a day. When they opened the scroll, it was empty. They were all confused. Kakashi was furious, grabbing a loudspeaker and shouting, "Who told you this was the finish line? This is a 7-day survival test, not a speed run. Wait for me." Minato was also frustrated and didn't know what to do when the video calls from the other 4 Kage came in, all saying in unison, "Don't wait. Konoha S, hurry up. Second exam, accelerate." I tell you, these Kage-level big shots, their little schemes to see a spectacle were obvious to everyone, right? It was ridiculous. These old foxes, all of them shouted for the future of the ninja world, but inside, they were eager to see Naruto and Sasuke mess up. Rashi and the Fourth Hokage were singing in harmony, making it sound as if their kids were so wronged, while Kurama added fuel to the fire, saying Naruto and Sasuke were too young to participate illegally. Let me tell you, Minato wasn't happy at all. He pulled out his phone and opened his social media. Look clearly. February. I personally held their birthday party. Here, that's the photo. This move left the 4 Kage speechless, and after a long pause, they began to curse, calling him shameless and a despicable person, using different words each time. Minato was also amused by them, waving his hand. All right, I'll think about it." After hanging up, he knew exactly what to do, chuckling, not letting them become nin. Even better, the worth of my Konoha Genin. You guys who haven't seen Shippuden Wuden T understand a thing. He quickly sent a message to Kakashi. Speed up the exam. Kakashi was still confused when Minato directly replied, Stop watching Intimate Paradise and pay more attention to the comments, and you'll understand. With the command given, Kakashi immediately put down his little book and shouted to all the candidates. The rules have changed. Now, as long as you gather the earth and heaven scrolls and reach the tower, you can pass. The entire death forest erupted at once, and everyone rushed towards the center desperately. Switching scenes, let us look at Naruto and Sasuke. Wow, it's a disaster. In Kagaya's icy space, Naruto was being beaten like a rag doll. In the desert space, Sasuke was also exhausted to the point of falling apart. The most outrageous one? It was Kagaya. I tell you, this old lady would be wasting her talents if she didn't go act in Hong Kong films. She clearly still had full health bars, yet pretended to be drenched in sweat and exhausted, even covering her mouth and coughing dramatically. Naruto, being the sweet and naive one, looked at her with concern. Granny Kagaya, are you sick? Let's not fight anymore. I'll have Tsunade Grandma treat you. What about Sasuke? He wouldn't fall for this. He chuckled to himself, thinking, is the old man done for? This is a great opportunity. Who understands family matters? Kagaya, in order to make the act more realistic, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood while performing. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out. Grandma, are you okay? Sasuke's eyes lit up. Now's my chance. Kagaya, with a flick of her sleeve, nearly lost her smug expression. Naruto wanted to talk his way out, shouting for them to stop fighting, but Kagaya countered with an 80 Gods airstrike, sending him flying. Naruto's chakra was running low, and he had reverted from Nine-Tails mode, leaving just a hint of Sage mode around his eyes. Sasuke was even more ruthless, taking advantage of Kagaya coughing blood. He held back his last bit of Sage chakra and charged in with a Chidori. Unfortunately, he was swatted back with a single slap, and his Sage mode was also deactivated. Just when Sasuke was about to despair, he felt his left eye's 3 Tomo suddenly pulse wildly, transforming into his brother Itachi's Sharingan pattern. What the hell? Sasuke's face darkened. Nisan, why are you messing with me? What good is Amaterasu to me? This thing can't even burn a person to death. While he was gritting his teeth, suddenly his brain lit up, a flash of inspiration. Who says this fire has to burn others? I'll burn myself. On the other side, Kagaya was still playing favorites. She secretly replenished Naruto's chakra because he was sweet-talking and understanding. As for Sasuke, he just tried to sneak attack this old lady, not giving him a drop. Sasuke immediately felt it. The chakra recovery was as slow as squeezing toothpaste, and he was furious. Seriously, you old hag, I haven't even activated my Manjiki yet. Do you really have to treat me like this? Just when Kagaya was preparing to increase the intensity on Sasuke, she saw him stand up again. The black curse mark crawling all over his body. Sage mode, activate. Kagaya was dumbfounded, thinking this kid's chakra was supposed to be gone. How could he activate it? He couldn't even maintain it for 2 seconds. Was he going to self-destruct? But the next second, she felt a surge of scorching energy from within Sasuke. It was Amaterasu. He was using Amaterasu to burn himself. It worked. Sasuke shouted excitedly. Who understands family matters? He had directly created a perpetual motion machine for himself, using the black flames of Amaterasu to burn his own chakra, and then the Sage chakra actually started to regenerate continuously. Although the amount was small, it was infinite refills. Kagaya watched in amazement. Wow, this little brat is truly a genius. With the chakra problem solved, Sasuke became arrogant, directly entering cannon mode, frantically pulling shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, adding lightning release, Sage art, super electromagnetic cannon. He shot them at Kagaya's face with a Bayubi-Yubi-Yu. Unfortunately, Kagaya flicked her white hair, as if she had activated a cheat, blocking every single one. After exhausting his ninja tools, Sasuke was left powerless. On Naruto's side, the battle atmosphere became quite strange. Whenever Kagaya coughed a couple of times, Naruto immediately stopped to check on her, instantly deflating the tense atmosphere. Moreover, Naruto's mouth kept running, preaching to Kagaya, making even this villain nearly get swayed, causing her moral compass to shatter. Kagaya realized this couldn't continue. If he kept talking, would she still be a villain? So she directly stopped fighting, slapped away all the shadow clones, and forcibly pulled Naruto's real body over, pressing him down on the tatami. Stop fighting, everyone sit down for me. Drink tea, eat rice cakes. Whoever speaks again, I'll shut their mouth. Naruto was dumbfounded. But when he saw food, oh, grandma, you eat too. Kagaya's heart melted, but she had to keep a stern face. Just as Kagaya was pondering what to do after they were full, Sasuke, on the desert side, started to get creative again. He gathered chakra in his arm, forming a purple-black dragon head, raising it high, and began to wildly absorb the surrounding natural energy, finally creating a massive light sphere comparable to a black hole. Sage Art, Dragon King, Other Dimension. Sasuke laughed madly, feeling this move was even more powerful than Indra's arrow from his past life, preparing to take Kagaya down with it. Then, he slipped and didn't throw it out. Good grief, the big move went out of control. The black hole grew larger and larger, and it looked like it was about to suck him in. Kagaya was cursing internally, quickly opening a portal, yanking Sasuke away from the edge of the black hole, and then kicked the uncontrollable black hole into the portal, sending it deep into the universe. Then, she grabbed Sasuke by the ear like a little chick and threw him onto the tea table in the snowy space. The two brothers, Naruto and Sasuke, joyfully reunited, and Naruto enthusiastically pushed a bowl of rice cakes towards Sasuke. Sasuke, Kagaya Grandma's rice cakes are super delicious. You should try some. Sasuke's defenses crumbled at that moment. What time is it to still be eating rice cakes? But his body didn't listen to him, and he picked up chopsticks and started eating. Not gonna lie, it's actually pretty good. Poor Sasuke was forcibly bound to eat with Kagaya. Every time Naruto ate a bowl, he had to eat a bowl too. In the end, both of them ate until their bellies were round and sprawled on the tatami to digest. Kagaya quietly watched them, making Sasuke feel uneasy, and they exchanged glances. One activating the Sharingan, the other activating the Byakugan, and finally, Kagaya activated the Rinnegan, easily winning. After they finished digesting, Kagaya coldly asked, "Is your chakra restored?" Naruto, holding the Tsundere Sasuke, laughed. "All right," then handed over quickly. Kagaya's aura was fully unleashed. As a result, Naruto made a face. No way. Just a little after saying that, he grabbed Sasuke and ran away, and a new round of battle began. Thus, they fought for 3 days, ate for 3 days. While on the other side, the third exam in Konoha finally began. In the tall tower, the qualified candidates stood in a row. Who was the examiner? Kakashi. But this guy was busy watching a romantic scene, when suddenly from behind, a Kimui vortex appeared, and Obito reached out his hands to perform a 1,000-year kill. The result was a bang, hitting the iron plate. Kakashi had a piece of alloy plate hidden in his pants. Good grief, two guys nearing 60 years old, in front of all the younger generation, just started fighting until Minato called to scold them before they stopped. The second round officially ended, and the third round's examiner, Uchiha Obito, is on stage. He took the list, tore it all up, rolled it into paper balls, and started drawing lots. The rules are simple. Whoever you draw has to fight me, and if you last for 3 minutes, you're considered impressive. First up, K-Rin. As soon as the Diamond Lock was released, Obito habitually wanted to phase through, but halfway through he remembered the rules forbidding it and awkwardly announced, "Ahem, Uzumaki K-Rin. Qualified." Next, Kagaya Kimimaro. Bone Brother, a martial arts freak, managed to drag it out with Obito for 3 minutes, passing. Then came a bunch of extras, who were all easily blown away by Obito with his fan. After that was Kuratsuchi. The little girl was pretty fierce and also managed to last 3 minutes. Omoichi from the Cloud Village barely passed with his lightning blade, but his 2 teammates weren't so lucky. Kiba, Shino, Ino, Hinata, and Tenten. Basically everyone with a bit of a name managed to drag it out for 3 minutes with their own abilities. Obito was almost falling asleep, thinking, can we have something more exciting? Next, Temari. A fan user against another fan user, wind release versus fire release. It was back and forth, and in the end, time was up, qualified. Next, Nara Shikamaru. Obito looked and thought, oh, a couple's relay. He figured the Nara family shadow jutsu was nothing special and prepared for a standard opening. But then a fire release blew past, and when he turned around, the person was gone. Obito was startled, just about to move when his body was immobilized. The next second, Shikamaru popped out from the shadow beneath his feet, shoving a kunai against his neck. Let me tell you, at that moment, Obito's expression was like a person's in 2025 seeing an AI-generated hyper-realistic movie for the first time. With the 4 big words on his face, the times have changed. He readily admitted, I lost. Shikamaru's move amazed everyone, and his father on the live stream excitedly called in, good job, son, you have half my skill now. After that, Sai took the stage. In a super beast imitation, painting left Obito confused. Then it was Rock Lee, 8 gates, opening the door. As that green steam burst forth, Obito's legs went soft, and he hurriedly shouted, stop, stop, stop. You passed. Quickly close the door, I'm scared. Next, Haruno Sakura. Obito had planned to have a good fight, but Sakura, on the surface, was forming seals to enter Sage mode, but in reality, it was a ruse. A Jinjutsu combo directly knocked Obito out. making him relive the nightmare of piercing Rin's chest. When he woke up, Obito darkly announced Sakura had passed, his eyes shooting daggers at Kakashi. You gave false intel. Then came Haku. Let me tell you, the livestream chat went crazy. Wife. But someone in the know clarified that it's a guy. And suddenly the chat ignited the Fourth Shinobi World War. On the battlefield, Haku's ice release and Obito's fire release exchanged blows. And the technique of the ice mirror made Obito feel constrained. In the end, he also managed to last 3 minutes, narrowly passing. By noon, Obito threw in the towel, activating Kamui and heading home to have a meal with Rin, prioritizing emotional stability and clocking out on time, leaving the unexamined candidates in disarray in the wind. At the same time, in the heavenly realm, the 3 generations of the family also tacitly stopped to sit down for lunch. Naruto suggested, Kaguya grandma, tell us a story. Kaguya cleared her throat and slowly began. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on the mountain, there was a temple, and in the temple, there was an old monk and 3 little monks. One day, the old monk told a story to the little monks. Naruto curiously asked, what was it about? Kaguya continued expressionlessly. It was about, once upon a time, there was a mountain. Naruto and Sasuke were left speechless, thinking, is this an infinite nesting doll? Grandma, why don't you tell us about your past? 2 hours of lunch break quickly passed, and Kamui Uzumaki appeared on time. The cheerful examiner Obito returned to the exam site with his Uchiha fan. The assessment continued. Next, Hyuga Niji. Goodness, let me tell you, this guy stunned me as soon as he came on stage. He struck a pose, chanting, Wing Chun Niji. At that moment, I thought, what the heck? Is this a CH Nin exam or a Yip Man movie set? Obito was also taken aback, but still went with the old routine, launching a fire release right at his face. What happened? Niji executed a sliding kick and suddenly appeared right in front of him, so fast that even his shadow couldn't be seen. Obito didn't have time to react, and with a smack, he was pinned to the ground, receiving a flurry of Wing Chun punches, bang, 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 right to the face. Let me tell you, those punches were like rain, relentless. Obito was dumbfounded. He couldn't even phase, just watched helplessly as the punches passed through him and smashed into the ground. He must have been roaring inside. No way. Where's my passive phasing? How the hell did you pin me down? Niji, calm and composed. Don't ask, just Wing Chun. Fine. Since Obito used phasing, he lost. Niji qualified. Next up, Deidara. He was so arrogant, riding a clay bird. The BGM almost played by itself, like he was walking the red carpet. As soon as he flew into the air, without a word, he threw a C3 at Obito's face. I swear, Obito turned green, hurriedly using Kamui to suck that thing away. Otherwise, our viewing platform would have gone sky high. Deidara was still there feeling proud. I just need to make a slight move, and it's already the limit of this rank. Obito found it hilarious, switching to Akatsuki's voice and praising. Wow, Deidara-senpai, so cool, this art is simply amazing. This made little Deidara feel quite pleased. But the next second, Obito pointed behind him with a wicked smile. Ah, senpai, it seems there's something behind you. Little Deidara instinctively turned around, and goodness, the world spun. His mother Scorpion had somehow snuck up on him, wearing that silver-black armor, and grabbed him. She clamped him at the waist, unable to move. Then the iconic scene came. Scorpion turned him around, ready to hit him. But seeing her armored hand, she hesitated, and then pulled out her Shura Purgatory Spear. She twisted the sharp blades at both ends, leaving just a smooth, thick stick. Folks who understands this extreme detail. Then she aimed at little Deidara's round, but bang, 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 just a relentless beating. While cursing, I'll teach you about C3. I'll teach you about explosions. Can't you look at the occasion next time? I'm still up here watching. Little Deidara was yelling, Scorpion, I'm sorry. Don't hit me. Ouch. In the end, it was still Obito who managed to calm the furious Scorpion down. One can only say, spoiled kids still need their parents to discipline them. The exam site was left in ruins, but it could still be used. Finally, the last one, Gaara. This guy was also tough. Before Obito could even get his customary first move off, Gaara unleashed a sandstorm funeral right in his face. Obito probably had a million alpacas galloping through his mind, quickly using Shunshin to dodge. They exchanged a few rounds, and Obito saw that this B-rank ninjutsu wasn't allowed. Phasing wasn't allowed. What the heck? Am I just supposed to dance in the Sand Needle Rain with the Sharingan? Is this a mud game? I only drink milkshakes. He decisively finished his last act. Waved his hand. You passed. This third round of exams finally ended, and next was the main event, the competition for the CH Nin Chief. Kakashi was responsible for the registration, and I saw Goodness, that registration form was pulled out from under his butt. You brought such an important thing to sit on. Obito disdainfully didn't even want to touch it. Looking at the long line of registrants, if they went one by one, they wouldn't finish until the year of the monkey. Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus. Clocking out on time is productivity. Obito decisively announced, "Let's have a free-for-all. Everyone go at once. The last one standing is the chief." All right, I should mention, just as they were preparing to fight, on the other side, Naruto and Sasuke weren't idle either. They were actually listening to Kaguya tell stories. The gist is that Kaguya has been reincarnated and opened her eyes to find herself back when her two sons were just born. She initially wanted to absorb the chakra back, but was overwhelmed by the sound of the babies crying, leading to an outpouring of maternal love. So the three of them began a life of superficial maternal kindness and filial piety, while secretly harboring their own agendas. Kaguya found Black Zetsu too disgusting and went off to cultivate. Her eldest son, the Sage of Six Paths, secretly leveled up, and the youngest son was just thinking about how to reconcile the two. The three even teamed up to bully that frog Maru, which made me laugh so hard. When Kaguya finished her cultivation and emerged, both her sons had grown up and even had grandchildren. She suddenly realized that no chakra fruit or Otsutsuki could compare to the joy of holding her grandchildren. She let go of her obsession and opened her arms. "Come here. Grandma wants a hug." After finishing the story, Kaguya's tone shifted as she sternly said to Naruto and Sasuke, "All right, enough sentimentality. Quickly hand over the chakra to me." And the chaos began again. Back to our side, Obito directly pulled all the candidates into the Kamui space, which was spacious enough to create at will. As the battle began, the whole scene turned into chaos. Lee called out for Niji, "Come on, let us settle this." In the sky, Sai and Deidara were fighting for air superiority. Down below, the Inoshikacho trio was teaming up again, and Sage Sakura faced off against Ice Release White. The director didn't even know who to cut to. Deidara and his fellow villager Kuratsuchi, both wearing Akatsuki cloaks, actually teamed up, no martial ethics. They performed a fusion ninjutsu called Shrapnel Grenade, dropping a mix of concrete blocks and clay bombs, which had little power but was extremely insulting. Sai was infuriated, unleashing his big move. I thought he was going to draw a bird to fly up, but guess what he drew? A flip phone. Just when we all thought he had gone crazy, he plugged the phone in his arm ring and shouted, "Azura armor. Fusion. Oh my god." The ink wash version of the Azura armor actually materialized. Then he teleported next to Deidara, striking that familiar pose, wielding that big black stick. And the sound of slaps echoed. Deidara's screams echoed throughout the Kamui space. Little Deidara was so furious that he flew to the highest point and unleashed his ultimate move. CS4 Transformation of Garuda. Let me tell you, this move is extremely sinister. It's like an invisible, intangible nano-level clay spider that automatically seeks out chakra. Completely unpreventable. Now everyone was panicking, and the scene instantly turned into a battle against Deidara. Gaara and Kiba directly flew up to chase and attack. Temari's diamond chains controlled from a distance, and Ino's shadow mimic jutsu and Shintenshin were all activated, just as Kiba swatted Deidara out of the ring. This guy actually shouted the final detonation command through ventriloquism, Kaz. With a bang, everyone except Kuratsuchi disappeared, all turned into fragments. Seriously, can anyone understand this? An entire silence fell. Just when Kuratsuchi thought he had won, Shino crawled out from a corner. It turned out that Deidara's automatic enemy-seeking move completely ignored Shino, who had such low presence. What is this called? Even electronic pets can have their moment. Shino swiftly took down Kuratsuchi. Obito stood in front of the camera, cleared his throat, and announced to the entire ninja world, "The winner has been decided. I hereby declare that the champion of the 14th Chunin exam is Yamanaka Shino." You thought it was over? Not yet. Obito directly activated a cheat, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and triggered the time reversal technique. The entire battlefield began to rewind time. Why? Because the Fourth Hokage, his teacher, had spoken, "Reviving a person is quite expensive. Let us save some money for the village." Reluctantly, Obito had to work overtime, forcibly rewinding time by 1 minute. Goodness, everyone was left dumbfounded. This technique was just too overpowered. No wonder it's the ultimate evolution of Obito's bug-like Kamui. Even time reversal was pulled off. It was simply absurd. Only Kakashi rolled his eyes, probably thinking, "What a fuss, I've seen this kind of cheat in the Heavenly Ladder matches hundreds of times." After the exam, this matter was considered closed. A week later, let me tell you, Obito really dares to think big. He actually secretly found Orochimaru, and the first thing he said was, "Snake Uncle, can you help me bring back Madara with Edo Tensei?" Orochimaru was instantly stunned, his little eyes full of question marks. "Wait, are you okay? Why would you want to pull that Shura of the ninja world out of the Pure Land? Are you tired of living peacefully?" Obito didn't waste words and directly pulled out a script titled Naruto Shippuden, the Ninja World War arc. He said seriously, "We are about to film the iconic scene of Madara fighting the Ninja Alliance. This kind of show-off has to be done by the real person to be convincing. I can't pull off that vibe myself." Orochimaru was initially going to say something, but when he glanced at the script, his eyes lit up and a wicked grin appeared on his face. Obito returned him a knowing look. "I'll take this job." Snake Uncle patted his chest and guaranteed, "Just for this script, I'll make sure to handle it clearly." 3 days later, deep in the desert, Orochimaru carried a professional camera, found the right angle, and Obito transformed into the Edo Tensei second Hokage, starting to form hand seals. Edo Tensei. With a bang, a large coffin shot up from the ground. The lid exploding open, a domineering figure stepped out, looking at his cracked hands, disdainfully speaking. "It seems the ninja world is in trouble again, summoning me in such a ridiculous way." That aura, that presence was incredible. The voice sounded a bit strange, but it wasn't a big deal. Madara was busy showing off and didn't care about such minor details. Just as he struck a pose, ready to look down on everyone, he suddenly heard Orochimaru shout from a distance, "Cut. Okay, that SA rap." Madara was instantly stunned. "What? Filming?" Obito turned back to his original form, stifling laughter as he ran over to greet him. "Hey Madara, long time no see." Orochimaru also smiled and nodded. Madara guessed for a long time, thinking it was the Otsutsuki coming over, but Obito told him it was for filming a movie. Madara immediately complained that filming couldn't kill people. How boring. Obito countered with a single line, "But you'll be showing off in front of tens of thousands of Ninja Alliance members. Are you sure you don't want to film a high-definition pure version to take back, to show Hashirama and prove you're stronger than him?" Madara admitted he was tempted, but the body from Edo Tensei didn't have the same feel, so fighting wasn't satisfying. "Don't worry, Madara," Orochimaru saw through his thoughts. "This is specially made. It has real physical sensations." "Oh." Madara raised an eyebrow, conjured a chakra blade in his left hand, and with a snap, cut into his right hand. The way the fragments flew, accompanied by a feeling of a real severed arm, was exhilarating. Madara was instantly excited. "Well done, kid." After the excitement, Madara suddenly asked, "Who has number one on the heavenly ladder now?" "Tuto and Inoki," Obito replied. "Oh." Madara's lips curled into a dangerous arc. "That kid's gotten skilled." Obito immediately pulled out his phone. "Here, Madara, use my account. I'll help you schedule a match with him. Today is Sunday." Under Obito's guidance, Madara awkwardly poked at the phone screen and successfully scheduled a battle. Just as he marveled at how amazing technology was, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. Deep breath, Madara, feeling dizzy is normal. Obito was beside him, trying to suppress a grin. "You bastard." Madara finally reacted, but before he could finish cursing, he was whisked away in an instant. The next second, Madara found himself in a desolate area of a land of Earth. He hadn't had time to marvel at how magical the teleportation was when he suddenly felt something was off with his body, with a black line on his face. He pulled open his collar to take a look. Good heavens, there were 2 large things on his chest that shouldn't be there. When he reached down, he found nothing but emptiness between his legs. His legs even instinctively formed an inward 8. Family, who understands? He was gender swapped by Snake Uncle and Obito working together. No wonder his voice sounded a bit strange. On the other side, Yuki was looking at the person across from him with Madara's face, thinking it was Obito cosplaying and messing with him, and he got furious right on the spot. "Damn it. Even if I can't beat you, you can't bully an old man like this, can you?" Without a second thought, he buffed himself up. The battle began. As the electronic sound faded, Yuki, disregarding martial ethics, rushed in with a dust release to the face. Madara was still in a rage, but his combat instincts kicked in, and he raised his hand to perform a sealing technique, absorbing the dust release directly. At the same time, those eyes filled with endless rage, the Rinnegan, were fixed on Yuki. Seeing that gaze, Yuki's legs turned to jelly. "It's over. I'm done for. This isn't Obito. It's the real Madara himself. Who called this guy out?" Madara was so angry he didn't want to say a word, raising his hand to unleash a sea of flames. Great fire destruction. Yuki had to reluctantly use another dust release to block it. Immediately afterward, Madara activated his Susanoo, using universal pull, and the Yata mirror to smack Yuki's face. A seamless combo. Yuki, being forced into a corner, clapped his hands on the ground. Earth release. Earthquake core. He raised the ground beneath Madara's complete Susanoo, tripping the divine warrior. Damn! Madara remembered the humiliation of being tripped by Hashirama with a branch in his past life, and his anger surged. Yuki didn't stop there. He summoned a giant rock golem to pin the Susanoo to the ground. He triumphantly shouted, "Madara, it's over." He formed a massive dust release cube in his hands, covering Madara and the Susanoo entirely. "I won." Yuki was panting, but couldn't help but smile. However, the next second, Madara's voice came from a cliff in the distance. "As expected of Yuki, you've improved quite a bit." Yuki was dumbfounded. "How did you escape?" "It's simple." Before he finished speaking, Madara's figure vanished, and in the next moment, he had lifted Yuki, who was 3 meters tall with one hand. "Is this Flying Thunder God?" Yuki was completely stunned. "I could do it all along, I just didn't bother." Madara sneered, increasing his grip strength. Then he noticed that Yuki, the old lecher, was shamelessly stealing glances at his chest. "What the hell are you looking at?" Madara exploded on the spot, beating Yuki mercilessly. Meanwhile, Obito was busy rewriting the script. He directly set Madara's backstory as being betrayed by his first love, Hashirama's hot mom, and to create a world where he could live happily with his lover. He became a lovesick woman who activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. This kid understands traffic. Aiming for a gender-swapped Sasuke 2.0. Hey, this plot just makes more sense now. On the battlefield, Yuki was getting beaten so badly he couldn't take it anymore and quickly shouted, "I concede." The system's electronic voice sounded, and Yuki seized the chance to confirm the teleportation. Lightning-fast escape. Madara wanted to chase, but found his Flying Thunder God mark was blocked, his face dark as a pot bottom. He refused the teleportation and used Flying Thunder God to run straight to Konoha. What was he going to do? Find Senju Tobirama in the Research Institute. Tobirama had just stretched when he received a heavy kick on his backside. Turning around, he saw Madara. He looked wary, but quickly realized it was a transformation jutsu. To prove his identity, Madara transformed into the Nine-Tails mode plus Susanoo. That aura couldn't be faked. He didn't waste words and directly asked Tobirama to find a way to restore his Rinnegan to this impure earth body. Tobirama, looking serious, said he needed to check the body first. Madara remained silent for a while, but eventually agreed. After all, to become stronger and go back to Obito, face didn't matter. Then, Tobirama saw the female version of Madara, with curves in all the right places, after the transformation jutsu was lifted. Ha ha ha. Madara, you. Ha ha ha. The result was predictable. Tobirama was sealed by Madara with the planetary devastation hundreds of times before they could communicate normally. While Tobirama was studying, Madara wandered around Konoha. On a summer afternoon, there was no one on the street. He wore a set of Warring States armor. Feeling completely out of place in this era, his heart restless. Just then, a small child accidentally bumped into him, breaking the popsicle in his hand. The child apologized while quickly changing his words to call him Wani-san, sister. Madara was about to explode in anger, but remembered he forgot to use the transformation jutsu, so he held back his anger. The child took the broken popsicle, stuffing one half in his mouth and shoving the other half at Madara. "Wani-san, please help me finish this. I'm really sorry for bumping into you." After saying that, he ran off while still holding the popsicle, turning back to shout, "Gon Wani-san looks really cool as a character." Madara looked at the popsicle in his hand, then at the small child running away, muttering about the annoying little brat. Yet his lips couldn't help but curl up. He took a bite of the popsicle. It was cold and quite interesting. He slipped over to the Uchiha cemetery, standing in front of his brother Izuna's gravestone for a long time, then glanced at the black and white photo of himself, laughing maniacally on his gravestone, unable to help but smile. He casually picked up an apple offering from in front of his grave and took a bite. What's wrong with eating my own offering? At that moment, the Madara in the cemetery, Tobirama in the Research Institute, and Kaguya in the Heavenly Palace, 3 people with Rinnegan, simultaneously sensed a 4th wave of Rinnegan energy. At the same time, on a rooftop in Konoha, a spatial vortex suddenly opened, and 2 people who didn't belong to this era fell out. One was a handsome man in a black cloak who landed steadily, while the other, a blonde boy, landed face first. "Mr. Sasuke, where are we?" the boy Boruto asked as he got up. The disabled Sasuke covered his chakra-depleted left eye, scanning the surroundings, and saw the familiar Hokage mountain in the distance. But the surrounding skyscrapers seemed a bit off. This feeling of something being wrong turned into shock as he gradually saw more of the Hokage mountain. The number of Hokage faces. Where's Dad's face? The boy Boruto also noticed something was off, but the disabled Sasuke had already tossed him aside, jumping and flipping up to the high building. Wait for me, Mr. Sasuke. The boy Boruto hurriedly chased after, then stood beside the disabled Sasuke. Panting, why did you suddenly run off? Mr. Sasuke? Boruto, this isn't our familiar Konoha. The disabled Sasuke looked grave as he stared at the 10 Hokage faces arranged in 2 rows, some familiar faces and others who shouldn't be there. Madara, Orochimaru, myself, Danzo, and the last one I don't recognize. The boy Boruto was also stunned. The Hokage faces were different. However, some of the faces he was familiar with were there, but Tsunade and his dad were missing, and a bunch of people he didn't recognize were added. The streets looked pretty similar to his memories. No, they seemed even more developed than he remembered. Mr. Sasuke, what is this? Let's hide. The disabled Sasuke saw a familiar yet unexpected figure and, not knowing the situation, grabbed Boruto, choosing to hide. A figure jumped into the place where the two had been standing. It was Orochimaru, still biting into a popsicle. Is it an illusion? Orochimaru frowned and searched around, ultimately finding nothing and giving up, attributing it to his old, failing eyesight. He left while biting on an ice pop, thinking about going back to clone a new body to replace the old one. On the other side, the 2 individuals who had changed locations were listening to the alarm from the turtle in Boruto's hand. It mentioned something about a significant deviation in coordinates during movement. Summarizing in one sentence, this is the past Konoha. Young Boruto was stunned. Is the technology in past Konoha so advanced? No wonder his dad and the others look down on game consoles. It turns out there are better things. Disabled Sasuke, why don't you open your eyes and take a look around before you speak? Are you telling me this is past Konoha? Let's not even mention anything else. What was that Orochimaru who just chased me about? Warning, chakra fuel is insufficient. I'm going to sleep. Please act cautiously and be mindful of the butterfly effect that may influence or alter the future. After saying the last sentence, the turtle shrank back into its shell and became silent. After staring at each other in shock, the two decided to find a place to change their outfits and investigate. At the same time, on another platform in a different location, the same large and small pair landed, a similar adult-child combination. But the difference was that the reanimated Madara had already tracked the fluctuations of the Rinnegan and was waiting here. That Rinnegan, you are Uchiha Sasuke. Madara spoke flatly, carefully examining the adult in the duo. A white cloak, a dark gray headscarf, yet possessing the same Rinnegan as him. The only Uchiha in this era who could reach such a level is Uchiha Sasuke, but the age doesn't match. Sasuke from Konoha in the year 63 should be a little brat. He couldn't possibly have a Rinnegan like the person in front of him. Madara, huh? So you were here at this time? Just right. The young man loosened his grip on the child's hand, then turned around and seamlessly merged into the space door of the Yellow Springs. Sasuke-sensei. The child Boruto was a bit panicked, as if his parent was abandoning him. Don't worry, I'm going to see Grandma Kagaya. Madara, please take care of him for me. Leaving this sentence behind, the young man's figure disappeared, leaving the child Boruto and reanimated Madara staring at each other. Little brat, state your name. Madara felt that the little brat in front of him looked very familiar, as if it reminded him of some unpleasant memories, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. Boruto Uzumaki. What is your relationship with Naruto Uzumaki? My father. Ultimately unable to withstand the pressure emitted by Madara, Boruto simply gave up and sat down on the ground. I see, you inherited the Uzumaki bloodline. Stand up. No sitting. Madara shouted angrily at the little brat in front of him, causing Boruto to jump in surprise and quickly struggle to stand up straight. ISNT this having some strength? I once fought with your father. That was a life and death battle. Compared to his persistence, you are far too weak. The weak are ugly. The weak and unaware Uzumaki even more so. Madara scolded with annoyance, lamenting that the children of this era were good in many ways but lacked the necessary sense of crisis. I have already shoved my chakra pressure in your face, and you still dare to sit around without any defenses? Yes. The child Boruto stood up straight in punishment and prayed internally for Sasuke-sensei to return quickly. On the other side, in the realm of the heavens, Kagaya casually left a clone to accompany the two little ones as they played in the snowy space. And then in an instant, she arrived in the space of the original ball, looking at the man before her who possessed the power of the 6 paths. Feeling the familiar chakra of Sasuke, the power of the 6 paths, plus the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo, on mature face, she could still see the shadow of the little Sasuke, which made her immediately guess the fact that he came from the future. Apologies, Grandma Kagaya. I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I come from Konoha 12 years in the future. The young man stated his identity. Unlike the rebelliousness of his younger self, he was now mature, steady, and polite. Chapter 102. The disabled Sasuke's brief encounter with Orochimaru. What is your purpose for coming to this era? Kagaya asked curiously. To apologize for my rudeness to you when I was young, and to wish you a happy birthday a month in advance, the young Sasuke said awkwardly, then lowered his head to avoid Kagaya's gaze. Even though his cheeks weren't flushed, he still felt a burning heat. Kagaya chuckled to herself, amused by the awkward little guy growing up to be so polite and understanding how cute. However, she maintained a facade of indifference as she turned around and opened a time-space portal. Do as you wish, just be careful not to affect the future. With that, Kagaya stepped into the portal, skipping away to play with her two little grandsons, leaving the young Sasuke in the original space behind. The young Sasuke rubbed his face, relieved that he had completed half of his mission. Activating his Rinnegan, a time-space portal appeared before him. He stepped in, leaving the heavenly realm and returning to the original platform. There, he saw Obito spanking Boruto. Sasuke-sensei, I've been waiting for you for so long, Uchiha Sarada exclaimed. The young Sasuke first glanced at the crying Boruto and then at the excited Obito, sighing helplessly and ignoring the latter's invitation to battle. Let's go, Boruto. The young Sasuke reached out with his left hand, and Boruto's small body appeared in his grasp, pinched at the waist. Obito looked at his empty palm, still amazed by the Rinnegan's ocular ability no matter how many times he saw it. You too, Obito. Let's go. After exchanging the basic polite farewell, the young Sasuke was ready to take Boruto away. Don't think you can leave. You can't just show off and walk away. Obito used his universal pull, gathering Susanu's energy in his palm, pushing it out. Then, several black rods suddenly pierced through his body. What is this? Obito lost control of his Edo Tensei body, firmly immobilized in place, just like when he was once turned into a cockroach by him. Right now, you're not my opponent, Obito. Come back and challenge me when you have a true Rinnegan. The young Sasuke turned his head, the violet six-tomo Rinnegan calmly sweeping over Obito before he looked away. In Obito's eyes, that was a silent mockery. Watching the two grow farther away in his vision until they disappeared, Obito struggled to pull the black rods out one by one, reconstituting his Edo Tensei body. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a dangerous smile. Meanwhile, the disabled Sasuke and young Boruto were on their side. After disguising themselves and gathering information on the streets of Konoha, they reached a conclusion. This is indeed Konoha from the past. And we are in the timeline of Konoha in the summer of July, 63 years ago. As for why it didn't team match the Konoha in the disabled Sasuke's memory. You want to know too. If you ask him, who should he ask? After thinking it over, the disabled Sasuke attributed it to the existence of another parallel world. So does that mean we don't have to worry about exposing our identities and affecting the future timeline? The young Boruto quickly inquired, then saw the disabled Sasuke nod. Yes, there's no need to worry about disguising ourselves. Let's go find Naruto. The disabled Sasuke said so, even if that wasn't the case. Such a reality would lead to earth-shattering changes in the future, and they wouldn't be the reason for those changes. To be honest, he was also very curious about how this timeline's Naruto compared to his current strength. However, before the two could take action, they were stopped by Orochimaru, who had returned. Wait, haven't we met somewhere before? Orochimaru said, placing his small hand on the disabled Sasuke's shoulder, smiling sinisterly. The more he thought about it, the more the not-so-old snake uncle couldn't help but turn back for a surprise visit, confirming that his eyes weren't deceiving him. The father of Mitsuki. No, we are merely traveling performers. You might find us familiar because you met us somewhere else. The disabled Sasuke lied casually, covering Boruto's mouth, who was about to speak. Although he wasn't worried about affecting the future, who knew if this timeline's Orochimaru was a good person? Generally speaking, Orochimaru would have some bad traits. Performers? That's right. The disabled Sasuke replied, pulling out a small ball he had prepared in advance to perform. A splendid performance indeed. Thank you, you flatter me. Since we are now acquainted, please allow me to treat you to a cup of tea to discuss the local hospitality. During their conversation, Orochimaru's small hand uncleanly rested on young Boruto's shoulder, the threat unspoken. What should we do? Should we go have tea with Orochimaru? The disabled Sasuke felt that he wouldn't drink Orochimaru's tea, and besides, this Orochimaru might still be the type to covet his body. In that case, they could only. Gathering chakra, the disabled Sasuke activated his Sharingan, preparing to exploit Orochimaru's weak point against Genjutsu. However, Orochimaru's snake head was faster than him. Before the Sharingan could take effect, the twisting snake head swiftly lunged towards his neck. Shinra Tensei. The disabled Sasuke quickly reacted, pressing one hand on Boruto, marking him as an ally, then repelling everything else. Orochimaru's body was suddenly sent flying, crashing into a nearby house. Sasuke-sensei. Young Boruto saw the disabled Sasuke, half kneeling on the ground looking weak, feeling a pang of heartache, and rushing to support him. Let us leave first. The disabled Sasuke struggled to get up, wanting to drag Boruto away. One Shinra Tensei wouldn't kill Orochimaru. The disabled Sasuke knew better than anyone how hard Orochimaru was to kill. The Rinnegan, huh? I'm even more curious about your identity now. Orochimaru emerged from the rubble, tongue flicking. The combination of Rinnegan and Sharingan, along with the fluctuation of chakra and his disabled arm, confirmed to him that the person before him was the middle-aged Sasuke from his previous life. There was no intention to explain anything because even if he did, with Sasuke's personality, he wouldn't believe it at all. In that case, let's see if I can personally capture you. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru's head stretched and grew again, but this time it dove towards the ground, aiming for its own shadow. The snake head entered the shadow, then emerged from the disabled Sasuke's shadow, finally biting down on his neck in a flash. Thank me, Sasuke-kun. Ah! The familiar cursed seal power began to invade the disabled Sasuke's body, paralyzing him, rendering him unable to move. Sasuke-sensei. Young Boruto panicked, forming a Rasengan and standing in front of the disabled Sasuke. Brave of you, Orochimaru praised, but just as he was about to step forward, he saw the two suddenly disappear in front of his eyes. A bit unexpected. He didn't think that even in a cursed seal-infected state, Sasuke-kun could still use his Tenketsu. I look forward to seeing you again next time, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smiled, anticipating the stunning sight of the disabled Sasuke mastering the cursed seal when they met again. On a distant rooftop, the young Sasuke watched Orochimaru negotiating compensation with the homeowner, smiling slightly and instantly leaving with Boruto, who had just pulled up his pants. Intelligence from Jiraiya is here. The information that can be shared now. 100. The Rinnegan of Edo Tensei Madara is a false Rinnegan, with its power halved. He is also unable to use the eye techniques exclusive to the Rinnegan. Thus, he desperately needs a body that can use his original eyes. 101. The fourth wave of Rinnegan energy felt by Madara, Kagaya, and Tobirama actually comes from the young Sasuke from the future. The disabled Sasuke traveled from other parallel universes using a treasure called the Plow. He did not use his Rinnegan. 102. Below is the information provided by young Sasuke after my interview with him. Age, 24 years old. Attire, white cloak, dark gray headscarf. Abilities, power of the six paths, 6 Tomo Rinnegan, Sage mode with curse seal, various incredible lightning release techniques, etc. I can't write more. There are too many. Purpose of this journey. To take Boruto Uzumaki to the land of whirlpools to meet an important person. That's all. Do not underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 103. How can a brother not recognize his own brother? From the perspective of the young Boruto, who was taken away by the heavenly hand. Where's this? The young Boruto looked at the courtyard in front of him, which was adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on the walls. It was a familiar emblem pattern, but it was a place he had never been to before. No, how do we get here? However, the young Boruto's confusion did not last long. Due to the severe chakra overexertion of the disabled Sasuke, he failed to notice the danger around him and, after letting out a mournful cry, fell to the ground, unable to rise again. What made the disabled Sasuke even more desperate was that there was a black flame of Amaterasu continuously burning within his body. When did Orochimaru do this? The disabled Sasuke wanted to use his Kagaya technique to extinguish the Amaterasu, but with his chakra severely depleted, he couldn't even activate a normal Sharingan, let alone a Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke-sensei. The young Boruto clearly sensed the life-threatening state of the disabled Sasuke in front of him. He canceled the Rasengan in his hand and hurriedly stepped forward, but was afraid to touch him recklessly. What should I do? What can I do? In a panic, the young Boruto took out the treasure tool, the plow. But how could the sleeping turtle respond to him? No matter how much he shook it, there was no reaction. No, don't panic, Boruto. Listen to me. Go find Uchiha Itachi, he will help you. This was the last sentence that the disabled Sasuke uttered with the last bit of his strength. No matter which world, he believed that his brother would be his companion. Sasuke-sensei. The disabled Sasuke could no longer respond to Boruto's calls. Slowly closing his eyes, his life hanging by a thread. Am I going to die here? I haven't. Ultimately, the disabled Sasuke passed out. The panicked young Boruto felt the faint breath of life still lingering in the disabled Sasuke after he fainted and let out a sigh of relief. Wiping away his tears, he mustered his courage to carry the disabled Sasuke on his back and began to search for Uchiha Itachi around the Uchiha clan's territory. Huh, you said Itachi should be at home at this time, right? Go down this road, turn right at the third intersection, and the third house straight ahead is... Thank you, Osan. What the hell? I'm only 23 this year. Sorry, the young Boruto waved goodbye and ran off with the disabled Sasuke. At the entrance of the Uchiha Fayake family, the young Boruto, looking for Itachi, was stopped by a Uchiha girl. Who are you? What do you want with Itachi? Uchiha Izumi looked at the young blonde with suspicion. Although he looked a lot like Naruto, his unique beard proved that they were not the same person. But he still looked like a cute little kid. So she had to be on high alert. I should be the one asking that. I'm looking for Mr. Itachi. Not you. The young Boruto pouted, thinking that Uchiha Itachi was definitely a boy's name. I'm Itachi's girlfriend. Be honest, who are you? Why are you looking for Itachi? Izumi crossed her arms and puffed out her chest to assert her identity. Little blonde brat, you're not stealing my man. My master is injured, and I came to find Mr. Itachi for help. The young Boruto thought of the brutality of Mitsuki's father earlier and deflected the topic about his identity. TCH, you don't need to look for Itachi for this. I could do it myself, Izumi said impatiently, directing him to put down the person he was carrying. A green light of healing jutsu appeared in her palms, and she pressed it onto the disabled Sasuke. Immediately, Sasuke's injuries began to slowly heal. Huh, why does his face seem a bit annoying? It looks a bit like that stinky little brat Sasuke. But she didn't care much. There were many people who looked like Sasuke, including the second Hokage, Izuna. You know medical ninjutsu? Thank you, sister. The young Boruto said excitedly. Sasuke-sensei is saved. Once I'm done healing, you should leave quickly. At your age, stop always thinking about finding Itachi and go play with girls your age. Izumi said with annoyance. Kids nowadays really don't understand the charm of younger girls, mistaking handsome boys for treasures. However, Izumi noticed that her healing seemed ineffective. The disabled Sasuke's condition remained eerily at the brink of life and death. No matter how much healing energy she provided, it was as if some inexplicable energy was devouring it. Sister, why did you stop? The young Boruto looked at the girl in front of him, canceling her healing jutsu with a puzzled expression, and then he saw the girl activate her Manjiki Sharingan. The same eyes as Sasuke-sensei. He had heard Sasuke-sensei mention that this kind of eye called Manjiki was very difficult to awaken. Amaterasu? Izumi was shocked. She discovered the burning black flames within the disabled Sasuke. Isn't this Itachi's technique? Why is it inside this person? Moreover, being burned by Amaterasu shouldn't lead to immediate incineration? Who are you? Izumi glared at the young Boruto with unkind eyes. The situation seemed more complicated than she initially thought. Mr. Itachi knows. The young Boruto hesitated about whether to reveal his identity and blurted out a lie. Bring him in first. I'll find Itachi, and you better not have any bad intentions. Izumi threatened with a glare from her Manjiki, and the young Boruto, under the scrutiny of her crimson eyes, nodded shakily. Izumi took out her phone and sent a message to Itachi, who replied immediately, saying he would arrive soon. Itachi, dressed in Akatsuki robes, quickly appeared. The first thing he noticed was the girl hugging his arm to assert her claim while also learning about the situation. You know me? Itachi immediately felt that this blonde kid had a close relationship with Naruto and even thought further, suspecting this was a love child of Minato who had wandered outside. Please save SAS. No, please save my master. The young Boruto pleaded. The mismatched response made Itachi frown. He was deliberately avoiding the topic. But after all, someone was being burned by Amaterasu. Itachi understood the seriousness of the situation, approached the disabled Sasuke, and was stunned to see his face. Sasuke? No, Itachi. He just looks a lot like him. He's an adult. Izumi said impatiently. Look, which little kid doesn't he look like Sasuke? Brother complex is truly hopeless. No, Izumi, this is definitely Sasuke. Itachi said with certainty, even though he had never seen Sasuke grow up, but how could a brother not recognize his own brother? Since that's the case, then there's only. In an instant, Itachi understood everything. You are from the future, right? What's your name? Itachi asked the young Boruto while picking up the disabled Sasuke from the cold floor and carrying him indoors, placing him on a warm bed. Boruto. The young Boruto responded while helping. Then he felt a strong hand patting him. Welcome to the world of the second loop. Uzumaki Boruto, you've had a tough journey, and now leave it to us adults." Itachi ruffled the boy's hair, his voice gentle and reassuring. "All right, for some reason." Facing this elder who guessed his surname right away, Boruto relaxed his tense heart. Chapter 104, Born to Fight, Until Death. On the other side, in the evening at the Konoha Research Institute, after completing the experiment, Tobirama opened the door to the lab and saw Uchiha Madara sitting in a chair, kicking back and waiting. "I've been waiting for you for so long." "Tobi Mama," Madara shouted excitedly, shifting from sitting to standing on one foot on the chair, full of battle spirit. Ever since being beaten by young Sasuke, he had been waiting outside the lab after using Flying Thunder God to return. Tobirama looked at the overly excited Madara with a dumbfounded expression. "If one didn't know better, they would think you were here to fight me." He waved his hand, signaling Madara to come over. "Huh?" Madara walked over and saw Tobirama take out a sealing scroll, summoning what was sealed inside. It was indeed his Rinnegan. "Is it done?" "Done," Tobirama replied, tossing the Rinnegan to Madara, who caught it with one hand. "Please, start your performance." Madara dug out the left eye of the reincarnated body, and before it could heal, he inserted his Rinnegan back into it. The reincarnated eye stopped healing and began to wrap around the real Rinnegan to heal. Madara closed his eyes, feeling the power of his left eye gradually restoring, and at a certain moment, he suddenly opened them. The Rinnegan in his left eye was in the perfect form of the sixth Tomo. "Ha ha 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 ha." Another wave of triumphant laughter erupted from Madara, making Tobirama, who was nearby, speechless. However, before he could say anything, Madara's figure suddenly vanished with Flying Thunder God. "So what did I waste an afternoon for?" He didn't even say a word of thanks. Tobirama rubbed his forehead helplessly, glad that this reincarnated body couldn't feel pain. Otherwise, he would have been driven mad by Madara. He decided to stop thinking about that annoying guy and start working on the next forbidden technique. Akaf, ninjutsu research. On the other side, with the full power of the Rinnegan, Madara used Flying Thunder God to arrive at Obito's home. Eager for revenge, Madara originally wanted to find young Sasuke, but after searching all over Konoha and not finding him, he had no choice but to give up and decided to punish Obito first. However, as soon as Madara appeared beside Obito, he was evaded by a perfectly executed phasing technique. "Whoa, old man Ban, what are you doing?" Obito, who was chatting with Itachi on his phone, was startled and quickly noticed the difference in Madara's eyes. "Six Tomo. Not good. I'm out. Kawaii. Don't think you can escape." Limbo. Madara's quickly activated limbo was not faster than the descent of his limbo technique. The world where the two stood instantly turned black and white, and they were the only two colors in the center. Limbo boundary. This is the world of Limbo, Madara's shadow world, a technique akin to Kagaya's heavenly realm. In an instant, Madara pulled Obito into this world. In the world of Limbo, I, Madara, am a master. Obito instantly lost his Kamui. "I say, old man Ban, is this necessary?" Obito felt his passive abilities failing, panicking internally, but forced himself to remain calm, sitting down at a chair beside the dining table with a goofy smile. Although it was a black and white Limbo world, it was laid out just like his home, transforming me into a woman. "Very interesting, isn't it?" Madara sneered, appearing at Obito's side and kicking him away. Obito's body flew through the wall of his house, crashing through several buildings and landed on the street. "I really want to curse you out, old man. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Obito, also furious from being kicked, activated his complete body, Susanoo, and charged at Madara. A clash of titans that Madara craved ensued as he met Obito's complete body Susanoo with his own, wielding a katana. But after all, he was in a reincarnated body, and his former strength could not be fully exerted. For a moment, Madara's complete body Susanoo was actually suppressed by Obito. "Arrogant, arrogant. Aren't you arrogant?" Obito swung his katana wildly, looking smug. Madara merely smiled disdainfully, using his katana to defend and counterattack. Gradually, Obito began to notice something was off. From initially easily suppressing Madara, he started to feel some pressure, then it leveled off. Finally, he was completely surpassed. Madara sneered, the eternal Mangeki in his right eye flashing crimson, and with a powerful and heavy draw of his katana, he slashed Obito away. The will of the fighter, Madara's eternal Mangeki technique. It's a simple technique effect. As the battle continues, strength, speed, and physical abilities will continuously advance. Born to fight, until death. This is Uchiha Madara, the battle god of the ninja world. What's wrong? Can't you dance anymore? Madara looked at the fallen blue Susanoo, a smirk of disdain on his lips. How long has this battle been? The fight with Hashirama lasted for days and nights, Not like this child's play. Get up. Keep dancing for me. As Madara shouted, the sword style in Susanu's hands changed. Flying thunder sword style dragon hammer flash. With a high jump, he swung his waist. And Susanu's hands gripped the sword, striking down. However, Madara's blue Susanu's movements suddenly slowed. At the same time, the blue Susanu pulled back its left hand. Its right hand forming a palm, the index finger lightly tapping the side of the sword tip, aiming for the target. Void-style Fong thrust. A lightning-fast thrust pierced through Madara's Susanu before his dragon hammer could land. The overwhelming, piercing force shattered countless houses into dust. Don't underestimate me. You old man. Obito countered Madara's slash, similarly sending Madara's Susanu flying. Fighting every day with Kakashi. How can my swordsmanship be poor? Not bad, good technique. Madara recalled the time when his body slowed down, complementing it. Continuous chakra flowed into the damaged Susanu, restoring it in an instant. Originally a supreme spatial technique, Kamui unexpectedly evolved into eternal and even gained a time-manipulating technique. You make me excited. Obito, seeing that Madara was not discouraged but instead burning with even more fighting spirit. Obito disdainfully activated his Manjiki technique. His time began to reverse, returning to half an hour ago at his home. The tattered black and white world of Limbo faded, and Obito successfully returned to his undamaged home. Madara, watching the Limbo world operate, was stunned. He just went out again. Does he have no shame? Can't he just fight me fairly? Frustrated, Madara kept launching sneak attacks at Obito across the Limbo world. But he was evaded perfectly time and again. Hey, stop messing around, old man ban. Itachi said there's a big Otsutsuki we need to deal with. Obito said irritably, although he couldn't see Madara. He knew he was right beside him. Stupid brat. Let me hit you with that phasing. Dream on. Chapter 105. Pre-battle meeting of using cannons to hit mosquitoes after trying for a long time. Madara helplessly emerged from the wheel grave world and sat down at the table next to Obito's family. Lord Madara, this is for you. Madara took the bowl of rice from the little girl, nodding to express his gratitude, just as he was about to ask Obito about that Otsutsuki business. He lost his appetite due to the couple across from him who were showing off their affection. Obito, be serious. Lord Madara is still watching. It's fine. The Edo Tensei version of him doesn't count as a person. Oh, that's annoying. Madara was speechless but didn't say anything to stop them. After all, in his past life, he had indeed done something that could be considered inhumane. This was merely a small punishment, at most a bit of discomfort. But they were already married. Can a honeymoon phase really last this long? Back when Hashirama's mother was married, she still ran to his house every day to find him. As a single man who died alone, Madara found it completely incomprehensible. He then glanced at the quiet child beside him who was eating, inexplicably feeling a bit heartbroken. How much psychological harm could this couple's constant display of affection cause to a child who hasn't grown up yet? Little Boruto noticed the gaze and, seeing Madara's frowning expression, stood up. Then, assuming an elder's demeanor, he tiptoed and patted the shoulder of this elder. You'll get used to it. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Little brat, do you even hear what you're saying? Do you want to dance too? After dinner, as was customary, little Boruto stayed home while Obito took Lin to find Itachi. Knowing they were going to eat special dog food again, little Boruto turned and went upstairs early, ignoring them. Obito felt a bit regretful. Why was this silly kid so rebellious? He didn't understand his father's good intentions at all. While thinking this, he used Kamui to hold Lin and teleport, completely forgetting about the dazed old Madara beside him. In the end, the old man had to use the Flying Thunder God to return to the Uchiha clan on his own. At the Uchiha clan, at the Fugaka household, Obito and Madara arrived one after the other, and Itachi was somewhat surprised by Madara's arrival, but quickly guessed his identity as an Edo Tensei and confirmed it with Obito. Obito, by the way, Edo Tensei Madara isn't a female body Itachi. Oh, Obito-senpai really knows how to have fun. Madara, on the other hand, looked somewhat surprised at the young Boruto in front of him. The age didn't match up with the child Boruto he had seen in the afternoon. Moreover, without any transformation techniques, Madara could clearly tell. Little brat, state your name. Uzumaki Boruto. Young Boruto was startled by the long-haired man in Warring State's armor in front of him. The unintentional aura of superiority emanating from him made Boruto's legs weaken uncontrollably. So weak, the weak are ugly. Madara shook his head and said with annoyance. He had consciously controlled his chakra aura. The boy in front of him was far inferior to the younger version of himself. This remark made young Boruto feel a wave of shame. So what exactly is going on? Madara asked Itachi, who was the main backbone of the team. Itachi, Lord Madara, they come from the future of the first round. Itachi explained to Madara the fact that they came from the future of the first round. Hearing this, Madara nodded and looked at the comatose, disabled Sasuke lying on the bed. No wonder he was so weak. He couldn't compare to that young Sasuke at all. Not sharing this information with Itachi, he kept silent about having met the two in the second round, to avoid causing a butterfly effect that could impact the future. Lin and Ino were taking care of the two master and apprentice who had crossed over from another time and space, while Itachi, Shursui, Obito, and Madara held an overnight meeting regarding the Otsutsuki. This was their first time dealing with the Otsutsuki from outside, and a somewhat tense atmosphere filled the entire conference room. Don't panic, kids, the Otsutsuki aren't that formidable. Madara sneered as he spoke, as the only one present who had faced the Otsutsuki. He knew better than anyone how weak those who could only rely on chakra fruits were. The only one qualified to be my enemy is Hashirama's mother alone. Otsutsuki? Just a pile of sand, not even half as good as me. Let me summarize the known information about Boruto and the others. This time, there's only one enemy, Otsutsuki Urashiki. He has a red glowing fish basket and a red glowing fishing rod. He can release red fishing lines and hooks during battle, instantly fishing away the opponent's chakra for his own use. Itachi shared the known information with the other three present. Stealing chakra from the human body? I wonder if he can ignore sealing techniques. Shursui keenly pointed this out. Itachi, it's still unclear. According to Boruto and the others, Urashiki's arrival is to seize the tailed beast chakra from Naruto at a young age. If we follow the original timeline, I think that Otsutsuki wouldn't be foolish enough to ignore the existence of the 8 trigram seal, Obito. So, we can't let him hit us. This isn't my area of expertise. I can just rely on intangibility to deal with him. Shursui, attack methods aren't important. We just need to dodge the attacks. The Otsutsuki clan is tricky because of their unknown Rinnegan ocular techniques. Do Boruto and the others have any information on this? Information warfare is always a top priority for ninjas. Itachi shook his head, no. Even I want to seek information from Lord Jiraiya. But he said Urashiki hasn't made an appearance yet, so he couldn't observe him, hence no information. Then, I'll take the lead. This time, the one who spoke was Madara. With the Rinnegan, he knew better than anyone how powerful it was. Considering the risk of being killed on the first sight, the Edo Tensei body of Madara took the initiative to volunteer to be the first to attack. It's absolutely not to be the first to die. Shursui, no. Lord Madara, let me control it with heaven's deity instead. If anything goes wrong, you can remedy it later. Obito, then I might as well go up. I can control the time pulse, and if anything goes wrong, I can just rewind time. Itachi, no, Obito-senpai. The reason Boruto and the others came to this timeline is that Urashiki activated the time-traveling artifact, the plow, so his Rinnegan ocular techniques are likely related to time. Time-related ocular techniques. Itachi's analysis made the 4 of them solemn. Obito's eternal Mangeki Sharingan ocular technique is itself time-related, so he understood better than anyone the abnormality of manipulating time. As for Madara, he didn't need to mention it. He had been genuinely disgusted by Obito's ocular techniques, and just having that made Obito invincible in front of him. So this is the Otsutsuki, truly not to be underestimated. The 4 began a more rigorous planning discussion, and this discussion lasted all night. Information from Jiraiya has arrived. Current shareable information, 103. Disabled Sasuke was able to escape from Orochimaru's hands because he was coincidentally passed by young Sasuke, who couldn't bear to see his former self defeated by Orochimaru, so he intervened and used heavenly hand power to transfer the two. Similarly, the Amaterasu that burned the disabled Sasuke's body was also the work of young Sasuke, but it was just a life-saving measure to avoid exhausting his own ocular power. 104. The will of the fighter is Obito's eternal kaleidoscope eye technique. Its power increases with the continuous accumulation of combos. The specific number of combos required for each level is something Obito is unwilling to disclose. But he has mentioned that he was able to completely suppress Kakashi with the will of the fighter at the 7th level. Based on my observations, he managed to achieve a total of 120 combos. So completing 120 combos would enable one to reach the 7th level of the will of the fighter. 105. I cannot observe characters that do not appear, so I cannot provide information about them. It's definitely not intentional that I'm avoiding looking at Itachi and the others while they use heavy artillery to swat mosquitoes. Hee that's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 106. This trip brought better returns. On the other side in the land of waves, after a long night of traveling, the first rays of dawn fell in the morning as the young Sasuke, brought the child Boruto to Naruto's grandmother's house in a land of waves. Listen carefully, Boruto. From now on, you'll have to live here by yourself for a while. The young Sasuke said as he placed Boruto at the entrance of the Kinketsu family home and prepared to leave. Mr. Sasuke, where are you going? To see another version of myself and another you. Coincidentally, this is also the time when we first came to the past. The young Sasuke said with a calm expression, but a smile crept onto his lips as he seemed to recall the difficulties of that time. I want to go too. Boruto, reminded by this, immediately spoke up. No, Boruto, don't forget the purpose of your trip. It's to fulfill your father's regret. The young Sasuke squatted down, placing his hand on Boruto's shoulder as he said seriously. Boruto lowered his head, recalling his birthday from a few days ago. In a drowsy sleep, his father, who was taking care of him, muttered a regretful statement. If I had married Hinata a little earlier, perhaps Grandma would have been able to see Boruto's birth. Even though he was half asleep, he remembered it very clearly when he woke up the next day. That's right, he had asked Mr. Sasuke to take him to the past to help alleviate his father's regrets. Looks like you figured it out, that's good. The young Sasuke smiled and ruffled his hair before vanishing from sight as he sensed the arrival of a familiar figure. To avoid affecting the future, it would be best not to meet this elder. Huh, little boy, what are you doing at our door? Kanketsu opened the gate to the yard and saw the cute child outside. With blonde hair, he looked somewhat like Naruto when he was young. Could he be Minato and Kushina's second child? However, considering that there are many people in the world who look alike, Kanketsu did not jump to conclusions. Grandma, hello, my master has something to do and said I should play here by myself for a while. He'll come and pick me up later. Boruto held back the urge to call her great-grandmother, apologizing silently to his father in his heart as he called her grandma. Is that so? Where are your mom and dad? Didn't they come with you? Kanketsu looked around but saw no one, wondering how long this 4-year-old child had been left here by his irresponsible master. My mom and dad are far away. They didn't come. It was just my master and me who came to the land of waves. You're quite brave, staying here alone for so long without crying. You're a strong kid. Kanketsu gently rubbed Boruto's head with her somewhat aged hands. Boruto looked at the gently smiling face, though wrinkled. He couldn't help but feel the urge to cry. He tried hard to hold it back, but before he could completely suppress it, the warm embrace brought forth tears. Good boy, you've worked hard, Grandma's here. It's okay, your master won't abandon you. He'll definitely be back soon, don't cry. Feeling the warmth of this elder who would pass away in the future, Boruto couldn't help but remember his past life of lonely wandering. My master won't abandon me. But even if in the end, he couldn't save him back. Sadness and unwillingness ultimately turned into tears that flowed freely. He cried longer and louder than the last time he cried in his father's arms. The young Sasuke quietly watched this scene from a distance, smiling. This trip brought better returns. Watching Kanketsu take Boruto into the house, he vanished from the spot. He prepared to return to Konoha to help his former self from the shadows. However, why did they, who were not supposed to come to this second-round world, end up crossing over? As the young Sasuke pondered, he recalled the first time he fought against Kaguya and the Dimensional Rift. Gathering sage energy inadvertently triggered the black hole factor, forming a black hole. Under the immense gravitational force, space twisted, perhaps creating a high-dimensional wormhole connecting two distant locations. Thinking of this, the young Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle. It seems I need to return. Perhaps they will still need my help when they leave. The perspective returned to Boruto, who finally managed to hold back his tears with Kanketsu's comfort, now using a tissue to wipe his nose. Meanwhile, Kanketsu was also on the phone confirming with her son-in-law Minato that they did not yet have a second child. So that means? You cheated? The mother-in-law's words were somewhat unfriendly, and she was still suspicious of the possibility that the child in front of her was a love child. How could that be? Mom, do you think I would dare? Minato, handling official business on the other end of the line, was so startled that he almost signed the wrong name, hurriedly responding with a forced laugh. That's true. You're quite the henpecked husband. You're right, Mom. Kanketsu pouted, then continued to scold him a few more times, urging him to bring Naruto back before hanging up. She then looked at Boruto, who was wiping his nose, and the more she looked, the more he resembled Naruto's younger brother. He looked so much like him. Originally, she wanted to take a picture of Boruto to show Minato, but perhaps feeling shy after crying, the little boy stubbornly refused to let her take a photo, leaving her with no choice but to give up. Boruto thought, let you take a picture? No way. If Minato starts to suspect and takes me back to see Dad and Mom, that could affect the future. He didn't want the butterfly effect to occur, leading to the loss of any friends when he returned. By the way, I still don't know your name. Kanketsu suddenly asked. Boruto remembered the young Sasuke's reminder on the way to the Land of Waves. Remember, Boruto, don't reveal your identity. But if she asks for your name, tell her you're Uzumaki Boruto. Grandma, my name is Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto recalled Mr. Sasuke's words and somewhat nervously revealed his name from his past life. Mr. Sasuke, will this really not expose me? Just do as I say, the young Sasuke had said. His meaningful smile, leaving a deep impression on Boruto, who still hadn't figured out the meaning of that smile. Uzumaki Boruto. Kanketsu suddenly stood up, looking at the child in front of her with a face full of surprise. It was unbelievable, and then turned into visible joy. Child, come with me. The old lady took Boruto and hurried out. Huh? Grandma, where are you taking me? Boruto asked in confusion. To meet Hikari. To meet your friend, Uchiha Hikari. Chapter 107. In the first light of morning, she found the one her heart yearned for. Time rewinds to the distant Warring States period. Inside a young girl's boudoir. Wait, just a moment. No, don't go. I know nothing about you. Not even your name. Like this. I know nothing. The girl, who was crying in her dreams, grabbed the boy who was about to disappear in front of her. My name is Uzumaki Boruto. Remember, even if we part ways, we will always be friends. You are definitely not alone. Don't forget, I will always cheer for you. The boy's encouraging words were filled with a smile before he vanished. Boruto, no, don't go. The girl's cries left no trace of the disappearing figure, as the boy's silhouette turned into specks of starlight and dissipated in her eyes. You must be happy. Uchiha Hikari. This was his last sentence. Boruto. The dream ended, and the girl looked at her hand, reaching toward the ceiling, her eyes already brimming with tears. Lost in thought for a long time, she pulled the quilt over her head, and silent sobs soaked the pillow once again. Boruto, where are you? Shao Hikari, are you crying again? Her father's gentle voice came from outside the quilt. The girl panicked and wiped away her tears, then peeked out from under the quilt, forcing a nonchalant expression as she looked at her concerned father squatting at her bedside. I'm fine, Dad. Her father looked at the tears she had wiped away from the corners of her eyes, unsure of what to say to comfort her, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Even though in this life he worked hard to become the head of the Uchiha clan, preventing his daughter from facing the tragedy of her past life, he still couldn't recover her smile, still letting her cry alone in the deep of night. Dad, I'm going to help Mom. The girl forced a smile as she said this, getting out of bed and trying to run away, but her father pulled her back. Dad, go find him. Shao Hikari, go find Uzumaki Boruto. Dad will support you. Her father's face was full of tenderness and determination, with a deep reluctance in his heart. However, the girl lowered her head in desolation in front of him. Huh? Her father was a bit confused, and then he heard the girl's trembling words. I can't find him. I've searched my whole life. I've traveled around the world for this, but I really can't find him. It's okay, Dad, I'm going to help Mom. The girl kept her head down, wiped away the tears in her eyes, then pulled her father's hand away from his gaze and fled her room. In place, her father's hand was tightly clenched, holding on very tightly. The next day, the girl woke up from her dream again, but this time was different. Both her parents were there, and they immediately held her outstretched hand. Go find him. Even if he is not from this era, go find him in the future. This was what her parents told her. They had discussed it all night and ultimately made this painful decision. Even if you're not by our side, as long as you can be happy and joyful, Mom and Dad will be happy. Dad will take you to find the head of the Uzumaki clan and plead with him to seal you. But you may have to endure decades or even hundreds of years of loneliness. Don't be afraid, Shao Hikari. As long as you have perseverance, you will definitely find that person. Encouraged by her parents, the girl firmed her resolve and hugged her crying parents, ultimately bidding farewell and stepping into the sealing array of the Uzumaki clan shrine. That year, the girl was 6 years old. She left her parents and began her solitary journey into the future. Time flew by, and this day marked the end of the 5th year of Konoha. Senju Hashirama secretly came to the Uchiha clan's territory again to drink with Madara. However, he was a bit surprised to see Madara busy sealing wealth into scrolls. Madara, you're not planning to run away to do something bad again, are you? Nonsense. These will be sent to the Uzumaki clan. Stop standing there and help. Oh, the two began to work together on the scrolls, during which Hashirama naturally made mistakes and got scolded by Madara, leading to various negative moods. After finishing, the two flew to the top of the Shadow Rock to drink. And during this time, Hashirama couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Madara, I remember 10 years ago around this time you were busy too. Doesn't your Uchiha clan transfer funds to the Uzumaki clan every year? This is different from that. Hashirama Madara told the story of the Uchiha girl who dared to love and act, even if sealed, to seek her friend in the future. The Uchiha clan pays expenses to the Uzumaki clan every 10 years, not for any other reason, but to ensure the safety of the sealing array. That brave girl is the pride of the Uchiha clan, so every generation of Uchiha clan heads will consciously abide by this agreement. No matter how much the expenses are, it doesn't matter. We will send her to her friend's side. Such splendid friendship. Hashirama was very moved to hear this. Right, in terms of friendship, I, Madara, would call her the strongest. Madara proudly shared, this is our Uchiha ancestor. Clinking cups with Hashirama, they continued to drink and celebrate. The words of these two straight men left Mito, who had arrived without them noticing, speechless. Is it possible? Isn't that friendship but love? She stepped forward, tugging at the ears of the two straight men, pulling them toward the Hokage building. Don't ask, just know that the two Hokages still have work to finish. As time passed, this year Kana was 5 years old. The small her followed her grandmother to the Uzumaki clan's shrine to pay respects to their ancestors. And then, she saw the black-haired girl sealed in the sealing array. Grandma, who is she? Hikari, Uchiha Hikari. Then why is she sealed inside the array? How pitiful. Can we let her out? Kana looked at the black-haired girl inside the sealing array, her fair skin surrounded by darkness, looking very lonely. No, it's not time yet. Why? Because her friend hasn't been born yet. She was sealed in there to find her friend. We can't let her be without friends. Then I could be her friend. You're different. Grandma smiled gently, not saying this out loud, just affectionately ruffling her hair. Grandma, what is her friend's name? Uzumaki Boruto. Uzumaki, Boruto. Little Kana muttered this name, then made up her mind. Grandma, I will help her find his friend. Okay, Grandma will accompany you to look for him. The grandmother and granddaughter made a promise in front of the black-haired girl in the sealing array. That year, the streets and alleys of the Uzumaki clan echoed with the girl's calls for Uzumaki Boruto. As she grew older, the girl gradually blossomed. She no longer shouted in the streets like she did as a child, but she never forgot the promise she made in her youth. Day after day, year after year, until her grandmother's passing, until her own body grew old, experiencing the rotation of several generations, she still couldn't find the one named Uzumaki Boruto. Uzumaki Boruto, where are you? Why do you make her wait so long? The helplessness of aging intertwined in her heart. The promise made in childhood seemed like a distant dream. She had to face the reality after waking from the dream. Perhaps he doesn't belong to my era either. Kana, who smiled self-deprecatingly and washed her aging face. Go apologize to Hikaru. After all, I couldn't bring him to you. On that day, Kana, who pushed open her family's courtyard gate, and in the first ray of light of the morning, she found the person Hikaru longed for. Chapter 108. What should I talk about? Let's talk about my years of wandering alone. Time rewinds. Pulling the child Boruto, Kanaheim hurriedly heads out, preparing to take him to meet Uchiha Hikari, but she is shocked by his subsequent reply. But Grandma, I really don't know her. What did you say? Kanaheim can hardly believe her ears until Boruto confirms it again. Grandma, I really don't know someone named Uchiha Hikari. Boruto sees the shock on the old woman's face and reads the disappointment on her expression. Even so, he still doesn't want to lie about this matter. There is no Uchiha Hikari among the Uchihas he knows, neither in this life nor in the previous one. He has no impression of her in his memory. But you're named Uzumaki Boruto. Kanaheim looks at the blonde-haired boy, Uzumaki, but he has yellow hair. Perhaps he really isn't, just a person with the same name from another clan. Maybe you have met her, you just don't remember. I'll take you to find her first. Kanaheim can't believe this is just a coincidence of having the same name. And she quickly brings Boruto to the sealing array beside the Uzumaki clan's shrine to let him confirm it with his own eyes. Grandma, I really don't know her. This is the definite answer from Boruto, who has seen Uchiha Hikari's face, shaking his head and causing Kanaheim's disappointment to deepen. Did I not find her? Grandma, why is this person sealed here? Boruto asks curiously, wondering if the person sealed in the array committed some heinous crime. She looks so cute. She is a time traveler. Kanaheim slowly explains, and Boruto hears the full story of the girl who crossed hundreds of years just to find her friend. He feels shocked and helpless. If this girl named Hikari really knows him and truly embarked on a time travel for him, he doesn't know how to face this girl who gave up all her family and friends for him. By the way, it could also be that she knows you unilaterally. Let me unseal it first and let her confirm. Kanaheim suddenly thinks of this possibility and prepares to unseal it, only to be desperately stopped by Boruto. No, absolutely not. I can't stay here any longer. The child Boruto desperately holds onto the old hands that are about to unseal, not allowing her to continue. He is not from this timeline. He has to go back. Therefore, if she really knows him, how could he be heartless enough to leave her alone here without care? It's okay, child. You don't know her, but if she really knows you, you can be friends with her. Kanaheim gently ruffles the panicking Boruto's hair, thinking that he is just shy. My home is very far away, not here. Her family and friends are in the past, so there is no reason to bind her here. You can let your master take her away with you. My parents. Don't let me playing with kids from other families, especially girls. Boruto feels apologetic inside. Sorry, Dad and Mom, please take the blame for me. Damn, Kanaheim can't help but curse inwardly. What kind of parents are these that favor sons over daughters? Raising a daughter is so good. Really, after calming down a bit, Kanaheim pauses her sealing actions. After all, if she unseals it and this child Boruto is really not the Uzumaki Boruto that Hikari is looking for, then sealing her back into the array again would be too cruel. It would be better to let her continue to sleep with hope. Grandma, when I go back, I will persuade my dad and mom. I will definitely come back to pick her up. I promise. Boruto speaks firmly to Kanaheim, causing her previously disappointed expression to involuntarily break into a smile. You're not big, but you sure know how to act cool. It reminds her of the little brat, Minato, who kidnapped their Kushina back in the day. Then you better hurry up. Don't keep her waiting too long. Okay. Kanaheim ruffles Boruto's hair again and takes him to the other side of the sealing array, closer to Uchiha Hikari's head. Even though she can't hear you, I think she would hope you talk to her more. Kanaheim finds a cushion and hands it to him, and Boruto nods as he takes it. Kanaheim, sensing the situation, steps back and leaves the shrine, not wanting to listen to their conversation. Boruto sits on the cushion, looking at the girl sleeping just in front of him, who seems so close yet so far away in the darkness. He feels a pang of heartache. How long has she endured such loneliness? Decades? Hundreds of years? I'm sorry, but I have to ask you to endure a little longer. By the way, what should I talk about? Let's talk about my years of wandering alone. Boruto begins to speak endlessly. Some things have been bottled up in his heart for too long, and he doesn't even know why he is so open with her. At the entrance of the shrine, Kanaheim watches the chatty child with a smile on her face. Even if this child is not the one Hikari is looking for, at least at this moment, he is indeed Uzumaki Boruto of Hikari. The wind blows past her ears, as if time has stopped at this moment. On the other side, in Konoha village, Uchiha clan territory, the four of them, including Obito, have discussed all night. Except for Madara, who is in the reanimated body. The other three all have big dark circles under their eyes. However, all four are filled with fighting spirit, showing no signs of fatigue. Because of their perfect battle plan, even if Uchiha Kagaya is revived, she would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Kagaya's arrival is still several days away, and life must go on until then. The three night owls each return to catch up on sleep and ask Madara, who doesn't need to sleep, to take young Boruto to find Minato. After all, it's a rare opportunity to let the grandfather and grandson meet. What a hassle. Madara accompanies the trembling young Boruto to finish breakfast, then directly uses the Flying Thunder God technique to bring him to the Hokage building. However, instead of meeting Minato in the Hokage office, they meet Rope Tree, the grandson of Kushina. Rope Tree, Grandpa Madara. Rope Tree is a bit surprised. The little brat who used to always pester him to let him sit in his Susanoo has now become the Hokage. Good, Madara nods with satisfaction. Rope Tree immediately guessed that Madara was in the reanimated body and was not surprised at all. Why? Because last night his granduncle Hashirama had a dream about him, saying that he couldn't find Madara's figure in the Pure Land, and that he must have been reanimated by some bad person, and urged Rope Tree to quickly bring him back to deal with it. One can only say that his granduncle is indeed wise and powerful. You guessed it right. Information from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable information, 106, Sage Art, Dragon King Dimension. Young Sasuke, when he first created this technique, inadvertently triggered the black hole factor, forming a black hole. Under the influence of the massive gravity, space underwent a wormhole effect, bringing over the disabled Sasuke from another parallel world who was in the midst of time travel. This is also the reason why their future selves in the first timeline can come to the second timeline. 107. Uchiha Hikari was a girl treated as a weapon during the chaotic warring states of her past life. Uzumaki Boruto was her only friend back then. Therefore, for her only friend, in this life, with the support of her parents and clan, she chooses to embark on a solitary journey into the future. Crossing hundreds of years of light, she is determined to find him. The girl's resolve and courage earn my admiration. 108. Young Sasuke. Using the power of the dragon vein and the ability of the Rinnegan to travel through time and space can support at most 2 people for time travel. This is also why little Boruto hesitates to awaken the girl, because if it's true, he really cannot take her away. Even without memories, he instinctively doesn't want her to be sad, and little Boruto unconsciously stopped Konoha's unsealing, surprising even himself. Above all, do not underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 109, Show Me Your Potential. Uzumaki Boruto. Who is the caster of this Edo Tensei? Rope Tree asked curiously, his mind flashing with the somewhat cold smile of his old mentor. Orochimaru. Madara answered as he expected. As expected, Rope Tree couldn't help but laugh. His teacher really liked to stir up trouble. What about Uzumaki Minato? Madara asked, as his memory still recalled Uzumaki Naruto, thus subconsciously thinking that Naruto's father, Minato, also had the surname Uzumaki. Uzumaki? You must be mistaken, Grandpa Madara. Minato's surname is Namikaze. What? So he has the surname Namikaze. I was wondering why that kid didn't have the surname Uzumaki, but Namikaze. Madara suddenly realized with a smile. No wonder that little kid Boruto would say his name was Namikaze Boruto. That makes sense. At the same time, Rope Tree also noticed the little blonde boy next to Madara. Who is this child? Rope Tree looked at the somewhat timid Boruto, who was greeting them, and saw Naruto's shadow in him, speculating that he might be a relative of the Namikaze family. Or perhaps, he is Minato's illegitimate child. Uzumaki Boruto. He came from the first timeline, and he is said to be Naruto's son from that timeline in the future. Madara carefully told Rope Tree about this little guy's origin, while also informing him that a major Otsutsuki would arrive in a few days. Otsutsuki, huh? Whatever, I'll take action. I know. Rope Tree was only slightly surprised. After all, Grandpa Madara was right in front of him, an existence that could easily defeat an Otsutsuki. When he was young, he had heard his parents brag about it many times. How Grandpa Madara and Grandpa Hashirama teamed up to kick the Otsutsuki that came from the sky like a soccer ball. In a few days, he would witness it firsthand. How cool Minato went to the land of thunder with the flying thunder god. The Raikage is looking for him, and he won't be back until the afternoon. Rope Tree said, then looked apologetically at young Boruto and said, and he took Kushina with him. You came at a bad time, Boruto. You'll have to wait until the afternoon. Young Boruto felt a bit disappointed, but also somewhat relieved. After all, he hadn't thought about what kind of expression he should have when meeting his grandparents. Then I'll take this kid and go first. Too weak, I'll take in a train, Madara said, not giving young Boruto a chance to refuse, and patted his head with a big hand before using the flying thunder god to vanish. Rope Tree smiled. No wonder young Boruto looked so timid. It turned out Madara had scared him. It's a good thing for young people to train combat skills with their seniors. Why is this kid so scared really? Then, he saw Madara return using the flying thunder god again. Rope Tree, do you have any instant death sealing techniques? Give me a few. Huh? Grandpa Madara, what do you want that for? For training. Huh? Rope Tree blankly handed over the scroll inscribed with the instant death sealing technique. Watching as Madara left, satisfied. Is it really necessary to use an instant death seal for training? It can't be that he wants to train the kid at such a high level, right? Rope Tree's mind inexplicably flashed a terrifying image. Grandpa Madara, using his complete body Susanoo, wielding a samurai sword, chasing after young Boruto. Too terrifying. He quickly shook his head and then packed his things to find his teacher, Orochimaru. The reason is simple, to get Orochimaru to quickly summon Grandpa Hashirama with Edo Tensei. On the other side, at the training ground outside Konoha, Madara certainly wouldn't do something like using his complete body Susanoo to bully a child. What adult would get angry at a child? He merely created 25 with clone jutsu to counter young Boruto's 4 shadow clones, just like he did in his previous life against Inoki and the others. Next, I have a question. Which is better for these clones? Using or not using Susanoo? Not using it. Dream on. Of course, Madara asked, but whether to use it was up to him. 25 4th stage Susanoo appeared, wielding energy-long swords as they chased after young Boruto. Are you going to kill me? Tears and confusion accompanied young Boruto's loud cries that echoed throughout the area. Each strike from the clone Susanoo aimed for his vital points, and the 4 shadow clones were instantly taken out. If the main body was even a moment late, young Boruto felt he would meet his departed grandparents. Wait, it seems like his grandparents are still alive here. Boom! A massive slash barely missed him, causing the ground to shatter. In an instant, his scared thoughts returned to focus. Now is not the time to think about that. He continued to struggle to climb out of the pit, crying for his dad and master, desperately fleeing for his life. His terrified expression and somewhat pitiful demeanor ignited a surge of anger in Madara. What kind of expression is that? What do those eyes mean? What does those tears mean? Can your tears save the future of the earth? Madara roared, fully aware of the strength of the Otsutsuki after having battled them. They were absolutely not something this weak pair of master and apprentice could handle. The more he knew, the more furious he felt about these successors who had no sense of crisis. Madara directed the clones Susanoo to relentlessly chase after Boruto. Of course, not going all out, always controlling the rhythm of each attack to nearly kill him. People grow in adversity. Show me your potential, Uzumaki Boruto. At the same time, the peach spirit within young Boruto was also feeling a bit confused about the situation outside. What's going on? Isn't this person a relative of Boruto? Why is he suddenly trying to kill him? However, having fought against top-tier opponents before, he quickly noticed that something was off. That person wasn't truly trying to kill him. He was controlling the situation well enough to make Boruto barely dodge. Plus, with that person's Rinnegan, the peach spirit instantly understood that he had noticed its presence within Boruto and was trying to force him out as part of the act. To be able to see such a state, what a troublesome eye. It surpasses even that disabled Uchiha Sasuke. The peach spirit smiled, understanding his purpose, making the response easy. I won't go out. I won't go out. If you have the ability, kill Boruto. Do you dare? Madara watched as young Boruto continued to flee like a rat in the street, frowning fiercely. Is this not enough? It seems the threat of death isn't sufficient. He needs to experience death. With a thought, he directly dismissed all the Wood clones, preparing to step in personally. Hoo-hoo! Young Boruto sensed the attack had stopped, and thinking it was finally over, his legs went weak and he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Immediately after, he heard Madara's next question. Kid, have you seen my prime? Chapter 1:10 in terms of cosplay. I'm Madara, would call you the strongest. Huh? The young Boruto instinctively shook his head, and then, even from a distance, he heard Madara's proud snicker. Here we go. The power of the eyes and chakra surged, and the complete giant Susanoo took shape in Boruto's eyes. This time, it completely blocked out the sunlight under the blazing sun. It's not over yet, hold still. The hand seal transformed into the shape of the crow Tengu, then froze into the form of the war god Azura, wielding a gigantic katana. Young Boruto's mouth gaped wide, forgetting the intense gasping he had just experienced. This is way bigger than Sasuke's Susanoo. Momoshiki stared intently at the long-haired man in the hexagonal shape atop the Susanoo's head. He's definitely faking it. I don't believe you dare. Then, the giant hand of Susanoo reached for the katana's sheath in the eyes of the two, who were in disbelief. There are very few who could die under this move. Consider yourself honored, kid. Madara sneered, delivering a world-destroying slash directly down at young Boruto. Anyway, with the instant death seal, you won't die anyway. Let's kill you once. Hurry up and unleash your potential so I can see. Madara fantasized about what Boruto would look like after unleashing his potential. Vajra Lock? Or Sage Mode? Or some other unseen power? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. As for the other perspective, just before his death, young Boruto thought of many things. He thought of his mom and dad, thought of his master, and even thought of Himawari. I'm sorry, I won't chase after Momoshiki again next time. Why would I waste my time chasing him? Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. Boom! Feeling the immense force and pain from the strike, young Boruto regretted in his heart, and his consciousness slowly faded into a deep slumber. Madara casually waved the blade of Susanoo, dispersing the dust in the arena. Looking at the young Boruto, who had a horn on his head and radiated blue light, Madara wore a face of confusion and curiosity. What is this? So ugly. His appearance instantly made him lose interest in fighting. Look at what you've done. Lower life form. Young Boruto fell asleep, and Momoshiki took over. Momoshiki really didn't expect this person in front of him to dare to kill Boruto. It forced him, who originally lacked energy, to forcibly activate the wedge. Unavoidably, he transformed the remaining wedge, reconstructing Boruto's lost cellular tissue. His reincarnation became a hopeless dream, vanished into thin air. It's all because of this detestable lower life form in front of me. What did you say? Madara frowned fiercely at Momoshiki's words. This was a completely different tone and manner of speaking from the previous young Boruto. He remembered hearing Tobirama mention that white-haired kid, saying it was called schizophrenia. It's a disease that needs treatment. But why should I, Madara, care if you're sick? Are you going to dance too? With a flash, Madara appeared in front of Momoshiki, directly grabbing his collar and lifting him up. He kicked him away and casually cast an instant death seal to avoid accidentally killing him with the kick. Detestable lower species. Momoshiki, who was kicked away, clapped his hands, and fire chakra transformed into a giant flaming bird, flapping its fiery wings, chasing after Madara, who lingered in the air. Oh ho, this is interesting. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames erupted from Madara's mouth, violently dispersing the flaming bird. Immediately after, Madara's hand seal changed again. Fire style, great fire destruction. The hand sign was still changing. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. Countless more powerful fire style, ninjutsu, rained down from the sky. The immense power forcing Momoshiki to abandon the hard counter of fire style and switch to water style for restraint. Water style, wave technique. Chakra transformed into water, then shot out high-pressure water columns to form massive waves to attack. Of course, such a weak water style couldn't withstand Madara's fire style. So Momoshiki's actions weren't over yet. Great king of the divine spirits. The water style suddenly expanded, transforming into ocean style, and the corners of Madara's mouth lifted with excitement. As expected of Naruto Uzumaki's son, the potential he unleashed was quite satisfying to him. Sealing technique, absorption. Madara's reflexes were incredibly fast as he raised his hand, activating the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path from his Rinnegan to absorb the chakra of the ninjutsu. TCH, that annoying Rinnegan. Momoshiki muttered in disgust as he changed his hand sign. Canine Spirit. Slamming both hands on the ground, Earth-style chakra transformed into multiple dragon-headed, snake-bodied monsters, bypassing Madara's sealing technique to pounce and bite at him. You stupid little brat. Did you forget how I kicked you away just now? Let me help you remember. Madara once again teleported in an instant to appear behind Momoshiki, dodging all his attacks, then kicked him away hard again. Damn it. No longer releasing ninjutsu, Momoshiki began to advance and engage Madara in a taijutsu clash. However, how could someone like Momoshiki, who couldn't even compete with kids like Naruto and Sasuke in their 30s, possibly be a match for Madara, the rose of the battlefield? In no time, Momoshiki, with his head full of bruises, was once again lifted by Madara by his collar. I haven't even warmed up yet, but you're already too weak to dance, right? Kid. Madara's calm words contained a smile. Although there was no mocking intent, Momoshiki could still sense a hint of ridicule in it. You, lower life form. Even though he was beaten to a pulp, being lifted up like a chicken still made Momoshiki maintain an arrogant, disdainful attitude. Madara was somewhat speechless. He had figured out how to say it. This doesn't seem like schizophrenia. This doesn't sound like something a human could say. Clearly, he has been tainted by something. It resembles some sort of youth fad. Alright, cosplayers. Yesterday, during the discussion of battle plans, he had asked Itachi's group about what cosplay was. Acting as a certain character and following that character's behavioral logic is the cosplay culture popular among young people. The current Momoshiki appeared to him in that state. There's really nothing to say to such a brat. Just beat him more. Let me go. Despicable human. Oh ho, but even after getting beaten like this, you still want to provoke me? What was it called? Legendary cosplayer Never 00C. I acknowledge you, kid. In terms of cosplay, I, Madara, would call you the strongest. It seems you can still dance. Kid, then continue to amuse me. Madara controlled his chakra to form the healing palm technique, treating the injuries on Momoshiki's body, while the constant infusion of chakra quickly helped him regain his strength. Let's continue. Round 2. Wood style. Birth of the tree world. Lower life form. Round 3. Heavenly barrier. Shock star. Lower. Round 4. Ninetales mode. Stinky fox. Round 5. Momoshiki. Uzumaki Boruto, wake up already. I'm not playing anymore. Young Boruto. I feel like sleeping is more suitable for me. ZZZ, Chapter 111. Maybe Dad can't beat the current me. On the other side, Rope Tree went to the Research Institute to find Orochimaru, but unexpectedly came up empty, not finding his old mentor. Second Grandpa, where's teacher Orochimaru? Rope Tree asked Tobirama, who was busy with his research. Orochimaru said he went to the Uchiha clan. Tobirama replied, continuing his research while thinking for a moment. If I remember correctly, he said he was going to meet Sasuke Uchiha. What do you need him for? To summon Grandpa with Edo Tensei. Huh? Edo Tensei? No way. Absolutely not. Tobirama was the first to disagree upon hearing this and didn't even ask Rope Tree for the reason. He just firmly opposed it. He pointed his finger at Rope Tree and scolded him. I'm here researching ninjutsu, doing just fine. Did I provoke you? Why are you calling him over? If he comes, how am I supposed to continue my research? based on his nature. All the ninjutsu he invented over the years will have to go into the sealing book. Is it too much to ask for a little satisfaction in this lifetime? You're simply a reverse grandson. But, there's no but, get lost, get lost. Tobirama wouldn't let Rope Tree continue speaking, angrily driving him out. He also sent a message to Orochimaru, forbidding him from letting Grandpa out. Rope Tree, who had no way to find Orochimaru afterward, was left speechless. With no other choice, he decided to call Minato, asking this grandfather to hurry back and save his good grandson. Outside the training ground, in Konoha, at noon, after enduring various torments, Peach-Style finally couldn't take it anymore and set aside his pride, his consciousness shrinking, and he fell unconscious. Sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't have to worry about anything. This broken body can take care of itself. Whether I live or die has nothing to do with me. Madara shook the unmoving chick in his hand, pondering whether his taunts were not strong enough. Just as he was about to speak again, a yellow flash snatched the boy Boruto from his hands, and then in place of Boruto, Minato came forward. Lord Madara, I'm here to train with you. It was the blonde Minato. Good timing. Madara danced forward, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, the awakened Boruto felt he was lying in a warm place. He opened his eyes and saw only half of the sky. A red-haired woman was gently stroking his head, resting on her knees. Who am I? Where am I? Awake? Kushina noticed Boruto's awakening and smiled gently. The face of the person in front of him quickly merged with the image of a relative in his memory, and Boruto instinctively called out, Grandma? How could he suddenly see his grandma? If you remember correctly, wasn't he just training? Ouch, my head hurts. Why can't I remember the training content? Peach-Style, your head was split open. It's a miracle you can remember anything. Boruto struggled to get up from Kushina's lap, but halfway up, he collapsed back down without any strength. Just lie down. Your chakra hasn't recovered yet, Kushina said gently, continuing to play with Boruto's blonde hair. His eyes are like Naruto and Minato's. As for his face shape, he resembles Naruto. He's such a cute, handsome boy, no wonder he's my grandson, the more Kushina thought. The prouder she became. And then, feeling the strong wind approaching, she furrowed her brow and sent a message to Minato, urging him to take action and push Madara aside. Don't disturb our grandfather-grandson world. While fully transformed into a tailed beast, Minato caught a glimpse of the message from his wife and smiled awkwardly. You really think highly of me? You dare to distract me while fighting? Madara, having completed his full-body Susanoo, took the opportunity to deliver a quick strike. But Minato caught the blade with his bare hands and instantly used Flying Thunder God to send the massive Susanoo away. Minato, displaying the wave wind Minato smile. Minato appeared beside Kushina, sealing the time-space technique into Boruto, blocking Madara's Flying Thunder God mark. Then the three of them used Flying Thunder God to escape. As expected of Naruto's father, even faster than me. Returning to the training ground, Madara looked at the empty space in front of him, smiling. The battle intent stirred within him, eager to break out. No more talking. I'm going to find a Noki in a Wagakure. Madara used Flying Thunder God to leave the spot. Upon opening his eyes again, Boruto found himself in his dad's house. He also saw another Minato, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, greeting him. Yo, you must be Boruto, right? Second grandpa. It's a shadow clone. The food will be ready soon. Just wait a moment. The shadow clone Minato said with a smile before turning back to the kitchen to get busy. Kushina took Boruto's little hand, smiling at him, her eyes filled with gentle love. Wait, no way. Since Boruto came all this way, I have to show off a bit too. Boruto, you stay with your grandpa for a bit. I'm going to help in the kitchen. Kushina bounced over to the kitchen door, but just as she was about to enter, she glanced at the commotion inside and froze at the kitchen door. It was because the shadow clone Minato had started to show off his cooking skills with Flying Thunder God. Yellow flashes darted around the kitchen, and she couldn't get in at all. Watching from the side, Kushina was itching with jealousy, glaring at Minato's main body with a resentful expression. Boruto, you chat with Grandma for a bit. I'll go bring others over. The main body of Minato awkwardly smiled and used Flying Thunder God to leave. After all, it was rare for this kid to come, and he should at least see his mom, right? Grandma, where's my dad? Boruto asked curiously, wondering if Grandpa had gone to bring Dad over. Is he on a mission? That made sense. After all, Dad should still be a Genin now. Maybe he can't even beat the current me. Boruto imagined his dad struggling in front of him and felt a little pleased. He needed to find an opportunity to spar with Dad. Naruto is with Lady Kaguya now. Kaguya? The mother of Sage of Six Paths? Yes, Naruto and Sasuke are with Lady Kaguya. Don't worry, Boruto, this time Lady Kaguya is a good person. Kushina smiled, comforting the somewhat worried Boruto, indicating that in the future, this little guy has a good relationship with Naruto. But to be honest, what a great opportunity. It's a pity that Naruto was called away by Lady Kaguya. Otherwise, I heard that the cat CAF at Granny Cat's place can take pictures with cat ears. Two little cuties wearing cat ears standing together. She could take a photo. Hehe Schlutno. I have to get Minato to find Lady Kaguya and bring Naruto back. Intelligence from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable intelligence, 109. In the 16th year of Konoha, there was a recorded invasion of the Otsutsuki from outside in the official history of Konoha. However, faced with the peak power of Madara and Hashirama, that invading Otsutsuki was naturally defeated like a mere roadside pest. But due to the warning of the Otsutsuki invasion, the following year, in the 17th year of Konoha, the ninja world began its first great training exercise, which would lead to the subsequent ninja world wars every 12 years. 110. The peach style that was lurking within the body of young Naruto was not noticed by Madara. He only cast a death seal, simply not fearing that it would kill him. However, due to the self-rescue of the peach style, the first death seal was not activated, and when Madara later retrieved it, he only collected the second one, forgetting about the first. 111. As everyone knows, Hashirama followed a principle regarding the ninjutsu created by his brother Tobirama. Water? No. Forbidden. Therefore, Tobirama's use spent in research was unfortunate, which is also why he insisted on staying in the ninja world to continue his research after his death, instead of going to the Pure Land. Things that cannot be obtained in youth will ultimately bind one for a lifetime. That's all. Do not underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 112? You said Madara? What does it have to do with her? On the other side, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan's territory. Before the guards could announce his arrival, he bumped into a familiar face who was about to go out. Minato, sir? Hisashi was a bit surprised. He was just about to go out to play mahjong, and the Hokage came looking for trouble? He heard that recently, the Nara clan's Shikamaru had almost been completely summoned to work at the Hokage building, and now it seemed like Minato was finally extending his claws toward the Hyuga family, right? Lord Hisashi, I'm sorry, Minato, but I've been unwell lately and was just about to head to the Konoha hospital. Hisashi pretended to cough twice, looking sickly, clearly indicating that he was not suitable to be used as a laborer. One could only say that the veteran actor was indeed a veteran, just a casual act, and it was enough to make one feel pity. Oh, I see. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Please, go ahead. I won't delay your plans. I'm here to see Hinata. Minato looked pained, feeling like he had delayed a patient's treatment. He was really at fault. All right, I'll have someone call her. As Hisashi spoke, he prepared to send someone to fetch her, and then he saw Hinata and Hanabi walking hand in hand, passing by. Hinata, come here. Father, Uncle Minato. The two little girls politely greeted the adults. Hinata, Boruto is here. Minato bent down and, smiling, told her about Boruto's arrival in this world. Both little girls were filled with surprise. Hinata, my son. Hanabi, my nephew. Hisashi, my grandson. Minato, I want to go too. Hisashi, the grandfather, immediately expressed his desire to join, even forgetting to add the suffix of Lord to his title. But, Lord Hisashi, weren't you going to hospital? To hell with that. I'm fine now. Minato, take back what I just said. I don't care. I want to see my grandson. All right. Please don't act like this. I'm scared. Minato was a bit overwhelmed by Hisashi's antics and hurriedly agreed to take him along. Father, please bring Niji along as well. Boruto hasn't met Niji yet. Hinata said to Hisashi, who nodded. The two little girls happily ran off to find Niji. After all, in the previous life, Niji had died early, and the child had never met his uncle. Naturally, Niji was accompanied by Tenten, and the clever little girl immediately began to suggest bringing Sakura, Lee, and others along. The yellow flash of the Flying Thunder God began to dart around several homes. The news of Boruto's arrival also inexplicably started to spread throughout Konoha. Itachi, Uncle Minato, Izumi, and I are also going to come by and disturb you for a bit. Obito, Minato-sensei, I also want to bring Rin to meet Naruto's son. Kakashi, Minato-sensei, add another pair of chopsticks. I want to mooch off your food. Anoki, kid, bring my lunch along too. Minato, Anoki-senpai, what are you doing here? Wait, how did you find out about this? Anoki, I'm Madara. I just used Anoki's phone. Oh, then it's fine. However, what surprised Minato was that when Madara arrived, he also brought along a bruised Anoki. Anoki-senpai, he had some interactions with Boruto, Inoki said with a smile. The artificial human incident made him see how pathetic this old man, looked. Now that he has the opportunity to come to the past, I must let him see what a true two-sided Inoki is. With that thought, the old man straightened his back proudly. Then there was a loud crack, and he let out a cry of pain from his back. So ugly, Madara mocked, roughly twisting his back into place, causing Inoki to scream in pain while he placed a hand on his shoulder, using healing ninjutsu. After all, it was inappropriate to meet the younger generation looking so battered. Damn it, Madara, it hurts. It hurts. Can you be gentler? Can't you have some sympathy for an old man? Have you become senile? Inoki, I have no obligation to care about your feelings. Ha ha. Minato awkwardly left the scene of the two seniors bickering, ignoring them, and returned to the kitchen to help his shadow clone busy with preparations. Meanwhile, in the yard, Boruto was originally greeting the unfamiliar seniors under Hinata's mother's guidance, when he was suddenly blocked by a little brat. Let's settle this. Pineapple Head, let me see if you've improved. The 8-year-old Konohamaru shouted, pointing at Boruto's nose, a smug smile on his face. Brother Konohamaru, I'm really strong now. Don't think that just because you're 4 years older, you can beat me. My life experience is something you can't compare to, Konohamaru said, smiling as he formed a single-hand seal. Young Boruto, feeling something, also formed a single-hand seal, standing in opposition. Their duel attracted a crowd of onlookers, including Minato, who temporarily stopped his work to watch the intense battlefield. What kind of astonishing ninjutsu would the future young Boruto use? Or would Konohamaru showcase his cunning from 2 lifetimes? Ninjutsu. Young Boruto and Konohamaru locked eyes, their chakra surging at the same time. A dense fog began to form, and a graceful, beautiful girl appeared in everyone's view. Seduction technique. The exposed transformation of the girl momentarily stunned everyone present. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What snapped everyone back to reality? No. It should be said what snapped the girls back to reality was the involuntary gulping sounds from the boys. Now, both Konohamaru and young Boruto maintained their transformation technique, staring seriously at each other, because both were aware that the key to victory was about to unfold. Whose seduction technique was superior? Damn it. Sakura's fist landed on Konohamaru's face before Hinata could react. I win. Konohamaru was sent flying with a smug smile, while young Boruto watched, his teeth itching with anger. That was the disappointment of a boy who lost a duel. But soon regret set in. Ouch, Mom. Don't hit. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Hinata, using her Byakugan, unleashed a beating on her eldest son. Other boys couldn't escape either. Izumi was hitting Itachi. Koharu was hitting Kiba. Ino was hitting Sai. Rin was hitting Obito and Kakashi. Tintin was hitting Niji and Lee, and the Blood Red Pepper first punched Hizashi, then dashed into the house to beat up the fleeing Yellow Flash. Even the old man Inoki didn't escape this calamity, getting beaten up by Madara's Susanoo. Every boy present was caught and had no escape. You said Madara? What does it have to do with her? Chapter 113, I have a daughter. Unlike the lively atmosphere at Naruto's home, the Uchiha household was very quiet and peaceful at this moment, as only Mikoto was left to care for the disabled Sasuke. In the midsummer, with cicadas chirping and Sasuke's steady breathing, Mikoto read the weariness etched on his weathered middle-aged face. Gently changing the towel, she wiped his cheeks, feeling a pang of heartache. In the world of the first loop, according to Itachi, it should be a world where only he, an Uchiha, remains. How much suffering has this child endured? You've grown up, Sasuke. This was Mikoto's sigh as she turned to leave with a basin of water. That spoiled little boy has now become a qualified adult. Mom, the disabled Sasuke, who had been awake for a while, slowly opened his eyes only after Mikoto had turned to leave, tilting his head to look at her departing figure. Although he had been looking forward to reuniting with his family the moment he decided not to hide his identity, he still felt inexplicably nervous when the time actually came. What expression should he wear when facing his mom? What topics should he bring up to distract her from his disability? He really didn't want to see her cry because of it. And, shouldn't you come out now? Sasuke sat up, his left eye's Rinnegan manifesting the 6 Tomo pattern, while his right eye's Sharingan also activated its kaleidoscope form. His sharp gaze turned towards the window, as someone had been lingering outside for quite a while. Not bad. I thought you wouldn't notice. The young Sasuke appeared at the window, his familiar white cloak and gray hood making the disabled Sasuke realize at once who was standing before him. Of course, my Rinnegan sensed a stronger eye power. The disabled Sasuke looked at the young Sasuke's same 6 Tomo Rinnegan, feeling a sense of dread from that terrifying aura. The person before him should not be the Sasuke from this timeline. Could he be someone from another dimension? Or perhaps a future version from this timeline. What do you want? The disabled Sasuke asked, uncertain whether this other version of himself was good or bad. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to tell you that this is the world of the second loop. And just to take a look at my past self, the young Sasuke said calmly, not expressing his thoughts, but politely smiling. Then, using body flicker technique, he vanished from the spot and reappeared in the kitchen. At the same time, Mikoto, who was in the kitchen, was also transported outside the disabled Sasuke's window due to the technique. Enjoy the love of a mother, my other self. The young Sasuke said with a smile, stealing a cherry tomato from the lunch preparations Mikoto had made before quickly escaping the scene. The disabled Sasuke watched as the young Sasuke suddenly transformed into Mikoto, resulting in an awkward eye contact with a somewhat bewildered Mikoto. Sasuke, you're awake. Mom, why did you suddenly? That annoying guy. The disabled Sasuke quickly realized it was due to the body flicker technique. Gritting his teeth in frustration. Is the body flicker technique meant to be used for this? All right, wasn't I cooking in the kitchen? Why am I suddenly here? Sasuke, saying mom is annoying is a bit too much, right? And for what you just said, it seems like you were awake all along, huh? You dared to pretend to be asleep and trick me. Mikoto's expression shifted from joy at Sasuke waking up to one of grievance. Sorry. The disabled Sasuke lowered his head, admitting his fault honestly. No matter how strong he became in front of his mom, he was still that child who could only admit his mistakes. Are you hungry? Want to have lunch? I'm not really hungry. He could only respond with a yes, mom. Okay, I want to. The two of them looked at each other, and eventually, they both couldn't help but smile. After which the disabled Sasuke struggled to get out of bed and accompanied his mother into the kitchen. Really, you haven't fully recovered yet. Hurry outside, hurry outside. Mikoto began to shoo him away, not wanting her disabled son to help in the kitchen. Finding any excuse, she tried to push him out. I'm not here to help. I'm here to steal food. The disabled Sasuke noticed his mother's caution and extended his only functional right hand toward the cherry tomato, popping it into his mouth. Stand still, no stealing. Yes, mother. This scene was reminiscent of when he was a child. That little Sasuke would always stand beside her, pretending to help while actually sneaking bites of cherry tomatoes. Mom, why don't you turn on the exhaust fan? The disabled Sasuke noticed Mikoto rubbing her eyes and, pretending it was because of the smoke from cooking, helped her turn on the exhaust fan. How could I forget? Mikoto quickly wiped away her tears, focusing on the cooking. Soon, a delicious dish was ready and placed on the dining table. Try my cooking. Just smelling it, I can tell it's good. Smooth talker. This dish is great, but this one is a bit off. You added too much salt. The disabled Sasuke carefully evaluated the dishes. Weren't you saying it would be good? Just offering some suggestions, just eat. You can't stop talking even when eating. Mikoto laughed and scolded, and for a moment, they fell into a comfortable silence, with Mikoto quietly watching her son with a smile. Mom, I have a daughter. Sasuke smiled, thinking of the joy he could bring to his mom. Oh wow, let me see your Sharingan later. I want to see what my granddaughter looks like. Okay, eat up. Eat up. Don't be so impatient. Meanwhile, the young Sasuke, having left the Uchiha clan grounds, quickly arrived above Naruto's house. He saw Boruto seeking advice from various seniors. Obito, what are you learning? Come on, let's go to our Uchiha clan. I'll have my uncle show you a couple of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and you'll be able to activate a Gundam immediately. Hinata, you might as well come to our Hyuga clan. Listen to Grandpa, go back with him, and he'll give you the Tensigen. We can play with it. Sakura, or let's go find Lord Orochimaru to bite him so he can learn Sage Mode better. At least that doesn't require changing eyes. Lee, I think physical training is the most important. Come train with me like water. Be water, my friend. Watching the seniors showcase their various skills, Boruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, I want them all. TCH, the young Sasuke, looked down at this scene with disdain, pondering whether he should take some time to transfer some six paths in power to him, with an expression that seemed to say he had never seen the world. He thought, don't you dare say you are my Uchiha Sasuke's disciple when you go back. Chapter 114. If you want to compete in numbers, go find Naruto. What we're playing is the mechanism. Huh? Madara frowned slightly, feeling a strange atmosphere of pretentiousness even though he hadn't started showing off yet. From his line of sight, he immediately noticed the hidden presence of the young Sasuke, who also possessed the Rinnegan. Excited battle intent spilled over his face. Found you, Uchiha Sasuke. Takada. The hidden fluctuations of the Rinnegan spread out, and Madara's targeted battle intent was received by the young Sasuke. The two locked eyes from a distance, and the Sharingan Jinjutsu was activated almost simultaneously. Ultimately, the young and impulsive Sasuke was just a tad quicker, and Madara grimaced, feeling quite displeased as he was pulled into Sasuke's Jinjutsu world. "I've been waiting for you, Uchiha Sasuke." Madara immediately activated his complete body, Susanoo, ready to slash with his katana. In response, the young Sasuke simply made a pause gesture. "Wait, let me tell you the information you need to know before we fight." Sasuke's words halted Madara's actions, interrupting his excited expression and creating a bit of awkwardness. However, he didn't cause a scene. Instead, he decisively canceled his Susanoo and obediently stood by to listen to Sasuke's sharing. The images formed by the Jinjutsu quickly played out before his eyes. Madara knew the boring purpose of coming to this timeline, and using his memories, he learned about the Otsutsuki Urashiki's combat techniques. Rinnegan Eye Technique, Time Reversal. It allows the user to return to a point in time from a few seconds ago. Seeing this, Madara nodded, recognizing it as a rather troublesome ability. As expected, just like that little brat Itachi analyzed, it's a time-manipulating eye technique. With such sharp thinking, he truly deserves to be my Uchiha Jr. But in comparison, what's up with you, Uchiha Sasuke? Madara looked at the scenes in the young Sasuke's memories, and the more he watched, the more his expression turned strange and disdainful. Casting 2 or 3 techniques, and then going weak, the shabby swordsmanship that was hard to look at, and that ridiculous close combat scene. Is this supposed to be a battle that a person can produce? Even casually finding 2 stray dogs fighting on the side of the road would be much more exciting to watch. On the other side, the young Boruto seemed somewhat more human-like, but his foolish charge while holding a dango was just a straight run. And the fact that he clearly attempted a sneak attack, but ended up being kicked back after being so obvious. It was too ugly. Madara won't comment. Ahem. In any case, this is all the information. The young Sasuke noticed Madara's silence and felt a bit awkward. He originally didn't think there was anything wrong, but after being disparaged by Madara, he jumped out of his perspective to take a look and realized he was simply foolish to an extreme. All he could say was, fortunately, there was also Urashiki, who was even more foolish. With a godlike eye technique and godlike power, how could you still lose? Madara remained silent, but his expression of disdain grew even stronger. Hurry up, are you going to fight or not? Madara's gaze made the young Sasuke feel a bit awkward and annoyed, prompting him to ask quickly. No. Madara shook his head, his previous battle intent completely gone. Initially, he thought about having a go with this strong young Sasuke when he arrived, satisfying his desire to fight. But now, he didn't want to get infected by the person in front of him while fighting. What Otsutsuki elbow strikes? Uchiha throws. Too terrifying. I definitely don't want to learn that. The young Sasuke snorted coldly, preparing to dispel the Jinjutsu, but Madara's next words directly broke his defense. To avoid you pulling out some Uchiha bird-catching techniques, relics of the old era, you're asking for death. The young Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword, and with the lightning release body flicker technique, he quickly appeared beside Madara, slashing down at him. Arrogant little brat, what skills do you have? Madara's chakra blade, condensed with his ocular power, slashed down, and the young Sasuke, unwilling to back down, countered with his own ocular power armor. The 2 powerful chakra waves clashed, causing the Jinjutsu space to be on the verge of collapse. Madara then thought of something and, with a thought, pulled the young Sasuke into the world of the Wheelgrave. 2 complete Susanoo forms rose from the ground, beginning to clash blades in the Wheelgrave world. Meanwhile, the seniors surrounding the young Boruto outside had also reached a conclusion. Without saying much, they decided to first find Lord Orochimaru to plant a strawberry for the kid. After all, with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the reincarnation eye, the burden of ocular power alone was something a mere 12-year-old like Boruto couldn't bear. As for Lee's training, it was deemed too freakish. Not only did Boruto not want to go, but Hinata's mother and Kushina's grandmother also wouldn't allow it. Won't that be fatal? The young Boruto recalled how the disabled Sasuke nearly died from a bite and trembled behind his grandmother Kushina. He looked just like a child who didn't want to get a shot. It's okay, Boruto, mommy has it too. Hinata showed him the cursed seal on her arm. Her cursed seal's second stage, Sage Mode, was the same as Sakura's Wet Bone 4 Sage technique. To be precise, it should be said that all the girls from Konoha's Little Strong ones use the Wet Bone 4 Sage technique. Don't ask why it's not something else. It's simply because they dislike the smoking toads and the loquacious, lecherous snakes. After all, benefiting from the other party's sage technique requires signing a corresponding summoning contract. By the way, Boruto, you'll have to choose a sage mode later. Remembering this, Hinata took the opportunity to explain the sage techniques of the 3 great sacred lands to her dear son. I wonder what kind of sage technique Mr. Sasuke has. While pondering this question, the young Boruto bid farewell to Sakura Ant and the others and began to temporarily fill in the gaps in his gentle fist technique under the guidance of Uncle Neji. In the Wheel Grave world, Madara, who was suppressing the young Sasuke with his fighter's will, hadn't even had time to feel pleased before he was broken by the young Sasuke's next Rinnegan technique. Heavenly Hand Power, Exchange. However, this time the exchange wasn't of positions, but rather the states of their two Susanoo. Madara's fully stacked 7th-stage fighter's will, which had reached 120 hits, was now transferred to the young Sasuke's Susanoo due to Heavenly Hand Power. Although he didn't quite understand the situation, Madara, having stacked enough hits, declared that you took it, but I can still activate it again. The same 7th-stage fighters will reappeared, and with the accumulation of hits, it reached the 8th stage. Then, he was once again exchanged by Heavenly Hand Power, and the 8th-stage fighters will buff transferred to the young Sasuke, while Madara's own fighters will drop back down to the 7th stage. The two remained there, stepping left foot on right foot, continuously spiraling upwards. Madara was speechless. How could the eye techniques of the current Uchiha Juniors be so disgusting? First, there was Obito controlling time and space, and now there's Sasuke, who can exchange causality. Can't we learn from Hashirama's mom and just compete in pure numbers? Young Sasuke, if you want to compete in numbers, go find Naruto. What we're playing is the mechanism. Information from Jiraiya has arrived. The information that can be shared now. 112. Considering the busy work of the Hokage, Minato and SH-10 discussed expanding the advisory support personnel to help the Hokage handle political affairs. For this, both immediately thought of the smart Nara clan. 113. Sasuke's favorite food is tomatoes, and he dislikes natto and sweets, especially the 3-color dumplings among sweets. Even though his brother Itachi loves sweets the most, why is that? 114. Sasuke's Rinnegan technique, Tinge 10, can instantly swap two objects. Its core is the concept of swapping. So, in his attempts and subsequent developments, Sasuke successfully mastered the ability to swap other things as well. After all, objects are also concepts defined by humans. As long as one understands this concept, everything can be treated as an object. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 115. Please, a loving fist is unstoppable. In the end, Madara didn't fight to the finish with young Sasuke. It was too disgusting. Only he was putting in the effort while they fought. It's always others trying to please me, Madara. I can't stand it anymore. Rather than wasting time here, I might as well go find Anoki. Young Sasuke was just as eager. He had things to do, and it was better for both to part ways amicably. One took the old man to say a word to Minato with Flying Thunder God, while the other quietly set his sights on Boruto, who was about to go to the bathroom. Mr. Sasuke, why did you change your outfit? Young Boruto recognized the person in front of him immediately, feeling both surprised and puzzled. Shoo, don't shout so loud, young Sasuke replied. Then his eyes widened, and his spirit entered Boruto's body. The purpose of coming to Boruto was none other than to help him deal with the inner issue of Kinshiki. At this moment, young Sasuke still did not know that Kinshiki had been rendered mute by Madara. Young Sasuke searched for a long time, almost ready to give up, when he finally spotted a small white mass in a dark corner of the spiritual world. The tattered little Kinshiki was curled up, looking somewhat lonely and pitiful. Sasuke was a bit unsure if that was really Kinshiki. The transformation was indeed quite drastic. How to describe it? If it was once a proud and arrogant Otsutsuki noble, now it seemed like a beggar on the street. Hey, Kinshiki? Young Sasuke called out from a distance, fearing that Kinshiki might pull some tricks again. The pitiful little Kinshiki turned its head at the sound and saw the eye-catching Rinnegan of the newcomer. It instantly reflexively turned to run. It didn't clearly see if it was Madara, nor did it dare to look closely. The earlier experiences were simply a nightmare of its life. It feared this person would grab it by the collar and say, "Do you still want to dance? No way. I've already fallen asleep, and you still want tea? Let me go." Don't run. Young Sasuke directly used his Heavenly Hand power to appear in front of Kinshiki. Grabbing its collar and lifting it up, "I don't want to dance anymore. I'll dance for your grandpa." Little Kinshiki struggled desperately, but with its little arms and legs, how could it escape young Sasuke's big hand? The earlier battle had completely drained its life energy, and now it couldn't even maintain its mental state, reverting to its weak appearance from childhood. Listening to the little Kinshiki's words, young Sasuke guessed that this was probably Madara's doing and couldn't help but chuckle. Be honest. Looking at the little Kinshiki still struggling, he impatiently released his ocular pressure. Feeling the pressure of death, little Kinshiki instantly stopped struggling. After all, dying here would mean real death, and then reincarnation would truly become a hopeless dream. Rinnegan, what are you going to do? Little Kinshiki said in a somewhat childish voice, recognizing the person in front of him as Uchiha Sasuke. Young Sasuke, shook his head and chuckled. He never imagined Kinshiki would speak to him in such a tone. This unexpected little puppy voice, combined with that still proud demeanor, created a sense of the Otsutsuki's collapse. Lower being, let go of my hand. No, he couldn't let it continue to insult him. It was almost enjoyable. Even at this moment, it still had such a hard mouth. Sasuke sneered, recalling the saying, the Otsutsuki noble dog lives up to its name. Whereas your life energy. I have no obligation to tell you. It seems like it was used on Naruto. Young Sasuke could clearly feel the Otsutsuki power on young Naruto. Little Kinshiki remained silent, only continuing to snort disdainfully. Sasuke casually let it go, preparing to exit the spiritual space. Rinnegan, aren't you going to kill me? Little Kinshiki felt somewhat underestimated. Which adult would get angry with a child? Young Sasuke proudly tugged at its face, unconsciously saying the exact same words as Madara, causing little Kinshiki to feel a wave of TSD fear, followed by embarrassment and anger. Damn Rinnegan, wait for me. Once I secretly absorb natural energy and recover, the first thing I'll do is kill you. Just give me 1,000 years. No, 500 years will do. Young Sasuke exited the spiritual world, and little Kinshiki began its efforts to restore its life energy. Boruto, don't tell Uncle Minato and the others that I was here, young Sasuke said to Boruto. At the same time, to prevent Kinshiki from causing trouble later, he used the 8 trigrams sealing technique to isolate and seal the remaining consciousness of Kinshiki from the wedge. Even if it recovers later, it would still be treated like the Kyuubi back in the day. Whether or not to let you out, that would be up to Boruto. Got it. Young Boruto had already learned through young Sasuke's Sharingan illusion that he came from the second timeline's future. All he could say was that young Sasuke was so cool and reliable. Why did he suddenly feel a bit disdainful of his middle-aged uncle? Young Boruto reluctantly said goodbye to young Sasuke and returned to the yard to continue practicing gentle fist under Niji's guidance. However, he quickly stopped learning, because there was something better. Minato showcased a real flying thunder god technique in front of his grandson, causing young Boruto's eyes to sparkle as he exclaimed, Grandpa, I want to learn this. On the other side, just after finishing lunch, disabled Sasuke met Itachi and Sakura, who had hurried back. Watching Itachi's gentle gaze made his eyes moist, the greetings from former companions warmed his heart, and Sakura's bold leap into his arms made his old face feel hot. Strange, he remembered his wife being quite shy. Why was she so bold in this second timeline? But despite feeling embarrassed, he couldn't just let Sakura fall to the ground. He hurriedly reached out to catch her and held her in his arms. The others thought, oh no, I forgot to consider this when I came. At this time, those with partners could hold the hands of those next to them, while those without, like Kakashi and Lee, could only look at each other awkwardly. If I had known, I would have followed Shikamaru and Choji and not come. Everyone sat in a row in the shade of the yard, eating chilled watermelon and chatting about various topics. During this time, disabled Sasuke saw Kakashi's true appearance while eating watermelon and was shocked. What the heck? Kakashi suddenly remembered that he hadn't shown his face to disabled Sasuke and had inadvertently forgotten about him. He could only feel a bit sorry for his first timeline self. Sasuke, look here. Obito proudly showed off a photo of Kakashi in women's clothing stored on his phone. This was yet another unexpected big scoop. Disabled Sasuke enjoyed the watermelon while hurriedly activating his Manjikyu to preserve the moment. He would call Naruto to see it later. Obito, you bastard. Simple insults, extreme lightning. However, no speed could overcome the void. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. The two childish seniors once again got into a scuffle in front of the younger generation. It took Rin's single punch to bring them to a halt. How did Rin manage to hit the voided Obito? Please, a loving fist is unstoppable. Chapter 1:16 Good Child. Do you want the Gold Sage technique or the Silver Sage technique? The hottest part of the afternoon quickly passed. The injured Sasuke, with the help of his brother Itachi, began to adapt to and master the cursed seal. During this time, Orochimaru came by once, besides seeing the familiar Sasuke. He also collected some blood samples from the injured Sasuke before leaving. What do you want this for? The injured Sasuke asked curiously. Of course, to use the cells of Hashirama to create a prosthetic limb for you, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, and despite his chilling smile, it conveyed a sense of warmth and care. Thank you, Orochimaru. I'm honored to hear Sasuke-kun's gratitude. Wait for my good news. After bidding farewell to the injured Sasuke, Orochimaru left the Uchiha clan grounds. Watching the two brothers, who were fighting with brotherly affection, Sakura stood by, puffed up with anger. They finally met with great difficulty. She just turned her head to politely greet her mother-in-law, Mikoto, and Sasuke was whisked away by his brother Itachi. Can you brother-obsessed players go away already? Beside her, Izumi, as a senior, appeared just in time to comfort her. It's okay, you've done well enough. You just couldn't compete with the bond between them as brothers. Izumi discussed the follow-up arrangements and actions with Sakura, stating that this setback is not important. Future success is our goal. Just like tonight, even if it kills her. She doesn't want to guard an empty house alone. They must separate the injured Sasuke and Itachi. While the injured Sasuke practiced the curse seal, the young Naruto was also busy, madly catching up on knowledge related to sealing techniques under the guidance of Grandma Kushina. This is all necessary knowledge to learn before mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, he is recognized as a prodigy of the new era. And Naruto's learning progress surprised Kushina greatly. Hee. The little blonde pushed his nose proudly. Looking at this, it seems I can master the Flying Thunder God technique soon. Not bad, not bad. Maybe in another 2.5 years, the knowledge of sealing techniques can be caught up. Kushina said that according to Naruto's progress, the 6 years of sealing technique knowledge in ninja school could be compressed by more than half. Huh, that long? Young Naruto didn't understand. Didn't you just praise me for learning quickly? Rather than just teaching you the sealing techniques for the Flying Thunder God. It's better to teach you the necessary theoretical knowledge of sealing techniques. And there are other aspects of knowledge to learn for the Flying Thunder God technique, which cannot be mastered overnight. Young Naruto's face fell. He felt like he wasted an entire afternoon. He might as well go practice boxing at the dojo with Uncle. That Wing Chun is pretty good. Do you think the Flying Thunder God technique is that easy to learn? Throughout history, only 3 people have perfectly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Tobirama, Lord Madara, and your grandfather, and that's it. Kushina said unhappily. Shursui from the Uchiha family is also learning, but even after studying for so long, he still cannot perfectly master it for practical use. Every time he goes home, he ends up running to Itachi's place by mistake. And Izumi has come to complain to Minato several times. It shows how difficult it is to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. It's okay, when the time comes. Just take a copy with you. Take it slow. Minato said gently, ruffling his grandson's hair. This eagerness to succeed is somewhat like Naruto. Should I teach him an easy-to-succeed ninjutsu? Boruto, let Grandpa teach you a move. While pondering, Minato had an idea. What move? Boruto was excited, wondering what powerful ninjutsu the Hokage Grandpa would teach him. Wow, cool. Spiraling superheated black radiance, revised zero-style, shuriken, second movement. Boruto was stunned. What was the name of that ninjutsu? He doubted his grandfather was making it up. Then Minato really repeated it to him word for word. Fortunately, at that moment, his mother Hinata called him. Otherwise, he would have been dazed for a while longer. Boruto, come out quickly. Lord Orochimaru is here. Okay. Young Boruto quickly ran out and saw Orochimaru in the yard. Sorry for the trouble, Lord Orochimaru. No trouble at all. It just happened to be on my way back to the research institute. Orochimaru smiled, and shortly after leaving the Uchiha clan grounds, he received a request from Hinata to help the young Boruto with the cursed seal. Is there such a good thing? Then I must take a good bite out of him, since it was on the way back to the research institute anyway. Orochimaru didn't make the little girl come out to find him and came by himself. Boruto-kun, we meet again. Orochimaru flicked his long tongue and smiled sinisterly at Boruto, scaring the child to hide directly behind Grandma Kushina. All right, Boruto, quickly thank Lord Orochimaru. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Good boy. Orochimaru stepped forward, spread his hands, and 2 different types of sage chakra appeared in his hands. Good child. Do you want this golden dragon sage technique, or this silver slug sage technique? Orochimaru asked with a smile. Lord Orochimaru, I only need the ordinary curse seal sage technique. The true sage arts I will strive to obtain through my own efforts. Young Boruto said firmly, believing that the power gained through his own efforts is the real power. He cannot always rely on the kindness of his seniors. What a sincere and lovable child. Then I will give all the sage arts to you. Orochimaru took out 3 spirit contract books, which happened to be for the Dragon Cave, Mayaboka Mountain, and Wetbone Forest. Isn't this inappropriate? What is wrong with this? This is a sincere reward for you. The young man ultimately could not resist the temptation and happily signed his name on all 3 books. And then, Lord Orochimaru, don't rush. Orochimaru squatted down. looking at the excited young boy, smiling with satisfaction, placing his hand on Boruto's neck and gently stroking it. This place is nice. Lord Orochimaru? Suddenly, a sharp pain appeared on Boruto's neck, followed by various strange sensations and numbness. The intense pain and power spread from his neck inward and soon filled his entire body. Am I going to die? Okay, just an illusion. Boruto quickly realized he was fine and stood up, shaking his shoulders. He didn't know why Sasuke-sensei screamed so badly last time. The cursed seal spread throughout his body with his thoughts and then inexplicably began to resonate with the wedge in his palm. A blue ghostly light appeared on his body, and young Boruto felt very strange. Soon, a sharp pain started in his forehead, as if something was about to break through his flesh. Ugh! A strange horn pushed out from Boruto's right forehead, and his azure eyes transformed into the Byakugan. The Peach Boruto state appeared once again. Chapter 117 Sasuke. Let's sleep outside tonight, you little brat. Hinata immediately noticed the change in Boruto's eyes. She recalled that in her past life, Boruto mentioned he had activated the Byakugan, and to her surprise, it was true. Orochimaru also looked at the floating Peach Boruto with great interest. He knew this was the wedge, which he had heard about from Shizuku in his past life, when the child mentioned it during a discussion about the sun. He didn't expect that this thing called wedge could resonate with his cursed seal. As he thought about it, he prepared to reach out and touch the horn on Boruto's head. Don't get too cocky, you inferior creature. Little Peach controlled Peach Boruto to dodge Orochimaru's hand, arrogantly speaking up. Although she didn't know why she had returned, why bother questioning it? The annoying Rinnegan users were not around, so let the inferior creatures tremble. In response, Minato became alert immediately. After all, with the power of the Ninetales mode, he could distinctly sense the immense power emanating from young Boruto and the malevolent intent lurking beneath that power. Meanwhile, Kushina remained much calmer. She shared the same perspective as Madara. Cosplay, after all, young people love to play with that. Thinking this, she picked up her phone, preparing to take a picture to capture this wonderful moment of her little grandson. Little Boruto, say cheese. Kushina waved at Peach Boruto. What did you say? Inferior. Okay, the arrogant tone of the first half of her sentence suddenly shifted to a more understanding tone as young Boruto spoke, and Peach Boruto obediently posed. Little Peach, huh? In that instant, she lost control over Peach Boruto. Young Boruto, what are you doing with my body? You don't understand how to respect your elders. Little Peach, is it possible that I'm the oldest one here? In a daze, Little Peach saw the cockpit door of Peach Boruto open, and young Boruto grinningly grabbed her collar and kicked her out, taking her original seat. At the same time, Kushina pressed the camera button. Little Peach's consciousness once again returned to the dark depths of her mental space. Young Boruto felt a strange sensation, although he had no memories. His body seemed to control this sudden power with ease, as if he had used it before. He controlled his body. Floating aimlessly in the air deep in the mental space, Little Peach rubbed her kicked butt. Damn, I'm out of my number, she shouted in frustration, ultimately squatting in a corner, drawing circles on the ground with her finger to curse. Outside, Orochimaru stopped the still floating Peach Boruto and started to ask more detailed questions. Boruto, which sage art resonates with the wedge? The Dragon Cave sage art. Young Boruto floated back, honestly answering all of Orochimaru's questions. Under Orochimaru's request, he repeatedly activated and deactivated the cursed seal several times. Finally, it turned out that any type of sage art could trigger it. It seemed that it wasn't the sage art that mattered, but rather the connection to the cursed seal. After studying for a while, Orochimaru concluded that this was quite an interesting research point. He then collected a sample of young Boruto's blood and hurried back to the research institute. Uncle Minato, Aunt Kushina, I'm taking Boruto back to the Hyuga family. Okay. Hinata bid farewell to the two elders and prepared to take Boruto back to see her father, Hayashi, regarding Boruto's Byakugan. After all, Boruto's Byakugan seemed different from the ordinary ones. Hanabi, where's Dad? I don't know. He took me back and went out again. Little Hanabi jumped onto young Boruto, who was also proud to take over Peach Boruto's number and began to float around with her little aunt, doing various spins. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Little Peach, aminos. Hinata shot a glare at the two mischievous kids and started calling her father. Wait a moment. Let me see. I don't know. Bang. Hayashi, who was not at home, answered Hinata's call, opened his Byakugan, and checked on Peach Boruto's right eye. Shaking his head. The card isn't great. What should we do? Just use it as a Byakugan for now. Bang. All right, Hinata. I can't talk to you anymore. I'm about to win. Before finishing his sentence, Hayashi hung up, leaving Hinata speechless. Looking at the two kids above who were playing and carefree, Hinata smiled helplessly. Forget it, who cares? Anabi, Boruto, come eat watermelon. Yay! In the evening, at the Uchiha household, dinner was no longer being cooked by Makoto, but by Itachi. Fried rice, grilled chicken, pan-fried river fish, and various seafood dishes filled the table, making Sakura's eyes widen in amazement at the incredible cooking skills. This, big brother, aren't you putting in too much effort for your little brother? Makoto teased from the side, while the disabled Sasuke tried hard to suppress his laughter. And Itachi began to scratch his head awkwardly. Maybe I overdid a bit. Haha, Itachi felt a bit embarrassed, then heard Izumi's cold snort. Izumi turned her head, pouting. You've never done this for me. Jealousy made her look somewhat distorted, and what made her even more desperate was yet to come. Usually, the highly perceptive Itachi would definitely notice her displeasure and try to comfort her. However, this time, his gaze never left his little brother. Just a little. The disabled Sasuke responded with his head slightly lowered, the familiar scene reminding him of something, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. This meal left even the middle-aged, disabled Sasuke feeling stuffed, as he sat on the floor outside the courtyard, leaning against the door to digest. Sasuke, let's sleep outside tonight. Itachi moved out their bedding and smiled. Mom is here. Can we really sleep outside? I don't know. Makoto's voice came from afar. The brothers exchanged smiles and spread out the bedding. 1 for 7. Huh. This time you can't leave me alone to get scolded. Okay. By the time Izumi brought Sakura back, there was no longer any space for her to sleep between the two. On the same night, young Boruto returned to his grandparents' house, sleeping in his dad's room. The night was very quiet, and the quiet Boruto found it hard to sleep. Sitting up in bed, he pulled back the curtains, letting the moonlight pour in, revealing the dark streets of Konoha outside. In the distance, Boruto saw his grandfather. No, to be precise, it should be his grandfather's shadow. It reminded him of his dad, who was the Hokage in front of people, but a useless dad at home, and he couldn't help but smile. I miss him. This world was so beautiful that he liked it very much. But he always felt a sense of emptiness in his heart from not seeing his dad. Shaking his head, he cast aside those low spirits. Lying back in bed. Go to sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow to continue my training. Information from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable intel, 115. The Peach Dial has transformed the remaining vessel, reconstructing Boruto's lost cellular tissue, nearly losing all of its power, becoming a harmless little peach with a bit of a chatty mouth. Unless Boruto actively releases him, he will never have the possibility of controlling Boruto's body again. 116. The reason the sage art of the slug is highly regarded among girls is that Lady Tsunade once showcased a type of slug creature called the leaf sheep, scientifically known as the little sheep sea slug. It only measures 5 millimeters and is one of the few animals capable of photosynthesis, feeding on seaweed. Don't be fooled by its size. It is quite terrifying. Legend has it that it can bite and kill a Hajime in one go. The Tiger King says, "Funny mud, New York." Don't doubt it. I once just glanced at this creature and was killed by its cuteness. With a sticky face, it has bright little sesame eyes and 2 adorable blushes, making it look both cute and delicious. Another equally cute slug creature is the sea bunny. We will introduce that next time. 117. The curse mark was originally a way for Orochimaru to differentiate his power. If the host does not suppress their own power, they will be eroded by his cursed mark, which is chakra. The aspect of seizing the host's consciousness is similar to the vessel, which might explain why the vessel reacts to the curse marks. That's all. Don't underestimate my intel network. Chapter 118. If you use the spiraling sphere with a high royal birth spirit on him, do you think the Rinnegan will explode? Uchiha clan grounds. Early morning. The first crow of the rooster. Itachi once again left his younger brother to run off early, but this time he wasn't on a mission. Instead, he went to the kitchen. The kettle boiled water, the gas stove heated the frying pan, and he toasted bread all in one smooth motion. As if remembering something, Itachi walked to the side, put on his red cloud robe, and then tied on an apron. His sharp gaze fixed on the refrigerator, the 3-tomo Sharingan reflecting the chill. He opened it, intending to take out eggs, only to be stunned by the empty refrigerator. How could this be? Where are my eggs? All right, I made fried rice yesterday and used them all up. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster in the yard crowed again, sensing the situation. Itachi turned to look out the window, a dangerous smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, he arrived in the shadow of the yard, peeking out. His scarlet Sharingan focused on the leisurely wandering rooster. Rooster, cock-a-doodle-doo? Big brother, why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you be looking for my wife? Itachi. 3-tomo Sharingan promotion to Mangeki. Whether it's a rooster or a hen, a chicken that can lay eggs is a good chicken. The vocabulary is rich. It can only be said that Sharingan Jinjutsu is indeed useful, as Itachi returned to the stove with 2 eggs. He poured oil, picked up the eggs, and prepared for battle. Timing was crucial as he cracked the eggs and poured them in. 1 hit 7, what are you doing? The voice of the disabled Sasuke suddenly appeared, causing Itachi's first attempt to fail miserably. There was no choice. Originally, Sasuke was still half asleep, but using Tsukuyami to make the rooster lay eggs, that was indeed too cruel. The painful crowing woke the disabled Sasuke up. You're at it again. Sasuke looked at his older brother speechlessly, stepping forward, knowing that his brother had a deep obsession with single-sided fried eggs. He took a plate from the counter and handed it over. The meaning was clear. Itachi hesitated for a moment, but in the smile of Sasuke, he handed over the bad egg personally. I'm not a child anymore. Yeah. The 2 brothers exchanged smiles. Itachi washed the pan, preparing to put it away. However, Sasuke set his portion of the bad egg aside and took the frying pan with 1 hand. The Manjiki appeared in his right eye. 1 hit 7 together. I'm happy to oblige. Itachi smiled as he activated his Manjiki. The brothers united. Heaven favored them, and this egg happened to have double yolks. Under the pressure of the double Amaterasu, the perfect single-sided fried egg was easily completed. Itachi woke up Izumi, using the double yolk fried egg as an apology for last night, smiling as he watched his 2 favorite people enjoy breakfast at the table. After breakfast, the disabled Sasuke was chatting with Itachi when the boy Boruto came over. Mr. Sasuke, look. The boy Boruto once again showed off the Peach Boruto's number in front of the disabled Sasuke. Sasuke was somewhat surprised, but not unexpected. After all, he had indeed experienced the power of a sage with the cursed seal yesterday, and it was likely that the Peach Boruto in front of him was some technique created by a predecessor. What really surprised him was that the boy Boruto was wearing the outfit that Naruto often wore. My grandma said my jacket was dirty, so she told me to wear my dad's clothes for now. The boy Boruto said proudly. His sunny smile made the disabled Sasuke momentarily see Naruto as a child. You're just like a tailgater. The disabled Sasuke chuckled. You look just like another tailgater. Saying I'm a tailgater is a bit too much, isn't it, Mr. Sasuke? Boruto pouted. There's no need to exaggerate. Tailgater means not giving up. The disabled Sasuke ruffled the boy Boruto's hair, making Boruto look frustrated. Mr. Sasuke, I'm super strong now. The boy Boruto said provocatively, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his mouth. How about a competition? The disabled Sasuke followed his train of thought, smiling as he continued. Oh, Mr. Sasuke, I won't hold back. Seeing his eager apprentice, full of ambition, the disabled Sasuke shook his head with a light laugh and activated his cursed Seal Sage transformation. Dragon Sasuke versus Peach Boruto. Itachi watched with great interest from the side, also taking on the role of referee. Ready, go. The outcome of the battle was naturally predictable. The disabled Sasuke won easily thanks to his experience advantage. Peach Boruto was patted on the head by Dragon Sasuke various times. Little Peach was absorbing natural energy in Boruto's body and was recovering, but inadvertently attracted by the battle between master and apprentice. She curiously took a glance, then angrily watched the entire battle. What the hell were you doing? You got killed like that. Do you even know how to play? In the mental space, Little Peach pointed at Boruto's head and cursed. With such a good opportunity, why didn't you just normal attack him? Why are you summoning ninjutsu when there was nothing going on? Don't you know that the rhythm of summoning will eventually come back to bite you? Change out, you little brat. Let me take over. In the mental space, Little Peach shouted at the sealed gate, extending her fist towards the outside Boruto. How did my perfect number turn into trash in your hands? Let me show you how it's done. Get lost. Don't shout. The stubborn boy Boruto ignored the invitation to switch in his mind, angrily applying for a rematch with the disabled Sasuke. Naturally, he was once again subjected to a series of brutal beatings. Let me take over, you little brat. Let me take over, child of man. Let me take over. Big brother, I'm begging you. In the end, Little Peach's tone turned into a pleading one. Big brother, please don't ruin my number. I'm a noble Otsutsuki, and you're making me lose face. You say you can 3A to the heavens. Is it really that hard to charge up a spiraling sphere and hit him from afar? Why do you have to use that high royal birth spirit to absorb Sasuke's ninjutsu? What use is it to absorb his trash ninjutsu? At this moment, the state of the boy Boruto was just like when he first came to Earth, thinking he was really impressive. But to put it bluntly, he just hadn't experienced the hardships of society yet. Isn't spiraling sphere good? If you just add the high royal birth spirit to the spiraling sphere, do you think the Rinnegan won't explode? The boy Boruto declared, I won't listen, I won't listen. You turtle reading scriptures. The guard plus high royal birth spirit. Deep red, spiraling plus high royal birth spirit. Even the Golden Styles Boar God also added the high royal birth spirit, but never considered his own spiraling sphere. There was no choice. Children of this age were all about rebellion, let alone facing Little Peach. The boy Boruto was trying hard to push Little Peach towards a road of being driven mad. In the end, Peach Boruto also couldn't gain any advantage from Dragon Sasuke, but instead brushed off a lot of spiritual output from Little Peach. The wedge form is really trash. The boy Boruto said with a face of disdain after the match. This sentence dealt a critical hit. You damn. The Otsutsuki pet dog couldn't stand this. You could say it was weak, but no one could say its number was bad. It was so angry it spat out 3 liters of blood and then fainted on the spot. Chapter 119. Sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, I'm also helpless. At noon, after having lunch at the Uchiha household, the young Boruto saw Aunt Sakura, who came to look for Mr. Sasuke. Noticing Aunt Sakura's disdainful gaze, young Boruto awkwardly laughed and left. Walking on the streets of Konoha, he thought about going to that martial arts dojo to learn Wing Chun from his uncle. Wow, it's Uzumaki Naruto. Young Boruto, dressed almost exactly like Naruto, immediately attracted a crowd of children who had watched the Naruto Chronicles. Brother, you look just like him. Do you know the Rasengan? Do a shadow clone. Why didn't you draw more whiskers? The children surrounded young Boruto, chattering nonstop. His father's identity was undoubtedly very popular in Konoha, which made Boruto quite proud. He had watched dozens of episodes of the Naruto Chronicles at his grandparents' house, and it was indeed very interesting. Moreover, his grandmother said that it was indeed his father's experiences when he was young. He planned to take a copy back for Sarada, as she would definitely like it with her goal of becoming Hokage. Feeling excited, young Boruto couldn't help but strike a pose from the Naruto Chronicles, mimicking his father's action during the battle at Naruto Bridge. Uzumaki Naruto, here to battle. He placed his right hand in a hand seal on his forehead and his left hand in a seal on his chin, looking down with a mischievous smile. The pose, which was almost identical to that in the show, naturally drew another round of cheers from the children, all exclaiming how cool he was. No, that's not it. Young Boruto shyly responded to the children's compliments, but not being able to say that's not right only led to more finger-pointing. Brother, you got your catchphrase wrong. You also switch your hands. That's not the right pair of pants. The first thing you should say is Sasuke. I don't approve. The continuous chatter made young Boruto laugh. Wow, you guys know my dad better than I do. Accepting the popsicle offered by the kids, Boruto bid them farewell and continued walking on the streets of Konoha. However, he hadn't walked far when he spotted a white-haired old man stumbling toward him from a distance. Young Boruto felt that this person looked familiar, and after thinking for a moment, wasn't this Jiraiya-sensei, the master of his dad and grandpa? He had just seen him in a photo of his mom not long ago. What was he doing? At that moment, Jiraiya, who was running for his life, was quite frustrated. He had only gone out of the village for a while to collect materials, and how had the password for the hot springs sealing technique changed? This caused him to be caught spying outside the hot spring with his telescope technique, and now he was frantically escaping. Then he made eye contact with young Boruto. Naruto, huh? The voice sounded a bit different, but Jiraiya couldn't care less. He forcibly handed the mirror he had used for the telescope technique to young Boruto. Then he continued to sprint off into the distance. Please help me out. My dear disciple, stop them for me. Jiraiya shouted as he ran away. Don't run, Peeping Tom. Huh, peeping. Young Boruto was taken aback. And in that moment of confusion, he was surrounded by a group of old ladies and uncles in yukatas. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Young Boruto explained that he was just passing by. However, before he could finish explaining, the adults turned their attention toward him. Indeed, it must be Lord Jiraiya. Only he would use Naruto as a shield. They had no idea that Naruto wasn't even in the village. I have to say, the boys' cosplay of Naruto is quite similar. Just the whiskers were drawn a bit less. The old ladies surrounded young Boruto, teasing him, which made Boruto breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. I wasn't misunderstood this time. Wait, why do I feel like I've already been falsely accused once? Young Boruto inexplicably felt like he had been wrongly accused before. Soon, under young Boruto's watch, the old ladies unleashed their special weapon against Jiraiya. Old ladies, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama is peeping at the women's hot spring again. Tsunade nanny, I'm on my way. Tsunade, who had just punched Shinjuro in the Hokage building, was feeling quite annoyed with him when she saw this message. Minato, take me to Jiraiya. Yes. Minato looked at the big bump on Shinjuro's head. A clear warning from his past experience, feeling a bit scared. Sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, I am also helpless. At the corner, Jiraiya, thinking he had escaped, was preparing to find the old man for the new hot spring sealing technique password. Suddenly, he felt a strange chill behind him. What are you doing here, Jiraiya? Tsunade's fist made a loud smack sound against Jiraiya's body, causing him to shudder. Excuse me, Tsunade-sama. Please forgive me. Soon, Jiraiya, with a head full of bumps, was dragged in front of young Boruto and the group of old ladies. As expected, Jiraiya is a punching bag. Tsunade clapped her hands in satisfaction, making young Boruto feel a bit cold. Naruto? Boruto Tsunade immediately noticed the whiskers he had drawn and knew that Uzumaki Boruto had come from the first timeline. However, this child really did resemble his father. Yes, Granny Tsunade. Upon hearing Tsunade's call, young Boruto snapped to attention reflexively. Don't be so nervous. Welcome to Konoha. Tsunade smiled and reached out her big hand to ruffle the boy's hair. Young Boruto stood frozen, not daring to move. Why, you ask? Because just a moment ago, those delicate little hands had cracked the ground at the street corner. He was afraid that if Tsunade accidentally squeezed his head, it would explode. Jiraiya-sama, this is the damage you just caused. The hot spring owner calculated a bill, as Jiraiya's peeping had scared off the female customers, which wasn't good for their hot springs reputation, so they needed some compensation for reputational damage. I can't see. With a face swollen like a pig's head, Jiraiya naturally couldn't see the numbers written by the hot spring owner. It's not much. Just let him do some community service and have Jiraiya help clean up the shop for a day. Tsunade suggested after looking at the price. I am the invincible Sannin, the white-haired child of the Toad Sage. How can I clean the hot spring? Tsunade frowned, her fist infused with medical ninjutsu, once again smashing down on Jiraiya's head. The purple bruise faded, only to reappear. Then the next punch was about to come. Excuse me. I'll do it. Chapter 120. It's been a while since I've seen such a fine product. So why am I here too? In the bathhouse. The young Boruto looked at the mop in his hands, feeling quite confused. Clearly, it was Jiraiya's fault. I was just passing by. This is part of your training, you know, Jiraiya said proudly, with a large bump still on his head. You lecherous sage. The young Boruto gritted his teeth and shouted at Jiraiya, feeling that his dad calling him that was just too damn reasonable. Jiraiya looked at Boruto, who looked almost identical to Naruto, and hearing him call him a lecherous sage made him a bit dazed. Then he instinctively defended himself. I'm just gathering material to make my novel more convincing. What kind of trash novel needs you to spy for material? Trash novel? My novel sales are #1 in the entire ninja world. I'm the most famous novelist. You lecherous old man. You little brat. You perverted kappa. No. Wait. I'm a toad sage. The young Boruto was too lazy to argue with an old pervert, so he took the mop and went to the side to start working. After a while, he completely lost his motivation. He turned to glance at Jiraiya, only to see him standing in front of a mirror, motionless, so he quietly approached. However, just as he was about to reach him, he slipped. Ouch, that hurts. Who? Jiraiya quickly canceled his telescope technique and turned around, looking at the young Boruto who had fallen to the ground, sighing in relief. He thought Tsunade was coming again. Well, this is a men's bathhouse. Tsunade can't come in. With that thought, Jiraiya became bold and openly used his telescope technique to spy. You ask why I wasn't caught just now, but I am now? That's because Jiraiya, having learned from experience, got the new sealing technique password for the bathhouse from the third Hokage. Oh, superb, you lecherous sage. Spying again. I'm going to tell Granny Tsunade. The young Boruto said angrily, preparing to go find Tsunade to complain, but was stopped by Jiraiya. Little Boruto, don't make a fuss. Just play some games on my phone first. Jiraiya hugged Boruto and handed over his phone with a flattering expression. Fortunately, he kept up with the trends. The games that young people play were all downloaded on his phone. A bunch of games he hadn't played before were indeed quite attractive to Boruto, who was a gaming enthusiast. Jiraiya, will take care of this job all by myself, Jiraiya said with a smile. Then formed the shadow clone jutsu hand signs, creating shadow clones, and continued to lecherously gaze at the mirror where he applied the telescope technique. Why does it seem a bit dim? Jiraiya turned around and was shocked none of his shadow clones were mopping the floor. They were all standing in front of the mirror admiring. A group of Jiraiyas surrounded the mirror. One can only say that they are indeed my shadow clones. He didn't think of driving them away to do their work because he understood his own shadow clones. Asking them to put down their admiration to work at this moment was basically asking for them to die. Who knows, they might just turn around and beat him up. Moreover, more importantly, when they disperse later, the sensations of the shadow clones would return to the original body. Enjoying by oneself is just enjoying oneself. But enjoying with shadow clones means enjoying multiple times. His lecherous eyes jumped between several targets, unsure what to look at. The Jiraiya's worked in perfect harmony. I'll look at this, you look at that. Each enjoying their own, then swapping taste. Then all the Jiraiya's gazes were attracted by a massive figure. Holy crap, so big. Jiraiya quickly established a frontal and side data model in his mind, his brain operating at high speed, instantly calculating her bust size through visual estimation. 92, 11 centimeters under bust 72, 68 centimeters bust difference. Holy crap. This is a fine product I haven't seen in a while. Although it's not as big as Tsunade's, it's already at a height that ordinary people can hardly reach. Jiraiya's original body smacked his lips and shook his head, while the other shadow clones nodded in agreement. Looking down, just about to measure other data, Jiraiya suddenly felt someone poke him in the back. Boruto, stop messing around. If you want to recharge, do it yourself. The password is 130802. Jiraiya said without turning around. He was too engrossed in what he was watching. You little ungrateful disciple. Go play. She is about to get in the water. How can I, Jiraiya, miss this perfect display of her figure? Just let me see it, and I'll guarantee I can calculate her hip size. You seem to be enjoying yourself pretty well. Jiraiya heard his somewhat familiar voice, and his body instantly stiffened. Then he heard Tsunade's fist cracking. Wait a minute, Tsunade. Don't let the shadow clones disappear. Jiraiya hadn't finished his sentence when he and all his shadow clones were hit hard by Tsunade. The pain multiplied by n. This time, it was truly an overwhelming pleasure. It knocked Jiraiya out cold. Well done, Boruto. Tsunade praised the young Boruto as she took Jiraiya's phone from him. No other reason. After discovering that Jiraiya's shadow clones weren't doing any work, Boruto used Jiraiya's phone to report to Tsunade. Next time you find him doing bad things, call me again. Okay, I'm off. Oh, next time. Tsunade dragged the unconscious Jiraiya away like a dead pig, bidding farewell to Boruto. The young Boruto smiled proudly. That damn lecherous sage. I finally got my revenge. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked despairing. Wait, that lecherous sage was taken away by Granny Tsunade. Does that mean I have to clean this huge bathhouse by myself? How long is this going to take? The young Boruto cried pitifully, moving the mop with a pitiful expression, then suddenly thought of something and his joy was evident. Wedge form activated, summoned Little Peach. Then he released the Little Peach. Huh? The Little Peach looked around the unfamiliar bathhouse. I remember I was knocked out, right? Then he saw the mop in his hands. Peach style, help me clean this place up. Boruto, who was lying in the spiritual space with his legs crossed, said leisurely, Little brat, why don't you listen to what you're saying? I, the noble Tsutsuki, am here to sweep the floor for you. Don't get too cocky. Lower life forms. If you help me, I'll let you use wedge form next time we fight. Don't think that will tempt me. Although the Little Peach was quite tempted, being used as a tool made him very unhappy. How can a dignified Tsutsuki not even know how to clean? Huh? Don't look down on me. The Little Peach, feeling underestimated, directly unleashed his power, forming countless mops that quickly cleaned the bathhouse under his control. Impressive, humph. Don't forget what you just said, little brat. The Little Peach said proudly, and in an instant, consciousness exchanged with Boruto, leaving gracefully, hiding his achievements and fame. Good evening, this is Orochimaru. You mentioned information about Jiraiya. Here is the information I want to share. But there are some things he doesn't want you to know. 118, a one-sided fried egg, officially known as a one-sided runny yolk egg, is the cooking method for eggs that Itachi Uchiha is least skilled at, without exception. He doesn't want any bad guys to get close to his beloved little brother, which is where Itachi's reliability lies. But this time is different. Sasuke is grown up. 119. The sealing technique used in the Konoha bathhouse is a universal, simple type of anti-peeping sealing technique, which involved designing a unique sealing frequency or password. Only by entering the corresponding sealing technique wavelength can one use ninjutsu inside. The benefit of such a sealing technique is that it can be changed at any time. Generally, the password is held by the Konoha Police Department for easy management of public safety. 120. Jiraiya's mobile payment password, screen lock password, etc. are all 130802. So what does this string of numbers mean? It inevitably reminds one of another pair of people who love and kill each other. Really? Hurry up and start dating. Throws wine glass. Tsunade Senju, born on August 2nd, 13 years after Konoha's founding. That's all. Looking forward to seeing everyone again next time. Chapter 121. They were originally foolish, and you all planned so meticulously to tease them. After finishing the cleaning task, young Boruto left after handing over the task to his boss. With nothing to do, Boruto ultimately did not recall his earlier thought of seeking out his uncle Neji for training after leaving the Uchiha clan. Back at his grandparents' house, after greeting Grandma Kushina, he continued watching Naruto, the story. Hey, there's actually a written test in the Chunin exams. Haha, Dad managed to pass even with a blank paper? That cracks me up, what the heck? Teacher Akamichi is actually this skinny. Young Boruto burst out laughing from time to time, gasping in surprise occasionally. And ultimately, when watching the match between Uncle Rock Lee and Uncle Gaara, he was completely dumbfounded, mouth agape. Lee released the restraints. The weight of free fall kicked up dust like a giant rock, making a thunderous sound in Boruto's calm heart. The flickering green light, Uncle Gaara's panicked expression, and the background music that dramatically set the atmosphere. All of it made young Boruto's adrenaline surge like never before. So cool. Taijutsu ninjas are super cool. However, after the climax came a downer, and young Boruto genuinely felt a sense of regret for Uncle Lee's missed chance for a decisive blow. So close, just a bit more. The same nostalgic memories resurfaced, seemingly hinting at Uncle Lee's inevitable defeat, which left Boruto feeling quite upset. Then, I can't be the only one to lose in this situation. Teacher Guy acknowledged me. Now is the time to carry out my ninja way. The third gate opened. At this moment, the background music elevated everything. I was wrong, completely wrong. I, Uzumaki Boruto, retract my previous statement. It's not just good looking. It's way too awesome. Who cares about that trashy peach? Whoever wants to play can play. But after watching these 2 episodes, I'm going to find Uncle Lee to learn the 8 gates. Boruto, Lord Obito is looking for us. Let's watch it when we get back, Minato said, appearing beside Boruto with his flying thunder god technique, smiling. Just now, Lord Obito had notified him using Inoki's phone, telling him to bring Boruto to the Uchiha clan for a battle meeting. No. Grandpa, it's just getting exciting. Wait for me a moment. Let me finish this part. All right. We'll watch it when we get back. Let's go to Lord Obito first. Minato placed his hand on Boruto's shoulder, using Flying Thunder God to leave the house and instantly arrive at the Uchiha clan grounds. The sudden interruption of the excitement was the most frustrating. Young Boruto was about to break down. Who does that? In that moment, young Boruto felt a great resentment towards his own grandfather. He declared that when he returned, he would definitely paint over the Shadow Rock again. This time, not only would he graffiti over Dad's, but he must also include Grandpa's Shadow Rock too. Uzumaki Naruto expressed. So how did I end up like this? One by one, the group gathered again in the conference room. Itachi, Obito, Shursui, Disabled Sasuke, and Minato, who brought young Boruto along. As for Minato himself, Obito stated that he was merely a tool to deliver young Boruto and directly kept him outside. Minato said helplessly, "Then why don't you just use Flying Thunder God to bring him in yourself?" To this, Obito simply pointed to the still unbroken sealing array on Boruto. All right, my bad. Feeling guilty. Minato canceled the sealing array that was sealing Obito's Flying Thunder God mark and then returned to the Hokage building to continue his tea. Ahem, go to work. Young Boruto and the others took their seats, with Itachi and Obito looking at Obito in the main seat with confusion. Aren't you busy bullying Inoki? As for how they knew this so well, you'd have to ask that guy who periodically posts in the Akatsuki group about how long Obito versus Inoki takes. To this, Kisame said, "Xiaodi, next time just go live." Ahem, I have some intel I need to share with you kids. Obito cleared his throat and said, as he suddenly thought of this while finding bullying Inoki a bit boring. After all, tomorrow would mark the 3rd day since Disabled Sasuke and the others arrived in this timeline. According to the intel provided by young Sasuke, that guy named Kagaya Tsutsuki would arrive tomorrow. Although having seen that foolish Tsutsuki's idiotic actions once, Obito didn't think he could stir up any waves. But the information that needed to be shared still had to be conveyed to these kids. After all, no more preparations that are like using cannons to shoot mosquitoes. It's not worth it for a fool. They were already foolish. And you all planned so meticulously to tease them. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed. With his Crimson Sharingan activated, Obito glanced at everyone present, pulling them into the world of illusion and revealing the intel on Tsutsuki, which was essentially replaying the original video sent by young Sasuke in the illusion space. Everyone's eyes widened, and after watching, they covered their eyes in pain and wailed, "My eyes! It's so painful to look at. What did I just see?" Tsutsuki's elbow strike versus Uchiha's takedown. Everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on a certain someone in the arena. Who is this Uchiha? So hard to guess. Disabled Sasuke looked at the gazes directed at him, tremblingly pointing at Obito with his only hand, shouting, "Relics of the old era? I warn you not to post that video randomly. I'll sue you for defamation, do you know? He's slandering me. He's slandering me. Disabled Sasuke, pale-faced, explained to everyone, especially under Itachi's sympathetic gaze. Nisan, I beg you not to look at me with such a pained expression. As for disabled Sasuke's desperate defense, Obito scoffed disdainfully. The perspective of the illusion changed again, transforming into a young Sasuke in a white cloak and gray hood. This photo is you, right? Why, yes, that was me. I was still very thin back then. Then it settled. This is the information from the future you sent to me. Obito sneered. This is your black history from the second loop. It's also the reason for wanting to drive away Minato. After all, family scandals should not be made public. Disabled Sasuke suddenly thought of that young Sasuke. So he came from the future of the second loop? That means the version of me in that video is truly. No, he isn't me. That's absolutely not me. Disabled Sasuke argued in disbelief, yet all his arguments appeared to everyone as mere face-saving excuses. Mr. Sasuke. Young Boruto looked at his master with a complicated expression, memories of young Sasuke's coolness from Naruto, the story flashing in his mind, then contrasting with middle-aged Sasuke's embarrassment from the video. That phrase, relics of the old era, could it be considered a boomerang hitting him in the face? Chapter 122. Boruto, Uzumaki, go eliminate the Otsutsuki Birdman. Haha, don't worry about the details. Let's discuss that Otsutsuki Birdman. Ultimately, Itachi is still concerned about his brother, helping to divert everyone's attention from the disabled Sasuke. Wait, Otsutsuki Birdman? Madara conveniently used Genjutsu to show a photo of that foolish Birdman after his transformation, still laughing like a chicken. Ha! Everyone struggled to hold back their laughter. What is there to discuss about a foolish bird? Just pick someone to deal with it. Madara's sharp gaze fell on the 5 people in front of him, first looking at Obito, who stood farthest to the right. Don't look at me, old man Madara. I want to bully a fool. Besides, standing there, he can't even break my passive. What is the point? Obito flatly refused. With that free time, he might as well go home and keep her in company. Madara's gaze shifted left to Shursui. Lord Madara, do you want me to use the Kodo Amatsukami to take him out? Shursui replied, prompting Madara to frown. It really would be a bit of overkill. Madara's gaze shifted left again to Itachi. I think you should leave this opportunity for Sasuke and the others. Itachi smiled, glancing at the disabled Sasuke. Sasuke felt his brother's affection once again and was moved. However, Madara didn't even glance at him, skipping over him completely. To bully a fool that you know so well. Do you, Sasuke, really have the face to do it? It's simply embarrassing for us, Uchiha. Hey, Boruto, Uzumaki. Madara shouted at the young Boruto. The young Boruto blinked his innocent little eyes. You go eliminate the Otsutsuki Birdman. Huh? Me? The young Boruto pointed at himself, looking astonished. Usually, whenever there's seniors around, he is absolutely not allowed to intervene in such dangerous matters. So he is usually just a bystander. But now, he is being asked to take the main offensive. Madara rolled his eyes at him, saying, You're the only one here who poses a bit of a challenge. Go for it, don't think too much. Itachi patted Boruto's little head, while Shursui, Obito, and even Sasuke were all looking at him with expectant eyes. This instantly filled Boruto with motivation. Lord Madara, please guide my training. The young Boruto requested from the strongest present, Madara, saying that he couldn't afford to miss even the slightest improvement for tomorrow's battle. Oh, it looks like you're prepared, kid, Madara said with a serious expression. My training is very rigorous. Yes, I will work hard. Madara nodded in satisfaction at Boruto's determined gaze. After exiting the Genjutsu space, everyone left tactfully, leaving only Madara and Boruto. This time, Madara didn't say anything about dancing, then beat him like a dead dog and seriously began the teaching. The little blonde had high talent, which brought a smile to Madara's face. Then he began to teach some ultimate techniques. The last bit of time in the afternoon quickly passed, arriving at night. During this time, Itachi had come to ask if the two wanted to eat, but was dismissed by Madara in a very displeased tone. Wait, just as Itachi was about to leave, Madara called him back. Lord Madara, do you need something? Bring me a copy of the 82-year-old Tsukuyami. Itachi was left speechless. Are you trying to train Boruto into an invincible being before letting him out? Lord Madara, that is not really feasible. Itachi briefly explained the limitations of Tsukuyami to Madara. Long-term Tsukuyami memories indeed return to the caster's body with the mind, but due to the sheer volume of memories, the body can't accept them all at once, and the brain will subconsciously blur the massive memories, taking a long time to process them gradually. The most direct example is Izumi. When he used Tsukuyami on her for over 70 years, All she could remember was the fact that he spent a lifetime with her, while the specific details only came back to her when she turned 13. Besides, training for 82 years would definitely cause Boruto to die from exhaustion. What is the longest Tsukuyami time the body can perfectly accept? 3 days and nights. Itachi replied. The reason he only poked Kakashi for 3 days and nights in the Tsukuyami world was because exceeding that time wound T caused more immediate damage to Kakashi's body. Then you set up a Tsukuyami for 3 days and nights first. I'll find you after it's done. Madara said after some thought. Itachi, huh? Do I really have to do this? Madara frowned and glared at him, and Itachi complied. When the two finally emerged from the Tsukuyami after 3 days and nights of training, Madara saw that Itachi appeared to have been completely still in the outside world. How long has it been outside? Madara noticed something, including your remark, less than 3 seconds. What about pure Tsukuyami time? 36 seconds. Itachi hesitantly answered, and sure enough, he saw the excitement in Madara's eyes. Madara placed a hand on Boruto's shoulder, activating the Kyuubi mode, connecting their chakras to ensure a continuous flow of chakra into Boruto's body. Then he looked at Itachi with anticipation. After that, Itachi's grueling life began. After the Tsukuyami ended for Madara and Boruto, a massive amount of chakra flowed into Boruto's body, helping him relieve his fatigue. Then Itachi, still unwilling, continued to extend their Tsukuyami. This grueling time continued until half an hour later when Itachi's ocular power was exhausted. Itachi lay on the tatami, gasping heavily. If I have sinned, please kill me. Don't make me live like this anymore. Meanwhile, the young Boruto was also sprawled on the ground, both physically and mentally exhausted. The endless training in the Tsukuyami world nearly drove him to insanity. Even though he had chakra and was tired, he felt like he was going crazy. That was over 400 days without rest. Really, I still prefer my disabled master Sasuke. How ugly. Madara looked at the two collapsed on the ground, lacking endurance, with a face full of disdain and helplessness. After a quick calculation, they hadn't even finished 15 years of training in the Tsukuyami world. Unfortunately, ocular power cannot be transferred like chakra. Otherwise, with his Edo Tensei body, a chakra recharge would definitely be sufficient. By the way, there is also that Brad Abito's ocular technique. Madara thought of Abito's time-space technique, took out Naka's phone from his pocket, and called Abito. That kid can reverse time, so hurry up and roll back Itachi's time to half an hour ago. Itachi, huh? Here we go again. Young Boruto, huh? More training. Please spare us. Chapter 123. Little girl, call your Kyuubi out. Fortunately, the call from Madara didn't go through. Not only did the call fail, but all the messages Madara sent were also still marked as unread. What is that brat doing? Madara frowned heavily, and at this moment he couldn't sense the flying thunder god mark on Abito's body, which must have been blocked by a ceiling formation. As for Abito, at this moment, he was at home watching a horror movie with Rin, his hands not behaving as they rested on Rin's body, leaving him no time to check his phone. Thus, the phone lay obediently on the table beside them. In fact, Abito even put it on silent mode, screen down, so that no one would disturb their little world. After failing to use the flying thunder god technique, Madara felt quite disappointed. It seemed today's training would have to end here. Although he could still kill Itachi, then use Edo Tensei to bring him back, that would be a bit extreme. After careful consideration, Madara regretfully abandoned that idea. Thus, Itachi escaped the fate of being killed. Today's training ends here. Everyone leave, Madara said to the two young ones. Then he started to search his mind for other valuable opponents. And then he thought of someone, excitement written all over his face. Yes. Upon hearing this, Itachi and the young Boruto responded, only to find that Madara had vanished using the flying thunder god technique. The two exchanged glances, feeling helpless towards their self-willed senior, but at the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief at no longer being tormented. On the other side, at the Kyuju family at night. At this time, Kyuju Kid had finished dinner, returned to her room upstairs, opened the window, and wanted to see the stars at night, only to see Madara, dressed in Warring States armor and holding a Uchiha fan, standing downstairs in front of her house. Come out, Kyuubi, Madara shouted excitedly in front of the Kyuju family's door. His voice, wrapped in chakra, spread through the air in a way that only Kurama could hear. Therefore, in Kid's eyes, it was just some cosplayer who suddenly appeared, excitedly shouting without actually saying anything. It left her dumbfounded as she rubbed her eyes several times to ensure she wasn't seeing things, because she read the lips of the person in front of her referring to the Kyuubi as Kyuubi. It was the first time she had seen someone so disrespectful to the Kyuubi. This chakra calling me. On the other side, Kurama, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed meditating, was awakened and sensed the familiar and annoying chakra, instantly guessing the identity of the visitor. Uchiha Madara. Only this brat would still call me QB. Kurama didn't respond immediately because that battle maniac was definitely here to fight him. He wasn't the kind of idiot who enjoyed bullying the weak. First, he used the Flying Thunder God to go to the adjacent Rin's place to check if the girl was awake. Then he used the Flying Thunder God to leave again. Sir, please take back your earlier words, show some respect, and do not disrespect Lord QB. Keed's sharp gaze flashed with cold light, and the provocation of battle caught Madara's attention. Good eyes, little girl. Madara read the furious anger in the girl's eyes. Her fearless fighting spirit made him quite satisfied with this unfamiliar junior. But unfortunately, my purpose here is not you. Call your QB out. Madara set down the fan, holding the handle and placing it on the ground. I said, do not disrespect Lord QB. A dark wind swirled in Keed's palm, then her hand extended, aiming at Madara, standing on the street below. Wind release, extreme wind, meteor strike. The invisible air currents condensed and solidified, transforming into tiny, almost thumb-sized deep rays of light, shooting out instantly. To avoid killing him, Keed deliberately aimed away from vital points. Madara kicked the fan and waved it. Uchiha rebound. He deflected the girl's ninjutsu to the side. The sharp blade cut through, and a nearby telephone pole was sliced in half, the cut as smooth as a mirror. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Call your QB out. Madara placed the fan back in position, speaking disdainfully. Or are you afraid you might lose? QB, you. Keed was so angry she was about to jump down and confront him, but before she could finish her words, she saw Madara, who was acting so arrogant, suddenly get blown away. That golden chakra hand, rising from the ground, was indeed shaped like the claws of the QB. Lord QB, go take care of Rin. I'm going to... Kurama's response to Keed's words was cut off as he was forcibly pulled into the world of the Limbo. Limbo boundary. This was the world of Limbo, Madara's shadow world. Slightly surprised, Madara found that this brat had developed a new use for Limbo. I've been waiting for you for a long time. QB. Madara shouted excitedly. His body that had been blown away instantly swapped places with the space behind Kurama, arriving behind it. Like Sasuke's heavenly hand power, the fan in his hand swung towards Kurama's small body. In the world of Limbo, I, Madara, am a master. Kurama, wanting to draw on the surrounding natural energy, found he couldn't control it at all. The will of this world seemed to resist him. It seemed he couldn't act as freely as before. Then let's keep it simple. The chakra fox's giant paw formed, and a massive chakra mass simply sent Madara flying again. Regardless of the subsequent meteor showers from the heavenly obstacle, or the countless Limbo clones coming together to form the complete Susanoo, or the true Thousand Hands would release, transforming into the Buddha. You can be strong all you want, but my sage fox, QB, can eliminate you with a single paw. This was the accumulation of values built up over thousands of years of cultivation. The result of the battle quickly emerged, with the value-pressing QB standing before the slumped Madara. A bet is a bet, Madara said, casually tossing a bottle of alcohol over. Kurama extended his claw to catch it, pulled out the cork, and sniffed it, rolling his eyes at him. Because this was the brand he and Hashirama loved to drink. Why would he send something that his best friend loved? Truly, he was speechless at the friendship of you Konoha people. The one person and one fox then started drinking in the shabby world of Limbo. That girl is dancing square dances with Mito in the Pure Land every day, so there's no need to worry. All right, she also found her biological parents. That's good. Madara casually talked to Kurama about what he knew of Kyuju Shizuku's experiences in the Pure Land, speaking endlessly until he was interrupted by Kurama. Madara, what? Next time you want to drink with me, don't do it on purpose to get beaten. Bullshit. I just accidentally lost this time. Clean your neck and wait for me. QB, next time I will definitely win against you. Information from Jiraiya has arrived. Current shareable information, 121. During the 14 years spent in the Suki no Yomi world, Uzumaki Boruto learned a lot of combat skills from Madara and developed his own various ninjutsu and combat modes, including the spiraling sphere. Uchiha. 122. The core of Madara's Rinnegan technique is the concept of the wheel tomb, and thus he developed a series of wheel tomb techniques. For example, wheel tomb clone, wheel tomb boundary, and so on. 123. In this life, Madara was beaten by Kurama since he was young, but even so, the battle maniac Madara never avoided any fight with Kurama. Victory is his belief. If he loses, then he will continue to strive for the next time. Every battle Madara fought brought me some new ideas. Kurama commented on him, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Above all, don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 124. This intoxication is irresistible. It's 1,000 times more pleasurable than taking pills. The tsundere and unyielding Madara once again made a harsh statement, while Kurama couldn't be bothered to argue with him, finishing his last sip of alcohol and preparing to leave. Kurama was shocked because he had tried various methods, but none worked to escape this wheel tomb world. Madara smugly snorted, saying that the wheel tomb world was under his dominion, so no means could be used to leave without his consent. Kurama remained silent, only raising his small fox fist. The meaning was obvious. Are you itching for a fight? Madara couldn't be bothered to say anything more to a stats freak. Anyway, he had regained some face in the wheel tomb, which was enough. Although he couldn't defeat you, trapping you would be easy. With a thought, the man and the fox left the wheel tomb world. Without saying much, they parted ways, with the fox heading home to continue his meditation, while the man used Flying Thunder God to vent his frustrations on Yuki. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Sasuke's home, Itachi briefly discussed some precautions with Boruto for their encounter with Otsutsuki tomorrow, especially emphasizing not to charge straight into the fight. I wouldn't do that. The young Boruto argued loudly, stating that the blonde kid in the illusion video was definitely not him. There was no way he would be that foolish. As it was nearing 7 p.m., Itachi didn't chat much longer, reminding him to be careful on his way home and sent him off in the Uchiha clan grounds with a weary body. You don't need to see me off anymore. Itachi-senpai, I can go back by myself. The young Boruto bid farewell to his senior and dashed off before Itachi could say anything. Itachi could only smile helplessly as he dragged his tired body home through the quiet night streets. He was thinking of finding the disabled Sasuke to continue nurturing their brotherly bond, but ended up bumping into Izumi, who had a teasing smile on her face. As for what happened next, let's just say those who understand, understand. On the other side, young Boruto couldn't wait to return to his grandparents' house, where he eagerly continued watching the next episodes of Naruto Chronicles. When it was time for bed, he was chased back to his dad's room by Grandma Kushina. He was just about to see Dad fight Neji. His heart was itching. He couldn't sleep, but he didn't have a phone. There was no computer in Dad's room, and the TV was in the living room. That was deep despair. Use my account, kid. A sudden voice echoed in his mind. It was Little Peach. What? What do you want? Young Boruto said suspiciously. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Use your Byakugan. Little Peach urged anxiously. Originally, it had been cultivating, but out of boredom, it had glanced at the outside world. At first, it thought there was nothing to see in kids fighting, but then it became addicted, unable to pull away. Most importantly, when it was Otsutsuki, it had looked down on those useless ninjutsu, but now, following the drama and listening to the commentary on the principles, it felt an exhilarating itch in its scalp. This intoxication was irresistible, 1,000 times more pleasurable than taking pills. It had been thinking for so long. Why was Boruto still dazed? Big brother. Hurry up. Oh. Boruto felt a sense of loss, always feeling something was off, but his body instinctively followed the command, logged into the account, and then used the Byakugan's X-ray vision to see through walls, entering the tape boxes, and began binge-watching with Little Peach. I'm telling you, this guy named Neji is sure to win. Impossible. Dad has so many shadow clones. Just watch, Little Fox's basics are too weak at this point. That kid named Neji has solid fundamentals. Little Peach proudly stated it was super optimistic about this kid named Neji, with such a strong foundation and pure Byakugan bloodline. Compared to Boruto's talent, it even thought Neji was more suited to itself. Unconditionally optimistic, unconditionally supportive. The Otsutsuki Peach would never lose with this talent. To this, Boruto scoffed. You probably don't know this show is called Naruto Chronicles. Dad is the protagonist with the protagonist's halo. Little Peach watched in horror as the Neji had high hopes was knocked out by the little fox with one punch. What the hell? Damn it. I can't believe it. Little Peach broke down, yelling and cursing in the spiritual space. Ha! Boruto rolled on the ground laughing, finding Little Peach's breakdown hilarious, and then was interrupted by Grandma Kushina kicking the door open. In a blood-red pepper stance, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into Boruto's forehead. Ouch! Ouch! 2 cries of pain rang out, one real and one in the spiritual realm. Little Peach, with a big bump on its head, was confused as to why this woman's attack could hit its spiritual self. You better behave, Boruto. Your grandma has a reputation as a blood-red pepper. Minato's weak voice came from outside the door, just as blood-red pepper Kushina, wearing slippers, approached the young Boruto with a fierce expression. The sound of her slippers stomping made young Boruto tremble in fear against the wall. A sense of impending doom loomed over both Boruto and Little Peach. So scary. This was the unspoken thought of both. Now you can sleep well, right? Talk. Yes. Yes. The two little ones nodded vigorously in fear. A night without conversation. The two little ones, trembling, obediently slept until dawn. In the morning, the disabled Sasuke took young Boruto outside of Konoha village to search for traces of Otsutsuki Urashiki. After searching around with no results and confirming that Urashiki hadn't appeared yet, the master and disciple arrived at the location where Urashiki was encountered in the illusion video, quietly lying in wait. Boruto, I'll be relying on you soon. The disabled Sasuke said seriously, and young Boruto nodded, his expression grave. Whether he could wash away the shame depended on this battle. He not only had to win, but win beautifully. Boruto, take this. The disabled Sasuke handed him his Kusanagi sword. Sasuke-sensei. Young Boruto looked at his master's reassuring gaze and was moved as he accepted it, equipping it onto himself. However, just as the master and disciple were feeling touched, they didn't anticipate that Urashiki's position had shifted. At this moment, above Konoha village, Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared out of thin air, holding a fishing rod, greedily inhaling the fresh air of this old era with his eyes closed. Naruto Uzumaki, I admit your Kurama mode is strong, but if I came to Konoha 63 years ago, when you were still a weak genin, how would you face me? Ha 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 ha. The more he thought about it, the more Urashiki couldn't contain his glee as he laughed high up in the sky. Meanwhile, Kurama, who was fishing below, frowned. Chapter 125. The captured Otsutsuki fool Kurama looked up with a displeased expression at the Otsutsuki fisherman above him, who was continuously grinning foolishly. The malicious intent and the strange chakra made Kurama feel as if he had seen this person somewhere before. After pondering for a while in his memory, he recalled that in his past life, when Naruto was a child, there was indeed someone who coveted his chakra. What was his name again? Otsutsuki. Birdman? No way. Even with thousands of years of memories from 2 lifetimes, the unique form of that shape-shifting Birdman still left a deep impression on him. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Urashiki, after laughing enough, sighed in admiration that the inventor of the treasure tool plow was simply a genius. He was searching for the fox's chakra with his Byakugan, and then was surprised to find that the fox was right under his feet. The two fishermen exchanged wide-eyed looks. Found you, fox. Otsutsuki Urashiki smiled proudly, feeling that this was too easy. Although he didn't know why the fox was not within Naruto's body. But that was perfect. It saved him the trouble of extracting the fox from a human. Moreover, he didn't think a cute little fox could pose any threat. Can it be so cute it could kill me? Ha ha! Ridiculous, just obediently offer up your chakra, you lowly beast. With that, Urashiki waved the red fishing rod in his hand, and the sharp hook shot toward Kurama's small body. To this, Kurama remained unmoved, allowing the hook to pierce his belly and then penetrate through his body. Humph, have you given up resisting? Looking at Kurama's motionless demeanor, Urashiki laughed proudly. Little fox, are you afraid of my magnificent Otsutsuki power? I just love your fearful and helpless expression. Suddenly, he pulled hard on the fishing rod, only to find that he couldn't pull it and nearly dropped it. His face was filled with shock. It felt as if he had caught a massive creature. Kurama was speechless. Couldn't the Otsutsuki stop looking down on foxes? If they just sensed a bit, they would realize the immense chakra quality on him. Could they even pull him? Just as he was about to speak, Kurama noticed Urashiki's excited expression. Subarashi, looking at the tons of chakra in front of him, Urashiki's greedy expression emerged. If he could absorb all this chakra, how strong would he become then? With that thought, Urashiki even licked his tongue with interest. However, the Otsutsuki fisherman, thinking he had caught a big fish, never considered that he was actually the foolish bird that had bitten the hook. Watching Urashiki desperately tugging at the fishing rod, Kurama was speechless and silently lifted his little fox paw. With one slap, he knocked him out, and with a line, he bound him. The battle ended quickly, and Kurama called Minato. Hey Minato, I have a big Otsutsuki fool here. Do you want him? Yeah. At the riverbank near Konoha where I often fish, send someone over. After hanging up, Kurama used the stolen red fishing rod to cast again. On the other side, the disabled Sasuke and young Boruto, who were waiting for Urashiki to arrive, received a call from Minato instead. What? Grandpa, you said Urashiki was captured by Lord Kurama? Young Boruto exclaimed in shock, looking at his equally surprised Master Sasuke. If he remembered correctly, their purpose seemed to be to protect Kurama from being taken by Urashiki. Do high-level hunters often appear as prey? That's right. Kurama is fishing by the river now. You just need to follow the location I sent you. The two hung up the call with Minato, relying on the location he provided, and soon found the little fisherman fishing by the riverbank. "Hey kid, this is our first official meeting," Kurama said to young Boruto, also nodding to the side at Sasuke. In front of young Boruto was a cute, talking big fox. His dad was raising such a cute little guy inside him. When he gets home, he will definitely tell Himawari. "Hey, Lord Kurama, where's Urashiki?" Young Boruto asked curiously, as he looked around but didn't see Urashiki's figure at the scene. Strange, wasn't he captured? He noticed the red fishing rod in Kurama's hand looked familiar. Wait, isn't this Urashiki's rod? Here he is. Kurama lifted the fishing rod, raising the hook that was submerged in the water, and bound to it was Urashiki. Due to the water, the unconscious, drenched Urashiki was choked awake. "Cough, cough. Dead fox. I advise you to let me go early," Urashiki shouted angrily after spitting out the water. Kurama's actions were too fast. He hadn't noticed anything before he was knocked out. Therefore, even now he thought it was just his eagerness to tug at the chakra, and he accidentally got ambushed. What is so great about ambushing? "If you have the guts, let me go. Let's have a fair fight." Kurama said nothing, just sank the hook back down into the water. "Go soak. You foolish bird." Sasuke and young Boruto looked at the bubbles continuously rising from the bottom of the river. Exchanging glances, they looked at each other in confusion. "What do you plan to do with him?" Kurama asked the two behind him. "I don't know. Kill him." Young Boruto and Sasuke spoke one after the other. Boruto looked at his master, and Sasuke thought for a moment, feeling that it was indeed unfair to bully a fool. "Let us give him to Orochimaru. Maybe he can research something." Sasuke had a high regard for Orochimaru's technical skills. With his research capabilities, he might discover some new secrets of the Otsutsuki clan. Young Boruto nodded and then used the phone his grandpa bought him to send a message to Orochimaru. "Boruto, Lord Orochimaru, we caught Urashiki." "Orochimaru, a live capture? Send me the location. I'll come right away." To this, young Boruto felt it was unnecessary to go through so much trouble and directly share a picture, which showed his flying thunder god mark. "Boruto, Lord Orochimaru, can you carve the flying thunder god mark? Inject some sage chakra from the Ryuchi cave, and I'll come right over." The clever Orochimaru guessed Boruto was coming over right away, did as instructed, and replied with it okay. Curse mark stage 2. Ryuchi cave, sage mode activated. The immense sensing ability spread, and Boruto sensed the sage chakra from the Ryuchi cave, teleporting instantly with flying thunder god to bring Orochimaru over. Chapter 126. What level are you flying with me in the sky? Where's the Otsutsuki? Here it is. The Nine Tails with its fishing rod, drenched and looking like a mess, threw the fish that had bitten it directly onto the riverbank. "A cough cough. Damn lowly creature. Let me go," the Nine Tails angrily said, but before it could finish, Orochimaru stretched his neck and bit at it immediately. Ah! Its unique cold chakra, accompanied by screams, was injected into the Otsutsuki's body. "Damn bug. What did you do to me?" The Nine Tails rolled on the ground in pain, as a toxin continuously invaded its body through its spiritual energy. "It's nothing, just a little control method. Lord Nine Tails, let it go for a moment," Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. "It's just a simple mental snake poison. Let us see if it works on the Otsutsuki. After all, it's an experiment. Everything must be tried." The Nine Tails nodded, lifted the rod, removed the fishing line wrapped around the Otsutsuki, and continued fishing by the riverbank. With the Nine Tails around, there was no need to worry about this foolish bird running away. If it did, he could catch it back with one claw. Moreover, it must be said that this foolish bird's fishing rod was quite useful. Suddenly reminded of something, the Nine Tails controlled the hook to scoop around in the river, and, as expected, he retrieved the fallen red fish basket. Hey, now it's complete. The Nine Tails set up a soundproof barrier, isolating the small river in front of him, and continued to fish happily. On the other side, the Otsutsuki was suffering much more. The mental snake poison that Orochimaru experimented on it was torturing it continuously as time passed. It hurt so much that it could only instinctively scream. Not to mention the time reversal. After several reversals, the snake poison penetrated even deeper, and that pretty boy kept poking at it with a syringe. "Damn bugs. Don't look down on me." The Otsutsuki endured the intense pain, reached for its eyes, gouged them out, and then stuffed them into its mouth. Orochimaru originally wanted to stop it, but the disabled Sasuke reacted quickly and blocked him. After all, he was his old mentor. Just giving him a pair of ordinary Rinnegan was too ungrateful. If you're going to give something, give him a pair inlaid with gold. Passing through the transformation gate, the Otsutsuki Birdman made a dazzling entrance. The Nine Tails also noticed the movement behind and turned around. But upon seeing the transformed Birdman, he felt it was too ugly to look at and continued fishing. Even Orochimaru frowned at the ugly bird form. But his professionalism as a researcher made him take out the collection syringe immediately. I'm going to take you all down. Just after transforming into its second form, the boastful Birdman Otsutsuki felt a sharp pain in its chicken feet. Looking down, it saw Orochimaru extending his long arm, ruthlessly inserting the syringe into its toe, quickly extracting a blood sample. "Ah, you damn bug. You will definitely die today." The Birdman Otsutsuki screamed madly at Orochimaru, completely losing its sanity, waving its hands and using chakra to launch various fierce attacks at Orochimaru. But who is Orochimaru? Although he might not necessarily win against the transformed Birdman Otsutsuki, he could definitely make it collapse. Thousand Snakes formation. At the moment when his body was pierced by a beam of chakra, Orochimaru transformed into various small snakes, scattering to escape. As they fled, each one provocatively flicked its tongue at the Birdman Otsutsuki. The Nine-Tails was about to intervene, but was stopped by the disabled Sasuke. "We dispatch our elite, Boruto Uzumaki, to confront the Birdman Otsutsuki." "Oh." The young Boruto responded confidently and charged forward. He had long wanted to test the results of his training in the Tsukuyami world in the real world. However, considering the need to win this battle handsomely, Boruto, who had a bit less chakra, decisively switched to Tsunade's mode. Let us take advantage of Tsunade's high-level spiritual power. "Huh, someone is using my account?" The small Tsunade, meditating and training in a mental space, immediately sensed that Boruto had entered the cockpit of her mech and hurriedly shouted at the little brat. "I'm coming first. I'm coming first. Change, you little brat. Don't forget this was our agreement. Hurry up. A person cannot be untrustworthy." She knocked hard on the window outside the cockpit. "Are you sure? You want to take a look outside to see who I'm about to fight?" The young Boruto said doubtfully, his tone slightly surprised. "Could it be that Tsunade wants to do something righteous? What are you looking at? It doesn't matter who comes." Tsunade said arrogantly with her hands on her hips. "As long as the opponent isn't Madara, I can suppress him with one hand." All right, you go ahead." The young Boruto stepped out of the cockpit, letting Tsunade take control. Without hesitation, Tsunade controlled the mech and charged the ugly Birdman's back with a kick. "What level are you flying with me in the sky? Mortals are more suited to the ground." Then, as the smoke cleared, she saw the front of the Birdman, and it was actually Otsutsuki's face. "Huh, Otsutsuki." Tsunade was shocked. On one hand, she was surprised that the one she was fighting was a teammate. And on the other hand, "Dude, did you really turn into something this ugly? Otsutsuki, what are you doing?" The Otsutsuki kicked to the ground, sensed the familiar chakra, and immediately recognized that the Boruto in front of him was being controlled by Tsunade. "Aren't we teammates? Why are you kicking me now that you've awakened? You little brat, you're betraying me." Tsunade glared angrily at Boruto outside the cockpit. After spending so much time with these humans, her speech had inexplicably become more colorful. "Just say whether you're playing or not." Boruto shrugged, indicating he couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was just this one time. "That's my Otsutsuki clan brethren. My beloved friends, my brothers. I'm not playing anymore." Boruto lost his patience, grabbed Tsunade by the collar, and was about to throw her out. "Wait, I just wanted to say I'll pay more." The two had a simple negotiation, and Tsunade earned an extra chance to pilot the mech. The disabled Sasuke, watching from the sidelines, slightly frowned as he saw the mech stop. This brat wouldn't really let Tsunade take control again, would he? When the Birdman Otsutsuki saw that the mech had stopped attacking it, he thought, as expected, it must have been Tsunade who came out just now, misjudging the enemy. Immediately, he smiled at the mech in the sky and said, "Tsunade, help me hold him off. I'll kill this damn snake first." Orochimaru was unhappy to hear this. "I'm just teasing you," and you took it seriously. The Impure World Reincarnation Seal was formed, ready to draw cards. "So, who do you want to fight?" Information from Jiraiya has arrived. Current shareable information, 124. Originally, Tsunade only regarded chakra as a type of food, a simple source of energy. Through watching Naruto's biography, she learned a lot of interesting principles about ninjutsu and gradually became infatuated with the feeling of using her brain to appreciate various ninjutsu. The food is being treated purely as food, and it is developing towards the direction of gourmet cuisine. 125. The vast chakra accumulated over thousands of years is condensed within the small body of a Nine-Tails. The quality of this chakra is such that, let alone Otsutsuki Kagaya, Even she might not be able to extract it from that tiny body. 126. The Flying Thunder God technique involved preparing the Flying Thunder God seal at the target location in advance, then sensing the position of the seal to teleport oneself there. Therefore, Boruto's version of the Flying Thunder God technique to retrieve Orochimaru is not the true Flying Thunder God technique, but rather a modified subtype created by himself. As long as he has his own Flying Thunder God seal and injects his chakra into it, he can sense it and teleport there. Both versions of the Flying Thunder God have been learned by Boruto, who humbly states that his version is still not as useful as his grandfather's. Above all, don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 127. The harvest is full, the posture is cool, and the big yellow dog on the street is barking incessantly. However, Orochimaru did not slam his hands on the ground after forming the hand seals, because Boruto kicked the Birdman Urashiki in the face again, sending him flying. Boruto, what do you want to do? Urashiki, who was kicked away again, said angrily. Although my buddy didn't save you when you were defeated by Naruto. Was it because I didn't want to? I just didn't have the ability, okay? With such a large mass of high-quality chakra right in front of us, shouldn't we team up to subdue them first? What are you shouting about? You lowly. You piece of trash. I am Otsutsuki Boruto. Boruto, with a strong attitude, even modified the unique lowly creature catchphrase of the Otsutsuki. He went straight for Urashiki, using a Rasengan combined with a push from the high honor of the Otsutsuki. I have to say, the Otsutsuki are really ruthless to their own kind, showing no mercy at all. The strong force from Boruto sent Urashiki's body flying into the sky. Urashiki fell limply in free fall, while Boruto floated over and, with gravity pulling Urashiki towards him, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him high. Do you want to dance too? He spoke in the tone of Madara, saying Madara's words with an arrogant expression. Young Boruto, that seems to be Lord Madara's catchphrase, right? He seriously suspected that little Boruto had learned bad habits from Lord Madara. How did that saying go? Stubbornly, after experiencing the beating of society, he ultimately became the very thing he hated the most. Ahem, you. Oh, it seems you can still dance? Then continue to please me. Little Boruto was showing off, thinking about what Madara had said, while continuing to beat and talk. Weakness is ugly. Mere gravel is not even a fraction of me. Those who can die under this move are few and far between. Feel honored, Birdman. Above, the two Otsutsuki were fighting fiercely, while below, Orochimaru had long since set up a table. On it were various bottles and jars of chemical experimental equipment, and, at this moment, Orochimaru was constantly conducting various studies on the blood of the Otsutsuki. Beside him, the disabled Sasuke was not idle either, having been pulled over to assist. Sasuke-kun, help me get that test tube over there with the yellow liquid. Sasuke-kun, use your Rinnegan to see if this has changed. Sasuke-kun, heat this beaker with the alcohol lamp. We will need it soon. This black liquid smells a bit familiar. It's just coffee. We're going to drink it later. Orochimaru smiled in response to Sasuke's confusion. Researching while exhausted is not advisable, so he always kept coffee on hand. Sasuke was a bit speechless. Weren't we researching the blood samples of the Otsutsuki? Also, who uses a beaker to brew coffee? Lord Kurama. Would you like a cup of coffee? The yawning Kurama did not refuse. In the end, the two of them, one human and one fox, each held a small beaker and sipped coffee, looking up at the ongoing one-sided slaughter in the battle above. Without the Rinnegan, Urashiki was naturally no match for Boruto, and he was eventually knocked out by little Boruto. Unfortunately, Boruto had forgotten to learn healing techniques from Madara while studying optical combat techniques in the Tsukuyomi world. Otherwise, little Boruto would definitely have healed him and then beat him up some more. Boring, let's change. Little Boruto shook Urashiki's limp body and found that he was truly unconscious. Feeling disappointed, consciousness switched with Boruto, bouncing back to the spiritual space to continue practicing. It was indeed necessary to vent when feeling frustrated. After beating up Urashiki, little Boruto felt completely relaxed. His mood returned to how it was before being beaten by Madara. Lord Orochimaru, do you still want to continue your research? Boruto, holding Urashiki, floated back to the ground, looking at Orochimaru, who was slowly drinking coffee. Of course, but not here. We need to go back to the research institute. Orochimaru replied after finishing the last sip of coffee. He was very curious about Urashiki's golden Rinnegan. However, since there were currently too few of them, there was a risk of damaging them. So he had to go back and apply his cloning technique to this Birdman to create more eyes. That way he could study them boldly and confidently. Then, Mr. Sasuke, I'll take Lord Orochimaru back. Go ahead. The disabled Sasuke sat with Kurama. Watching Boruto and Orochimaru, who had once again entered Sage mode, leave after tidying up a large number of instruments with Flying Thunder God. The little fox, having finished his coffee, turned around to continue fishing by the river. The disabled Sasuke, still holding his unfinished cup, lowered his head, unsure what to think, and fell into a momentary silence. Young Boruto seemed to be temporarily left with Orochimaru and had not returned for a long time. After hesitating for a while, the disabled Sasuke ultimately chose to speak. Kurama, you find a way to tell Naruto, I don't care. Kurama seemed to know what he was about to say and forcefully interrupted. Sasuke fell silent. Yesterday, the treasure plow had awakened, and its energy had fully recovered. He originally thought about taking Boruto away from this era soon and asking Kurama to convey a message to Naruto. After all, they had come this far. But this annoying fox was still so irritating. Just do me a favor and say one sentence. The disabled Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed. The proud disabled Sasuke's shyness truly surprised Kurama. Oh, Uchiha Sasuke, you can still ask for help? How surprising. But the old man Kurama loved to say no to the self-righteous Uchihas. Moreover, he was not Naruto. The old man had no obligation to spoil this inherently evil Uchiha brat. So, how long does Naruto have to stay with Kaguya? Sasuke asked irritably, saying it was for training. What if it took 1 or 2 years? He and Boruto shouldn't have to stay here that long, right? Who knows? Kurama replied, while humming a little tune, noticing a big fish provocatively swimming past his fishing hook, even shaking its tail to bump against it. It was simply the height of provocation. Manipulating the fishing line into a net shape, he trapped the flaunting fish tightly, then pulled up the rod and flung it into the red fish basket on the shore. Today's harvest is not bad. Another happy and beautiful day. He stood up, patted the shoulder of the gloomy Uchiha brat beside him, and then, with the fishing line tangled around the basket, swaggered back home with the fishing rod. The harvest is full, the posture is cool, and the big yellow dog on the street is barking incessantly. The somewhat gloomy, disabled Sasuke stared blankly at that carefree back, breaking down and starting a battle with the big yellow dog. Struggling to hold back laughter, his right hand trembled as he lifted his coffee cup. Chapter 128. Dr. Snake discovers a lying snake on the other side. Boruto, who was escorting Orochimaru back to the research institute, was taken to his laboratory. Looking at the completed left hand of Mr. Sasuke, quietly lying in the culture solution container, the young Boruto exclaimed in excitement, Lord Orochimaru, is Mr. Sasuke's arm already done? That's right. Orochimaru smiled slightly and confirmed. He had stayed up for 2 nights without sleep, working overtime to get it done. It's a habit when Sasuke-kun needs something. I always want to satisfy him as soon as possible. Even though this time, it didn't need to be so fast. I'll go bring Mr. Sasuke over. The excited Boruto was about to use Flying Thunder God to go get the disabled Sasuke, when he was quickly stopped by Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru? Why not? Not now. Orochimaru replied with a gentle smile, then whispered a few words in Boruto's ear. The mysterious words made Boruto's eyes light up with excitement, changing from confusion to understanding. I see. No wonder we have to wait a few more days. I get it now. After promising not to leak the secret, Boruto bid farewell to Lord Orochimaru and used Flying Thunder God to return to the riverbank to find the disabled Sasuke. At the riverbank, the disabled Sasuke lay back on the grass. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately made a decision before finishing his coffee. Let's go back, after all. This isn't my world. The gentle care from his brother and parents made him quite nostalgic. But no matter how beautiful this world was, he had to be responsible for his family and companions over there. After all, the healthy growth of little peanuts still needed his protection, right? He no longer insisted on meeting Naruto. Just then, Boruto also returned using Flying Thunder God, and the disabled Sasuke told him about his decision. Mr. Sasuke, Boruto was very clear about how much determination his master had to make this decision. However, having come this far, how could it end so hastily? I want to stay here a bit longer. Boruto, no acting willfully. The disabled Sasuke frowned. He had thought that after going through so much, Boruto would have grown, but he still had the heart of a child. He felt a bit disappointed. Master, just 4 days. Boruto sensed the disappointment in the disabled Sasuke's expression and looked at his master earnestly and pleadingly. Boruto, the disabled Sasuke, was slightly surprised. It was the first time his disciple formally addressed him like this. Give me a reasonable reason. Your prosthetic arm hasn't been made yet. Boruto knew Orochimaru's skills well. Maybe he had already finished it. The disabled Sasuke's words startled Boruto, who had underestimated the bond between Mr. Sasuke and Lord Orochimaru. And he hurriedly thought of other excuses. You haven't met your dad in this timeline yet. That can only be blamed on our lack of fate. We can't wait here for him forever. And Sakura, you haven't said goodbye yet. No need. She has her own Sasuke. I haven't. Listen, Boruto. Your mom and dad, your sister, and Sarada are all waiting for us to go back. The disabled Sasuke rubbed the top of young Boruto's head, interrupting his search for excuses and urging him to use Flying Thunder God to take him to see Orochimaru. With no other choice, Boruto activated Sage Mode again and took the disabled Sasuke to the Research Institute, where they saw Orochimaru busily cloning the Rinnegan. Your prosthetic? I haven't made it yet. Orochimaru continued working without looking directly at the disabled Sasuke. You're lying. As the snake doctor, the disabled Sasuke immediately recognized this as a lying snake. What are you talking about, Sasuke-kun? I just haven't finished it yet, Orochimaru said pitifully, then told him to wait another 4 days before sending them both out of the Research Institute. I feel like something is being hidden from me. Who knows? Boruto, feeling guilty, turned his head away, so guilty that he forgot to deactivate Sage Mode, which the disabled Sasuke keenly noticed. Stare, Mr. Sasuke, do you want to come to my grandparents' house for dinner? Boruto, feeling embarrassed under the gaze, changed the subject. No, I'm going back to the Uchiha. The disabled Sasuke ultimately couldn't read anything from his disciple's awkward forced smile and responded accordingly. All right, Boruto agreed, secretly relieved after seeing Mr. Sasuke give up, and hurriedly used Flying Thunder God to send the disabled Sasuke back to the Uchiha clan. He then used Flying Thunder God to return to his grandparents' house, eagerly continuing to watch the follow-up of Naruto's story. Back at home, the disabled Sasuke and his brother Itachi explained the plan to leave after 4 days. 4 days? That's pretty quick. Yeah, I was planning to leave this afternoon, but Orochimaru insisted on waiting another 4 days for the prosthetic. The disabled Sasuke was quite speechless, having not experienced a significant power increase for a long time after experiencing the strength of Sage Mode. He really craved having one more hand in battle. If it weren't for the looming Otsutsuki crisis, he wouldn't be stuck here over such a trivial matter. Itachi, standing by, felt a bit pained, guessing the reason why his younger brother was eager to leave. The longer he stayed in this warm place, the more reluctant he felt. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, he just didn't dare. The prosthetic will only be ready in 4 days? Itachi suddenly thought of something and a smirk appeared on his lips. I'm really grateful to Lord Orochimaru for forcing me to stay this way. Itachi? The disabled Sasuke noticed his brother's smile, but when he spoke, he was met with his brother's large hand. Then just honestly stay for 4 more days. I'll go make you lunch. Don't pat my head. I'm not a kid anymore. Ha ha ha, sorry. In a heavenly realm, in a magma space, the 3 generations, roasting with magma, suddenly heard a notification sound. Ding. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, then turned to Kaguya, the only one with a phone. You guys eat. Kaguya frowned, letting the 2 little ones eat her food, then took out her rabbit phone from her pocket, which had a message from Kurama. After reading the content, Kaguya looked up at Sasuke, who was roasting tomatoes. What are you doing? This is for me and Naruto. You wait for the next one. Sasuke pouted, saying that he had already split the almost done tomatoes with Naruto and couldn't give any to Kaguya. Kaguya was speechless. Luckily, Naruto, who was beside her, kindly handed over a roasted meat skewer. Grandma Kaguya, you eat this. It was still this little grandson who was obedient, and sensible Kaguya secretly kissed Naruto several times in her heart after replying with I understand. She put the phone away. Internally feeling pleased, she tasted a piece of roasted meat. The skill is good. It's quite delicious. What kind of meat is this? Rabbit. Naruto replied cheerfully while eating, then saw Kaguya freeze in surprise. Chapter 129. I didn't expect this ugly thing to have such a great effect. Kaguya was almost driven to madness. You old hag. I'm the goddess of the moon rabbit. You roasted a rabbit right in front of me and made me eat it. Sasuke, is the tomato ready? Almost. Why not give it to Grandma Kaguya first? She doesn't seem very happy, but I worked hard to roast it for a long time. Please, fine. Whatever. The 2 little ones whispered to each other, and Kaguya's anger immediately diminished by more than half. Looking at Naruto as he cheerfully brought over the roasted tomato. Forget it, after all. It was a kind gesture from her little grandson. So, she decided to forgive him. Unlike the hot magma space, the real world was peaceful and beautiful. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, because Madara had called Obito to shoot a movie, the old man Inoki, who had just finished lunch, was fortunate enough not to deal with that battle-crazed Madara. He was leisurely lying on his rocking chair at home. He had long since resigned from the position of SasukeRecognize, and now the fourth SasukeRecognize was his son, Kurama. That brat Deidara had been training hard recently, even under the scorching summer sun, practicing the dust-release ninjutsu he had been taught. Once he succeeded, the future fifth SasukeRecognize would be secured. A beautiful life was full of hope. Old man, there's a call for you. Kurama, dressed in a red cloud robe, hurried over, her long legs moving with a strong rhythm. In just 2 or 3 steps, she was by the old man's side. What's the rush? And stop calling me old man every day, Inoki said irritably. Spending too much time with Deidara, Kurama had also picked up his bad habit of being mouthy. Whose call is it? Hee, you'll know when you hear it, Kurama said with a grin, then pressed her phone to his ear. Hello, Inoki. Madara. You're not planning to come back again, are you? Hearing the voice on the other end, Inoki sat up instantly, feeling a twinge of pain in his recently healed body. Wasn't this guy taken by a Beto to shoot a movie? And now he was planning to come back again? Can't he be considerate of the elderly? I just found someone's phone and wanted to return it to you, Madara said from the other end. Why are you sending it to me? I don't want it. Just return it to its rightful owner. Inoki felt that there was a conspiracy behind this. But the original owner said he doesn't want it. Then you keep it, don't give it to me. All right, but this is what you said you don't want. With that, Madara hung up the phone. Huh? Inoki was confused. What was up with Madara? Unable to figure it out, he sent Kurama, who had been tugging at his beard, away and decided to just relax in his rocking chair. Not long after, without him knowing, the news of Uchiha Madara dominating the ninja world's leaderboard shot up in popularity. On the other side, after lunch, Boruto was glued to the TV watching dramas when his impatient grandmother threw him out of the house by the back of his neck. Stop staying at home, watching TV all day. Go out and play. Left on the street by his grandmother Kushina, Boruto looked like he was about to cry. I was just watching the intense fight between the 3 Sannin. Why do you always interrupt me at the best parts? Forget it. I'll go find Uncle Lee to learn the 8 gates. After sulking for a moment, Boruto accepted reality and quickly planned his next move. However, before he could take a step, he saw a green light flash quickly past him. What the heck? What was that? Boruto stared as the snake-like creature quickly crawled and disappeared before his eyes, still in a daze. Suddenly, he noticed that the thing seemed to have realized his presence, quickly wriggling back, scaring him into turning around and running. But the speed of the beast was something Boruto couldn't shake off easily. Hey Boruto! Uncle Lee quickly flashed to Boruto's side, his bandaged hand resting on Boruto's shoulder. After being touched by the terrifying creature, Boruto screamed reflexively, then realized it was just Uncle Lee, sighing in relief. Uncle Lee, you scare me to death. Huh? Uncle Lee looked confused. Do I look scary? To which Boruto replied, well, you don't look scary. What you do is definitely not something a normal person would do. Oh, it's a training method like water. Uncle Lee gave a thumbs up, revealing his signature shining white teeth. Boruto was sweating, not understanding what this water-like training was for. But regardless of his confusion, he wouldn't dare question his senior. Since they happened to bump into each other, Boruto asked Uncle Lee to teach him the 8 gates. Is that so? I can feel your sincere desire to learn. Uncle Lee patted Boruto's shoulder with a pleased expression. So, will you teach me? Of course. Let's burn our youth together. Oh yeah, Boruto responded excitedly, then saw Uncle Lee pull out a set of green spandex from who knows where. Boruto, I like kids like you who have perseverance, so I'll give this to you as a training gift. Excellent breath ability, moisture retention, perfect shape, and beautiful lines for action. Wearing it while training, you'll feel the difference and soon become addicted. I don't think it's necessary, Boruto said awkwardly, feeling that the choice of clothing was questionable. No, this is a necessary part of training. Back then, I and Naruto grew up with the help of this powerful spandex, Uncle Lee said with tears in his eyes, reminiscing about the countless bonds he shared with Gai-sensei, inadvertently recalling the times they sweated together. Is that so? I understand now, Gai-sensei. You never looked for me, letting me train alone, just so I could realize the greatness of our bond. Without saying much more, Boruto declared, today's training ends here. I absolutely must find you for extra practice. My dad too. Young Boruto was shocked, looking at the spandex in Uncle Lee's hands. So that's why Dad is so strong. I didn't expect this ugly thing to have such great use. Uncle Lino, Teacher Lee, please push me hard. Boruto snatched the spandex from Uncle Lee's hands, speaking with determination. To become stronger, if Dad can do it, I can definitely do it. Information, Jiraiya is here. Current shareable information, 127. Orochimaru took 2 days to make a prosthetic limb for the disabled Sasuke, but after looking at today's date, He decided it would be better to wait until 4 days later to deliver it for a more meaningful occasion. In the following 4 days, Orochimaru plans to start adding some new things to the arms made from Hashirama cells. 128. Obito has taken over Anoki's phone. Hey, I didn't steal it. Anoki himself said he didn't want it. Therefore, even Anoki's cat account has been changed to my name. Obito. The number one in the ninja world has to be me, Obito. 129. The following individuals have worn Might Guy's specially made green jumpsuit. Might Guy, Rock Lee, Naruto Uzumaki, Niji Hyuga, Tintin, Sai Metal Lee, Hinata Hyuga, and now Boruto Uzumaki. So don't underestimate my information network. Chapter 130. Sweet strawberries not bad. This is the momentum we need. Xiaoli wiped away his tears and nodded in satisfaction at Boruto's response. Show your determination, Boruto. Oh woo. The cheers from the two little green figures outside the door drew a furious Kushina, who was cleaning on the second floor, to open the window. Annoying. Whose little brat is this? Then she saw two green figures, one crawling quickly on the ground and the other running upside down behind it, both scurrying away. It was a bit chaotic. If she wasn't mistaken, that distinctive yellow leaf hairstyle clearly belonged to their little Boruto. Damn you, Might Guy. How many more people do you need to torture before you stop? Kushina went downstairs and called Kakashi, starting to scold him randomly. Can't you keep an eye on your good buddy? In the afternoon twilight, after a day of work, Obito was dragging his exhausted body on the way home. The Uchiha clan's battle against the Ninja Alliance was a grand affair for that. He had transformed into a ninja army using multiple shadow clones, and he had been beaten up by Madara several times just to finish filming that big scene. Now, he had nothing to say, just extremely tired, longing to be by Rin's side right away. No, not now. I have to hold on. Dragging his weary body through the commercial street, he finally found a fruit shop that Rin often visited. Boss, have his strawberries come in? Yes. You've been urging me for 3 days. The fruit vendor hurriedly handed the prepared fruit basket to Obito. Boss, please let me know in advance next time if there's no stock. Don't spring surprises like this again. Obito paid and took the basket, then seriously reminded the boss, and only left satisfied after the boss assured him. Bouncing along the road, the fatigue on Obito seemed to vanish. Will Rin like the surprise? Should I go to the beach to find some pretty seashells too? No, I've got seashells already. I need to get some pearls too. The more he thought about it, the more necessary it seemed, and Obito activated his Kamui to leave the spot. At Obito's home, Rin, who had just finished dinner, was waiting for him to come home on time, but instead saw their son, Xiaoyu, eating alone. Seriously, can't he wait for Dad to come home to eat? As a mother, Rin scolded a bit angrily. Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at his mother, then continued to shovel food into his mouth, ignoring her reprimand. Can I even eat when Dad comes back? If you two could tone down the PDA just a bit, I wouldn't be in this situation. I'm full. Xiaoyu finished his meal in less than a minute, having inherited Kakashi's eating skills, devouring food like a wolf. Saying goodbye to his mother, he put his bowl and chopsticks in the sink and then went upstairs to his room. Don't say that this kid doesn't understand anything or that he should help his mom wash the dishes, because the dishwashing after dinner is also a chance for Dad and Mom to show their affection. I'll wash 7 or 8. Rin frowned at the quickly running Xiaoyu, resting her chin on her hands, with a slightly pouting and resentful expression. Silly Obito, why isn't he back yet? Just then, as she was grumbling about that idiot in her mind, her phone rang with a special message. Ding. Silly Obito. Hello. Sorry to bother you. May I ask if you're the owner's girlfriend? Rin, who are you? It was clearly Obito's account, but the tone was different from his. Silly Obito. I found this phone, and since your account notes you as the world's cutest Rinchan, I guess you must be his girlfriend. Rin was speechless. How did that idiot lose his phone? And, stop with those embarrassing nicknames. Silly Obito. So are you? Rin, no. I'm his wife. The other party paused noticeably, then after a while continued to ask. Silly Obito. Can I ask you come pick it up? Rin, please just give me an address. I'll go right now. Silly Obito. Just come to this location. The other party sent a location, and Rin replied with a quick, okay, then went on to say a bunch of thank you messages. In her mind, she imagined angrily pulling Obito's big nose in circles. Oof. This big fool is driving me crazy, not giving her any peace of mind. Rin got up, changed clothes, and prepared to go out. Then she looked at the location sent by the silly Obito on her phone with a puzzled expression, because it was not far from her home. What a coincidence. Rin, are you sure you sent the right location? Silly Obito. Yes, I'm at our home mess door. Oh, right. It turns out there really are such coincidences in the world. Wait, me? Silly Obito. Rin quickly ran out of the house, opened the door, and then saw Obito, who was holding a large pile of things and awkwardly grinning. Tada! Rin also bought your favorite strawberries and some seashells, and Rin, both resentful and touched, stepped forward to help, carrying those small mountains of gifts back home, while complaining about Obito's reckless spending. But soon, she fell silent, because her chattering mouth was blocked. Obito gently offered a strawberry to Rin's mouth, and she swallowed it, unable to say anything as the sweet taste filled her mouth. How does it taste? Obito looked at her expectantly, waiting for praise. I want to tell you. Rin blinked and teased, then stuck out her tongue slightly. Hey, how can you do this? I obviously. Shut up. Rin used the same method to silence his playful chatter, then took Obito's hand, ready to take him to dinner. Then Obito's hand made an uncharacteristic sneak attack, and Rin let out a soft hum, getting caught in his embrace. What are you doing? Rin, let's go watch a movie at the cinema. What about the dinner I made? Rin laughed, tugging at the naughty guy's ear. Hissing Obito winced in pain. That's what you get for suddenly causing trouble, of course. It's for Xiaoyu to have for breakfast, for Mom's love. Obito said with a mischievous smile, opening the Kimui space. Rin did not refuse, breaking free from the naughty guy's hold, taking his hand, and silently agreeing to Obito's dinner arrangement. Xiaoyu, 666, without even a pinch of salt. On their way, the two saw Naruto, who was returning home upside down, and Obito thought of something and gave him a ride, arriving at the Namake's household. The ride was just a convenience. Showing off was the real goal. Having already received a punch from Kushina in the morning, Obito naturally didn't need to be hit again. After distributing some of the strawberries he just bought to the older sister, he said goodbye and left. Chapter 131. The day before the birthday, 3 days later. In the morning at the Uchiha household, disabled Sasuke got up early, did some morning exercises, and followed his mother to the cluttered storage room. The mother and son worked in perfect harmony, tidying up the clutter inside. Disabled Sasuke was a bit surprised. He found a little dinosaur plushie that Itachi had given him when he was a child. It was somewhat worn, but well preserved. It seemed that this version of himself cherished it greatly. He couldn't help but smile as he squatted down and rummaged through the box. Unsurprisingly, he quickly found the white cat ear headband that Itachi used to wear. This is the one Itachi left behind after a mission when we were kids. Mikoto saw the cat ears in disabled Sasuke's hands, squatted down, and said with a smile, I know. Disabled Sasuke smiled, as if recalling some beautiful memories. Hee, do you know about this? Mikoto proudly said, pulling out her phone and searching for something, quickly finding the picture of Itachi in cat ears that Izumi had sent him, and handed it to disabled Sasuke. In the photo, Itachi, wearing cat ears and looking very cat-like, was lying on Izumi's lap, being teased with a cat toy from a first-person perspective. Disabled Sasuke couldn't hold back his laughter. His serious and mature brother actually had such a side. Without further ado, he hurriedly opened his kaleidoscope to save it. Mom, what are you guys doing? Awake Itachi and Izumi came here, pushing open the slightly ajar door of the storage room. Mikoto discreetly turned her back to Itachi to put away her phone and made a shushing gesture to disabled Sasuke, who smiled and nodded, then stood up to respond. We are organizing the clutter. Mikoto also raised the feather duster in her hand at the right moment. Then I'll help too. Me too. Itachi and Izumi both responded, and the family of four naturally fell into rhythm, cleaning up together. This is the one you really liked, Sasuke. I just liked it when I was little. You two brothers are so. Woo-woo. All right, Izumi. Don't disturb them. Let's work with Annie first. After breakfast, Fugaku handed Itachi a task list. Beast extermination? Itachi looked at the only task on the list with some surprise. That's right, it said that the wild boar is as big as a monster, and it has made a mess of our Uchiha family's fields. Fugaku took a sip of tea and continued explaining. That's not what I meant. Itachi was confused. Judging by his father's usual behavior, he should have assigned him a bunch of tasks to tire him out all day, right? What's going on today? Is the sun rising from the west? Cough. Hurry up and go do the task. Fugaku lightly coughed, stood up, and went to help Mikoto, who was washing dishes in the kitchen and giggling. Can't you be a bit more straightforward? Mind your own business. After a while, Itachi was dressed appropriately and said goodbye to Izumi before leaving. One taikimasu, one plate of spicy dishes as he walked out the door. He was a bit surprised to see disabled Sasuke standing outside. I heard you're going to hunt a wild boar, Itachi. Yeah, are you coming too? Itachi couldn't help but smile as he said this. I see, Dad was also at the scene last time. Of course. Disabled Sasuke smiled in response, and the two brothers walked side by side towards the fields outside the village. Wild boar. S0? Who did I offend? Aside from spending quite a bit of time finding the target, disabled Sasuke, enjoying playing with the Tenjin's Magakubo bow, naturally didn't miss this time, and not only that. The huge arrow pierced through the little pig directly. Around noon, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the two brothers sincerely roasted and ate it with a great fireball. With his key moss, the two joined their hands and enjoyed their meal. In the afternoon, at the Research Institute, Orochimaru, who was researching the Otsutsuki body with Tobirama, suddenly discovered something very serious. The 20 Yin-Yang release regeneration potion is running low. This 20 concentration was calculated carefully after experiments on the Otsutsuki body with Tobirama. If it's too high, it will lead to too rapid recovery of the body. And if it's too low, it will cause complete death without recovery. However, if he were to reconfigure it, it would delay the research progress, as preparing the potion would take dozens of hours. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Tobirama noticed Orochimaru stopping and asked, Lord Tobirama, the 20 potion is gone. I made 2 10 potions to make do. Do you think it's okay? When Orochimaru said this, he felt he was being a bit too lax and was about to take it back when Tobirama scolded him fiercely. What kind of nonsense is that? Who taught you to mix like this? Just because you can't find a 20-year-old girlfriend, does that mean you have to find 2 10-year-olds? Tobirama cursed loudly. Just as he was about to pause the research, he saw Orochimaru deep in thought. 2 10-year-olds wouldn't be too bad. Orochimaru licked his tongue, feeling a bit excited. Tobirama was speechless. There was no point in talking to a Lilicon. He paused the research, kicked Orochimaru out, and then went to prepare the potion alone. Orochimaru, who was kicked out, grinned, took out his phone, and sent out the news for the night operation. Uchiha household at night. Thinking that tomorrow was the 4th day, disabled Sasuke ultimately couldn't hold back and sought out Itachi. With their parents not around, and Izumi nowhere to be found, no one was paying attention to him now. 1 against 7 tonight? Let's sleep outside? Disabled Sasuke moved out their bedding and said with a blush. Itachi, upon hearing this, was a bit surprised, then smiled and approached Sasuke. In Sasuke's expectant gaze, his 2 fingers once again poked his forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke, but not tonight. Itachi's smile, just like before, made him very happy, to the point that his vision became a bit blurry. Before disabled Sasuke could react, he fell into a drowsy sleep, and Itachi quickly caught his limp body. Fugaku and Mikoto walked out from the dark corridor, and Izumi also rushed out from the hiding wardrobe, eager to help Itachi carry disabled Sasuke and separate them. You two brothers shouldn't stick so close together anymore. All right, Izumi, don't be willful at this time. Let us hurry to find Lord Orochimaru. No, I can carry Sasuke. Itachi, you're not allowed to interfere. Dad, what are you doing? Hurry up and carry him. Fugaku helplessly glanced at the mischievous Mikoto. Ultimately, it was up to him as the father to bear the burden. However, feeling the weight of his younger son growing, Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction as he smiled. You've grown up, Sasuke. You truly are my child. Chapter 132, July 23rd. Sasuke's birthday after a night of silence. The next day, July 23rd. In the realm of the gods, inside the ball space, Kaguya treated the 2 little ones to their last breakfast, which was also the first rice cake. Kaguya grandma? Naruto was quite surprised, as this was the first for Pete in so many days. Kaguya always prepared different kinds of food for them, making him subconsciously accustomed to it. And now he felt a bit guilty for realizing this habit. Kaguya grandma, it's especially delicious, Naruto commented after finishing his meal, then quietly urged Sasuke to give a high praise as well. If it's not bad. Sasuke turned his head away, his cheeks slightly flushed. Kaguya, who appeared calm on the surface, felt very reluctant inside and reached out her hands towards the 2. Her sudden move, like a sneak attack, made Sasuke instinctively want to use the body flicker technique to run away. But Naruto gently pulled at the corner of his clothes. What would he do? He complied with him. The 2 were embraced by Kaguya, one facing the hug, responding with both hands wrapped around her, the other with a flushed face. Turned his head away in disdain. The next moment, the realm of the gods vanished, and they returned to the streets of the present day, Konoha. Let us head back. Your chakra is too weak. I can't be bothered to take it back. Kaguya released the 2 and turned to step into the road to the afterlife. Kaguya grandma, thank you for your guidance over the past 20 days. Naruto shouted loudly at Kaguya's back, urging Sasuke beside him. Arigato. Sasuke's thanks was concise, just a somewhat awkward thank you. Kaguya's footsteps seemed unaffected by the words, and in an instant, she stepped through the door and disappeared. However, the forced calm expression, after the portal to the afterlife closed, could no longer hold back, and she began to stomp her feet in frustration in the dark space tunnel. Why does Indra have to celebrate his birthday in July? It's only 20 more days until my birthday. Who is going to make up for this part of the nutrition that I'm missing? The more she thought about it, the angrier Kaguya became, and after venting her frustrations in the space tunnel, she still couldn't calm down. Forget it when I get back. I'll drag that smiling face of Shinra and beat him up. On the other side, after returning to the present, Naruto said goodbye to Sasuke, mentioning that they would gather at his house to celebrate his birthday, which made Sasuke turn his head away in a haughty manner. I'm not asking you to come. It's up to you. Here we go again. Here we go again, you're such a loser. However, while the two were playfully showing their friendship, they suddenly saw Kurama coming over using Flying Thunder God. Kurama? Why are you here? Are you here to pick us up? Naruto rushed over, hugging the big fox and feeling nostalgic for its touch. Naruto's silly grin was met with various rejections from Kurama. You Uchiha brat, come here. After pushing Naruto away, Kurama nestled on Naruto's head and said to Sasuke, What is it? Sasuke walked over, and then he felt chakra claws pressing on his shoulder. The next moment, the three of them vanished using the Flying Thunder God. The disabled Sasuke felt like he had a very long dream, in which he was always alone, living alone in the Uchiha clan's territory, walking the path of revenge alone, facing various people and events alone. No, that is not right. After experiencing so much, he had already become immensely strong inside, overturning the previous pessimism in an instant. I have Naruto as my friend. I have a wife and daughter. I have so many companions. Where does this notion of being alone come from? As if to respond to his heart, many familiar voices echoed outside. Naruto, how long will it take for Sasuke to wake up? Sakura, Lord Orochimaru, did you give him too much medicine? Orochimaru, don't be in such a hurry. Sasuke-kun will wake up soon. Everyone, look, Sasuke is awake. Accompanied by some strange conversations, the disabled Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a grand dining table with a birthday cake, and across from him were many familiar figures. Naruto, Itachi, his dad, his mom, Sakura, and so many others, all holding various gifts, and they all shouted in unison, Happy birthday, Sasuke! Overflowing emotions brewed in his heart, ultimately gathering in his eyes. When was the last time he celebrated his birthday? He couldn't remember, so he wiped away his tears first. Seriously, it's about time I put in some effort, right? The little Sasuke, who supported him to sit up, said with annoyance, I've been here next to you for almost half an hour. When Sasuke gets serious, he even fights with himself. Naruto teased, provoking Sasuke into a retort. Sorry, the disabled Sasuke felt a bit apologetic as he stood up. Being teased by Sasuke, he inadvertently crying was cleverly passed over. Be honest. Mikoto and Kushina each gave their sons a punch, causing the two little ones, who were bickering, to finally shut up in pain. Come on, blow out the candles, Mikoto said with a smile, while Itachi had already raised his phone, ready to record. Everyone's playful smiles focused on his actions, making the disabled Sasuke feel a bit embarrassed, especially with Itachi filming. Nissan, why are you filming? It's a bit embarrassing. The disabled Sasuke was already considering whether to use body flicker technique to escape. Don't avoid it, just accept it. This is my birthday. The little Sasuke sat beside the disabled Sasuke, still speaking in a haughty tone. However, his flushed face betrayed him, as he too was struggling against his shame. Who knows how much courage the big and little proud ones had to muster to blow out the candles amidst everyone's teasing laughter. Then, both of them instantly used body flicker technique to run away, the older one hiding in the attic and the younger one hiding in the closet, not daring to show their faces. Well, since that's the case, let us just split the cake, Mikoto decided helplessly, calling back the little ones who were blocking the door. Sasuke, if you don't come out, I'm going to eat your share. Naruto, the stickler for fairness, went to the attic door and the closet door, calling out for them until he was finally satisfied and left. Now I can eat 3 pieces. I'll save one for Hinata and one for Boruto. He happily ran to find Mikoto to serve the cake. However, knowing her younger son's plight, Mikoto saved a piece for each of them in advance. Once the cake was divided, she brought it over to them. Sasuke, Mom left it at the door. Remember to take it. Mikoto pretended to leave, then secretly squatted down with her phone to take pictures of her unsuspecting, red-faced sons who came out to get the cake, giving them a lesson. Red-faced little Sasuke, red-faced big Sasuke, Mikoto smiled mischievously, posting on social media to record the beautiful moments in life. Intelligence from Jiraiya is here. The information that can be shared now. 1:30. The sour smell of parents and love is something Xiaoyu experiences every day. But after hearing Uncle Kakashi talk about Dad's past life experiences, he has become a loyal fan of his parents. There's no helping it. To fight the whole world for Mom. Dad does look a bit handsome, perhaps. This is the magic of beautiful love? Of course. Xiaoyu himself says it would be better if there was less dog food being thrown around. 131. On the day Itachi took on the wild boar extermination mission in his past life, Fugaka happened to pass by and saw the wonderful bond between his two sons. Therefore, this time, he unexpectedly witnessed the same mission. There's nothing more to say. Let them reminisce about their beautiful childhood. Veil do. 132. Itachi knocked out disabled Sasuke to take him to Orochimaru to get him a prosthetic limb, as this was the birthday gift from Orochimaru. However, the happy disabled Sasuke seems not to have noticed that his left hand suddenly grew back. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 133. People who don't smoke or drink are usually very yellow. Middle-aged Sasuke and little Sasuke both noticed the small actions of Mikoto, their mom. But what could they do? After all, she was their mom, and they couldn't resist, so they both chose to ignore it. One sat on the floor of the attic, while the other came out of the closet and closed the room door. The sweet scent of cream, the softness of the cake, and the little tomatoes that Mom specially placed on top warmed middle-aged Sasuke's heart. Holding the plate in his left hand and a fork in his right, he took small bites. Wait, left hand? Surprised, middle-aged Sasuke accidentally dropped the plate. Luckily, his quick reflexes allowed him to switch the fork and plate, preventing the cake from hitting the floor. He squeezed his left hand, feeling the somewhat unfamiliar sensation. Slowly picked up the fork from the ground and continued eating the cake. He would have to thank Orochimaru properly later. On the other side, little Sasuke was happily eating the cake when he suddenly felt like something was missing. Rubbing his eyes and looking closely, wait. Where are the little tomatoes on my cake? The ones I wanted to save for last suddenly disappeared. After searching the room and finding nothing, he got so angry that he ran outside. There, he saw Naruto with multiple little tomatoes. How many? You actually stole my tomatoes. I want to give you any. Naruto quickly stuffed the little tomatoes in his mouth and then started to chase little Sasuke around the yard, who was jumping up and down in anger. On the roof, the hidden young Sasuke watched this scene with a smile on his face. The lively birthday party was still going on. After getting back at Sasuke, Naruto was ready to eat more when Obito called him over, telling him to come to work tomorrow. Huh? What do you mean? During the time you were gone, I filmed so many transformation jutsus for you, Obito said irritably, mentioning the scenes with Edo Itachi, Edo Nagato, and the battle against the third Hokage. Do you know how hard it is for someone without nine-tailed chakra to perform your role? Just the special effects for that part took me several nights. Especially the scene with multiple shadow clones I shot a few days ago. It almost exhausted half my life. Such physically demanding work that uses up chakra is best left to someone like Naruto, who has a ton of chakra. Okay, Naruto, seeing Obito's hungry gaze, immediately stood at attention and promised, then dashed off to compete with Choji for barbecue. Obito watched the kids fighting over there, shook his head with a smile. His maturity made him not act as childishly as Naruto. He picked his nose, oh ho, just in time. He dropped it in his wine glass and went over to Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, have a drink. He passed the glass over, placing it on the table in front of him, then poured himself another glass, smiling in the sunlight. Kakashi, who had been watching Obito with his peripheral vision, naturally noticed Obito's little actions, said nothing, and just returned a cold smile. TCH. Obito pouted. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, a slightly drunk guy suddenly grabbed the cup of wine and clinked it with Obito. Yo, Obito, Kakashi has quit drinking for training, so I'll drink with you. No, don't. Before he could finish, the stunned Kakashi and Obito watched as Guy downed the spiked drink in one go. They didn't even have time to stop him. Kakashi, my dear friend, your determination to not smoke or drink and focus solely on training is simply youthful, Guy said, draping an arm around Kakashi's shoulder, admiring him, unlike himself, who had promised to quit drinking like Kakashi but was forced to drink 2 cups with Lord Jiraiya. Woo-woo, the more he thought about it, the sadder Guy became, crying while pouring himself several cups of wine and drinking it down, feeling dizzy. Guy, you flatter me. Kakashi responded awkwardly. His reason for quitting drinking wasn't that noble. He was just feeling a bit worn out lately, having been harmed by drinking. So, he was taking a break from alcohol. People who don't smoke or drink are usually very yellow. Obito muttered, and it was obvious that this statement triggered Kakashi. What did you say? The two began to glare at each other again, but this time, Rin was present. All right, you two. Can't you see the occasion? No fighting. Rin placed a cake between the two of them, set it on the table, and handed them each a fork with a smile. Open your mouth. Humph! The two big kids turned their heads away, coldly huffing at each other. Who wants to make up with him? But they couldn't refuse the cake Rin was feeding. One hesitated and put down his wine glass to open his mouth, while the other hesitated and removed his mask to open his mouth. But it was already too late. Guy, acting quickly, took the first bite, twisting his head left and right to finish it all. Rin, smile frozen. Kakashi, motionless. Obito, anger rising. Guy, huh? Weren't you two turning away? The cream is so rich. Can I have another bite of cake? Eat, eat, eat. Eat until you die. In the end, it was the combined effort of the three in Minato's class that beat the drunken Guy. On the other side, Naruto, in his Nine-Tails mode, had the advantage of several extra hands, so he was able to grab food for himself, Hinata, and Boruto all at once. However, with so many threads to manage, he accidentally hurt his passing mom, Kushina. Oops, a little bump appeared on his small head. The blood-red chili Kushina ordered Naruto to turn off Nine-Tails mode and eat properly, with Yawara on the ban list. The rest of the people could finally enjoy a proper meal. While chatting and eating, the friends naturally discussed the recent developments in Shippuden, leaving Boruto, who just saw the Sasuke retrieval arc, looking confused. Then he realized that Shippuden was the sequel to Naruto, having inadvertently been spoiled about the following plot. Don't discuss that. Boruto cursed the most enthusiastic spoiler, Uncle Ino, in his heart. I hope you never get married in your life. He quickly picked out some good food and ran away, refusing to sit at the same table with a bunch of spoilers. Mr. Sasuke, open the door, it's Boruto. Not finding his middle-aged master Sasuke, Boruto ran to the attic door on the third floor and knocked loudly. He was then pulled inside by his master with his left hand. Mr. Sasuke, how does it feel to celebrate your birthday? You little brat. Still daring to tease me. Middle-aged Sasuke laughed and scolded, giving the little guy a smack on the head, causing Boruto to cry out in pain and hurriedly offer the large pile of food he brought. At that moment they made contact, the space shifted, and the two who were originally in the attic appeared on the roof in front of young Sasuke. Chapter 134. I hold on to my principles, yo, long time no see. The young Sasuke greeted the two. Young Sasuke. The young Boruto was surprised, and the young Sasuke smiled. That handsome smile captured the boy's heart. Wow, he's so much cooler than the serious, old Sasuke. What do you want from us? The middle-aged Sasuke asked. Now that he knew he was facing his future self from a second cycle, he didn't feel as anxious as before. Remember to notify me when you leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape this parallel world line, the young Sasuke said, explaining his speculation about how the two unexpectedly arrived in the second cycle world. Both the middle-aged Sasuke and the young Boruto were geniuses, not fools. And after a moment of reflection prompted by the young Sasuke, they understood. All right, how will we contact you then? Using this little guy's flying thunder god technique. The young Sasuke raised the flying thunder god mark he had just made and ruffled the young Boruto's hair. It seemed he knew about their experiences during this time. Oh wow, the young Boruto exclaimed excitedly, not expecting that in the end, it was still me, Uzumaki Boruto, who was in the C position. In contrast, Sasuke-sensei is just. Achoo! The middle-aged Sasuke sneezed. Is someone talking about me? Naruto? Then I'm off. I still need to pick up a little guy. See you in the afternoon. After the young Sasuke spoke, he stood up. Just when the two thought he was going to leave, their vision suddenly shifted back to the attic. So fast, and without any warning. The middle-aged Sasuke looked serious. How powerful had his future self from the second cycle become? Sasuke, I'm coming in. Naruto's loud voice rang out from outside the door, making it hard not to suspect that the young Sasuke was timing it. After a polite inquiry, Naruto pushed the door open and walked in. Dad? Hey, wait, what are you doing? Out. Adults are talking. Naruto pushed Boruto out the door and then closed it. The older one sat on the floor while the younger one stood silently by the door. An ambiguous atmosphere spread in the air, and finally, the boisterous Naruto approached, sitting in front of the middle-aged Sasuke, scratching his head a bit shyly. Suddenly, I don't know where to start. Naruto cheerfully extended his right hand with two fingers together towards the middle-aged Sasuke, full of expectation. That was half of the reconciliation seal. Oof. The corners of the middle-aged Sasuke's mouth lifted in a smile. He ultimately lost to that expectant look. With the index and middle fingers together, the reconciliation seal was completed. In an instant, a shared memory allowed the middle-aged Sasuke to know a lot, including the feelings that Naruto couldn't express with words. There was joy, sadness, worry, and reluctance. But knowing was one thing. The middle-aged Sasuke's proud response remained. You're a bottom feeder. Huh. I'm very strong in this lifetime. You might not be able to beat me now. Then you're a super big idiot. Boruto, who was eavesdropping outside, looked bewildered. They seemed to be arguing. Yet the two were getting happier as they spoke. I really don't understand the friendship between Dad and Sensei. After chatting with Naruto, the middle-aged Sasuke's face finally cooled down, and he came out to express his gratitude to Orochimaru. No need to mention it, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru enjoyed the feeling of being able to help him. He took out a chakra orb and handed it to him. What is this? Give it to my first cycle self when you go back. He will understand. Orochimaru smiled, and the middle-aged Sasuke gratefully accepted the gift. Sasuke, help me bring this water-like training method back and give it to the me from that time. Sasuke, this is a new variant of the beast mimicry technique. Bring that back too. Sasuke-kun, remember to tell the other me when you get back. Drawing animals has no future. We should go straight to drawing Otsutsuki. Wait, what strange things are you saying, Sai? I don't understand. But no matter what, the middle-aged Sasuke solemnly agreed to all the things everyone entrusted to him. He knew these were the partner's determination to become stronger. They all hated that version of themselves back then that could do nothing. The little buddy said their goodbyes to the middle-aged Sasuke one by one, not wanting to disturb his last beautiful moments with his family. Even Ino made an excuse of being bored, dragging Sakura to a cat CAF to see cats, not wanting to interrupt Itachi's last brotherly reunion. Fugaku patted his younger son's shoulder, leaving time for Mikoto. Mikoto hugged her younger son's broad frame, leaving time for Itachi. The middle-aged Sasuke looked at Itachi, who smiled back at him, pushed the door open, and walked into the yard. Shuriken technique. Want to have a match? This time, it was the older brother who asked first instead of the younger brother requesting. Yes. The middle-aged Sasuke nodded. The two brothers exchanged smiles and began their last training. On the other side, with the three little ones. At this moment, the three little ones were positioned directly above the Hokage Rock in Konoha. Naruto was quite surprised by Sasuke's arrival and asked in confusion, "Do you have anything to tell him?" He didn't expect Sasuke to be so at ease with his past self. "No, don't underestimate me. That's me." Sasuke pouted, saying it was enough to know the information in advance. He believed the other him could handle things with his intelligence. Of course, young Sasuke was primarily being proud, but he just wouldn't admit it. "Dad, little Sasuke-sensei, do we really have to do this now?" The young Boruto was a bit scared. After all, he was the one who learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and he understood its terror better than the other two seniors. He had already seen the enraged Kushina grandma, who was considered an invincible blood-red pepper. Therefore, he was very confident that Grandpa Minato was absolutely no slouch either. Who knows what kind of technique he would face from Grandpa? What are you afraid of? When the time comes, the three of us will run in different directions. Dad and Uncle Shikamaru are just two people. They won't catch us. Even if they do, one of us can survive. Naruto said proudly, feeling a strange excitement for the first time in his life doing something like this. Interesting. Let's see who manages to escape in the end. I'll take 1 and 2. Naruto takes 3 and 4. Boruto, you just cover 5. Sasuke also smiled with some excitement. Clearly he was the one doing this for the first time, yet somehow he took on the role of leader and assigned tasks to the three of them. Sai, what can I do as the youngest? The young Boruto sighed and reluctantly accepted reality, picking up his paint bucket. He shouldn't have muttered that line about painting the Hokage Rock when he got back. A small murmur evoked his father's fond childhood memories. Without further ado, he grabbed his son and prepared to give those 10 old faces below a splash of color. Action! With a command from Sasuke, one activated Dragon Sasuke, another activated Golden Naruto, and the last one activated Peach Boruto diving down. That day, the three people who left a vivid mark in Konoha's history were evaluated by the world as follows. That arrogance on the Hokage Rock. It all belongs to me. Not a murmur of my thoughts. No hiding from insults. I'll bear the punishment altogether. I hold on to my principles. Chapter 135. I hope this story can comfort your lonely heart. Of course, historical records are slightly embellished. In reality. Oh no. Hokage-sama. Hokage Rock. Without experiencing such things, Shinsuke and Minato looked out the window at the reports from their subordinates. And they couldn't help but laugh at the mischievous behavior of the three little rascals. Sasuke's drawing style was abstract, a chaotic mix of everything. Probably even he didn't know what he was drawing. Naruto's style was realistic, adding tiered ducks and halos to each Hokage Rock, especially the old man Hiruzen, to whom he even drew a turtle on his forehead. Boruto's focus was quite clear. He simply drew an X on Shinsuke's Hokage Rock face, and then wrote a big bold word on Minato's Hokage Rock face. Minato's face twitched at the sight. This kid really deserves a beating. I'll be right back. Minato formed a seal and entered Sage mode, producing 2 shadow clones. The 3 figures instantly appeared beside the 3 little ones, lifting them up like chicks and bringing them back to the Hokage's office. Of course, they didn't forget to give Boruto a slap on the backside first. "Speak up, whose bad idea was this?" Shinsuke asked, trying to suppress his laughter as he watched Minato punish them, pulling on the cheeks of the 3 little ones, stretching their faces long. Haha, of course. Children's faces are meant to be pinched. He even felt a bit tempted to join in the fun. "Sasuke, what a rascal." "Dad," the 3 little ones, whose cheeks were being pulled painfully, answered in unison. 2 of the answers pointed to Naruto. "Do you think being a dad is this easy?" Minato scolded with a laugh, increasing the force with which he pulled Naruto's little face, causing Naruto to repeatedly beg for mercy. "I'm sorry." But for Naruto's expression of crying and laughing while admitting his mistake, Minato could clearly see that he was enjoying it. "Alas, what can be done? You just spoil your own son." After a serious and earnest lecture, and hearing the promises from the 3 little ones, Minato finally stopped the pinching, released their flushed cheeks, and forgave them. "Listen well, go clean the Hokage rocks, or else if Kushina finds out." Minato trailed off, letting them think about the consequences. "Hiss, we'll go right away." The 3 little ones had experienced the terror of the red-hot pepper, and Kushina wouldn't be as gentle as Minato. They hurriedly ran off one after another to wash the Hokage rocks they had to face. In response, Minato and Shinsuke exchanged a smile and continued with their work. In the land of whirlpools, at the shrine of the Uzumaki clan, young Sasuke quietly landed on the roof, covering his left eye with his hand, activating the heavenly hand power to swap his vision with the spatial vision inside the house. He saw Boruto, still accompanying little Hikari. At this moment, he was reading a book given to him by Konoha, reading aloud to share with the girl in front of him who couldn't hear. Noticing that Konoha was absent, young Sasuke directly used the heavenly hand power to switch places and appear beside Boruto, curiously looking at the book Boruto was reading. It was a romantic light novel, something he didn't understand. Of course, it was probably something little Boruto didn't understand either. Reading it here was likely just to entertain the girl in front of him. Upon this realization, young Sasuke made a decision. The heavenly hand power activated again, this time swapping his hearing with that of the unconscious girl. Feeling the tranquility and depth in his ears, young Sasuke instinctively felt a chill. Shaking his head, he quietly stood behind little Boruto, not wanting to disturb his reading. In the darkness, Hikari heard a familiar voice. This is not a story about dedicating one's life to someone. No matter where life's path leads, it can only be one's own path. Who, regardless of how one chooses, how good these things seem, or how much heavy things cling to them, all of it is something I obtained while living, belonging to me. Who are you? Therefore, as long as you can show a happy smile, I can pass most things with a whatever. This is the path I am destined to take for her. Boruto. Hikari wanted to open her eyes, but how could she awaken in the darkness? She could only quietly listen to the voice of little Boruto telling her a story. Even if losing family, losing friends, even being scolded as an unfilial child and being misunderstood by the world, the person in the story still chose to walk hand in hand with her. That almost casual attitude shaped their lives, and like him, they too had been afraid countless times to face the unfamiliar world ahead. But even if they discovered it, the whole world had already been constructed, and there was no way to modify it. So, we can only continue to live this way. Humanity needs the illusion called happiness, so they live in mutual dependence. This is my story with her, nothing more. Little Boruto finished reading, and the incomprehensible love made his head buzz. Yet, inadvertently, he affirmed everything the girl in front of him had done. "Boruto, say goodbye to her, we should go back." Young Sasuke saw little Boruto close the book and spoke. "Boruto?" The girl's joy was evident, and even her expression, trapped in the seal, seemed to carry a smile. "But why is it a farewell?" "Mr. Sasuke, you startled me. When did you come?" Little Boruto replied in surprise, but young Sasuke just shook his head, pointing at the girl in the sealing array, signaling Boruto to complete the farewell. Of course, more importantly, he couldn't hear anything. After all, his hearing was still with the girl. "Hikari, my master and I are leaving." Wait a minute. Why do you have to leave right after we just met?" "I'm sorry. My master and I are not from this time and space. We can't take you with us." "Liar. You're a big liar. I've already come to your time. Why do you still want to leave me alone?" "I also need to ask you to wait a little longer when I go back. I will immediately come to find you." "No, don't go. At least let me see you once. I'm already about to forget what you look like." Tears overflowed from the girl's tightly closed eyes, but it was a moment too late. Unable to hear her words, little Boruto turned around before the tears fell, smiling at young Sasuke. Let's go, Mr. Sasuke. I'm sorry. Young Sasuke saw the girl crying and said softly, then withdrew his hearing, and the girl once again fell into darkness. I hope this story can comfort your lonely heart. Mr. Sasuke? Little Boruto looked puzzled, wondering why Mr. Sasuke suddenly apologized. It's nothing, let's go. Young Sasuke shook his head and left with Boruto. He didn't know if his sudden action was right or wrong. Goodbye, Uchiha Light, sweet dreams. Information from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable information, 133. The tomato on little Sasuke's cake was actually snatched away by young Sasuke's Tenseigan. The multiple small tomatoes in Naruto's hand were obtained from other companions. After all, young Sasuke had a hard time traveling back, and it just happened to be his birthday, so how could he not eat birthday cake? It would be a bit bullying to snatch from the miserable middle-aged Sasuke of the first loop, so he could only take from his younger self. 134. Naruto, who originally planned to fist bump middle-aged Sasuke, suddenly thought of the unfinished reconciliation sign between them, and under some mysterious influence, he extended 2 fingers together. After all, it wasn't his own world, so middle-aged Sasuke also became a bit bold and responded, bringing their unfinished business to a perfect conclusion. 135. General Minato would naturally not overly punish the children. He saw their mischievousness as part of a beautiful childhood, so he only imposed a slight punishment. However, the 3 little ones, who were too slow in cleaning, ultimately couldn't escape Kushina's wrath and were met with a punch, crying in despair. That's all. Don't underestimate my information network. Chapter 136. The tearful farewell does not suit us stepping out of the ancestral hall. The young Sasuke, accompanied by the child Boruto, instantly arrived at Kanaheim's home, letting Boruto go to bid farewell to her. Grandma, I'm leaving with my master. Kanaheim looked towards the young Sasuke standing outside on the street, who politely bowed but hesitated to meet the elder's gaze. Is that so? Have you said goodbye to Hikaru? One day in the future, you will come back to the land of waves to pick her up, right? That's good. Kanaheim's aged hand gently ruffled Boruto's hair. As the moment of parting approached, Boruto's eyes grew a bit misty. The little moments they shared over the past week made it hard for him to part with this kind elder. He understood that this goodbye would be forever. Don't cry, silly child. We will see each other again someday, Kanaheim said with a smile, squatting down to hug the oncoming Boruto, effectively stopping his subsequent words. You said you would come back, right? So a tearful farewell does not suit us. Smile. Kanaheim tugged at the corners of Boruto's mouth. That's more like it. Standing by the street, Kanaheim waved goodbye to the master and disciple, knowing this glance would last a long, long time, until they could no longer see any trace of them. Taking out her phone, she searched for a recent photo sent by her daughter Kushina. Mom, your great-grandson has come. Look. Image. ING. The photo showed Boruto Uzumaki and her daughter Kushina, the child Boruto looking almost identical to the one in the picture, only without facial hair. On that day, Kanaheim guessed the child's true identity. Goodbye, Boruto Uzumaki, Kanaheim murmured, smiling as she set off toward the Uzumaki ancestral hall. On the other side, the young Boruto, with a bump on his head from cleaning off graffiti, suddenly felt a strong chakra connection. After saying a word to his father, who also had a bump on his head, and to little Sasuke, he transformed into sage mode and left, arriving beside the young Sasuke. Young Sasuke. Huh, you are, me? The young Boruto noticed the child beside the young Sasuke, and the identical appearance made him immediately guess that this was his future self from the second timeline. Hey, nice to meet you. The child Boruto greeted his former self with a smile, extending his small fist, signaling for a fist bump. How should I put it? It's a rather novel experience, the young Boruto said, smiling as he bumped fists with his future self. In an instant, a shared memory flooded him, and the young Boruto's smile faded quickly as he realized everything that would happen in the future. Is all of this real? The young Boruto found it hard to believe. Yes, it's real, the child Boruto replied, simultaneously turning his fist and punching his past self's chest. Let us make a promise. This time, we must protect everything. Okay, it's a promise. The young Boruto firmly responded to himself, knowing the tragic future. He vowed never to let it repeat in front of him. All right, it's time to leave. Let's go say goodbye to Naruto. The young Sasuke watched this scene with some satisfaction and then spoke. Don't you need to? We are from the future and cannot affect the causality here. The child Boruto replied, then smiled at his past self, saying, plus, knowing so much, don't you want to hug Dad again? I'm not that sentimental. The young Boruto said, feeling a bit bashful. Hurry up. Be more straightforward. The child Boruto pushed his past self a little, fully aware of that longing for family. Ultimately, it was another use of Flying Thunder God, but the young Boruto did not immediately return to his father's side. Instead, he sought out his middle-aged Master Sasuke. Are you leaving? The middle-aged Sasuke immediately guessed the young Boruto's intention. The young Boruto nodded, running away, giving his master time, and also preparing himself mentally to see his father. However, the middle-aged Sasuke's farewell was much quicker than the young Boruto had imagined. Before long, a strong hand was placed on his shoulder. Let us go. Sasuke-sensei, aren't you going to talk more with Itachi-sensei? No need. We've been talking for almost the whole afternoon. But, go say goodbye to Naruto. In the end, the Master's order was hard to defy. The young Boruto brought the middle-aged Sasuke to Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, Boruto, your mom was afraid of crying when she sent you off, so she didn't dare come. And your grandma too. But your grandpa told me to relay a message to you. Huh? What's wrong? Naruto, holding a pile of things, spoke endlessly until he noticed Boruto's evasive gaze. And nothing. The young Boruto tried hard not to think about the bad memories, forcing out a somewhat ugly smile. A father knows his child best. In an instant, Naruto guessed what was happening, realizing that the middle-aged Sasuke must have told Boruto about the future. Why are you making a 12-year-old child bear so much? Naruto glared fiercely at the middle-aged Sasuke, who looked completely confused. Naruto was at a loss for words. The overwhelming guilt radiating from Boruto made him feel overwhelmed. Of course, more than anything, he felt heartbroken. In the end, without saying anything, he stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Dad, it's okay, Boruto. Look at me, I'm doing fine. I'm back, living even younger than you. And eating well, haha. Tears mixed with smiles were coaxed out by his father's words, and feeling the warmth of his father's embrace. The young Boruto felt a great sense of comfort. In contrast to the warmth on this side, the farewell between the young and old Sasuke was filled with a strong sense of pride. Well, let us say goodbye. Hurry up and go. You've stayed here long enough. I'm not saying goodbye because I want to. I just saw you standing here alone. Huh? Who's standing here alone? I was just accompanying Naruto to send you off. The increasingly prideful exchanges between the two made the father and son nearby laugh, easing the somber atmosphere a bit. This is a scarf your mom knitted for you. This is a talisman your grandma embroidered for you. These are farewell gifts from your uncles and aunts, Naruto said as he sealed various items in his sealing scrolls. However, while busy, a plump object suddenly appeared above his head, reaching down with its fox paw, handing Naruto a small scroll. Seal this too, Kurama? Naruto was quite surprised. Without thinking, he knew this was a gift for another version of himself, and he curiously asked Kurama what was inside. Boruto, take this back to Naruto. Kurama didn't respond, only snorted. Since it was something from that Otsutsuki-style perverse mechanism, he couldn't blame me for making Naruto's stats overpowered. Chapter 137. Not bro. Are you really giving this away? Young Boruto took the sealed scroll that Naruto had handed him. The scroll was not large, just enough to be within the limits of the treasure plow's capacity. However, the items sealed inside were countless, so heavy in sentiment that he could barely hold it with both hands. We're leaving now, Dad, Mr. Sasuke. Boruto's sadness remained, but he ultimately managed to force a smile. Be careful on the way. Got it. Naruto and Sasuke bid farewell to the two in front of them, watching as Boruto activated the Sage Mode once again, waving goodbye to the middle-aged Sasuke before teleporting away with the Flying Thunder God technique. Sasuke was somewhat surprised. Logically, shouldn't he have taken a treasure plow and left directly? But he didn't think too much about it. After all, there was another version of himself watching over things, and he must have his own considerations. They're gone. Naruto felt a bit lost as he sensed the two's presence fading away, especially since they had only spent a short day together. Let us go back, slacker. We'll meet again someday, Sasuke said, turning to leave first, leaving Naruto with a cool silhouette. Naruto chuckled and caught up, leaning on Sasuke's shoulder, teasing him about his aloofness. The swaying head made Kurama frown, but before he could scold them, the two kids started fighting again, unable to stand each other. Which way is it? Sasuke, give it. Kurama looked speechless, but he was used to it. Then he ended up being the referee for them again. On the other side, young Boruto had used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the side of young Sasuke, who was also in Sage Mode, just like him. What are you going to do? Middle-aged Sasuke asked in confusion, wondering if Sage Mode could transcend parallel universes. It sounded a bit absurd. Give me the treasure plow. All right, middle-aged Sasuke responded, pulling out the treasure plow and handing it to young Sasuke. watching the actions of another version of himself. Jet black sage chakra surged in, enveloping the treasure plow. Then, under the mutual exchange of Tenketsu power, some of the sage chakra began to interchange with the black hole factors in space. The collapsing black hole began to appear intermittently around the treasure plow. Warning: unknown wormhole effect detected. Please proceed with caution. Please proceed with caution. The unknown from the treasure plow confirmed that young Sasuke's attempt this time was different from the last. Young Sasuke exchanged Tenketsu power again, injecting more black hole factors, while he was also using chakra to suppress the formation of the black hole crazily, keeping it at the critical point before formation. Warning: unknown wormhole effect detected. Warning: unknown wormhole effect detected. Warning: familiar wormhole effect detected. Please proceed with caution. Please proceed with caution. This is it. Young Sasuke released the suppression, and the collapsing black hole formed in an instant, opening the wormhole tunnel. Go! He grabbed young Boruto's hand, and before the wormhole swallowed them, they exchanged space with Tenketsu power once more, leaving this timeline behind. The farewell was so hurried that the two pairs of master and disciple didn't even have time to say goodbye. When young Boruto came back to his senses, only the two of them were left in spot. Mr. Sasuke? They? Who? They went back. Young Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, panting. The significant consumption of chakra and ocular power made it hard for him to bear. Moreover, after all that effort, he was just cleaning up after his younger self. He felt an inexplicable urge to turn back and kick himself. Haha, young Boruto rarely saw his master in such a predicament, and unfortunately, he hadn't brought his phone, or he would have definitely recorded it to save for a lifetime. Little brat, have you laughed enough yet? The weak words made young Sasuke laugh as well. Seeing the little kid laughing even more heartily because of it, he couldn't be bothered to respond and closed his eyes. Forget it, let him be. The master and disciple, one big and one small, began to rest against the tree trunk. On the other side, a pair of master and disciple stood on a high platform in Konoha village, looking at the four Hokage stone faces in the distance. Mr. Sasuke, we're back. This is Konoha from our world's past. Middle-aged Sasuke looked at the familiar street scenery in front of him, smiling nostalgically. After all, if one were to say, this timeline's Konoha was something he was seeing for the first time. Is this the timeline where you defected from the village? Yes, exactly. Wait, how do you know I defected? Middle-aged Sasuke looked at young Boruto in surprise, as he didn't remember telling him. Boruto from another world told me. Young Boruto said proudly, as due to the memory sharing, he had somewhat re-experienced the struggles that should have been in this timeline in his mind. The embarrassing history of his youth being known by his own disciple made middle-aged Sasuke glare at him in annoyance. Then he squatted down to pick up the treasure plow on the ground, preparing to return to the original timeline. Unexpectedly, something attached from the treasure plow to the palm of his left hand, eventually transforming into a curved black moon mark. The power of the six paths? Middle-aged Sasuke was so shocked that he dropped the treasure plow. Remembering another version of himself, he was the only one who had ever touched the treasure plow. Not bro. Are you really giving this away, Mr. Sasuke? Young Boruto also squatted down, picking up the treasure plow, calling out to his dazed master with some confusion. It's nothing. Let us go, we should head back. Middle-aged Sasuke came back to his senses, temporarily putting the matter aside, preparing to return to discuss it properly with Naruto. Hey, aren't we going to stay here for a while? After all, it's not easy to come back, Boruto said with some regret. After all, if his memories were correct, he could still sneak a few buckets of cup noodles from his dad. Don't be willful. We can't affect the future in this timeline. Let us leave immediately. Middle-aged Sasuke reprimanded sternly. Young Boruto was quite in awe of his angry master and obediently nodded. However, with his hands not clean, he pulled out his phone. Even though this timeline's Konoha didn't have the internet, at least he could still take pictures. Mr. Sasuke, what is that? Young Boruto exclaimed dramatically, pointing to the distance behind the Hokage stone faces. Middle-aged Sasuke was startled and activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan to look in the direction Boruto was pointing. Nothing was there. Just as he was puzzled, Boruto jumped up, leaping on his back, holding up his phone, aiming the lens at them. Look at the camera, Mr. Sasuke. Cheese. Standing on the old Konoha rooftop, with the distant street scenery and the four Hokage stone faces behind them. The master and disciple who had traveled through time overlapped together, one laughing and the other scolding, leaving behind proof of their existence in this timeline. Chapter 138, please be sure to come again 5 times ultimately they did not continue to stay in this time and space. With the power of the treasure plow, middle-aged Sasuke and the others returned to their own timeline. On the other side, young Sasuke, who had rested and recovered, was also dragging little Naruto along to continue their journey, and they finally arrived at the Dragon Vein in Lulon. There was no way around it. Without the treasure plow, they had to rely on the power of the Dragon Vein to traverse time and space. As the Rinnegan drew on the vast chakra of the Dragon Vein, young Sasuke took out the engraved sealing technique he had prepared and activated it. A flash of white light passed, and the two figures disappeared without a trace. The visitors from another time and space had left, and Naruto and the others' lives returned to their previous calm. The next morning, after turning off the alarm clock, Naruto continued to sleep soundly. Unfortunately, his sweet dream did not last long, as he was awakened by a series of continuous calls from Uncle Obito. "Get up, Naruto! Why are you still sleeping? At your age, how can you still be asleep? Don't you want to achieve anything?" Remembering that he had class today, Naruto reluctantly got dressed and groggily went to the bathroom to relieve himself. Then, while washing his face and brushing his teeth, he saw the toothpaste that had been squeezed onto his toothbrush in advance. Woo-woo-woo. Mom and Dad are the best. After finishing his wash, he came out for breakfast. When he inquired with his dad Minato, who was reading a book, he learned that the toothpaste had been squeezed by his mom, Kushina. Instantly, a warm feeling filled his heart, as if the previous scolding from his mom had vanished. He loved his mom, just a little bit more. "Mom, what's the rule for you squeezing toothpaste for me?" Naruto asked curiously while eating breakfast. After all, having her squeeze toothpaste for him wasn't a daily occurrence. It was a sporadic event that happened from time to time. Did his mom dream about him? "It's nothing much, just that I squeezed a bit too much, and it fell into the sink. It's a waste to wash it away, so I used your toothbrush to brush it," Kushina replied while tidying up the house. Naruto stood there in shock. "I remember when I was just born, the house wasn't like this. No love. Sniff." Minato watched his son's dazed expression and almost couldn't help but laugh. He had actually seen it this morning while in the bathroom, but he didn't say anything, just waiting for this moment when Naruto would actively ask, all for the sake of starting a good show. "Oh, what a feast for the eyes." Time to go to work, he urged the dazed Naruto to hurry up and eat, then took him along to Amage Cure. Amage Cure, Akatsuki Media Building. After politely greeting the receptionist Hanazuki, Naruto skillfully made his way to his senior Yahiko's office. Pushing open the half-closed door, the quiet and peaceful scene surprised Naruto. At this moment, Yahiko was lying tiredly in a recliner, seemingly fast asleep with his eyes closed. Konan was standing behind him, playfully twirling a strand of hair above his head. "Naruto, shoo!" The sudden discovery of Konan's actions made her blush a bit, but she quickly raised her finger to her lips, signaling Naruto not to speak loudly and disturb Yahiko. "Sister Konan," Naruto opened his mouth but made no sound, and the two communicated through lip reading. "He stayed up late last night and just fell asleep." Oh, then I'll come back at noon." Naruto nodded obediently and quietly left the room, closing the door that had been left ajar. Watching little Naruto leave, the room was left with just the two of them, and Konan let out a sigh of relief, the slight blush on her face gradually fading. Looking at the sleeping Yahiko in the chair, Konan quietly walked to the side, opened the cabinet, took out a blanket, and gently covered him. Looking at his sleeping face, Konan suddenly felt a bit amused and reached out to pinch him, but ultimately stopped, fearing she might wake him. With nothing to do, she walked over, drew the curtains, and continued contemplating how to improve his sleep quality. But in the end, she couldn't resist her playful nature. Standing behind him, she raised her hand and twirled the strand of hair above his head, round and round, again and again. Suddenly, she thought of their childhood, remembering the time when the three of them had just found each other, the blissful moments when the innocent younger self followed behind them, calling out big brother and little brother. Humph, what a lucky guy, however. As the leader of the organization, he truly was very competent, making her inadvertently recall his hard work from the previous night. An inexplicable impulse made Konan unable to resist leaning down and whispering, "Oniai-chan, thank you for your hard work after all." He was asleep now, so calling him, that was no problem. "No problem." Unexpectedly, the sleeping Yahiko responded. You're awake? Since when?" Konan said incredulously, shocked that he had heard what she just did. Since the 23rd round of you twirling my hair." Yahiko stretched, then tilted his head to look at Konan behind him and asked, "What did you just say?" "I was a bit groggy and didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again?" "I didn't say anything." Hearing this, Konan breathed a sigh of relief. "You scare me." The mature sister's aura was once again upon her. "Then, I clearly said it, just that one sentence." Oni-chan, thank you for your hard work. Please be sure to say it 5 more times. Yahiko's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile, a look of anticipation on his face. Didn't you just hear it? Baka. Idiot. Are you crazy? It's infuriating. Go die. Oh no, no, no. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong, I was wrong. I was wrong. Small fists rained down on Yahiko's head like a storm, and he covered his head, looking at her angrily while stifling laughter and begging for mercy. Outside the office door, Naruto and Nagato exchanged glances, covering their mouths and stifling their laughter. Just then, before Naruto could laugh a few more times, he was grabbed by Uncle Obito by the nape of his neck and taken away like a little chick to shoot a scene. Information from Jiraiya. The shareable information is as follows. 136. The scroll that Kurama asked young Boruto to bring back is not something extraordinary. It's just a training mode. The Sage of Six Paths mode. You ask how Kurama knows? Of course, he got it from the ancient wool of the Sage of Six Paths. 137. Similarly, young Sasuke also transferred part of the original power of the Six Paths Zine to his middle-aged self in the first loop. He did not want to experience the humiliation of being unable to defeat a strong enemy again. 138. The birthdays of Jiraiya's team members are as follows. Yahiko, Konoha year 32, February 20th. Nagato, Konoha year 32, September 19th. Conan, Konoha year 33, February 20th. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 139. Forming a band with Sasuke later Naruto, being pulled along, reluctantly arrived at the filming set. He pushed open the door and walked in. The set was pitch black. Why is no one turning on the lights this early in the morning? Bang, bang. Then the two saw the sudden spotlight shining on the makeshift stage. And under the beam of light stood Uchiha Madara, dressed in a black suit and striking a pose. The impact of the scene was a bit overwhelming, leaving Obito and Naruto both stunned in place. Then they saw Madara snap his fingers. Show time. He began to showcase his freshly learned street dance moves to the rhythm of the music teacher's rock accompaniment. Sliding, windmill, Thomas spin. That wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, combined with the dynamic atmosphere of the rock music, delivered a massive shock to Naruto's young heart. Especially those sunglasses firmly attached to his face with chakra, occasionally revealing a glimmer of red light beneath the glasses. How captivating they were. Wow, so cool. Naruto completely forgot to ponder why Madara was here. He was just too handsome. Enough said, I want to go to the front row to cheer. He began struggling to get Obito to let go of his neck. Obito, the director, was left dumbfounded. Am I really at the filming set? Oh ho ho ho. The other staff members in the audience were all shouting in anger, waving glow sticks they somehow got. Following the rhythm of the music teacher and cheering wildly for Madara's perfect dance. Damn it, who allowed you to play like this? Coming back to his senses, Obito suppressed his trembling legs and shouted in anger. This is a filming set, not a KTV room. I'm a director, okay? However, amidst the noisy environment, his angry shouts felt insignificant. Then, with a slip of the hand, Naruto also ran to the front row, excitedly cheering. A kind-hearted person next to him handed him 2 glow sticks. Hey, roar. Hey, roar. A group of people waved their glow sticks in rhythm, turning it into a proper concert live support scene. This made Obito furious. He was ready to charge up to confront Madara. Noticing this brat's ill intentions, Madara, who was in the middle of dancing, thought, dare to disturb my dance? We'll tomb boundary. With a glare from his Rinnegan, he sent this brat into the wheel tomb world, afraid he would use that disgusting Taimai technique to come back. He even created a wheel tomb clone to keep an eye on Obito's anchor point in the real world, ready to send him back if he dared to cause trouble. Humans have their limits. Obito's ocular power as a human couldn't compete with the non-human dirted Madara. Today, this street dance is Madara's. Even if Hashirama's mother comes, she has to wait for me to finish dancing. I must say, the person who invented street dance is simply a genius. Originally, Madara found it boring to punch on Noki around, and he was ready to return to the Pure Land. Now that he encountered street dance, it felt like he had opened the door to a new world, and he felt like he was about to live a second spring in life. To hell with acting. I want to dance. Leader, not good. You need to come take a look. The anxious Xianhua rushed into the leader's office, startling the 3 who were flirting inside. Ahem, Xianhua, remember to knock next time. What's the matter? Yahiko asked awkwardly, drawing the girl's attention away from Conan. It's about the filming set. What happened over there? I don't know how to tell you. You have to come see for yourself. Oh, Yahiko, seeing the girl so anxious, hurriedly took Conan and Nagato with him. But isn't Obito in charge of the filming set? If I remember correctly. Isn't the plot of Shippuden at the Ninja World War? Having read the script, Yahiko knew that this was almost Obito's shining moment, and if filmed, it could even be considered a love letter from Obito to Rin. How could someone cause trouble for Obito at such a crucial moment? Isn't he afraid of perfect phasing? Then, before Yahiko and the others even reached the door, they heard a roaring cheer from inside. Confused, they entered and saw Madara spinning and flipping in a Thomas spin on stage. What the hell? Awesome. What is going on here? And that guitar-playing music teacher, can you tone it down a bit? Without any other words, as Madara's Thomas spin ended, during the low tide of the dance, the pink-haired music teacher, Little Solitude, stepped forward, holding her guitar, and played a solo, pushing the previously somewhat low atmosphere to a higher peak. Ha ha ha, they weren't wrong. You're not a weak woman, Madara said with a delighted smile to the pink-haired woman beside him. At first, he had some reservations about performing with this socially anxious woman, but whether it was the perfect cooperation during the dance or her guitar solo, just now, this woman definitely had musical talent and was not a weak woman at all. In the realm of guitar playing, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Abba. Madara's exaggeratedly joyful expression made the extremely socially anxious Little Solitude tremble with panic and fear. She was so socially anxious that she was about to melt away on the spot. Oh no, I messed up again. Mom, I really can't do this. I should just pawn the guitar for cash, hoping it finds a better owner to soar with. I really can't play. Smile sigh. I wonder how much it can be sold for. Tonight, I'll use this money to eat barbecue. Oh yeah. Little Solitude put on a face of forced joy, preparing to sneak away off stage. Wait a minute. What are you hesitating for? Nice performance. Madara, acknowledge you. Madara frowned, releasing his chakra pressure, holding the socially anxious woman in place, genuinely praising her. The audience below also gave enthusiastic applause and cheers at the right moment. This was praise for both performers. I, Madara, am not the kind of person who takes credit for others. You flatter me. Hee. Little Solitude smiled a bit dazedly at the praise, but Naruto and the audience looked on with starry eyes filled with envy. The guitar hero is so cool. Coach, I want to learn this. Later, I'll form a band with Sasuke. He dances, I play the guitar. It will definitely be super cool. Chapter 140, The Dance God of the Ninja World. Uchiha Madara, it wasn't until the fiery Madara began his second Thomas spin to the accompaniment of music that Nagato finally closed his dropped jaw in shock. Wait, where's Obito? Coming back to his senses, Nagato looked puzzled. In such a chaotic scene, isn't Obito going to intervene? Yahiko, what should we do? While pondering how to stop this, Nagato turned to Yahiko for advice. With Obito absent, it seems it's our turn to take action. The chaotic order will be corrected by the two of us. Where's everyone? Realizing it too late, Nagato was astonished to see the empty space beside him. He then opened his perception and quickly locked onto the three who had blended into the crowd. At this moment, Yahiko was already at the front row, holding two glow sticks, humbly seeking guidance from his little junior Naruto on how to cheer. On the other side, Conan was pulling Hydrangea along behind her, shouting while her phone was busy taking selfies. Nagato didn't need to think to know she would surely post something on her social media soon. So, how did you all integrate so quickly? Second leader, are you not joining us? Second leader, excuse me. Second leader, don't just stand there blocking the way. More and more people were drawn in by the sounds from outside, and each one naturally blended into the cheering crowd. The only one who felt out of place was Nagato, standing at the entrance, watching from afar. The world has forgotten me. Second leader, do you want some? The glow-stick-laden Kaku saw Nagato standing dazed by the door and ran over, pulling two glow sticks from his bag and handing them over. 1,000 for the two. Nagato was speechless. So before forgetting me, you have to lighten my wallet? Huh? I'm tired. Who will give you a bag of rice? Ultimately, it was the pure, innocent gaze of the young Naruto in the front row that caught the attention of the lonely figure on stage, causing her perfect performance to hit a wrong note. Naturally, the perfectionist Madara noticed this, but this distraction made him aware of the two excitedly cheering together, one big and one small, in the front row. Oh ho, you're here, Uzumaki. No, I should call you Namake's Naruto instead. As the spinning Thomas returned to normal, Madara directed his invisible shadow clone to act as a stepping stone for him. He stepped up and excitedly shouted at Naruto in the front row. Are you going to dance too? Madara said with sparkling eyes, his excitement causing his Sharingan to activate. No wonder you were my former rival. Our tastes are so similar. Then Naruto shook his head and excitedly said to him, "Coach, I want to learn guitar." TCH. Madara sneered quietly. As expected, someone from the Uchiha clan wouldn't have such a love for dance battles. You disappoint me. Namake's Naruto. When I have time, I'll have to bring Uchiha Sasuke over to inherit my legacy. Please teach me. Lord Madara. Yahiko and Naruto stood together, thinking Madara was calling him, cheerfully running up to the stage to challenge this elder. The current leader of the Akatsuki organization versus the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. The focal battle ignited the entire venue in an instant. Please, grant me your guidance. It's impressive to have the courage to challenge me. However, the only thing I can praise about you is that Madara sneered coldly, applying force with his left foot to scatter the shadow clone lying on the ground, then unleashed his most skilled Thomas spin, with the rock music accompanying him. The balance of victory tilted instantly towards Madara. In response, Yahiko merely formed hand seals and used transformation jutsu to turn into Pain's Devapath, starting to dance randomly to the beat. His rigid, expressionless face combined with the careless dance moves inexplicably provoked a desire to keep watching due to its humor. Lord Pain. Just like that, more and more supporters began to turn to Yahiko. Serious dancing can only be appreciated by professionals, but my fixed abstraction will definitely attract the attention of the majority. This is the worth of Devapath. However, it's still not enough. I'm tired of a bag of rice. 5 miles, one uncle. Yahiko's final expression and movements, letting go of himself, ignited the entire venue. And cheers for Pain erupted. Entering the dance battle world, he had just defeated the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, and Yahiko's heart was filled with excitement. Awesome. The weak are ugly. Madara coldly responded. This little brat's victory wasn't achieved through dance skill at all. Just like Obito, who couldn't defeat him and kept using that disgusting eye technique to escape. He was just a little brat too scared to confront me head-on. Forget it. Let him win. To be against the gods is foolish. Yahiko, getting a bit carried away in his portrayal of Devapath, confidently declared. God? Madara frowned, then laughed somewhat speechlessly. It seems I might have underestimated you, little brat. Madara coldly said, fixing his somewhat messy collar. Oh no, I overdid it. Yahiko thought to himself. Realizing he couldn't defeat Madara, just as he was about to admit defeat, he saw Madara walking towards him. In response, Yahiko resignedly closed his eyes. Just endure. The elder is just venting and won't kill me. Probably. However, the imagined pain never came. Instead, he heard the cheers from the crowd. Curious. Yahiko opened his eyes and witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Madara, who had been walking towards him, was now moving further away, turning at the edge of the stage, then facing away from him, seemingly walking backward. It gave the illusion of walking while actually retreating in a magical manner. He immediately thought it was the preparation for a genjutsu, but then realized it was all for nothing. Naruto, in the audience, was also dumbfounded by this scene, his starry eyes popping out again. Forget learning the guitar. Lord Madara, I want to learn this. Stunned, little brat, this is Uchiha Madara, the power of God. Madara sneered in response, then slid past Yahiko in a moonwalk, spinning around who knows how many times, facing the audience below, and raised his right hand high. Tell me, who is the dance god of the ninja world? Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara. Below the stage, people shouted that name, creating a roar like mountains and seas. That day, Uchiha Madara's self-created moonwalk conquered everyone, and street dance became a sport fervently pursued by the youth. From that day on, Uchiha Madara's title changed, no longer the feared Shura of the ninja world, but instead became the dance god of the ninja world, a belief for the young. Chapter 141. I'm not convinced. It's definitely not my fault for not carrying the fan. That day, Uchiha Madara's perfect street dance performance pushed this previously lukewarm sport into a craze among the youth, becoming popular in every street and alley. Young kids began to imitate, especially the Uchiha clan, known for producing their fair share of Chinibu, middle school second-year syndrome boys. The Chinibu's love for cool things is one aspect, but having Madara, their ancestor, promote street dance globally is another. More importantly, the Uchiha youths finally understood why their clan's sacred artifact was a folding fan. If you turn it upside down, hollow it out, and string it with guitar strings, isn't that just a guitar? No wonder rock music played on a guitar pairs so well with street dance. Thank you, Ancestor Madara, for enlightening me on the significance of carrying a fan. The Uchihas are a clan born for street dance. The next day, the Uchiha clan was filled with many Chinibu boys carrying fans, greeting everyone with, "Are you going to dance too?" dressed in black suits and jeans, dancing street style with fans. I'm Uchiha so-and-so, remember my name. Of course, Sasuke, who was also equipped with his own stealth gear, was no exception. He specifically sought out Orochimaru to have the sheath of his Kusanagi sword covered with the appearance of an Uchiha fan. He insisted that Uchihas who don't carry fans can't dance well. He even claimed that even the dance god of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, personally acknowledged this. Orochimaru, who had just fallen asleep after a night of researching the Otsutsuki, was still groggy and dazed from hearing Sasuke's words. Wait, Sasuke-kun, do you even know what you're saying? Is this still the second cycle world? Am I not just waking up from a nap and reincarnating? Orochimaru, hurry up. I need to challenge Naruto. Sasuke urged anxiously. This was the first time he had lost to Naruto. I'm not convinced. It's definitely not my fault for not carrying the fan. If you're asking for help, just ask. But pulling out the Kusanagi sword is a bit much, don't you think? Right away. Orochimaru quickly modified Sasuke's weapon, smiling as he sent off this pest. He then took out his phone to check the recent hot searches in the ninja world. The dance god Uchiha Madara topped the hot search list. Second was the dance of all Akatsuki members. Orochimaru suppressed his curiosity about the second one and clicked on the first hot search to understand the situation. Oh, so that's what happened. I wonder if when Lord Hashirama is resurrected, he'll be captivated by Madara's dancing. Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk, looking forward to the upcoming plot of Shippuden. Meanwhile, Obito was at Sai's house. He gave Sai a photo of young Madara and asked him to modify the gender and perfect the initial draft of the female Madara character. These past 2 days have indeed been glorious for the dance god Uchiha Madara, but let us not forget who he stepped over to achieve that glory. Uchiha Obito may not be the kind of petty person who holds grudges, but it's Madara, so I'm sorry, I can be. Without further ado, I'm about to initiate the filming plan for Madara's true story. I'm going to start writing the love-hate relationship between the female Madara and young Hashirama. Like this, Sai quickly finished the initial draft of female Madara's character image, syncing the drawing data to the computer in front of them via a sensing pad. Good. Let us draw Hashirama in proportion as well, and then we can see them together. Obito pulled out a photo of young Hashirama, and Sai quickly drew him in. Since it was a photo of him smiling in the sun, the initial draft also featured a bright, sunny smile. No, Madara looks too much like a boy. Make her a bit more feminine, Obito suggested, and Sai nodded, then spent a while revising, changing young Madara's bright smile to a shy blush with her head slightly lowered. Like this? Sai asked nervously, as he didn't really know what feminine meant. Just modifying the same face shape to fit a typical girl's pose. That's fine, but Madara's figure needs to be a bit lower so she can snuggle in Hashirama's arms. Like this? Too low, right? This is a bit extreme. Obito looked at the character of female Madara, who was a head shorter than young Hashirama. She was barely even 4 meters tall. Wait a second. Sai explained that drawing her this low had its reasons, then changed Madara's clothing to a loose purple kimono, added a pair of wooden clogs, and turned her shy expression into a pout with her arms crossed. Finally, he used the computer to change her hairstyle to golden twin tails. The Tsundere a little lowly sprang to life on the paper. Hiss, let us keep this for now. It definitely can't be used as her everyday appearance. Obito said, but we can create a hidden paid storyline. I'll hand it over to Jiraiya to write. Okay. After Sai saved, he reset everything, and the original image quickly appeared on the computer. Make the waist a bit thinner, like Hashirama's forearms, so it's comfortable to hug. Like this? Long hair. Let us add Madara's long hair now, so Hashirama can have high ponytails or twin tails to switch it up. Like this? What about the chest? Madara has a C cup, not an A. Make the chest more prominent. The more they modified, the more evil their smiles became. And it wasn't until after 4 p.m. that they finally finished everything. Sai, with his quick and skillful drawing, had already done plenty of sketches of female Madara and Hashirama hugging and kissing. If it weren't for Obito suddenly realizing that Sai was only 12 years old, he would have let Sai continue, who was almost ready to dive into the deep end. Really, that was close to failing the review. Obito glared at Sai, then ordered him to continue refining the details. After paying for the draft, he left, pondering who would be suitable for the main role on his way home. First, he didn't need to consider Madara. He definitely wouldn't come, and they had to keep it a secret from him. The surprise after filming would be stimulating enough. What about Naruto and Sasuke? Obito suddenly thought of these two, then shook his head in self-denial. After all, it was a female role, and that brat Sasuke would probably refuse to do it at all. You ask why Naruto isn't playing a girl? Sorry, he is not from the Uchiha family. He doesn't have that Sunra vibe. After thinking for a while and finding no suitable candidates, Obito sighed helplessly. Alas, I guess I'll have to play the role myself with my shadow clone. It's just acting like it's Sundara. After all, Obito, the seasoned actor, declared, ready to take on the challenge. Oh no, Appa, sorry. Not watching where he was going, Obito accidentally startled an elderly lady, but fortunately, his intangibility was passive and didn't cause any harm to her. I'll walk you home. Obito took the lady's grocery basket and, with a sunny smile reminiscent of his childhood, leisurely walked her home. Child, aren't you busy? Hee, not busy at all. Listen to me, Grandma. There's a senior at the company who keeps bullying people. Obito shared interesting stories from the Akatsuki organization with the elderly, and amidst Grandma's comforting smile, the two figures gradually disappeared at the street corner. Intelligence report from Jiraiya. Current shareable intelligence. 139. Madara's street dance was actually learned secretly using his Sharingan. At his old age, Madara naturally wouldn't wake up late, so he arrived early at the Akatsuki Media building to wait. While waiting for the doors to open, he saw a child practicing dance moves alone early in the morning. In the chilly morning air, that stubborn child danced passionately alone, and the proud child's demeanor made Madara's dead heart start to beat with warmth again. 140. The moonwalk is considered Madara's original dance move, but only Madara knows that he was merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Still watching that child dance, in a moment of observation, Madara's gaze seemed to pierce through the timeline, seeing the shadow of a superstar in the child. Madara wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but if that child truly existed, he really wished to be born in the same era. Madara said this during an interview. 141. Madara originally scoffed at the idea that an Uchiha who doesn't carry a fan can't dance well. However, after dancing with a fan once, he found it awkward to dance without it. Therefore, from that day on, Madara's Uchiha fan became inseparable from him. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 142 later. Later I woke up because I had to pee. Huh? You said you want to be in it too? With a basket of eggs in hand, Obito rushed home to share the news about filming the true legend of Madara with Rin, and saw her excitedly declaring that she wanted to join as well. Yes, I'll play young Hashirama, and you'll play young Madara. Rin aligned her fingers and placed them by her mouth, revealing a mischievous smile as she stared at Obito. She had only ever watched him perform from afar and had never participated herself. She really yearned to experience that feeling of being close to Obito when he got all worked up, and to play a couple in love. It felt especially fitting for her and him. Rin gazed at Obito with wide eyes, blinking flirtatiously, making Obito shyly pout. There's no way a boy can play a girl. Obito clearly forgot his earlier intention to act. Come on, please. Help out little Rin. Rin pressed her face close, trying to charm him. All right. Poor Obito had never encountered such a situation and quickly succumbed. The next morning, at the Konoha training ground, it was the long-awaited group mission for Team 7 after more than a month. Kakashi, looking tired and yawning, watched the three eager kids before him. They were still in their proper ninja outfits and looking spirited, but Sasuke was wearing an Uchiha fan on his back. How should I put it? Is this the Uchiha teenager who never parts with his fan? Kakashi had anticipated this, so he didn't pay much attention. After all, it was just a phase, and soon Sasuke would feel embarrassed about it himself. This time, the mission was, Kakashi weakly explained, in short, there was a group of pirates causing trouble near the coast of the Land of Fire, and they needed to go suppress them. Because the distance was a bit far, they would need to walk for almost a day to get there, so this trip would likely take 2 days and nights. This was when the importance of the Flying Thunder God technique for long-distance travel became apparent. But unfortunately, Naruto asked his dad, and his dad refused to let him use it. He asked Kurama, and Kurama told him to try harder himself. Sad Naruto sobbed as he woke from his memories. The four of them jumped between the trees, starting a rather unscientific ninja run. After spending a whole day, Team 7 arrived at the seaside fishing village before sunset, where they stayed at the village chief's house. They noisily played at the dinner table and later gathered to watch television. Eventually, at the innocent request of the chief's little son, the three kids of Team 7 began to showcase their talents. Naruto played the guitar, Sasuke danced, Sakura sang, while Kakashi sat quietly on the floor by the window, reading a book. Brother, I want to learn ninjutsu. All right, brother will teach you a move. This is the secret technique of the Konoha Taijutsu that everyone fears, Naruto said, guiding the little boy to form the tiger hand seal like him. And then both of them, with mischievous smiles, shouted and charged at Sasuke. You idiot, Sasuke retorted, evading the childish chase of the two little kids, pretending he couldn't handle it as he covered his head and fled. Sakura laughed helplessly from the side. and Kakashi's lips curled up even more as he read. Sorry, Ninja Master for the ruckus. Ultimately, it was the mother who stepped in, dragging her lively and mischievous son by the nape of his neck to bed, leaving only the 4 members of Team 7 in the once lively living room. Time to sleep. We have a mission to complete tomorrow. Kakashi spoke at the right moment. His finger traced the air, and a chakra burst hit the light switch, plunging the room into darkness. However, he remained sitting by the window, as the moonlight was quite bright tonight, allowing him to continue reading his book. Kakashi-sensei, I can't sleep. Naruto, lying on the sofa, whined, rolling around like a puppy after a bath. In his fidgeting, he accidentally kicked Sasuke, who was on another sofa next to him. You idiot. What are you doing? An annoyed Sasuke retaliated, kicking back with even more force, aiming directly at Naruto's raised backside. Ouch. Naruto's face was forcefully buried into the sofa, and then he got up to engage in their usual squabble. The 2 immature kids pulled each other's cheeks, cursing nonstop. Sakura, at the other end of the long sofa, was left dumbfounded. I didn't even let you 2 sleep together, and you still managed to create sparks. Just go to sleep already. Kakashi appeared out of nowhere and gave each of them a light punch on the head, making Naruto and Sasuke pull away in pain. Then they turned their heads away, going to sleep and ignoring each other. Finally, it was quiet. Kakashi continued to sit by the window reading, but before long, the same topic came up again. Kakashi, tell us a story. This time, it was a bored and sleepless Sasuke who spoke up. There was no helping it with Naruto's antics. He too was wide awake now. Kakashi-sensei, I told you to tell a story, Naruto said proudly. Kakashi-sensei, how about you tell one? Sakura also chimed in, clearly bored, and since Sasuke had spoken first, she felt it was right to follow his lead. No choice. All right, let me tell you about my time in the Ninja Academy. Kakashi helplessly closed his book, closed his eyes, seemingly pondering where to start. Don't fall asleep. Kakashi-sensei, hurry and tell us. As a girl, Sakura quickly sensed there was something juicy coming and urged with curiosity. I studied well back then. Although I didn't get perfect scores in every subject, at least I was excellent, maintaining the top level in my class. No, Kakashi-sensei, who wants to hear that? The 3 kids interrupted in various ways. Don't rush, there's more to come. Anyway, because my grades were good, during the school trip before graduation, I wasn't grouped with Obito and Guy, but stayed in the same hotel room with 3 other top-performing boys. One of them was named Owatori Sasuke, whom I remember very well. Oh ho, Sasuke, I didn't expect you and Kakashi-sensei to be classmates. Naruto teased with a grin. Shut up. I already told you. His last name is Owatori. Sasuke angrily kicked Naruto, but Naruto just laughed and encouraged Kakashi to continue. Don't rush. The main event is coming. That day, I forgot what date it was, but the 4 of us were sitting together eating breakfast when suddenly we heard a commotion, and then we saw our class flower walking towards us with a bouquet of flowers, smiling. Kakashi paused deliberately at this point. Kakashi-sensei, what happened next? Sakura, filled with girlish excitement, immediately guessed that the class flower was about to confess. Although Sasuke and Naruto didn't quite understand, they also wanted to know what happened next. After you hear the climax, you all better go to sleep, Kakashi said seriously, and only after all 3 of them assured him did he continue at a leisurely pace. That class flower, Naruko-chan, is usually a high and mighty beauty. The 4 of us exchanged glances, not knowing who Naruko-chan was looking for, but my classmate Sasuke, who was beside me, had long admired Naruko and immediately rushed up. He grabbed Naruko's hand. Sakura's youthful heart was excited, and although she felt something was slightly off, she didn't care and cheered for love. And then what happened, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto felt this story was boring and continued to ask. Meanwhile, Sasuke was glaring at Kakashi with a serious expression, ready to take him down at any moment. And then I was woken up by a need to pee, Kakashi joked, and before Sasuke could attack, he dispelled his shadow clone into smoke. Sasuke, with his Chidori roaring, ended up cutting nothing but air. Kakashi, I will kill you. The boy's furious roar echoed through the night, ultimately causing thousands of households to light their lamps. Chapter 143, I think some people need to look for problems within themselves. In the early hours of the next day, the group, deep in sleep, was awakened by the sudden return of Kakashi. Huh, Kakashi-sensei. You're back. Naruto, who had been woken up, responded with a yawn, sitting up and leaning against the sofa, one side of his butt sticking up, while he reached back to scratch an itch. Kakashi. Sasuke, just awakened and a bit dazed, quickly realized Kakashi was back and was about to attack him, only to be startled by his drenched appearance. What happened? Is there an enemy? Did Zabuza come back? Sasuke frowned and asked, temporarily putting aside the question of whether Kakashi was dead, turning to serious matters. After all, Kakashi's appearance now was exactly like when he had just escaped from Zabuza's water prison in his previous life, looking very disheveled. No. It suddenly started pouring outside. Kakashi gave an unexpected yet reasonable reply. The wind and rain outside echoed as they violently pounded against the glass windows. Then why are you soaked? I couldn't help it. I was too engrossed in my book and didn't notice. Kakashi replied, having been so focused on reading that he woke up adrift at sea. He took out a spare set of clothes from a ceiling scroll, preparing to change. Sakura first curiously glanced at his abs, comparing them to her memory of Sasuke-kun, then turned away, not wanting to look at Kakashi-sensei any further. Sasuke deliberately waited until Kakashi had taken off his wet clothes before he grinned maliciously and said, "So there's no unusual situation, right?" Charging up a Chidori in his hand. "Then how dare you come back?" "No, Sasuke, let me pull my pants up first." "Shut up. You'll die. White-haired pervert." Barefoot Sasuke chased after the completely naked Kakashi. What a sight that was. Sakura covered her eyes in pain, not daring to look directly. As for Naruto, he had already curled up into a ball and quietly fell back asleep, unfortunately missing out on a wonderful scene. At 11 a.m., with a still somewhat gloomy sky, the 4 members of Team 7 arrived at the coast, looking at the wreckage before them. Many small fishing boats that had been docked here had been reduced to scattered wooden fragments after half a day of storm. Not far out in the sea, there was also the wreckage of a small boat flying a pirate flag, being carried toward the shore by the currents. In sage mode, Naruto quickly noticed several unconscious presences on it. Team 7, move out. The 3 exchanged glances with Kakashi, who, as the teacher, quickly gave the order. The 4 used their chakra to stick to the surface of the water, rushing toward the pirate ship to rescue the children on board, bringing them to the shore where Sakura used her medical ninjutsu to revive them. "Thank you, ninja." The village chief expressed his gratitude to Team 7, accompanied by many villagers. "Hey, you old man, your methods are too despicable." The leader of the awakened pirates shouted angrily at the old village chief. He was the eldest son of the village chief, a pirate apprentice yearning for the freedom of the sea. "To stop me from going to sea, you even called in ninjas." I said, "Why did the originally calm weather suddenly turn stormy?" "It turns out it was your ninjas' doing." Kakashi replied, "It really has nothing to do with me. I'm a victim too. Why do you want to become pirates?" Unable to hold back his curiosity, Naruto asked, clearly sensing their emotions, which, like his yearning for Hokage, were driven not by desperation but by dreams. Of course, to become the Pirate King. The village chief's eldest son said passionately, then explained to Naruto the greatness of the Pirate King. Wealth, fame, power, the Pirate King has the whole world. His last words before execution made people flock to the sea. "Want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go find it." I left everything there. So all the men chased their dreams, and the world welcomed the age of pirates. Bang! Ultimately, the village chief's wife, unable to listen any longer, went up and punched her son. "Sorry, ninja, this brat has read too many comics." After giving Naruto an apologetic smile, the village chief's wife dragged her son away like a dead dog, heading home. And then what? Naruto excitedly looked at the other pirates, but not one responded, as their respective mothers were also present. Naruto just watched as each mother approached, super gently giving him an apology, then super fiercely beat their sons before taking them away. "I told you not to run around. I told you not to mess around. What can you get besides coming home to steal a lunch? If the wind had been any stronger last night, you'd be dead at sea, you know that?" Team 7's task of suppressing the pirates was completed in this bizarre atmosphere, leaving the 3 who thought they would have a chance to show off looking disappointed. "Kakashi, sensei, you big liar." The 3 shouted angrily at Kakashi. This had nothing to do with the ferocious pirates he had talked about yesterday. "What can I do?" Kakashi awkwardly scratched his face through his mask in response. "Who told you to ask so excitedly back then? I just made up a kind lie. In this peaceful world, where am I supposed to find those truly heinous criminals? Moreover, even if it's just kids playing pirates, can't you just call them pirates? Besides, not getting high difficulty missions, you can't blame me, right?" Suddenly thinking of something, Kakashi looked at the 2 perpetually low-ranked ninjas in Team 7 with a disdainful expression. "I think some people should look for problems within themselves." Hearing this, the 3 looked at each other. Remembering that Sakura was a nin, she took a small step aside, distancing herself from the 2 low-ranked burdens, stifling a laugh, leaving only Naruto and Sasuke standing there. Naruto was still in a daze, pondering what his problem was, while Sasuke, keenly aware of Sakura's distancing action, understood Kakashi's implication. You're really cute. Looking for one's own problems. Everything is one's own problem. I was taken away by Kaguya Otsutsuki. How can I find my own problem? I was barely 12 at the time. Tell me, how could I win? Chapter 144. Doing what you love is the best. Ultimately, it was the village chief who called everyone to lunch, pulling the 4 members of Team 7 back to his home with enthusiasm, thus sparing Kakashi from a session of soul-searching questions. At the dining table, the good son who had been scolded by his mother quietly ate his rice, tears of regret streaming from his eyes, like a lost child who had found his way back. But Naruto, seeing the unyielding look in his eyes, knew that the fire of this person's dream had not yet extinguished. If given another chance, he would probably set sail again without hesitation. Right? What's up? Sasuke asked curiously as he noticed Naruto suddenly grinning. It's nothing. Naruto smiled and didn't he point it out. After all, what reason could stop a man from setting sail? Once he had decided to do something, no one could deny him or make him stop, except for the him who made that decision in the first place. So, I will definitely become Hokage, Naruto said firmly, then dug into his rice with great enthusiasm. You're at the back of the pack. Sasuke didn't understand why Naruto suddenly said that, but regardless, it was definitely true that he was at the back. What did you say, bastard? The 2 little ones at the dining table inevitably started arguing again, causing the village chief's young son to clap in delight. After a lively noon, Team 7 prepared to leave after handing over the mission scrolls to the village chief. From a high spot on the hillside, they saw many villagers cleaning up the wreckage of boats along the coast. Without chakra, it was extremely difficult for them to clear the debris from the sea. Before Kakashi could speak, Naruto tugged at his sleeve. Kakashi-sensei, can we help them? Kakashi-sensei, please. Hey, Kakashi. The 3 little ones spoke in unison, and even the usually taciturn Sasuke showed a desire to help them. Looking at the 3 little ones in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. No matter how old he felt inside, they still remembered their kind-heartedness, which made him very proud as their teacher. Therefore, Kakashi said, Village Chief, I'm sorry, but we left Konoha a bit hastily, and we don't have much money on us. Kakashi took out what was clearly not enough for accommodation and handed it over, looking apologetically at the village chief. No, Ninja-sama, you came to help us with a mission. There's no reason for you to pay for accommodation. The village chief quickly declined, and then heard Kakashi's firm stance. No, we can't tarnish the reputation of Konoha ninjas. We must compensate you for the missing part. Kakashi said seriously, then winked at the 3 little ones as a signal to set the stage. Kakashi-sensei, there are so many people by the coast. What are they doing? Naruto began to act earnestly. They're cleaning up the boat wreckage. Sasuke retorted, scolding Naruto. If we help them, can we offset the accommodation fee? Sakura, unable to hold back her laughter at the 2's clumsy performance, added the final line. How about this, village chief? Kakashi smiled as he asked the village chief. At this moment, the village chief, who had lived for half a century, surely understood their intentions and could only respond with a grateful smile. Thank you very much, Ninja-sama. No, it's us who should thank you. We still want to enjoy another dinner at your place. Then we will definitely eat our fill. As the adults happily chatted, the 3 little ones could no longer contain themselves and dashed to the coast. Sasuke, let us compete. See who does more work. Childish. The 2 sped up, leaving Sakura far behind. Ninetales mode. A powerful music played as Naruto's body glowed with golden light, adding a layer of Ninetales mode to him. He then controlled several massive chakra hands to start picking up various large debris from the sea. Sage mode. Black patterns spread all over Sasuke's body, refusing to be outdone, and the might of a dragon manifested around him. Then, several black chakra hands began to compete with Naruto on the sea. The fierce contest between the 2 stunned the villagers who were wading through the water to collect wooden planks. Country folks had never seen anything like this before. Ninjas are so cool. The village chief's young son, also collecting wood on the riverbank, watched in excitement as the golden Naruto and black Sasuke clashed. Originally, he wanted to grow up to be a pirate like his brother, but now he found ninjas to be just as cool. What a tough choice. Nevertheless, with the ninjas' help, the work that was originally expected to take several months was completed perfectly in just one afternoon. In the evening by the coast, the mountain of wreckage burned fiercely in a big fire, the bright flames illuminating the gloomy sky and reflecting on the people, dispelling the chill after the rain. The village chief kept his promise and brought out the special treatment usually reserved for the new year to host Team 7 for this final dinner before they departed. Naruto ate to his heart's content, very full. With a round belly, he happily fell asleep, only to have his beautiful dream interrupted that night. At dawn, Sasuke called him awake. "Bastard, wake up." Sasuke pulled him up, and Naruto, unwilling, turned over, preparing to curl up and go back to sleep. Sasuke naturally wouldn't let him sleep, forcibly dragging him up and pushing the half-asleep Naruto out of the village chief's house to join Kakashi and Sakura, who were already waiting by the railing. In the distance, beyond the railing, was the coast they had cleaned up all afternoon yesterday. The sun was slowly rising from the sea, and the sunlight reflected on the clear water, looking incredibly beautiful. This was Naruto's first time watching the sunrise by the sea, and he stared blankly as the sun climbed up from the horizon until it fully emerged. I was right to wake you up." Sasuke raised his proud little head. "Well done, Sasuke." Naruto jumped up and threw his arm around Sasuke's shoulder, only to be disdainfully pushed away, prompting the two little ones to start bickering again. Ultimately, Kakashi, knowing the importance of capturing beautiful moments, took a picture of the three little ones and sent it to his wife. "Sai, just a task for my wife. Let us go, we should head back now." Kakashi said his goodbyes to the village chief, declining the old man's breakfast invitation, and prepared to leave. "Big brothers." The village chief's young son rushed out with a wooden sword, his urgent tone causing Team 7 to stop. "What is up?" Naruto asked curiously. "I want to grow up to be a hero. Which is better, Pirate King or Hokage?" The child asked excitedly, despite having a runny nose. "Fool, pirates are not heroes." The mother who had chased after him said irritably. "Huh, is that so?" "My brother said the Pirate King is really cool." The child looked disappointed. "Do you think those two are the same?" Sasuke, seeing the child as pure trust in his brother, smiled and asked. "Yeah, because they're both cool." Sasuke lightly shook his head, turned, and walked ahead, leaving the answer to that question for Naruto to clarify. Kakashi smiled and turned to follow, while Sakura gently ruffled the child's hair before catching up and leaving. "Carry." Naruto called out the child's name, raising his hand into a fist. "Doing what you love is the best." His sunny smile remained, but this time it was filled with encouragement for the younger generation. Turning around and waving, he bid farewell gracefully and ran towards his teacher and companions. Information from Jiraiya has arrived. Current shareable information, 142. Kakashi's story is undoubtedly fabricated. However, Kakashi himself, who was interviewed by me, strongly stated, "My story is made up, but the emotions in it are genuine." The onlookers nodded in agreement one by one. 143. The Rinnegan is one of the 6 basic ocular techniques, the realm of Azura, which can summon hot weapons from other worlds. Tobirama was particularly obsessed with this summoning technique because the weapons summoned could provide him with a lot of inspiration. Of course, since they are summoned from another world, they may not always accurately appear as weapons. There is a possibility of summoning other strange things. That manga called One Piece came to the ninja world in such a manner. 144. The sunrise is beautiful, and enjoying it with companions and teachers is wonderful. Therefore, when appreciating the beautiful scenery, please don't forget the person quietly accompanying you. Moved by the joyous feelings of friends. Isn't the beauty we love just like that? The above is Kakashi's original words of comfort to Sakura, who was abandoned by Sasuke. No other reason. Those two once again bonded over the friendship of Konoha. Above all, don't underestimate my information network. Chapter 145. What is a gentleman? August, the hottest time of the year. The sun-baked streets of Konoha were deserted, but a rapidly darting green light could be seen. It was Rock Lee, practicing diligently like water. Oh ho 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 ho. After running 700 laps around the village, the green light dashed into the open door of the Jeet Kune-do dojo. Tian and Lu Ruyen. Returning from his training, Little Lee enthusiastically greeted the two girls who were studying Chinese characters. "Your greeting is so outdated. It was from how many chapters ago? Now it's popular to say what I say." Tian rolled her eyes, stopped writing, cleared her throat, and demonstrated, "Yahalo." Little Lee, understanding, replied in kind, "Yahalo." Tian. After mimicking her, Little Lee took out his notebook to jot it down. "Stop taking notes, Little Lee. It won't be long before it changes again." Niji, who was practicing on the wooden dummy, interjected, annoyed, to stop Little Lee's overly serious behavior. The two men, still training in the sweltering heat, were both drenched in sweat. Drenched in perspiration. As they exchanged glances, an inexplicable battle spirit arose. "Niji, let us settle this. Just what I wanted. Little Lee, I want to see your recent progress too." The two, filled with fighting spirit, formed their stances, and began exchanging punches and kicks on the dojo's wooden floor. Bang bang. Niji, don't lose to him, Little Rock. Tian and Lu Ru Yin exchanged amused glances and started cheering them on. After a while of sparring, both exhausted from their training, they pulled back from their fight. It's time to determine the winner, Niji. Little Lee struck a cool pose and said seriously, "You can't win me just based on physical training." Niji assumed a Wing Chun stance, which had a hint of elegance. After going through some trials, his Wing Chun had become sharper and even integrated into the Hyuga gentle fist style. Now, he no longer had the aftershock of the martial arts master stance, while Little Lee still had that fatal flaw. How na-vi? Today, Esme is different from the past. Oh, how so? I don't see any difference. Oomph. Little Lee smugly finished his stance and then suddenly dropped his pants, revealing his boxing shorts underneath. Because I changed my underwear to boxing shorts. This is an essential item for transitioning from a boy to a man. It's also a perfect aid for training like water, Little Lee said proudly. This was recommended by Teacher Guy. I see, so you also. Niji nodded appreciatively at this, but halfway through his sentence. What are you doing? Just then, they both heard a simultaneous angry shout, and then Tian punched Little Lee away. Little Lee's counterpart, of course, was also punched away by the embarrassed Lu Ru Yin. They both spun through the air several times and landed on the ground with dizzy heads. Really? Showing off their underwear so nonchalantly. Tian's face was slightly flushed as she continued angrily. There are girls here. You guys pay attention. She was fine, having gotten used to being tormented by these crazy teammates, but Lu Ru Yin, seeing this for the first time, was still covering her eyes in embarrassment. Can you please be a bit more considerate of those around you? After a battle, I sweated a lot. Let me wipe it off. Little Lee politely said, while abstractly mimicking the action. Together with Niji, they nonchalantly stripped down to just their boxing shorts, grabbing towels to wipe the sweat off. Just as Lu Ru Yin opened her eyes to peek outside, she saw this scene. Her sense of shame and panic caused her to faint on the spot. Tian, furious, trembled all over, raising her two clenched fists and smashing them down. I'm talking about you too. Look at what you've done. Can't you be a bit more gentlemanly? Quickly apologize to her. Yes, Sumi Masai. The two, with lumps on their heads, knelt down and obediently apologized to Lu Ru Yin. However, from the girl's later actions of not even daring to open her eyes and hiding behind Tian, it was clear she hadn't recovered and was still in shame. She kept mumbling about her master, her mother, saying she wouldn't be able to get married. With Tian giving her all kinds of comfort. Teacher Tian, I have a question. Little Lee raised his right hand high while kneeling. What are you going to say now? I suggest you think carefully before you speak. Tian said impatiently, feeling that Little Lee was about to pull some stunt. Gentlemen, what exactly should one do? Little Lee had never faced such a question in his life and requested guidance in confusion. Just pay more attention to how we girls feel. Do you understand? Tian, holding Lu Ru Yin, who still didn't dare to look around in shame, heard Tian's words and nodded in agreement. I understand now, Niji. Let us go. Little Lee pulled Niji out of the dojo and onto the street, leaving Tian and Lu Ru Yin, who still dared not open their eyes. In shock. Chiodoma Dai. Little Lee, are you sure you want to dress like this? Absolutely no problem. I've done my research. Inside the dojo, the two heard the quiet conversation from the street, and Lu Ru Yin finally opened her eyes after calming down, looking at Tian with a puzzled expression. What are they up to? Long wait. I'm just going to say, my love is only reserved for you, my honey. Rock Lee, dressed in a black suit and jeans, and Niji, in a white suit, swaggering with an air of elegance, made a grand entrance. The two had somehow managed to bring back a rose, perfectly embodying the role of charming gentlemen, leaving Tian and Lu Ru Yin speechless. You must be tired. I'll just say, please come over here. Welcome, please sit here. Little Lee, gentlemanly, led the two bewildered girls to the side, while Niji followed suit, politely laying down two clean sheets of paper on the chairs for them to sit. Feels nice. These two can really pull it off. Tian said happily, though she felt something was slightly off. But it didn't matter. The changes in the two were what mattered most. Lu Ru Yin, beside her, also found amusement in their stark contrast, but ultimately held back, unable to deny their efforts. Since the ladies are seated, let us start the performance. Huh? Performance? What kind of performance? Tian and Lu Ru Yin were baffled, just as they saw Little Lee and Niji exchange glances and synchronously step back. In their incredulous gaze, they began a double Thomas spin. Chapter 146, Interesting Chinese Characters. Who told you that gentlemen are just breakdancers? Stop it. Tian Tian, annoyed, pulled out a large paper fan and swatted the two breakdancing boys away. The two of them, once again with big bumps on their heads, obediently knelt in front of Tian Tian. I'm not asking you to entertain me. I'm saying you should pay more attention to my feelings in daily life, okay? After all, I'm a girl too. Tian Tian turned her head away, not looking at them, and said with a slightly awkward glance, Ningxi, I found that Thomas's spin can really improve physical coordination. As expected of you, Shaoli, you really noticed. The two ignored Tian Tian's heartfelt words and quietly discussed cultivation matters, getting more and more absorbed in their conversation. Then, listen to what people are saying. You two idiots. Unsurprisingly, they were beaten up by Tian Tian again. Lu Ruyin, who was sitting behind Tian Tian watching, covered her mouth and chuckled, marveling at their good relationship. You boys are hopeless, Tian Tian said irritably, looking at the two dead dogs she had beaten up, frowning and pinching her brows in disdain. She was about to end up like Sakura and Hinata. I've had enough of this ridiculous Konoha friendship. That's right. This is it. Shaoli seized on the key point in Tian Tian's words, instantly revitalized. What? Tian Tian looked puzzled, and Lu Ruyin, sitting behind, looked the same. As long as you become a boy, it's fine. Shaoli pulled out various costume props from who knows where, glaring at Tian Tian's double bun hairstyle with ill intent. Who cares about being a gentleman? If Tian Tian becomes a boy, then they don't need to be gentlemen anymore. That makes sense. Ningxi nodded in agreement. Of course, agreeing with Shaoli's viewpoint was one thing. And on the other hand, he was indeed tired of Tian Tian's usual sporty outfit and was somewhat looking forward to her male attire. However, if Ningxi knew Shaoli's true intentions, he might have stopped him immediately, because the boy Shaoli wanted to create for Tian Tian was a handsome uncle with a beard and a receding hairline. Hey, don't come over, you guys. Just let's dress you up, Tian Tian. The two of them grinned wickedly as they approached the trembling Tian Tian in the corner, but Lu Ruyin, as a good friend, couldn't stand it anymore and blocked the two boys ready to make a move, swatting them out of the dojo with Tian Tian's large paper fan. Seriously, what kind of boys dress up girls? Wait outside, Lu Ruyin said with annoyance, closing the dojo door to make them wait outside obediently, then pulled Tian Tian back to her room. Come on, little Tian Tian. Let me dress you up in short. Under this inexplicable atmosphere, Tian Tian began her journey of dressing as a boy, and in the end, even Lu Ruyin was not spared. How do I look? Opening the dojo door again to welcome the two who had been waiting for a long time, Tian Tian asked them shyly for their opinions. She wore a blue training outfit. Her hairstyle changed from double buns to a ponytail like Ningxi's. But the difference was that she had a pretty long diagonal fringe on her right side, looking a bit cool and handsome. It has a manly vibe. Very handsome. Shaoli and Ningxi both praised. Shaoli's comment made Tian Tian frown again, but at least she had Ningxi's serious answer. So she managed to suppress her desire to complain and hit someone this time. Thanks for the compliment. Tian Tian pouted with a bit of a blush on her face. In comparison, Ningxi knew how to compliment people better. All right, stop chatting at the door. Come in. Lu Ruyin called the three of them back into the dojo, and her outfit was the same as Tian Tian's. Only the direction of her diagonal fringe was to the left, perfectly mirroring Tian Tian. So, the two similarly dressed girls standing together looked like they had used a shadow clone technique. Sure enough, while joking, the two simultaneously performed the same Ame sword technique, leaving Shaoli and Ningxi dazzled, missing their targets several times. I'm fired up again. Ningxi, let us have a duel. Just what I wanted. Bring it on, Shaoli. The two men watching the sword dance felt their fighting spirit reignited. But before they could clash, they were intercepted by Lu Ruyin and Tian Tian. You boys stop sweating, the two girls shouted in unison. Tian Tian was annoyed by the hot weather and the ridiculous Konoha friendship, while Lu Ruyin was worried they would end up naked again after another training session. Come over here and learn Chinese characters. Yes. The two men who couldn't ignite their youth sat down at a desk covered with rice paper. This is the character for rabbit in Chinese, and your faith isn't a goddess of the rabbit, right? The character for rabbit is written like this. Considering that they were beginners, Lu Ruyin started explaining the writing of the character rabbit, focusing on the details. I see. So that's how you write the character for rabbit? That's interesting. Ningxi became interested and asked Tian Tian for the brush, eager to try it out. Ningxi, you're still far from enough. Practice your strokes first, Tian Tian proudly said. writing a new character she had just learned that afternoon in neat regular script on a rice paper. Lu Ruyen, I have a question. Xiao Li, who had been quietly watching, suddenly raised his hand, and Lu Ruyen gestured for him to ask, "What is the character for a little rabbit riding a skateboard?" "It looks really cool," Xiao Li said excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the character Tian had just written. A little rabbit riding a skateboard. Ha ha. Lu Ruyen was amused by Xiao Li's cute phrasing and laughed for a long time before stopping. Then she wrote the character for E separately and carefully explained what the radical walking means. Meanwhile, Tian, who was focused on writing, and Ning Ci, who was watching intently, didn't notice what was happening over by Lu Ruyen. At that moment, Tian had just finished writing the characters for life and death. I see, I understand now. Ning Ci had a look of realization. No wonder Tian said to learn every stroke. What did you understand? Some strokes can be shared. For example, the last stroke of life is the first stroke of death. Not bad. Ning Ci, you've grasped the essence of life and death with these two strokes. Chapter 147. The rich young lady is actually right beside me. Chodo ma dai. Tian, why do I feel like you're scolding me? Ning Ci felt a vague sense of being insulted. Huh, I'm obviously praising you. Tian rolled her eyes at Ning Ci, huffed angrily, and puffed out her cheeks. Seeing this, Ning Ci hurriedly tried to appease her, feeling awkward. Forget it, it's just an illusion, definitely an illusion. 3 days later, on a Sunday afternoon, here in the distant water country's mist-hidden village, an unusual pair was enjoying air conditioning and afternoon tea at a dessert shop. They were Uchiha Izumi, dressed in casual clothes, and her equally casually dressed companion, Orochimaru. Izumi wore a white men's shirt, covered by a light green jacket and dark blue-fitted sports pants. Her long hair flowed down her shoulders, soft and shiny. Yuka wore a neatly tailored white women's shirt, a knitted outer layer, and a pink pleated skirt, exuding a mature aura like a senior woman. It's taking them so long. Izumi propped her face on her hands, pouting unhappily. They had clearly agreed to come to the dessert shop in Mist-Hidden Village, who knew that as soon as Itachi arrived, that shark whisked him away on a mission. If it weren't for the fact that the shark was currently not single and his wife was right in front of her, she would have exploded at him. Ha! Izumi's cute expression made Yuka laugh heartily. Being young and naive is really nice. I envy how Izumi can openly express her feelings for Itachi, unlike us adults who are so twisted. Sister Yuka, aren't you worried about them? Worried about what? Mr. Kisame and the others are very strong, you know. Not that. Izumi made a little cat face. Fine. Yuka wouldn't understand the feeling of worrying that her boyfriend might be taken away by another man. Since you're so worried about them, should we secretly go find them? Yuka said with a smile, showing an encouraging expression. Yes. Izumi excitedly replied. Just as she was about to use her Sharingan to locate Itachi, she saw Yuka handing over her phone. On the phone was Kisame's constantly moving location. No way, you two are actually sharing your locations with each other all the time. Let us go, we can follow this to find them. Sister, am I really not a part of your plans? No. Meanwhile, another strange pair in red cloud cloaks walked into a musical instrument store. Why do we come to a place like this, Kisame? A confused Kisame asked, watching Itachi carefully consider a variety of guitars. If I remember correctly, mister, Itachi isn't interested in street dance, right? I'm not buying it for myself, Kisame. I was just thinking of getting one for my little brother Sasuke. Itachi said with a smile, seriously inquiring about various professional details from a store owner, such as tone, weight, and neck shape. Things that Kisame didn't quite understand. How troublesome. Kisame chuckled helplessly, watching Itachi's gentle side as he thought of his brother. He really couldn't bring himself to advise against it. But please pay attention to the time, Kisame. Miss Izumi and the others are still waiting for us. Kisame kindly reminded, bringing Itachi back to reality. You're right, then I'll take this one. Let us go. Itachi chose the one he liked at first and asked the store owner for the price. 500,000 Rio. Huh, how much? Itachi nodded, then spoke in shock. Is this thing really that expensive? There's no choice. This is the same model as the dance god of the ninja world. A limited edition in the entire ninja world, and we only have this last one left in the store. Itachi hesitated because, unfortunately, he didn't have that much money on him at the moment. Kisame, although I really want to help you, but I don't have much money either. The two of them together only had a little over 100,000 Rio. Does the store allow bargaining? Itachi tried to ask. Sorry. The clerk crossed his arms, rejecting the bargaining attempt. With no other choice, they had to give up for now and leave the store empty-handed. Idiot Itachi. Why did you even ask? You should have bargained first. Izumi, who had been secretly observing from the shadows, appeared after the two left, looking displeased. Little Izumi, what's bargaining? Yuka asked curiously. It's using effort and determination to overpower the other party to get what you want. Wow, that's amazing. It sounds really admirable. Yuka replied excitedly. Then, while Izumi was focused on the two people walking away outside the window, she stealthily ran to the counter to approach the clerk. Excuse me. Yes. How can I help you? The clerk politely responded without looking up, concentrating on adjusting the guitar strings in his hands. Ahem. Can the price of the guitar be lowered a bit? Yuka said seriously, her tone revealing a hint of excitement. Huh? The clerk, about to professionally refuse, froze when he saw Yuka's appearance. Oh my, it's a young lady? This isn't the daughter of the big boss. The clerk exclaimed, quickly pulling out a calculator and rapidly lowering the price with a flurry of keystrokes. So, how about this price? He handed the calculator over, trembling slightly. Yuka looked at the number on it, still over $1 million. Make it cheaper. Izumi watched in shock as her once mature and composed senior was now bargaining like a little girl. Yet the clerk was completely falling for it. Then when those two return, sell it to them at this price. Yuka said with a smile, satisfied as the number on the calculator changed to $1 million. Yes. The little clerk, unable to resist, smiled awkwardly as he sent the goddess out of the music store. Sister Yuka, what did you do? Izumi couldn't help but ask curiously after they exited the store. Was it an illusion? Or something else? This store is actually one of the series owned by my family. Yuka explained with a smile. Izumi looked up at the store sign, where the words Ori were clearly marked in the upper right corner. The rich young lady is actually right beside me. So, is Kisame actually a little shark being supported by a rich lady? Intelligence from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable intelligence, 145. The technological development of the flower family is not as rapid as that of the ninja world. Therefore, under the influence of traditional cultural norms, Lu Rian's conservative mindset makes her struggle to slowly accept the open culture of the ninja world. Of course, it's still a bit scary here when people casually strip down to their underwear. Tian says, such fools only exist in their class. Please do not elevate this to the level of the ninja world. 146. The cycle of life and death never stops. By looking at life and death with indifference and living according to one's heart, one can comprehend the impermanence and beauty of life. How to live? It's just a lifetime. How to live? It's only about 100 years. If you're going to live, make it flavorful. If you're going to live, live with vitality. 147. The daughter of the owner of the weaving department commerce, Yuka, is the only child in the family. In this life, her father sees the opportunity to expand the small shop he had in his previous life, ultimately making it the now wealthy weaving department commerce. Originally, her father advised her not to become a ninja anymore, but Yuka rejected her father's good intentions and replayed her ninja experiences from the previous life, just to encounter her very own little shark. Efforts do pay off, and Luo Tianyi appeared to help her wait for that moment when the little shark finally spoke. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 148. Strange Fish Sister Yukari. Can I hug the rich lady's thigh? Izumi laughed crazily, then squatted down and started wailing while hugging Yukari's white, chubby thigh. Sister, support me. Senior Kisame can do anything. Stop messing around. If you don't hurry, you won't be able to see Itachi anymore. Yukari laughed and flicked the little girl's forehead, causing her to let go in pain and reach out to pull her up. In the end, they lost sight of Itachi and the others. But neither of them was anxious, as they still had their phones tracking their location. If worst comes to worst, Izumi could also use a kaleidoscope to search. On the other side, Itachi and Kisame arrived at the beach, stepping on the soft sand and looking at the empty summer paradise in front of them. Why was the beach, which should be crowded in summer, deserted at this moment? This brings us to the recent strange fish species that have appeared in the shallow sea, causing incidents of unprovoked attacks on humans. Strangely enough, those attacked are all beautiful women of youthful age, and the method of attack is merely simple bites on the beautiful girl's feet. Moreover, those fish teeth are not sharp at all, and they couldn't even hurt a girl's toes. Even so, it has caused panic among countless swimming enthusiasts, especially beautiful girls. Family, who understands? This stinky fish that randomly bites people's feet is really annoying. However, ordinary ninjas could not find the hiding places of these strange fish at all, and those who took on the task were eager to act, only to end up desperately unable to find the enemy. Ultimately, they gave up without any results. With the incompetence of ordinary ninjas and the pressure from media and public opinion, the Mizukage Kurama Shizen had no choice but to send in the shark, Kisame, to execute this task. It was simply an expectation for the food chain of big fish eating small fish to come into play. Since it was a Mizuki's assigned task, the honest Kisame didn't feel right refusing. Additionally, since Itachi happened to bring Izumi to Kirigakure to taste desserts, Kisame invited the powerful Itachi to join him in completing this task. Of course, Itachi didn't refuse to accompany him, as this was also the reason they came here. What should we do 1 against 7? Kisame asked, thinking of listening to Itachi's instructions since they hadn't teamed up in a while. Let's split up and investigate individually, Itachi said, watching Kisame nod, and he took off his Akatsuki cloak and shark skin. Wow, you came in a swimsuit. Itachi couldn't help but laugh, looking at Kisame, who was left in just swim trunks after removing his Akatsuki robe. After all, we are investigating underwater. Kisame smiled, also noticing that Itachi, who said this, was definitely not wearing a swimsuit, advising him to be careful with his clothes getting wet and just investigate by the shore. I'll handle the underwater investigation, Kisame said, jumping into the sea. All right. Itachi didn't refuse and began to collect clues on the beach. After a while of mutual information gathering, Itachi on the beach didn't find much valuable information. There's too little information. Itachi put down the shell in his hand, looking at the vast sea in front of him. As expected, we need to find information from the water. Seeing that Kisame still hadn't returned from his deep dive, Itachi ultimately couldn't just sit back and relax. He took off his Akatsuki cloak, revealing a loose white shirt underneath. He placed his Akatsuki robe and Kisame's together, unbuttoning his shirt from top to bottom, and then walked toward the sea, with only 1 person's distance between his feet and the water. Coincidentally, he also saw Kisame swimming to the surface. Don't come back, 1 against 7. There's nothing in the sea, Kisame said, quickly advising him as he noticed Itachi's intention to enter the water. But then he saw Itachi turn around and lie down, with his body still on the beach while his head was lying sideways in the water, quietly listening with his eyes closed. 1 against 7. Kisame's chakra adhered to the water surface, and with a body flicker, he returned to the shore and quickly approached Itachi. Don't move around here, Kisame. Let me listen to the sounds in the water. Itachi opened one eye above the water and said to Kisame. After seeing him nod, Itachi closed his eyes again and increased his perception. The powerful dynamic observation of the Sharingan was transformed in a wonderful way, enhancing his hearing. The swimming fish and shrimp, the swaying seaweed, and even the slowly crawling sea hares at the riverbed did not escape his ears. However, the special fish mentioned in the information was still nowhere to be found. Itachi maintained that position for a long time. What is Itachi doing? From a distance on the riverbank, Izumi watched Itachi, who was lying in the water, with a puzzled expression. Since you're here, help me throw a stone into the river, Itachi said with a smile. Just as Kisame was about to turn around to do so, he was stopped by Itachi's words. Just as he was puzzled, a large stone, thrown with great strength, splashed down into the distant sea. Plop! The stone's impact created quite a splash. Kisame turned to see Izumi and Yukari standing on the riverbank, with Izumi still maintaining the skeletal hand pose of Susanoo. Thank you. You're welcome. After the tacit cooperation between the little couple, Itachi no longer spoke and focused on perceiving everything in his ears. The ripples on the sea surface spread and then disappeared without a trace, but the sound waves that human ears couldn't hear continuously spread in the seawater. Captured sharply by Itachi, everything that the sound waves swept over appeared clearly in his mind like a radar display map. Itachi sensed it. Sensed the many small chakras that obstructed the sound wave propagation, those tiny chakras wandering and flowing in the shallow sea, seemingly invisible, unnoticed by anyone. Got it. Itachi stood up and shared his discovery with Kisame. 1 against 7. Are you saying that strange fish is an evolution of scattered chakra solidifying? It's just a possibility. Itachi patted Kisame's shoulder and waved to the two on the riverbank, signaling them to come over. Then let us leave it for now. I'll have the technical department come collect some seawater for research when we get back. Kisame also waved to the two on the riverbank and said they would pause the mission. After all, the girls had already come over, and continuing to study the task would be too insensitive. No, they came, and the mission can continue better. Itachi looked at Izumi running toward him, smiling as he said, What do you mean by that? Isn't that strange fish attracted to beautiful girls' feet? The two in front of us just happen to be. Pressure Mason. 1 against 7. The two men exchanged smiles and then looked toward the approaching beautiful girls, lowering their heads and focusing on the feet of the girls stepping on the beach. The two beautiful girls who were coming felt a hint of unease. Chapter 149, Will It Really Be Useful, Itachi? Izumi said, her face slightly flushed. At this moment, she was barefoot on the beach, where the seawater had washed over, and her small toes were subconsciously moving awkwardly under the intense gaze of someone. And that someone was, of course, Uchiha Itachi, who was focused on his work. He was kneeling on one knee on the sand, intently observing every move in the water with his Sharingan, especially the subtle changes around the girl, Yuzuki. It was just a simple guess, Itachi replied honestly. After all, due to a lack of information, having Izumi cooperate in a simulation was merely a straightforward experiment. Whether it succeeded or failed could simply pass the time. If possible, please don't keep staring like that, Izumi said softly, feeling increasingly embarrassed as she noticed Itachi still looking down intently. Itachi looked up in surprise, seeing her flushed face. Was it possible for Izumi, who usually exuded so much aggression, to be shy like this? No wonder his mother used to tell him, Izumi has high offensive power, but zero defense. Oomph. What are you doing? Noticing Itachi's astonished gaze, Izumi turned her head away with a proud huff. I just wanted to say that I have to keep watching, Itachi replied, lowering his head again to continue observing. At the same time, he explained to Izumi, this mission is to fundamentally solve the problem of these strange fish. So we must understand how they come into being. That key piece of information is essential. Itachi said this, of course, without mentioning another reason. After all, since it was an unknown experiment, even though the mission information detailed that these strange fish couldn't harm anyone, he was still worried about Izumi's safety, fearing that the strange fish might hurt her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be staring at her little feet through the Sharingan. Did he really think he was just looking at Yuzuki? Just hold on a bit longer. I'll take you to eat dango later. Oomph. Whatever you say. The girl crossed her arms with a proud expression, while the boy smiled silently, focusing on Yuzuki in front of him. Meanwhile, a similar experiment was underway on the surface of the sea. Since there were two girls, why not set up a control group for the experiment? Itachi suggested. So the four were divided into pairs, one team on the shore and the other in the sea. Coincidentally, the two in the sea, Kisame and Yukari, were both wearing swimsuits. Yukari was sitting on the calm surface of the sea, supported by a shark summoned by Kisame. The form-fitting swimsuit highlighted her slender and proportionate figure. Her skin is white as snow, smooth and delicate. Her calves, free of any excess flesh, were currently submerged in the seawater. A slight blush was visible on her face as Kisame stood quietly beside her, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Kisame, aren't you going to look? Yukari suddenly said casually. Look at what? Look at my feet. As she said this, Yukari's cheeks reddened slightly, and her tone remained calm. Don't worry. I've also set up sharks underwater. If anything happens, they will alert me immediately, Kisame said with a smile, his expression filled with reassuring safety. I actually hope you can protect them with your own eyes. Seeing the little shark still avoiding, Yukari straightforwardly laid it out, catching him off guard with a direct approach. Cough, please spare me, Miss Yukari. Don't make me do something so embarrassing. Kisame finally turned red, clearing his throat and speaking seriously. What if I insist? Yukari turned her head, giving Kisame a slightly mischievous smile. Well, then I'll have no choice but to comply, Kisame said with a helpless expression, as if he had been wronged. Dream on, Yukari replied with a light laugh, leaning back on the shark's back, her legs playfully swinging in the water. Kisame intended to tell her to sit still, but thinking that Itachi hadn't said she had to remain completely still, he allowed her to be mischievous. The two fell into a comfortable silence, occasionally exchanging sentences or simply enjoying the moment of being together without speaking. Their interactions were always so calm, even when joking with each other. It always started and ended in a rather plain manner. Kisame, Yukari sat up and said, What is it, Miss Yukari? Kisame responded. Yukari, with her back to him, couldn't see Kisame's expression, but she heard her next question. Will you always be with me? No, Kisame replied succinctly, surprising Yukari a bit. I thought you would think about it for a long time. I'm so sad. That kind of uncertain answer. I can't promise you. Then let me rephrase. Yukari tilted her head, looking up at Kisame, who was still standing, and asked, Do you want to be with me forever? Yes, I do, Kisame replied plainly. The two, engaged in such a simple conversation, couldn't help but smile at each other. At that moment, Yukari felt something nibbling at her toe. Ouch! The sensation wasn't too painful, still within her tolerance. But the ticklish feeling from the first encounter made her gasp and reflexively pull her foot out of the water. A blue chakra-emitting fish was clinging to her big toe. still lively and refusing to let go. I'm sorry, Miss Yukari. Kisame stepped forward, removed the troublesome fish, and then used a tissue he pulled out of nowhere to clean Yukari's toe. Thank you, Yukari said as Kisame gently set her down. You're welcome, Yukari responded, her face slightly flustered as she stood up and turned away. This sudden, awkward moment made them unaware of the small mistake they made in the exchange of thanks. However, overall, it was nothing serious, and the two soon calmed down and walked towards the shore. Chapter 150 at that moment, it felt like the most beautiful scenery in the world. On the other side, Itachi's experiment was also coming to an end. With his kaleidoscope constantly focused on Izumi's little feet, he naturally wouldn't miss anything, preventing that blue fish from even having a chance to bite. Just as it was about to make a move, Itachi quickly grabbed it. Itachi was slightly taken aback because, with his Sharingan activated and his dynamic vision exceptionally sharp, he saw that he had caught nothing but air. However, he couldn't retract his hand in time, so he ended up grabbing Izumi's little foot. Izumi exclaimed, startled by Itachi's sudden grab on her foot, and coincidentally, he had seized her most sensitive ankle. Itachi! Izumi struggled to suppress the reflex to kick Itachi away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Looking pitiful and on the verge of tears as she said, do you believe me if I say it was an accident? Itachi awkwardly replied, but the soft sensation in his hand and his body's involuntary reaction led him to inadvertently squeeze Yuzuki's hand. That little squeeze almost made Izumi lose her balance and fall. Luckily, Itachi was quick to support her. You bad guy. You did that on purpose. I never thought your weakness would be this. I was wrong. Even if it was an accident, Itachi couldn't escape the main responsibility. After enduring a series of small punches from Izumi and a lot of coaxing, he finally managed to calm her down. However, due to his quick hand movement, a huge splash of water was created when he hit the water surface, completely soaking both of their clothes. Fortunately, only the outer jacket that Izumi was wearing got wet, and she still had a dry inner shirt underneath. Izumi took off her jacket, revealing a white men's shirt underneath, which surprised Itachi. Hiss! Why does this shirt look so familiar? Familiar? This is yours, Izumi giggled, lifting her long sleeves that hung down, teasingly looking at Itachi. With the experiment over, Izumi, who hadn't been caught at her weak point, seemed to be back in an attack mode once again. Itachi had a helpless expression. What could he do? Let her be. Just then, Kisame and Yukari returned, and compared to their lack of harvest, at least they had caught a fish. Little Izumi, come here, Yukari called out to Izumi, who was wearing the same style of men's shirt, dragging her aside to gossip and help her change clothes. As for the two big guys, they stayed behind to continue discussing various details of the experiment. Itachi carefully observed the blue fish that Kisame was holding. Its size was similar to the one he had seen before, the only difference being that the one Kisame was holding didn't have the blue chakra fluctuations. However, Kisame mentioned that the one he caught also had them initially, but they disappeared after he caught it. Did something happen in between? Itachi asked, noticing Kisame shaking his head unnaturally fast. The obvious attempt to hide something made Itachi smile without pressing further. But he did ask a strange question. Kisame, this fish was caught by Miss Yukari, right? Oh yeah. Kisame nodded, looking strangely at Itachi. I was thinking this isn't the Byakugan. So how did you see what happened over there? Itachi smiled and described his experimental scene to Kisame. Under the observation of his Sharingan, the tiny chakra condensed and took shape as a blue fish, only to disperse back into chakra the moment he reached out to grab it. 1 against 7. That shouldn't be the case. We caught it. Kisame gestured to the little blue fish in his hand. The little blue fish flopped a few times, indicating that it was still alive. Yes, but the only difference here is, it bit. Itachi pointed to the little blue fish in Kisame's hand and then pulled out the mission investigation report, which stated, the blue fish shaped from condensed chakra will fully take form after consuming the beautiful girl Yuzuki, becoming a living creature. Kisame looked at the content Itachi wrote, then at the little blue fish in his hand. The little fish flopped a few times, seemingly asking, what are you looking at? I want Yuzuki. Give me Yuzuki. Isn't that a bit too absurd? 1 against 7. For the first time, Kisame hated his fish language communication skills, ignoring the abstract fish and turning to Itachi. There's nothing we can do. This is the result of our temporary investigation. Itachi said. The chakra-shaped creature reminded him of those powerful tail beasts. Thinking about it, perhaps this chakra flowing in the shallow sea could be connected to a certain tail beast. This wasn't something we could investigate in one afternoon. Kisame, Itachi waved at Izumi, who had changed into her swimsuit at some point. and seemed to remember the awkwardness of having her foot touched earlier, turning her head away in a huff. Let's pause for now. They both retracted the mission investigation report and were suddenly bombarded by flying water balls, getting drenched while playfully wrestling with the two girls. During the break, the four of them enjoyed the misty honey beans, a specialty of the land of water, relishing the moment. At dusk, accompanied by the setting sun, they honored their food with a fireball, roasting that abstract little blue fish. The taste after roasting was unexpectedly delicious, leaving Kisame quite satisfied. Of course, only he ate it. Izumi wasn't hungry, Yukari was grossed out, and Itachi simply thought it was inappropriate for him to eat. Moreover, his mind wasn't on the food. He was admiring the beautiful scenery before him. The sunlight at sunset spilled onto the beach. A barefoot girl in a swimsuit with a ponytail jumping in and out of the water. Her mouth moved in rhythm, seemingly humming a cheerful tune. Itachi stood quietly at a distance, smiling as he watched her, watching his own Izumi. In a moment, she lifted her foot, splashing water as she turned around. Arms wide open, back to the sea, calling out Itachi's name, then waving and smiling at him. That moment felt like the most beautiful scenery in the world. Such beauty made him wish time could forever linger in that moment. Itachi formed his hands into a camera shape, naturally activating his kaleidoscope, capturing that moment like a photograph etched in his mind. Information from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable information, 148. That strange fish after Itachi and Kisame's follow-up investigation was recorded in the Hidden Mist Village as follows. Uzuki fish, a special fish species originating from shallow coastal waters, cannot be caught by ordinary means. Only able to be fished using the beautiful girl Uzuki, and the taste after cooking varies, depending on the quality of Uzuki. 149. The special chakra in the shallow sea is a residue left behind when the three-tails Isabu bathed accidentally. The birth of the Uzuki fish is a miraculous coincidence caused by this life-bearing special chakra, encountering swimsuit-clad, beautiful girls. I can only say that chakra is truly wonderful. 150. Dango family, specialty of the land of fire, three-color dango. Its uniqueness lies in its three colors and three different flavors. Specialty of the land of water, misty honey beans, said to be inspired by the steaming environmental phenomena of the land of water. Specialty of the land of earth, rock cakes. The most unforgettable aspect is the crispy texture. Specialty of the land of wind, sand dango, with a sparkling white exterior sprinkled with soybean flour. As for the specialty of the land of lightning, it seems there are no dango, only found sake and beef. Haha. Above all, don't underestimate my information network. Chapter 151. Another candy for Rhea in the land of thunder, in the village of Kyumo. On that afternoon, wearing a ninja combat outfit, Ringo Wairi walked in the shade of the streets of Kyumo. Having completed her mission, she should have gone back, but for some unknown reason, her emotions led her to choose to linger and stroll alone on the streets. Feeling thirsty, she reluctantly stepped into the sunlight and found herself in front of a peculiar vending machine. "What are you doing?" she asked the vending machine, or more precisely, the black-skinned boy tied to it. "Omoy, it's a bit strange. Why are you in a place like this?" "I'm cosplaying as a vending machine," Omoy replied. But since he was firmly bound, he could only move his eyes to look at her. As usual, his words had gone awry, and after angering Karui, he ended up tied to the vending machine like this. Perhaps his pessimistic comments were a bit excessive this time, as Karui, who was annoyed, didn't even consider how he would escape. She simply gave him a solid beating, tied him up here, and then left in a huff. "Well then, vending machine sir, please give me a can of cola." "Thank you. Please pay 20 Rio." "Oomph. All right." Wairi smiled, walked up to the vending machine, inserted a coin, listened to the clanking sound of something dropping, and then bent down to retrieve her drink. However, since Omoy was tied right in front of the vending machine, his legs firmly blocked the opening of the delivery hatch. Why won't it open?" "Sorry, the machine is malfunctioning." TSK. What a subpar vending machine. Wairi clicked her tongue, shook her head in disappointment at Omoy, then turned to leave. Just then, she heard a small mumble. "Please help me." "What did you say?" "Sister Wairi, please save me," Omoy said, feeling quite embarrassed. Sighs still so full of pride, you could have just said it from the start. Wairi smiled helplessly, then loosened the ropes binding Omoy and let him down. "What do you want to drink, boy?" "Black coffee." "Here, catch." Wairi tossed him a can of lime-flavored soda that kids love, opened her cola, tilted her head back, and drank it all at once, letting out a comfortable sigh. The first can of cola on a hot day is so refreshing. It feels like all the heat in my body has been washed away. I don't drink such childish stuff. Omoy looked at the drink in his hand with a face of reluctance. But the fact is, right now you are indeed a child. Wairi tossed the empty cola can up and, with a graceful turn, kicked it into a nearby trash bin. Noticing Omoy's gaze, she quickly realized she was in the wrong and hurriedly spoke again. Don't follow my example. After you finish drinking, go throw it away properly. I told you. Don't treat me like a child. Omoy retorted unhappily, sipping the drink Wairi had bought for him. But then he felt a sudden sharp pain in his mouth, causing him to instinctively raise his hand and poke at his wobbly tooth. Hiss! It's about to fall out. There was no doubt it was because he had just been beaten by Karui. What's wrong? Wairi noticed something was off with the boy. It's nothing, my tooth is loose. It seems like it's gonna fall out. Oh, do you want me to help you pull it out? No thanks, what if it bleeds too much, or gets infected, or… Stop with your pessimistic comments. It's better to pull out a seriously loose tooth sooner rather than later. Wairi bent down, reached into Omoy's ninja tool pouch. The gentle sound of her breathing reached Omoy's ears, and a few strands of her hair brushed against his cheek, tickling him. But before he could savor the moment, he saw Wairi stand up, showing him the wire loop in her hand. Now, open your mouth. I don't want to. I won't play any tricks. Just be good and open your mouth. Fine. In the end, Omoy couldn't refuse and obediently opened his mouth, allowing Wairi to tie one end of the thin wire around his loose tooth. Let me see. Don't move. Wairi focused seriously on tying the wire. A gentle breeze lifted her hair slightly, and her earnest expression made Omoy momentarily dazed. Okay. After tying the wire, Wairi noticed Omoy zoning out and, without thinking too much about it, seized the perfect opportunity. With a sudden force, she pulled the wire tight, using the strength to dislodge the tooth. Hiss! The sudden pain brought Omoy back to reality, and blood oozed from the root of the tooth, finally sliding down his mouth like drool. There, it's out. Wairi took the tooth off the wire and handed it to him. Omoy took it somewhat dazedly, and then he was startled awake by Wairi suddenly pressing a bottle of mineral water against his face. Rinse your mouth, boy. Congratulations. You're one step closer to adulthood. Thank you. After the boy expressed his thanks, he habitually reached into his pocket and pulled out a lollipop. He unwrapped it, preparing to put it in his mouth. However, Wairi was a step ahead. No need to be polite. Wairi responded with a slow smile while sucking on a lollipop. Omoy was left speechless. Then he felt in his pocket, despairing when he realized it was indeed the last one. Wairi enjoyed ruffling his hair. Don't mess with my hair. This is also a necessary experience before growing up. After satisfying herself, Wairi decided not to linger in Kyumo any longer and prepared to leave. Omoy accompanied his senior to the village entrance to see her off. Sister Wairi, Omoy called out to her as she was about to leave without saying anything. What is it, boy? Wairi replied, turning to see the lightning dog summoned by Omoy. This, please take it back. Omoy offered Rhea with both hands. No, I think it's better if you keep it. I'm not a child anymore. The boy firmly insisted that he didn't need such protection. Wairi was a bit surprised, but ultimately succumbed to the determination in the boy's eyes and took Rhea in her hand. Then let's trade, Wairi said, still sucking on a lollipop, as if she had thought of something. Huh? Wairi's sudden words caught Omoy off guard, and then he felt something familiar being placed in his mouth. It was shaped like a lollipop. His senior had traded the candy for Rhea. See you next time, boy. Wairi tucked Rhea away, turned around, waved, and walked away. The unexpected sweetness left Omoy somewhat dazed, and it wasn't until his senior's figure disappeared that he snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head as he turned to walk back into the village. Chapter 152, A Day in Kagaya's Life, August 15th. Today is the birthday of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the most important day of the year on the moon, celebrated by everyone during the Moon Rabbit Festival. On this day, people sing praises of the rabbit goddess, hoping for a bountiful harvest in autumn, and collectively send birthday wishes to Lady Kagaya, hosting a lively birthday party. Of course, this is merely the inner thoughts of the general populace on the moon. Kagaya cannot comprehend their goodwill towards her. After all, with thousands of years passing, this inherited Moon Rabbit Festival has meticulously planned processes for every detail. For an elderly person, adhering strictly to rules is the most painful thing. She has grown tired of sitting and watching performances, eating food, so, unnoticed by anyone, she once again sneaks away to Konoha village on Earth, thinking of checking on her two mischievous little grandsons. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke are predictably together, standing at a distance on the bustling training ground, forming their rivalry sign. Which way is it? Sasuke. The usual pre-battle warm-up ends, and the two begin to battle fiercely. However, this time the referee is not Kurama, but a passing ordinary citizen of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. As a referee, Kakashi, for once, doesn't watch the romantic paradise, but closely observes the gains and losses of the two in their duel. Then he is left speechless by Naruto. From his perspective, Naruto has several opportunities to enter Kurama mode and could easily send Sasuke away with a single combo. But it seems like Naruto is doing this on purpose. Every time it gets critical, he is interrupted by Sasuke in a very obvious manner. This is definitely intentional. Noticing Kakashi's speechless gaze as he watches, Naruto has something to say. Is winning the most important thing for me right now? What I should be considering is whether someone will keep playing with me. Therefore, as expected, this battle ends with Naruto's narrow defeat, with Sasuke slightly ahead. You're such a loser, Sasuke says triumphantly while sitting on Naruto, who looks defiant, pinned down beneath Sasuke. Don't be so proud. This time I just slipped up. Naruto pouts, admitting that in his normal state or sage mode, he is indeed no match for Sasuke, especially with the existence of the Sharingan. Kakashi watches the two little ones resting against a wooden post, and he feels increasingly out of place. No wonder Lord Kurama insisted he take over. Being a referee is certainly not for humans. Since you finished fighting, I'll take my leave, Kakashi says before disappearing in a flash. Without a moment's hesitation. To hesitate even a second would be disrespectful to the friendship of Konoha. What's up with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asks, puzzled. Who knows? Sasuke shrugs, not interested in that creepy old man, knowing he must have gone to watch Romantic Paradise again. He takes out a popsicle from a ceiling scroll, breaks it in half, and hands one to Naruto. The two lean against a wooden post in the shade of a tree, watching the latest episode of Shippuden on Naruto's phone, leisurely enjoying their popsicles, completely unaware of Kaguya beside them, taking pictures with her phone. How cute. No wonder I've been shipping this for thousands of years. Kaguya, hidden from view, takes candid shots of them without restraint, determined to enjoy being next to her little grandsons all day. This is how birthdays should be celebrated meaningfully. Of course, she has done this in the past too, just without revealing herself. In less than 24 minutes, the episode is quickly finished by Naruto and Sasuke, and, as they discuss the plot, they head to find Sakura to continue taking on missions, with Kaguya leisurely following behind them. I have to work with Tsunade today. You two can take the mission. Sakura, dressed in a nurse's outfit, reluctantly turns them down, though she knows she must obey her master. However, before the two leave, Sakura pulls Sasuke aside for a selfie. This makes the proud Sasuke's face turn red. Kaguya, photo saved. Okay, I approve of this granddaughter-in-law. Naruto feels a pang of jealousy seeing the couple, feeling like he's being left out. They even refuse to take on missions, insisting on pulling Sasuke to find Hinata. Hanabi, where's Hinata? Sister's team, Team 8, is out on a mission with High Kurenai. Haha. Sasuke smirks at this, infuriating Naruto, who stomps his feet in frustration, then pulls Hanabi for a photo. He proudly declares, I have a sister-in-law. You don't, you loser. Hanabi, the young little girl, is confused by their antics, wondering what these two are doing. I have a sister-in-law too. Sasuke drags Naruto to the Uchiha clan to find Izumi. Izumi, this is my dear uncle. Naruto then pulls Sasuke back to the Hyuga clan to find Neji. Neji, this is my distant nephew. This is my distant niece. The two, driven by their competitive spirit, end up running all over the place, searching for people they shouldn't be looking for, leaving Kaguya bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do now? In the end, this is another son of mine. This is a cousin who can be my grandmother. They found the wrong people, only to be harshly reprimanded by the former and thoroughly beaten by the latter. This family competition battle comes to a temporary halt. Sasuke, what? The two, with swollen faces like pigs, glance at each other and then burst into laughter, reconciling once more. No more fighting. Let us get serious. We need to find Kurama. Why are we looking for him? Let's find him first and talk. Naruto teases, dragging Sasuke towards the Jinchuriki's home, leaving Sasuke looking utterly confused. So, why do you need to find me? Kurama first glances at Kaguya, who is stealthily following the two little ones, and Kaguya hurriedly gestures for him to be quiet. Forget it, it's just my old man's mother. Kurama ignores Kaguya. Kurama, I want to go to space. I want to go to the moon. Chapter 153. Happy birthday, why are you going to space to the moon? Kurama looked at Naruto, who was beaming with excitement, and raised his small fox paw with impatience. If you dare to say anything about wanting to be an astronaut in the next second, I will definitely give you a big slap. Your favorite. Of course, it's to celebrate Granny Kaguya's birthday. Today should be her birthday, Naruto said, surprising Kagaya, who was listening nearby. How did my little grandson guess that today is my birthday? Looks like you're not too stupid after all. Kurama said, noticing the surprised Kagaya out of the corner of his eye, a hint of pride at the corner of his mouth. When Naruto was taken away by Kagaya from the heavenly realm, he had contacted Naruto to explain that Kagaya meant no harm to them, just companionship for training. He had also emphasized that Kagaya would only keep them until August 15th at the latest. Naruto isn't an idiot, just as he had predicted. He guessed the true meaning of this special day. Hee, I knew I wasn't wrong, Naruto said proudly. Sasuke, who was standing next to him, finally understood why Naruto brought him to find Kurama, whom for want to celebrate that old hag Kagaya's birthday. Sasuke muttered in a thunder manner while watching Naruto pleading with Kurama. Forget it. Let's just say it's for Naruto's sake. I'll reluctantly cooperate with him. Idiot Naruto, let me go, Kurama scolded, pushing away the clinging Naruto with disdain. Seriously, the birthday star is right next to you, and she's not anxious at all. Why should I be? If you can help us get to the moon, then please help us. Kurama, don't be so stingy. Naruto said as he fell to the ground, rubbing his sore bottom. Idiot, you guys are the ones celebrating that old hag's birthday, right? You should find a way to convey your feelings yourselves. After saying this, Kurama proudly closed the door. For a moment, the three of them standing on the street were a bit stunned. Kurama is right, Sasuke, Naruto said determinedly as he stood up, looking at Sasuke. We have to rely on ourselves to get there. Easier said than done. Do you have a way to get there? And it's daytime now. There's only the sun in the sky, no moon. Sasuke was also rubbing his sore bottom, but after finishing, he didn't idle, constantly tugging at his collar to let the wind in, trying to drive away the heat. Then he suddenly felt the surrounding air cool down, looking puzzled. Strange. With such a big sun, this isn't under a tree. Where's the cool air coming from? Kagaya, who was unseen by anyone, proudly placed her hands on her hips, with the entrance to the yellow spring space next to her. The other end of the door connected to the icy world of the heavenly realm, and the cool air was coming from there. I know a way to get there. Naruto recalled the underground cave that connected Earth and the moon when Hanabi was kidnapped in his previous life. He quickly told Sasuke about it. Is that so? Sasuke said, suddenly enlightened. I was wondering how you got to the moon last time. After all, it was hard for him to return to Konoha, and he didn't even run into Naruto or Sakura. Even Sasuke had to help Naruto rescue his father-in-law, Hiashi. In short, we should be able to go from there. Let's hurry. I remember that place is quite far. Naruto pulled Sasuke to run, and Sasuke said, don't mess around. Let me summon a bird. Then he summoned the eagle Garuda as their means of transportation. Kagaya floated around them with great interest, accompanying the two on their adventure, much like an elder taking two children on a summer outing. In mid-August 63, the two aimed for the moon, following the stream and forgetting the distance of the road. Suddenly, they encountered a great waterfall, nearly 100 feet wide, with cliffs and steep walls, the water gushing down with a roar. Downstream, they found a cave with a small opening, seemingly lit from within. They left the eagle and entered through the opening. At first, it was extremely narrow, but after a ninja technique explosion, it opened up to reveal a green spring. Sasuke observed with the Sharingan, but couldn't see through it. The two were very surprised and then proceeded to explore further upstream. Before the illusion could reach them, Naruto felt quite surprised. After exiting the spring, they walked a few dozen steps and saw another pool of water. After some fish jumped, the view opened up. Where's the sun? Naruto looked puzzled, thinking to himself. There should be an artificial sun underground. However, the scene before him seemed to still be the bottom of the cave. Stalactite columns hung from the rocky ceiling, in a dim and damp space, seemingly just as it should be. There were no secret doors or teleportation arrays here. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, carefully searching for clues around, but to no avail. Perhaps, this life, no one had yet opened this path? The two exchanged glances, reading the same meaning in each other's eyes. Why is it like this? Naruto looked disappointed, having spent an entire afternoon searching until late at night, only to find such a result. Let's look again. Naruto formed hand seals for the shadow clone technique, but Sasuke stopped him. Let us leave it for now. There's south no road here. This is reality. Sasuke advised, urging Naruto not to be so stubborn. All right, Naruto said somewhat dejectedly as Sasuke pulled him back to the surface. The time on his phone showed it was already 10 o'clock at night, the time he should be sleeping. There were a bunch of messages from his furious mom after the signal was restored, all telling him not to mess around outside and to hurry home and sleep. Then the next moment, his mom called him on video. Naruto, you must be itching for a beating, right? Furious, Kushina entered blood-red pepper mode, her bright red hair flying wildly, while Minato was there, trying to calm her down. No, no, no. Mom, I was wrong. Naruto quickly admitted his fault and promised multiple times that he would come home immediately, hanging up the phone in fear. It was already too late. Naruto looked at the full moon hanging in the night sky, feeling disheartened. Called Kurama and have it use the flying thunder god technique to take us back. Sasuke rejected Naruto's disappointment, telling him to call. Huh? Why? Naruto didn't understand. Thinking that if they were going back, they could just return themselves, and wouldn't it be more appropriate to ask his dad Minato for help? Just now, when I was on the phone with Mom. Why didn't you say it earlier? Idiot, this is a chance to go back and ask Kurama. I'll be with you too. If this birthday wish can't be delivered, you won't let it go easily. Sasuke pouted and said unhappily, his slightly flushed face hidden well in the night, not seen by Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto was touched and rushed over to put his arm around him, only to be pushed away with a look of disgust. Don't waste time. Oh, okay. Naruto responded, dialing Kurama's phone number. But Kurama on the other end seemed busy and took a long time to answer. Glancing up unconsciously, Naruto saw the full moon hanging high in the night sky, his small palm raised, grasping it. Just wait, Kagaya Grandma. I will send you the birthday wish before the day ends. Naruto vowed to the bright moonlight. When he goes back, he will cry his heart out holding Kurama's thigh. Just wait for me to clean your neck. Sasuke also got into the spirit and imitated Naruto, cursing at the moon, since no one was watching anyway. Kagaya, invisible to ordinary people, smiled and shook her head at the scene. This blessing has been delivered. I heard it then. She lightly pointed at the back of the two children's necks. And suddenly chakra surged in, putting the two little ones to sleep and cradling them in her arms. It's already 10 o'clock. It's better for children not to stay up late. Let's save that heartfelt birthday wish for next year, hey? Naruto, what do you want from me? It's me. The old lady. They're both asleep now, and I will take them home later. Kagaya controlled Naruto's phone to float in front of her, responding to the other end. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Old lady, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Kagaya asked with some confusion. And she heard the blessing from the other end of the phone. Happy birthday. Information from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable information, 151. The young boy is Lingua Yu's exclusive name for Omo-e. At first, she just wanted to stand out and differentiate herself from others. But for some reason, she gradually grew fond of calling him that. 152. Kagaya dislikes the complexities of the Rabbit Festival. Therefore, every year on August 15th, she secretly hides her presence and observes her little grandchildren's daily lives from spectators' perspective. So Kagaya is truly the head of the CN. 153. The reincarnated Shurin has formed new familial bonds, so he will no longer be obsessed with other people's wives. Thus, there's no need to build that hidden passage connecting Earth and the Moon. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapitre 154, Séduction technique revised. Kagaya was quite surprised, but the Ninetales didn't give her a chance to continue speaking and hung up the phone immediately. With a somewhat helpless smile, Kagaya sent the two little ones back to their homes and happily returned to the Moon. She went back to editing photos and then binge-watching dramas. As for the birthday party for the Moon Rabbit Festival, she definitely didn't want to go. Konoha, year 63, September. The start of the ninja school season. Late for school, Konohamaru, who had overslept, happened to run into Orochimaru, who was rushing to the research institute with a pile of documents. Lord Orochimaru, let me help you. As the new generation of model students, Konohamaru's eagerness to help was a beautiful reflection of his kind heart, and he quickly stepped forward to assist. Thank you, Konohamaru-kun. But it's not good to interrupt your schooling. I can manage on my own, Orochimaru replied. No, Lord Orochimaru. Grandpa said that being willing to help is a virtue we should promote. I'll help you to the end. Lying isn't a good trait, Konohamaru-kun. Orochimaru said with a wicked grin, sticking out his long tongue. That's the taste of deception. Let us keep it between friends, Lord Orochimaru. Konohamaru responded playfully. After all, Irika-sensei's penalties for being late were very strict, and with Orochimaru as a shield, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Orochimaru smiled and tacitly approved of his skipping class. Konohamaru quickly formed hand seals, shadow, clone technique. One shadow clone appeared, while the original helped Orochimaru carry things. And the clone took out a phone to take pictures for their social media with the caption, encountered Lord Orochimaru on the way to school, pressed into labor. Picture 1. The image showed two figures, one large and one small, carrying items. Is this how you pose for pictures? Orochimaru said, somewhat amused. It's just to keep evidence. So I can confront Irika-sensei later. Konohamaru's shadow clone stuffed the phone back into his pocket and dispelled itself. The two of them, one big and one small, continued chatting as they walked toward the research institute. Lord Orochimaru, what's in here? These are the textbooks your ninja school is currently using. What does your research institute need these for? Revised textbooks. Lord Tobirama has new knowledge he wants to include. Orochimaru replied. For the past half-month, he had been assisting Tobirama in compiling new content based on the old textbooks. It won't be long before your ninja school implements it. What new knowledge has been added, Lord Orochimaru? Konohamaru asked curiously, remembering that the last update was 2 years ago, when he had just entered ninja school, and it involved simplified seals for programming. It's a significant update this time. You like it? Orochimaru said with a somewhat sinister smile, which made Konohamaru quite uneasy. But what does ULL like it mean? I definitely won't. I hate studying. Before long, they arrived at the research institute. However, unexpectedly, they ran into Jiraiya and Naruto just as they were passing by the entrance. Brother Naruto, Konohamaru called out, stopping the passing Naruto and greeting him enthusiastically. Konohamaru, I can't believe I'd run into you here, Naruto said, surprised, and was about to reach out to pat his head when he noticed Konohamaru put down his things and form the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. An identical Konohamaru appeared next to him. Through that determined gaze, Naruto understood something. Then let me see how much you've improved. Naruto took a focused stance. Ready to spar? Are we going to fight here? Orochimaru asked, looking surprised, somewhat confused by the logic of kids fighting these days. He then noticed Jiraiya beside him was equally excited. Here I come, Brother Naruto. The two Konohamarus formed seals and then got close together, suddenly bursting forth in a cloud of white smoke that obscured their forms. The next moment, two beautiful girls appeared, embracing each other. One was tall, the other petite. One was an elegant older sister, the other a cute younger girl. One had long hair with long eyelashes. The other had short hair and glasses with a devilishly slim waist. Most importantly, they both had enormous assets. At that moment, two magnificent forms collided, and amidst the waves, it seemed like their eyes would be pulled into the depths. Seduction technique, revised lily technique. Puff, puff. Two figures, one Jiraiya and the other Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just walked out of the research institute, were sent flying, spraying blood from their noses. Too awesome. The two old men lay on the ground, satisfied, with peaceful smiles on their weathered faces. Did it actually get to this point? Naruto nodded with satisfaction, feeling that the kid was teachable. How is it, Brother Naruto? My fusion ninjutsu is pretty good, right? It's two women. Konohamaru released his technique, proudly pushing up his nose. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Fusion ninjutsu, my foot. You little brat. Don't insult fusion ninjutsu. Tobirama, who had come out of the research institute with Hiruzen, punched the brat with annoyance. He usually didn't care about such things, and didn't plan to intervene. But how could this little brat insult fusion ninjutsu like that? Fusion ninjutsu is not this kind of trash. Chapter 155, Fusion Ninjutsu, Part 1, Monkey, bring your little monkey in. I want him to see what true fusion ninjutsu is. After leaving this remark, Tobirama walked into the research institute. He couldn't quite remember the name of the monkey's grandson, so he decided to just call him Monkey. On the ground, Sarutobi Hizashi, who was bleeding, heard his teacher's command and hurriedly got up, pulling Konohamaru by the scruff of his neck while lecturing him and following Tobirama's pace. Originally, Hizashi planned to go have tea and stroll with Danzo, but suddenly his teacher summoned him, saying there was an important experiment that needed his expertise as a ninjutsu professor. He had no choice but to come and be Tobirama's guinea pig. Thinking back, it was probably related to that fusion ninjutsu experiment, right? The name sounded somewhat similar to the combination ninjutsu he was good at. Lord Orochimaru, let me help you. Naruto took over the unfinished tasks of Konohamaru, helping Orochimaru carry a box full of teaching materials, waking up the lecherous sage who was still lying on the ground in a daze. The group entered the research institute, and after dropping off the items, they naturally curiously followed Tobirama to a training ground. Water release, water severing wave. In front of everyone, Tobirama slowly and accurately formed hand seals to perform this advanced water ninjutsu, slicing a distant wooden post in half before starting to explain the operational logic of ninjutsu to the younger generation. The release of ninjutsu is actually a process that requires precision. Every ninjutsu has a fixed procedure. Concentrate, skillfully perform hand seals to mobilize the chakra within, and finally, the chakra transforms into the release of ninjutsu. This is like a fixed formula. If any part is missing or mixed with unnecessary elements, the release of ninjutsu will fail. Even if you're proficient in ninjutsu, ultimately simplifying or skipping the hand seals, you must still go through the process of mobilizing chakra. There are no exceptions. Combination ninjutsu is even more so. It requires a high level of proficiency in ninjutsu, while also needing a mutual understanding between oneself and the companions releasing ninjutsu at the same time. So, that childish and playful lily technique of yours is just a variation of the shadow clone technique, not even qualifying as a combination ninjutsu. Tobirama lectured Konohamaru on the basics, saying this with some annoyance. Therefore, don't come and claim to know about fusion ninjutsu. Fusion ninjutsu is a term I proposed after systematic research. It is a new concept distinct from combination ninjutsu. Seduction technique shadow clone. Isn't that a combination too? Konohamaru, being dragged along, scoffed, only to receive a hard knock on the head from Hizashi. You ungrateful brat, disrespecting me is one thing, but at least show some respect to my teacher. That hurts. Old man, shut up, Hizashi replied, then performed a one-handed hand seal, casually tossing a small flame at the wooden post. Immediately after, he formed another one-handed seal, and sparks of lightning chakra spread from his palm as he quickly flicked it forward to chase after the flame. The combination of lightning and fire collided violently before hitting the wooden post, resulting in a massive explosion that overloaded it. The small combination ninjutsu instantly destroyed the wooden post. That's what combination ninjutsu is. Understand? Shut up and listen, Hizashi said, not in the best of moods. He had shown a bit of skill, leaving Konohamaru and the watching Naruto stunned. Is this old man really that strong? Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Did they really think the title of ninjutsu professor was just for show? The demonstration by the monkey was a very standard combination ninjutsu. But what I want to talk about is fusion ninjutsu, Tobirama said, emphasizing the word fusion. You can simply understand it as a combination ninjutsu released by a single person, of course, without using any clones. After saying this, Tobirama began to demonstrate, performing the hand seals rapidly and completing a fire release ninjutsu in an instant. The onlookers recognized it as the most common fire release technique, the Great Fireball technique. However, the imagined Great Fireball did not come out. Instead, the hand seals he had completed transformed again, forming a Doton ninjutsu, the Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The next moment, a scalding, red Earth Flow River mixed with fire was spewed out from Tobirama's mouth. The boiling, red Earth Flow River released thick smoke as it eroded the ground, resembling the Kekkei Genkai of lava release. Tobirama's brief demonstration left everyone, except Orochimaru, in awe. Wait, this isn't lava release. Naruto, in his Four Tails Sage mode, quickly noticed the difference between the two. Though both created magma, the magma created by Tobirama contained only fire and earth chakra, not the chakra used for lava release. This was naturally not lava release, but rather a fusion ninjutsu of fire release and earth release. In response to Naruto's reaction, Tobirama explained further, starting with the similar principles of combination ninjutsu. The vast majority of people are single-minded. Just like how your left hand draws a circle, your right hand will unconsciously do the same. Being able to multitask is extremely rare. Take the small combination ninjutsu that Hizashi used earlier as an example. Even if it appeared to be a simultaneous release of ninjutsu, it was merely because he released the first fire release quickly and the second lightning release followed right after. As for powerful combination ninjutsu, once he needed to use it, Hizashi had to rely on multiple shadow clones. His 5-element Great Bomb combination ninjutsu could only be completed with his main body and 4 different elemental shadow clones working together. In other words, this ninjutsu doesn't belong solely to him. It can easily be replicated as long as 5 people with different chakra attributes who have a mutual understanding are found. This is the limitation of combination ninjutsu. It requires combinations of people and summoned beasts, or people and clones. So why not try to release multiple different types of ninjutsu simultaneously by one person? Tobirama inadvertently thought of this question. This time, with ample time due to his Edo Tensei body, he chose to confront this issue directly instead of relying on shadow clones to evade it. He began various experimental studies and gradually overcame many challenges. While Tobirama was explaining at length, he noticed that everyone, except Orochimaru, was dazed. Especially Naruto and Jiraiya, the master and apprentice duo. Alright, I can't explain too deeply to them. I need to switch to a simpler and more understandable approach. With that thought, Tobirama called over the white-haired member of the dazed duo. Chapter 156. Fusion Ninjutsu, Part 2. Tobirama called over a bewildered Jiraiya and had him stand in front of everyone, starting a demonstration under his guidance. First, perform a simple fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Tobirama instructed, and Jiraiya complied, quickly forming the hand signs and preparing to release it. However, Tobirama covered his mouth, causing Jiraiya's face to turn red from holding it in, and he had to cancel the technique and swallow it back. Cough, cough. Lord Tobirama, what are you doing? Jiraiya said, clearly confused. Describe your feelings. I feel like I'm suffocating. Jiraiya forced himself to turn back the curse words in his mind. After all, the old man was still watching. If a jutsu is formed but not released, as Jiraiya just experienced, one can only hold it in anxiously or cancel it themselves. Tobirama summarized, and the others nodded. With this example and verbal teaching, Tobirama's explanations became quite understandable. Now release another jutsu, kid. Oh! Under Tobirama's command, Jiraiya reluctantly complied. However, this time he got it right. After forming the hand signs, the jutsu appeared in his palm instead of being expelled from his mouth. A small whirlwind formed in his hand. Wind style, Wine Flying Leaf. This was a simple Durang jutsu, which, when thrown, would create a gust of wind to disturb the opponent. Its attack power was low, and it was not very insulting, making it one of the less useful jutsus. Try it out and see if you can release other jutsus. Of course, I mean jutsus of different attributes. I can't. If I don't throw out this jutsu, I can't stop the chakra I've already mobilized inside me. Jiraiya responded. The wind attribute chakra had already taken shape in his body. If he attempted to mobilize chakra of another attribute, not to mention the difficulty of multitasking, just the collision of different attributes of chakra could lead to uncontrollable unknown consequences. The annihilation of chakra consumption was a minor issue. If chakra went out of control, that would be a big problem. Here, hold this. Tobirama placed a brush in Jiraiya's other hand. What is this? Jiraiya looked at the brush in his hand, the silver white handle, the uninked tip, and even some slightly wet glue at the joint, seeming freshly made, leaving Jiraiya puzzled. Don't mind it. This is made from the trunk of a spirit tree. The important thing is the material, so it's just a medium. It can take any shape. I just happen to make it into a brush. Tobirama explained, then instructed Jiraiya to cancel the jutsu and try to channel chakra into the brush. Jiraiya was even more confused, but despite his confusion, he obediently complied. Once again, he formed hand signs to guide his chakra, infusing the wind attribute chakra into it. Surprisingly, nothing happened to the brush that should have been wrapped in the wind spiral. Jiraiya was surprised. Then after about a second or two of delay, the wind spiral overflowed from the brush. See? The Spirit Tree's magical carrier medium can delay your jutsu activation by about 1 or 2 seconds. During this period, you can mobilize your chakra to release other jutsu without being affected. After Tobirama finished speaking, Jiraiya quickly canceled the jutsu and released it again. Sure enough, during that 1 or 2 seconds of delay, he was able to release another jutsu, which was his specialty, fire style. 2 different jutsu simultaneously existed in his left and right hands within that brief moment. Then, 2 seconds later, the cyclone in the hand holding the brush vanished, returning the chakra back into his body. Jiraiya was slightly astonished. It was truly an unexpected experiment. However, Lord Tobirama, I can actually release 2 different jutsu simultaneously on my own. Jiraiya let go of the brush hand signs, and the wind spiral appeared again in his left hand, while a Rasengan instantly formed in his right hand. The cyclone and Rasengan appeared simultaneously in his hands. Unlike the previous effect relying on the carrier medium, he could even maintain both of these jutsu. Although Jiraiya found the study of simultaneously releasing 2 jutsu very interesting. To be honest, its practicality was a bit low. In saying this, he clearly forgot about the fusion ninjutsu of lava style that Tobirama had previously mentioned. No, Jiraiya, you're missing the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and picked up the brush from the table. Perhaps Jiraiya had exerted too much force earlier, as the glue at the joint had fallen off, leaving only the brush handle in Hiruzen's hand. Master, I have a jutsu I want to experiment with. After seeing Tobirama nod, Hiruzen formed hand signs and began to release a jutsu using the carrier medium in his hand. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The massive chakra-formed jutsu was temporarily stored in the carrier medium held by Hiruzen, and then he changed the hand signs. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Hiruzen injected the Water Dragon Bullet into the brush that was temporarily storing the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. When fire and water met, The collision of the two opposing elements was unexpectedly calm. So calm that Hiruzen was quite surprised. Go. Fusion ninjutsu, water and fire. Never mind. The name doesn't matter. Two massive dragon heads spiraled out and intertwined, fire red and water waves intermingling without any intention of canceling each other out, twisting together into a double-headed dragon shape. Finally, it accurately struck a distant wooden stake, and the water waves and flames erupted, creating an exaggerated spectacle of water and fire from afar. The fusion of two B-rank jutsu surprisingly produced such a terrifying power. This was not a combination where one jutsu assisted the other to become stronger, but rather a fusion that accomplished each other. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Wow. Naruto, Konohamaru, amazing." Orochimaru remarked, "With this power, I would at least need 3 uncles to fix the door." "Master, you have invented something incredible." Hiruzen praised sincerely. Such fusion ninjutsu would undoubtedly bring a new revolution in the ninja world. However, it was indeed somewhat inconvenient to hold on to something like this. Hiruzen looked at the spirit tree brush in his hand. This resource called spirit tree was said to be quite rare, so it seemed unrealistic to popularize it. Rest assured, I've already compiled the corresponding sealing techniques, and it's been simplified to the point where everyone can learn it. Tobirama snorted, speaking with some pride. He was ready to include this in the textbook, so naturally, he had made full preparations. Letting you all experiment with a little wooden stick was just to tease you. Now you understand what true fusion ninjutsu is, right? Tobirama looked proudly at Konohamaru. "Excuse me, I, Konohamaru, retract my previous statement. Information. Jiraiya has arrived. Current shareable information. 154. Fusion ninjutsu. A new ninjutsu subject created by Tobirama allows ninjas to release 2 or more different attribute jutsu simultaneously. It can even fuse them together without mutual backlash, forming a unique ninjutsu effect similar to a bloodline limit. 155. The origin of the fusion ninjutsu began with Tobirama's accidental contact with the divine tree, a rare plant that can absorb and carry a ninja's chakra, transforming different chakra attributes into a single wind attribute. Tobirama conducted in-depth research and analysis, further modifying and cultivating it, ultimately discovering the secret of fusion and creating corresponding sealing techniques. 156. The divine tree is a unique species in the ninja world, possessing the ability to absorb chakra and convert it into a single wind attribute. It is said to be a remnant of the god tree. The Uchiha clan's generational flame fan is derived from the trunk of the divine tree. Above all, do not underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 157. Fireworks Festival. The fusion ninjutsu was quickly written into the textbooks of the Ninja Academy as a new subject, continuously disliked by the students. Of course, Konoha did not keep this innovative knowledge to itself, but sold it for profit, ultimately sparking a significant transformation in the ninja world. However, not much changed, because the ninjas from various countries had already gotten used to it. The inherently evil, white-haired old man from Konoha, Orochimaru, would come up with new gadgets from time to time. One wonders how his mind works. Naruto wasn't very interested in fusion ninjutsu, as he found that the Shadow Clone Rasengan combo was more convenient for him. He adhered to a principle. Nothing can't be solved with a Rasengan, and if it can, just make a bigger one. However, Sasuke, who learned about this news, was quite excited and began researching various ninjutsu. Time passed quickly, and soon it was October, the autumn season. Unlike other countries that held fireworks festivals in summer, the Land of Water's fireworks festival was typically held in October. Among them, the Hanjo Fireworks Festival in Saitama Prefecture was the most famous, featuring the heaviest 4 shaku tama fireworks in the ninja world and the #1 final starburst 300-shot performance. Of course, none of this was important. What mattered was that Scorpion was focused on a dessert shop in the Mist Village, which was set to launch its latest apple dessert at this fireworks festival. So, without a second thought, Scorpion rushed to a Wagakure to drag Deidara along, asking him to quickly fly him over on his clay bird. Note, the Land of Water is on the sea. Wait, Scorpion, shouldn't you be looking for Kisame first for this kind of thing? Little Deidara was speechless. Didn't the organization S-Rings have summoning contracts? Why not have Kisame in the Mist Village summon him over? I'm still learning Dust Release. Scorpion said nothing, just showed little Deidara the WeChat post from Kisame, which read, "Who fixed the dam? I did." With a picture of Kisame proudly standing next to a dam he had just repaired using Earth Release, located in the Land of Rice. Huh, what the heck? Kisame is out on a mission with Itachi, and they are both currently in the Land of Rice. Scorpion said irritably, grabbing little Deidara by the collar and preparing to set off. Little Deidara was ready to resist, but when he saw Scorpion pull out that familiar big black stick, he immediately shut up and became obedient. Summoning the clay bird, they were ready to take off. Wait, bring Kuratsuchi along too. Scorpion remembered another girl he had raised. After all, it was the fireworks festival, and he could enjoy desserts while letting the couple develop their relationship. Huh? Scorpion, why bring Kuratsuchi? Scorpion was speechless. After so many chapters, did it have to be so straightforward? Shut up. If I say go, then go. Okay. Little Deidara yielded under Scorpion's authority and went out to bring Kuratsuchi along. The journey was not worth mentioning. On October 5th, at 7:30 p.m., the fireworks festival began. The trio managed to arrive just in time after a rush. Thus, they parted ways, agreeing to regroup later in the evening. Scorpion said this to them, then disappeared with a few body flicker jutsu, leaving Deidara and Kuratsuchi staring at each other. Deidara, where are we going to play? Kuratsuchi rushed to hug Deidara's arm and leaned her long legs against his feet. The meaning was clear. If you dare run, I'll just catch you in midair. Feeling the pressure from her legs, Deidara's intercom was shattered. If he ran slowly, he wouldn't be able to fight back. He knew better than anyone how skilled his junior sister was. Since she was already close, he should forget about resisting. No matter how he fought back, she could easily take him down. Don't ask him why he knew. Let us go eat some Odin and fried eggs. After a long silence, Deidara proposed this clutch plan. Ugh, not this again. Kuratsuchi looked at him disdainfully. Deidara, why say something that ruins the atmosphere? The fireworks festival is a perfect setting for romance. Kuratsuchi casually glanced around, observing various couples' flirtations, especially the couple sharing a candied apple, which made her subconsciously tighten her grip on her arms. Deidara, and I could also. I say, Kuratsuchi, can you loosen up a bit? You're heavy. Deidara said, feeling like his arm might be broken by Kuratsuchi. What do you mean heavy? Kuratsuchi's peach-pink heart shattered in an instant, wounded by Deidara's words. I'm ignoring you. Go spend your life with clay. Kuratsuchi angrily shouted, then disappeared with a body flicker jutsu, leaving Deidara alone. Ugh, that boy is too much. That girl is so pitiful. Pathetic. Damn jerk. Ugh, that last one was a bit too harsh, wasn't it? The onlookers whispered, making Deidara feel embarrassed, wanting to perform AC0 right there. However, rather than blowing them up, what he needed to do most now was to catch up and apologize to Kuratsuchi. So, after a quick trip to the stall, Deidara swiftly made a clay bird and flew into the air to search. After a while, he spotted Kuratsuchi crouching in a grassy area on a hillside, illuminated by the fireworks. Kuratsuchi noticed Deidara's arrival, her expression full of resentment as she looked at the eye-catching clay bird. More clay. Kuratsuchi angrily buried her head in her knees, refusing to acknowledge him. Even when he walked up to her, she wouldn't look up. It's too late. You can't make it up now. I should have said you were heavy. Deidara's apologetic voice reached Kuratsuchi's ears. This isn't about weight, okay? Kuratsuchi snapped, lifting her head in anger, only to be stunned by what Deidara handed her. It was a candied apple. Huh, weren't you watching me? All right, don't be mad. I want to say you're heavy next time. Deidara said, his face slightly red. I already said it's not about weight. Kuratsuchi replied, and by the end, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Hurry up and take it. Deidara saw Kuratsuchi smile and knew the crisis had mostly passed, encouraging her with a smile. I don't want it. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. Oomph. Hey, you really think I'm trying to trick you? Deidara took a bite, and, as expected, Kuratsuchi panicked, quickly snatching the bitten, candied apple away and hurriedly putting it in her mouth. Oomph. Look, I'll get you back. Deidara proudly sat down beside Kuratsuchi, watching the fireworks explode in the night sky while allowing Kuratsuchi, who was enjoying the candied apple, to lean against him as a backrest. Silly Deidara. Kuratsuchi muttered softly, her cheeks slightly flushed as she quietly complained about someone. Chapter 158, New Year's Shrine Visit. As autumn leaves and winter arrives, time quietly slips through our fingers. On January 1st, Jishuei was awakened from his slumber by the phone. Moshi Moshi, it's Q-Takid, is this Mr. Jishuei? The voice of Xiao Feng came through the phone. Yes, go ahead. Jishuei sat up, silently stretching, and opened the curtains. The sunlight streaming in from outside was so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The two exchanged New Year greetings in their broken Chinese. So, do you have any plans for New Year's Day, Mr. Jishuei? Came a cautious inquiry from the phone. No special plans. After some thought, Jishuei replied, and then he heard an excited invitation on the other end. I see. Would you like to go to the New Year shrine visit together tonight? A New Year shrine visit. Jishui felt a bit awkward. He used to go with his family when he was younger, but now that he was grown up, he actually preferred to stay home and sleep in this cold weather. After all, it's really cold outside. I heard that Akaduki-san will be working part-time as a shrine maiden at the shrine. Akaduki-senpai? I doubt the shrine maiden outfit would suit her. That's a bit too much, Mr. Jishui. Akaduki-san will be sad to hear that. Keep it a secret for me. Xiaofeng, don't tell Akaduki-senpai. I know. So what do you say? Are you going, Mr. Jishui? Jishui started to think. A gathering of girls going for a New Year shrine visit, it felt a bit excessive for him as a boy. Should he invite Itachi? Never mind, Itachi would definitely be with Izumi. And then, noticing that Jishui had not responded for a long time, Xiaofeng spoke up again, but hesitantly. Is there something important? Jishui snapped back to reality and asked. It's not anything important. I just want to show off my kimono a little. The voice on the phone grew softer, but the sentiment was fully conveyed to Jishui's ears. I'll go. Great. Then let's meet at the intersection of Rokubun Street, in front of the shrine, at 7 p.m. After confirming the meeting place and time, the call ended somewhat hurriedly. The winter sunlight filtered through the window, warming Jishui's cheeks pleasantly. Lost in thought, Jishui finally snapped back to reality when Bruce, the dog Jishui raised, pushed the door open and barked. Jishui got out of bed, rubbed the dog's head, and then had a mischievous smile. Bruce, am I going to have a lucky year this year? Woof, woof, woof. Okay. I'll give you an extra meal at noon. At night, Jishui stood at the intersection of Rokubun Street. So cold. Although it wasn't snowing, winter nights were still extremely cold. If possible, Jishui would love to curl up in a kotatsu like Bruce and not step outside in winter at all. Jishui exhaled warm air to pass the time, and just as he was about to count to 50, he saw Q2 Kid approaching. Mr. Jishui. Xiaofeng waved at him. Because she was wearing a kimono, she didn't run but walked briskly towards Jishui. No need to rush. Jishui wanted to say that, but ultimately that thought remained unspoken. How could there be such elegantly dressed people for the New Year shrine visit? Jishui was so surprised by Xiaofeng's New Year kimono that he temporarily forgot the cold. It was a traditional kimono distinct from modern styles, with fresh colors, exquisite hairstyling, and simple pink hair accessories. The overall look was dignified and elegant, giving off an inexplicable noble aura. It even made Jishui so nervous that he forgot to greet her back. Mr. Jishui? Xiaofeng waved her hand in front of his face, bringing the dazed Jishui back to reality. Happy New Year. This time, it was not a clumsy foreign language greeting, but a formal bow of respect. Oh. Happy New Year. Jishui also bowed in return. I look forward to your continued support this year. Me too. I hope you'll take care of me as well. After the formal greetings, the two exchanged glances and laughed together. That respectful way of speaking really didn't suit Mr. Jishui at all. What can I do? You're the one who has the presence of a noble lady, and I got swept into it without realizing. Jishui responded with a smile. Thinking that for a moment, he really thought a noble lady had arrived. I'm here to show off my kimono. Xiaofeng shook the fukusa, a traditional cloth, she was holding, smiling as she spoke. It really suits you, Xiaofeng. I didn't expect such a traditional style. This belonged to my grandmother when she was young. My mother took great care of it, and when she heard I was going for the New Year shrine visit, she helped me wear it. Xiaofeng explained. It's beautiful, Xiaofeng. Jishui praised. Thank you for the compliment. The two chatted as they walked towards the shrine. First following the crowd to complete the New Year shrine visit. They tossed coins, rang the sacred bell, received blessings from the shrine staff, and made their New Year wishes. Not having bumped into Akaduki-senpai, the two began to inquire with the shrine staff. After all, it was a rare visit, and they had to take a look at her shrine maiden outfit before leaving. Mitarashi? She's over by the Amikuji, fortune slips. The shrine maiden smiled and pointed the way to them, which was a shortcut through a small path. After thanking her, the two walked along the wooden path to the back of the shop selling Amikuji, opened the door, and saw Akaduki-senpai, smiling and welcoming customers. At that moment, Akaduki-senpai was wearing a shrine maiden outfit and working, but unlike the other shrine maidens who sat obediently, she was sitting cross-legged beneath the counter, and one of her hands was picking at her foot. Ha! The two burst into laughter, drawing Akaduki's attention, who awkwardly stopped picking at her foot and quickly sent the customer away. No laughing. Akaduki turned around, but since she was sitting, she could only reach Jishui's lower body, and she pinched his calf hard, causing him to cry out and compliment how good she looked in the shrine maiden outfit. I can tell you're just being polite. Akaduki shot him a glance and exchanged New Year greetings with Xiaofeng. Your kimono is very beautiful, Xiaofeng. My little Xiaofeng is truly a beauty. Thank you for the compliment. The two girls chatted happily hand in hand, completely ignoring Ji Shui, who was still standing by. Of course, Ji Shui didn't intend to interrupt their excitement and quietly listened on the side. By the way, do you want to draw Mikuji? I can help you cheat and draw 2 Daikichi. Great blessings. Akaduki said proudly, as that was the privilege of a shrine maiden. Chapter 159. The deity likes good children who go to bed early and get up early. It's better not to cheat. That would be very disrespectful to the deity. Xiaofeng advised, stopping Hongdo from cheating. Is that so? Then do you want to draw a lot? Yes, please do. Hongdo handed the drawing tube to Xiaofeng, watching as Xiaofeng shook it and poured out a bamboo slip with a number written on it. The 10th slip. Oh, nice. Hongdo turned to find the small cabinet containing the 10th slip. Ji Shui, do you want to draw a lot too? Speaking of which, Ji Shui took the drawing tube, shook it, and poured it out. His number was the 16th. Hongdo-senpai, I got the 16th slip. Okay, wait a moment. Hongdo gathered the divine slips for both of them and returned, handing them out. Xiaofeng curiously opened hers first. After the rain, the sky clears and the heart is calm, wishing to reflect the mountain cherry in the sunlight. The slip had the words "Great Luck" written in large letters. It's great luck, Xiaofeng said happily, showing it to the two. Our little Xiaofeng is indeed a child favored by the deity. Hongdo gently hugged Xiaofeng and rubbed her face against hers. But unfortunately, Ji Shui, immersed in his own slip, didn't pay attention to the heartwarming scene of the two beautiful girls. What's wrong, Ji Shui? No. I knew it. I'm not being watched by the deity. Ji Shui folded his divine slip and forced a smile. You didn't draw a bad slip, did you? Hongdo said, somewhat gleefully, as the probability of drawing a good slip is the highest, but the bad slip probability is also significant at 30. This is even rarer than that. Ji Shui replied, then handed his slip to curious Xiaofeng. The two opened it curiously. The rice sways, its ears are food for the birds. The heavenly wind breaks it. Be cautious in words and actions. The slip had the words "Great Misfortune" written in large letters. How amazing. It's my first time seeing a great misfortune slip. Xiaofeng's eyes widened with excitement. To be precise, she had never drawn anything other than a good slip in her life. So seeing a bad slip made her a little excited. Are you really that happy that I have a sign of great misfortune? Ji Shui was amused by Xiaofeng's excitement. And Hongdo, beside them, wore a face of schadenfreude. Ji Shui, did you do something that goes against the natural order recently? Sleeping in this morning counts? It seems the deity likes good children who go to bed early and get up early, Xiaofeng teased, and the three laughed together. By the way, I still have nearly an hour until my shift ends. What are you two going to do next? I don't know. Then you can go sit in the hall. There are 3 colored dumplings and sweet sake prepared for guests. At the mention of dumplings, Hongdo's expression turned to one of ecstasy, making Ji Shui and Xiaofeng find it very amusing. That a good suggestion. We'll go sit there. Yes, and we'll work hard to eat a lot for Hongdo-senpai's share. Stinky Ji Shui, come here. I'll pinch you to death. No. In the end, Xiaofeng, Ji Shui, and the still-working Hongdo bid farewell and left without further disturbing them. Hongdo then turned back to sit properly and continued her duties as a shrine maiden. Oh, Asuma-senpai, Hong-senpai, are you two on a date? Would you like to buy a love amulet from us? Oh, Kakashi-senpai, Rin-senpai, are you looking for the priest? You should be at the main hall entrance now. Oh, look, ISNT, that Naruto and Hinata. Your kimonos are so cute. You're here to draw divine lots, right? After sending off several groups of guests, Hongdo saw the 2 little ones who had come to the shrine to pay their respects and smiled, preparing to give them the drawing tube. No, Hongdo-senpai. We are here to return a lost child. Naruto stepped aside, revealing Hinata, who was holding a lost little girl in a kimono. This little friend got separated from her mom at the purification fountain, so we brought her here, Hinata explained. The little girl, looking pitiful and scared, hid behind Hinata, her eyes red, as if she had just cried. You all come inside first. Hongdo led the 3 into the warm interior. And it must be said that the shrine maiden's outfit had a bonus effect. The little girl, who was initially a bit scared, immediately felt at ease upon seeing Hongdo's full appearance and sat quietly beside her. Well done, you 2 little ones. Hongdo praised. And since the 2 visitors had done what the staff should do, she generously rewarded them with a large luck slip each. After all, the deity likes good and kind children. After saying goodbye to the little couple, Hongdo reported the situation of the lost child. and soon a broadcast announcement echoed throughout the venue. While waiting for the mother to arrive, Hongdo and the other shrine maidens took turns playing with the little girl while continuing their duties. The shrine maiden's sister is so pretty. Hee hee. If you can talk, say more. Hongdo played around with the little girl, and then noticed the back door suddenly open. And the frantic mother rushed in looking for her child. Mommy, it's okay, I'm here. I'm so sorry for the trouble. The mother, hugging her child, apologized to Hongdo, looking quite embarrassed. It's okay, the little one was very well behaved. Hongdo took a few candies and handed them to the little girl, reminding her not to get lost again before saying goodbye to the mother and daughter. On another pleasant day, Mizuharai, time to change shifts. Just in time for the end of her shift, Hongdo stretched lazily, leaving her position to meet up with Jishui and Xiaofeng in the hall. On the other side, the mother and daughter, ready to go home, talked about buying delicious food for the little girl, making her cheerfully run off again. Slow down. Don't get lost again. Mommy, hurry up. After the little girl ran a bit farther, she stood at the entrance of the shrine, waving to her mother to hurry up. Sigh. The mother smiled helplessly and quickened her pace. Then, she saw her child not looking where she was going and accidentally bump into a passerby. Oh no. Excuse me, sir. The little girl quickly bowed 90 degrees to apologize to the strange uncle in front of her, but in doing so, she lost her grip on the candy in her hand. It's okay. Orochimaru squatted down, picking up the scattered candies one by one. I'm so sorry, Lord Orochimaru, my child was rude. The mother immediately recognized the person in front of her as the former Hokage and quickly apologized. It's all right, kids will be kids, Orochimaru said with a smile, knowing that being playful is a child's nature, especially for lively little girls. And he wouldn't hold it against them. This is the most innocent and kind aspect of human nature that he appreciates. Here, your candy. Orochimaru bent down and handed the collected candies back to the little girl. Don't just stand there. What did your mom teach you? When someone helps you, you should thank them properly. The little girl hesitated at her mother's words, but seeing the kind expression on the strange uncle's face, in the end, she mustered up her courage and stepped forward to thank him. Intelligence from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable intelligence, 157. Kuratsuchi saw a couple sharing a candied apple at the fireworks festival, which was actually Yutaka and Akari, the master and apprentice. After all, it's the land of water, and there's no reason for them to miss the annual fireworks festival. 158. The sweet and sour taste of candied apples is reminiscent of the flavor of love, and their adorable appearance, the crystal-clear candy coating the apple, also makes them a favorite snack among women, further reinforcing the romantic imagery and leading to the expression of affection by buying candied apples for someone you like. 159. The probability of fortune slips is good, 35 bad, 23 great good, 17 great bad, 7 in good, 6 half good, 5 small good, 4 in small good, 3 that's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 160. The teacher can no longer take care of you. You must learn to be self-reliant. Suddenly stepped on again. Orochimaru felt a bit dazed. Of course, he was not the only one confused. His companion, Kabuto, and the mother of the little girl beside him also wore puzzled expressions. Chodo, what are you doing, you naughty child? The mother, who was the first to regain her senses, scolded. Because the neighbor's Saito-kun told me to thank him like this. The little girl said with a face full of grievance. Her little childhood friend had told her this, and even said that boys were happy to be stepped on by girls. Saito, being stepped on is truly happiness. Orochimaru, your childhood friend is definitely 9 parts wrong. Sorry, Orochimaru-sama, my child has caused you trouble. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Kids have some naive thoughts, which is normal. In fact, for me, it's a good thing. Orochimaru responded with a smile, causing the little girl's mother, who heard this, to widen her eyes in disbelief. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? Orochimaru-sama, are you sure your thoughts are aligned with what you're saying? Kabuto, who understood Orochimaru well, leaned in and whispered in his ear. Damn it, my mature and composed persona has fallen apart. Research. This child's quirky behavior has given me a new research idea, which is a good thing. Orochimaru awkwardly tried to cover up, finally managing to restore his reputation. Excuse me. I wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, Orochimaru and Kabuto stepped into the torii gate. Inside the reception hall, Shursui and Kid were sitting at a long table in the corner, and at this moment, Shursui was showing off his 3-colored dumplings. That statement about I will work hard to eat a lot for the sake of Senior Akaduki was not just talk. Of course, he didn't eat for a full hour, more like a half-eat, half-rest kind. He had already put in a lot of effort with his appetite. Thanks to the indoor heater, the room was warm. Shui had taken off his warm overcoat, and Keed had also removed her warm outer kimono. Keed, aren't you going to eat a little? No, I'm not hungry. Of course, this was a lie. Keed wasn't eating simply because it was inconvenient in her kimono. If she ate too much and suddenly needed to go, it wouldn't be something that could be solved with a beautiful girl, doesn't poop. Kimonos are tough. Shui said, seeing through her. Yeah, but after all, I came to show off, so this little trouble is within my tolerance. You're very pretty, Miss Keed. Humph, lift your head, and I grant you special permission for close-up appreciation. The little one felt very honored. After their impromptu master-servant performance ended, they exchanged glances and began to laugh, then noticed Senior Akaduki rushing over. She hadn't even changed out of her shrine maiden outfit, and quickly ran to Shui, snatching the 3 colored dumplings from his hand. How could you have eaten so much already? While chewing, Akaduki noticed a large pile of skewers in front of Shui and immediately fixed him with a fierce gaze. No need to eat, Senior Akaduki. I've already eaten enough for you. I think you need a good lesson. Keed, quickly help me hold him down. Wrong. After a playful banter, the 3 sat down to eat and chat. Of course, the only one eating was Shrine Maiden Akaduki, while Shui, who was already full, and Keed, who was merely observing, were just chatting. By the way, why did Senior Akaduki become a Shrine Maiden? Shui curiously asked, as her wild figure, carelessly eating dumplings, was completely at odds with the inherent gentleness of Shrine Maiden. Are you thinking something rude? No. How could that be? Shui said with an awkward laugh, to which Akaduki shot him an annoyed glance. No choice, the pay here is high. Akaduki said this and then began to complain, being lazy and only loving dumplings. She had taken very few tasks in her life, so in most cases, she lived off Orochimaru-sensei's support. I can't work. It's impossible to work in this lifetime. Relying on Orochimaru-sensei's protection, Akaduki became increasingly indulgent, and then, on the day before the new year, her own Orochimaru-sensei suddenly went bankrupt. He said he had invested all his money into a certain research project, but after all this time, there were no results. The teacher can no longer take care of you. You must learn to be self-reliant. Then, Orochimaru-sensei recommended her to this place. Akaduki finished her complaint with a sense of grievance, and then thought of something and said to Shui, you need to pay for this meal. I haven't been paid yet. Shui was at a loss for words. Fine, I'll pay. It was also at this time that the 3 noticed the commotion outside. What's happening, Tengu? Akaduki called out to the running shrine maiden, Rei. It seems something big happened over at the Kagura Hall. The crowd is rushing over there. Do you need my help? Not for now. We still have enough manpower. After Rei said this, she politely bowed and left. Let's go take a look, Senior Akaduki. Maybe we can help with something. Keed said to the frowning Akaduki. Sorry, Keed. Shui, it seems we have not been good hosts. It's fine. It's better to consider the important matter first. Shui's words were also agreed upon with nods from the other 2, and the 3 quickly walked towards the Kagura Hall. On the other side, Orochimaru and Kabuto first completed the New Year's visit according to the process, then went to the place selling Amikuji to look for Akaduki. Orochimaru had 2 purposes for visiting the shrine. One was that his research had hit a bottleneck, so he thought to take a stroll during the new year to see if he could broaden his thinking. The second was for his disciple Akaduki, to see how she was doing in her work as a shrine maiden here. If she was not doing well, he might as well send her some money. After all, she was his disciple. Although he hoped she could be independent, it was hard to bear seeing her in poverty. Has Masashi changed shifts? She should be in the hall with her friends now. The shrine maiden on duty replied politely. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Orochimaru took Kabuto to the main hall to look for Akaduki. Just then, not long after Akaduki and the others left, Orochimaru and Kabuto arrived, coincidentally missing them. Chapter 161. Kagura Dance. Lord Orochimaru, it seems that Hondo isn't here. There seems to be some commotion over there. Should we go check it out? Do suggested, noticing the disturbance in the crowd. Lord Orochimaru? Not hearing a response from his master, Do turned in confusion and saw Orochimaru biting his finger, staring intently into the distance. Following his gaze, Do saw a little girl happily eating dumplings, her joyful expression making Orochimaru look quite envious. Lord Orochimaru, do you want me to buy you some? Do asked. After all, since they were already there, it would be strange not to eat some dumplings before leaving. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and then shook his head. No, let's not. Do, I must say, selling children is wrong. We cannot engage in illegal activities. Orochimaru said this in a tone laced with reproach. What? Selling children? Is it possible that I just wanted to buy dumplings? Do face-bombed in disbelief, about to retort when he suddenly noticed that Orochimaru was no longer beside him. Excuse me, I need a table for two. And please bring me 2 servings of 3-color dumplings and sweet sake. Oh, miso dumpling soup? Not bad. I'll have 2 servings of that too. Who wants dumplings? Anyway, Orochimaru had somehow slipped away to the counter, enthusiastically chatting with the staff, then waved Do over. Forget it. It's New Year's after all. As long as Lord Orochimaru is happy. Do smiled helplessly and walked over. The two of them completely forgot their initial purpose of looking for Hondo. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng and the others followed the crowd to the front of the Kagura Hall, where they saw a throng of people surrounding it. The sound of the Japanese flute floated through the night, and the deep, melodious music spread across the venue. From a distance, they could see 2 shrine maidens dancing gracefully on stage to the music. Hondo suddenly remembered this was the special Kagura dance event for the new year. A dance offered by the shrine maidens to the only deity in the ninja world, Lady Kaguya. The dance and music express respect and prayers to Lady Kaguya, aiming to ward off evil, pray for a bountiful harvest, and ensure safety. Lady Kaguya watches over this every year. Hondo recalled the priest explaining this to her, but she thought Lady Kaguya wouldn't pay attention to such a boring dance. She must be somewhere saving all living beings with no time to watch a dance. Of course, the same went for Hondo. If she had the time to watch a dance, she would rather go eat a few skewers of dumplings. Never mind, Jishui, Xiaofeng. This is the Kagura dance. You two enjoy it. I'm going back to eat dumplings. Hondo said, genuinely uninterested in the event, and turned to leave. However, the next moment, Jishui's words made her stop in her tracks. Is that Senior Lin? Jishui exclaimed in surprise, thinking he should take a closer look with his Sharingan. And then he saw that the shrine maiden performing the Kagura dance on stage was indeed Senior Lin. Huh? Hondo was stunned. If she remembered correctly, wasn't it the Mayamizu sisters performing the Kagura dance? Why was it Senior Lin instead? Wait, who was the other one? Could have changed too? Mr. Jishui? What about the other one? Xiaofeng asked the question that Hondo was curious about. Hinata, Jishui answered, recognizing the unique Byakugan. It was undoubtedly from the Hyuga clan. As for why he was so certain it was Hinata, it was because his keen eyesight also locked onto the pair in the crowd holding their phones, recording Obito and Naruto. On stage, Lin moved elegantly and skillfully, her expression calm as if she had done this before, showing no signs of stage fright. However, Hinata next to her had a slightly flushed face. Her movements were correct but a bit stiff. Especially when she accidentally glanced at Naruto, she would pause for a moment. At those times, her Naruto-kun would always give her an encouraging smile, helping her to keep going on stage. The two held the ritual tools tightly in one hand and a Kagura bell with 15 bells in the other, with the elegance of a startled swan and the grace of a wandering dragon, blooming like the autumn chrysanthemum, flourishing like the spring pine, hair like light clouds veiling the moon, drifting like the flowing wind and returning snow. This was the praise people had for the shrine, Maiden Lin, dancing the Kagura. As for the other choice, Hinata, the priest had seen her and felt an instinctive pull. In the unseen guidance of the gods, he was certain that this child, beloved by the deity, would deliver a Kagura dance that would surely delight the gods. There was no special reason. It was simply his instinct as a priest. Kaguya, of course. That's my granddaughter-in-law. Senior Obito. Senior Obito. Jishui and the others approached, and Hondo called out to Obito, wanted to ask him what was going on. Shut up. Get lost. Obito said without turning his head, can't you see Lin is on stage? You have no sense at all. A series of Sigma male insults made Hondo's head buzz, and she was about to explode. Don't humiliate yourself. Jishui quickly pulled the angry Hondo back. With his perfect intangibility and time control, let alone Hondo, even Lord Orochimaru wouldn't stand a chance. Lady Hondo, keep your voice down. Xiaofeng reminded her not to shout, even covering her mouth with her hand. The surrounding people shot them resentful glances, making it feel like they were about to be attacked at any moment. Excuse us. The three of them obediently quieted down. After a while, Jishui and Xiaofeng were also captivated by the dance. The shrine maiden outfit. It's so beautiful, the two sighed in admiration. Only the poor Hondo, with her eyes on the dance, had her mind wandering to dumplings. Chapter 162, The Winter Night, is very cold. Cold enough to make one intoxicated by the warmth of the moment. So handsome. Hinata, take this key. Naruto was the first to excitedly shout out as the Kagura dance ended. This once again made Hinata, who already had antibodies in this life, shout like a steam princess. Naruto-kun, saying you like me the most in front of so many people. You idiot. You can't even compliment a girl properly. It should be beautiful. You're so beautiful. Rin, take this key. Obito was the second to shout out, even standing from the perspective of senior to criticize Naruto. However, Naruto didn't tea here, and his first instinct was to use body flicker technique to appear behind the swaying Hinata, letting her lean on his back. Hinata, Hinata. Naruto softly called out twice, and confirmed with annoyance that Hinata had truly fainted. That Hinata from his childhood, whom he didn't understand, had returned. Whatever, let us just carry her for now. Naruto carried Hinata and stood aside, waiting for Sister Rin's thanks to finish. After all, Hinata's shrine maiden outfit was just a temporary costume for the performance. When it was time to go back, Hinata would have to change back into her kimono. He would need to trouble Sister Rin for that. Noticing that Hinata on his back was slipping down a bit, Naruto exerted a little effort to lift her up higher. Then, Hinata's short hair brushed against Naruto's cheek, making him feel a bit ticklish. And when he faced Sister Rin afterwards, he inexplicably became shy and avoided eye contact. Miss Noera, thank you for your help, Mr. Miyagi politely said to Rin, while also expressing gratitude to Naruto. After all, Hinata was currently in a fainted state, so Mr. Miyagi could only thank Hinata's little boyfriend. You're too polite. I also got to reminisce about my wonderful childhood, Rin replied with a smile, taking off the jingling ornaments on her and Hinata's heads, as well as the precious jade at her waist, and handing them along with the Kagura bells to Mr. Miyagi. Then she prepared to take Hinata to change back into her clothes. Miss Noera, this shrine maiden outfit can be a souvenir for this occasion, Mr. Miyagi said. Is that okay? Doesn't Uchiha have to keep it? Rin was a bit excited. That was the outerwear that only professional shrine maidens could wear, and, generally, it wasn't allowed to be taken home. Of course, but if possible, please don't wear in public. Mr. Miyagi replied with a smile. That's for sure. Rin seriously promised, happily turning around while holding the sacred money, which made Obito beside her very happy too. I won't disturb you. I'm leaving now. Haha, Mr. Miyagi politely left, leaving time and space for the young people. Sister Rin, we also need to get our clothes and prepare to leave. Naruto gently woke Hinata, carrying her forward to say goodbye to the two seniors. Naruto-kun, if you don't put me down. It's okay, Hinata, you're all exhausted. Just stay on my back. I wasn't exhausted. Huh? Were you sick then? No. Listening to the gradually fading voices, Obito and Rin exchanged smiles. Idiot Obito. Which one do you prefer? The usual me or the me in the shrine maiden outfit? Rin spun in place, winking mischievously as she asked. Compared to those, I prefer you more. Obito scratched his face, feeling a bit shy as he turned his head, saying something unexpectedly bold. Perhaps it was because he had spent an entire night with Naruto. The Uchiha Tsundere genes were slightly suppressed. What a sly answer. It can't be helped. Rin is just Rin. Oof. Obito looked at Rin, who was beaming with pride, as she jumped and ran away, eventually standing in the exposed moonlight. Next is not a dance offered to the gods, but a dance just for you, Rin said with a smile. Then in this empty courtyard, she began to dance a unique dance for her boy. What can Uchiha Obito do then? Of course, I'll record on my phone while using the Sharingan to engrave it into my DNA. Meanwhile, after enjoying the Kagura dance, Shursui and the others finally returned to the main hall under the expectant gaze of Senior Akane. With Shursui as the financial backer, Akane could finally eat with peace of mind. However, as soon as they walked into the room, they saw Orochimaru running around like crazy. There's a bug. Lord Orochimaru, calm down. It's just a cockroach. There's one here too. Lord Orochimaru, calm down. It's just a fly. Not even as bad as a cockroach. An old snake ran in front, while a cobra chased behind, trying to persuade him, causing chaos in the main hall. In the end, Akane couldn't take it anymore and used Shadow Snake Hand to tie both of them up tightly. Summa Mason. I'm sorry for the trouble my teacher caused everyone. Akane repeatedly apologized to everyone, looking mature and steady, which made Orochimaru feel very gratified. It's not easy. That lazy child has finally grown up independently, teacher Orochimaru. Hurry up and pay. Akane shouted angrily at the gratified Orochimaru, snapping the snake uncle back to reality. Well, we'll take our leave now, Senior Akane. Sorry for the trouble, Lady Akane. Shursui and Kid bid farewell to Senior Akane and walked out of the shrine. With the presence of their old mentor, Akane no longer needed to keep Shursui as a backup financial supporter. Kid, Shursui took off his warm gloves and handed them to Keed. No, you need them too. Mr. Shursui. Take them. I'm fine like this. Shursui insisted somewhat firmly, holding her slightly cold hands, placing the gloves in her hands. Then, with his cool hands in his pockets, he smiled and said, "That year I had my hands in my pockets, not knowing what it meant to have a rival." Ha! Mr. Shursui, you're so sly. Keed was amused by his inexplicable coolness, but even so, she still insisted on pulling out her left hand from his pocket. That habit is very bad. If you're not steady while walking, you might fall, Keed said. Then she held Shursui's hand without letting go. This sudden action surprised Shursui, but he didn't refuse. Seeing the person in front of him with their head down and blushing, Shursui knew that this was probably the boldest move she could make. Oh, okay. Let us wear one each, Keed whispered, raising one glove to cover her blushing cheeks. Okay. Shursui softly responded, extending the other hand that wasn't being held to take over, helping Keed put on the other glove. I want to wear it too. Keed clumsily helped Shursui put on his gloves. Clearly, they only needed to let go of their hands, and they could each wear them quickly. So why didn't they want to let go? Feeling the big, warm palm that wrapped around her small hand, Keed found the answer in her heart. She was somewhat reluctant to leave such warmth. On a winter night, it is quiet, so quiet that one seems to hear each other's heartbeat. Information from Jiraiya. Current shareable information. 160. Orochimaru's bankruptcy is naturally a falsehood. It is just an excuse to hope that Hanabi can be independent. However, his research failures are real, which is why he did not refuse Kabuto's invitation to the New Year shrine visit, thinking it would be a good way to clear his mind. Then he unexpectedly awakened a new hobby. 161. Kagura dance, a dance dedicated to the gods. But as Hanabi said, Lady Kagaya, being a deity, is not very fond of such spontaneous human customs. She might as well watch a drama. However, among those performing the dance this time is her granddaughter-in-law, so that's another matter. The old lady even made a special trip to Earth to find the best viewing spot to film the entire performance. 162. Rin's Kagura dance was uploaded to Obito's personal account, and her graceful movements attracted many fans, making Obito quite proud, exclaiming that Rin-chan is indeed the cutest in the world. However, he was then overwhelmed by fans calling Rin their wife, and subsequently, he had to take time every day to argue with netizens. Netizen, wife Obito, get lost. Rin is my wife. Mine. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 163, the farthest distance in the world. As winter fades and spring arrives, March comes quickly. One morning, Naruto, feeling inexplicably unwell, arrives at the hospital. At Tsunade's suggestion, he undergoes a comprehensive checkup. After being examined by Tsunade, while bare-chested, Naruto puts on his shirt. Watching Tsunade's serious expression as she stares at the medical report, he feels a sense of unease. Tsunade, is my condition really that serious? Naruto scratches his head and laughs awkwardly, only to see Tsunade shake her head and sigh, her brows furrowing tighter. Speaking of which, I have been feeling a bit off lately. I failed more jutsu than before, and I always feel tired. And most importantly, I haven't been able to eat more than 5 bowls of ramen at a time. As Naruto reflects on his recent state, he grows increasingly concerned about his health. Could it be that I have a serious illness? Tsunade, stop keeping me in suspense, and just tell me. I'm mentally prepared for it. Stop bothering me. You're perfectly healthy, Tsunade says irritably, showing him the medical report she was looking at, which isn't even his. Isn't this Itachi's medical report? Naruto realizes the person in the photo is Itachi. Yes, Itachi hasn't come in for his regular checkup this year, and he hasn't been here for 3 months. I've tried contacting him, but he keeps saying he can't come back from out of town. Tsunade says helplessly, noting that she hasn't figured out the cause of Itachi's blood disease yet, and she hopes he'll come back for more checkups, so she can collect more data. What about me? What illness do I have? Naruto points at himself, asking about the reason for his discomfort. Tsunade gives him an annoyed glance, then places the stethoscope on his forehead, closes her eyes, and seriously says, "You're mentally ill. That's all. Huh? Get lost. The checkup is over. Don't make a mess here." Tsunade grabs Naruto by the collar and throws him out, causing him to bounce off the ground twice before landing flat. Tsunade really isn't gentle at all. Naruto cries as he rubs his backside and then feels a sudden urge brewing in his groin. I need to go to the bathroom. Naruto rushes to the first floor restroom. Oh, which way are you going? As Sasuke exits after his own checkup, he sees Naruto rushing and greets him. Sasuke, you came just in time. Naruto, forgetting about the bathroom, runs up to Sasuke, proudly boasting, "Listen to me, I'm already one. 56 meters tall, taller than your one. 55 from last year." Naruto lifts his head proudly, pushing his nose with his finger. "Baka, you just said that was last year." Sasuke stands straight, looking down at Naruto, and with his left thumb up, points to his forehead. "I'm now one. 59 meters, shorty." Damn it. Naruto grits his teeth in frustration, realizing he hasn't been drinking enough milk. He increases intake when he gets back. Gurgle. A noise from his stomach brings Naruto back to reality, and the urge intensifies, causing him to abandon the argument with Sasuke. "Right, I need to hurry to the bathroom." "Ganner Sasuke. Next time I definitely 1T lose." "Baka, watch where you're going." Sasuke scolds the idiot who turns to throw threats at him, but it's too late. Naruto, who's running around in the hospital corridor, crashes into an old man. Ouch. Good thing Sasuke reacted quickly, catching the old man in time, then kicking Naruto away to prevent a disaster. "Are you okay, sir?" Sasuke asks as he helps the old man straighten up. I'm fine. Luckily, Sasuke's quick reflexes mean the old man was just a bit startled. "Glad to hear that." Baka apologized to him. Sasuke pulls the dazed Naruto, who landed in a trash can, out. "Soma Mason." Naruto apologizes, but before he can finish, the feeling in his groin intensifies, causing his body to twist and shiver. Struggling desperately. Let go of me. Let go of me. Sasuke, I can't hold it anymore." "Idiot. You can't just run away after bumping into someone. Apologize," Sasuke says irritably, holding onto Naruto's ankle to prevent him from escaping. "Soma Mason, I'm really sorry." Naruto quickly admits his fault, shouting for Sasuke to let him go. It's fine. As the old man speaks with a smile, he notices something is off and chews. It's gone. His dentures are missing. Did something get knocked out? Sasuke notices the old man's unusual behavior and releases Naruto's grip, but still holds his hand to prevent him from leaving. "I don't know where my dentures went. It's probably this idiot who knocked them out just now. I'm begging you. Sasuke, let me just." "You super big idiot. You knock someone's stuff out, find it before you go," Sasuke says firmly. "I can come back and look for it later." "No, I'm not cleaning up your mess." Sasuke's firmness leaves Naruto too weak to resist, forcing him to suppress the urge and search around. "Hey, Sasuke, can you help a little?" Naruto calls out to Sasuke, who's leaning against the wall, looking relaxed. "Baka, you made this mistake. It's got nothing to do with me." Sasuke lies back with his hands behind his head, tilting his head with an arrogant expression, closing his eyes so Naruto doesn't notice he has activated his Sharingan. "Where did your so-called team spirit go at this moment? Am I not here with you? You idiot." Sasuke replies, seeing that Naruto isn't paying attention to him, and continues to use his Sharingan to help look. "But it's strange. Can dentures really be knocked that far away?" Sasuke has already searched several times with his Sharingan and hasn't seen anything. "Grandpa, Grandma wants you to come home for dinner." The little grandson of the old man runs over, and after being informed about the missing dentures, "Grandpa, aren't your dentures in your denture box?" The little grandson pulls out a denture box from the old man's pocket, which contains the old man's dentures. "All right, look at my memory." "Ha ha, sorry, young man." "Huh." Naruto looks incredulous. "Wait, what was I holding it in for so long?" "Ugh. Never mind. I need to go to the bathroom." "It's fine as long as we found it." Sasuke chuckles in disbelief. But at least they found it, which is better than nothing. Then he turns around to find Naruto has disappeared without him noticing. On the other side, Naruto rushes to the first floor bathroom and is stunned by the long line. Having delayed for so long, it's already lunchtime, and this is the peak time for people in the hospital. Naruto goes to the second floor, third floor, and top floor, but unfortunately, either the restrooms are full or the cleaning staff is busy. In this case, he can only use his last resort. There was no way out for Naruto as he hurriedly ran downstairs, holding himself, sprinting towards the nearest public restroom outside the hospital in a QB mode. Shadow clone jutsu. He even created a large number of shadow clones, hoping they would run faster to secure a spot for him. However, since these clones were summoned while he was desperately holding back, they couldn't help themselves either, and soon they started fighting among themselves for the spot. "Get out of the way, I'll go first." "Bastard, move aside." "Shut up, let me go first." By the time Naruto's original self arrived, countless shadow clones had already blocked the restroom completely. "Thank you for holding the spot for me. Thank you." Naruto, filled with gratitude, dispersed the shadow clones, finally reaching a moment of relief. Then Naruto discovered that all the doors were locked, as the clones inside had locked them from the inside. The farthest distance in the world is standing in front of a restroom door and being unable to get in. "I can't hold it anymore." Chapter 164 Little 1, 2 Flowers bloom, each representing their own branch. On the same morning, it was drizzling in Yuin village. This light rain came somewhat suddenly. But fortunately, it started before Nagato stepped out of the Shoutian Group media building, allowing him to turn back and grab an umbrella. "Boss, where are you going?" The receptionist, Hydrangea, handed the leader an umbrella and asked curiously. "I'm going shopping. Sister Nan said she wanted to cook lunch by herself today and asked me to buy some ingredients for her." "Nice. Can I join for a meal?" "Sure. It's just adding one more set of chopsticks." "Yay." Seeing the girl cheer with excitement, Nagato helplessly interrupted her, telling her to focus on her work first. He then prepared to leave with the umbrella, but was called back again. "Boss, MM?" Nagato paused as he opened the door, leaning back to look at her. "Can you bring me a cup of milk tea?" "Rejected. What's the big deal? You're definitely going to buy it for Sister Nan. Just help me bring one too." Hydrangea pouted her small fists like little cat paws against her face, trying to be cute. Sigh. "Fine. I guess I have to buy one more thing." Nagato sighed helplessly, realizing he had to get one more item. The shopping process was calm and uneventful. Nagato walked home, carrying several bags. Oh, that's dangerous. Just around the corner, there was a puddle formed in a low-lying area, and Nagato almost stepped into it due to being somewhat relaxed. Holding onto the bags, he chose to walk along the wall instead of jumping over. Meow. It was at this moment that Nagato noticed a small cat perched on top of the wall. Its fur was wet, and he couldn't tell how long it had been caught in the rain. Come here, come here." Nagato smiled and waved at the cat, signaling it to come under his umbrella. Meow. However, the little cat hissed at him, then jumped down from the wall and ran into a nearby alley. "Haha, did I get rejected?" Nagato smiled bitterly, realizing he and cute creatures like cats didn't really match, which was one of the reasons he never kept pets. Perhaps seeing the cat reminded him of dogs, the natural enemies of cats. He thought of his little one from his previous life, the one that had saved him once. In his second round of life, he wondered if it had been reborn too. Was it well fed? Did it no longer have to be caught in the rain like him? Kamisa, if the little one has also been reborn, please help it find a family that can treat it better. Nagato silently prayed in his heart. Holding the umbrella, he turned the corner and soon saw the towering Shoutian Group media building in the distance. Perhaps influenced by the earlier sadness, his steps unconsciously quickened, wishing to return to Mihiko and the others as soon as possible. However, from afar, he spotted a small dog covered in mud by the roadside. It was even smaller than his little one, seemingly only 2 or 3 months old, yet looked remarkably similar. At that moment, it was curled up, seeking shelter from the rain under the eaves of a wall. Little one. Although it was impossible for them to be the same, Nagato called out that name instinctively. The curled-up little body unfolded, and it turned its head, seemingly stunned for a moment, before stumbling and barking as it dashed towards Nagato. It was just like in his previous life when they had successfully stolen something together, and it had rushed over to him, seeking praise. "What's this? You're alive and well, little one," Nagato said with a mix of laughter and tears as he crouched down and embraced the muddy pup. "Woof, woof." The little dog barked, responding to Nagato's words, and licked his cheek with its tongue. "Let us go home, to our home. Woof. Boss, my milk." Hydrangea, halfway through her sentence, noticed Nagato holding the wet little dog and quickly came over with a towel. She handed the towel to Nagato while she took the bags he had bought. "Thanks." Nagato expressed his gratitude, using the towel to wrap the little one up and temporarily dry it off. "Did you buy it?" Hydrangea asked curiously. "Is the service at pet shops really that bad now?" "No, I picked it up," Nagato replied, asking her to keep it a secret and not tell Mihiko or Nan. "Okay," Hydrangea promised, then went to find Mihiko. As for Nagato, he took the little one to give it a thorough wash. By the time he finished cleaning, it was nearly noon. Just then, as he reached the door, before he even opened it, he heard the 3 inside arguing. "Nan, you're too hard below." "Mihiko, you're too wet below." "Hydrangea, senpai, if you all can't cook noodles, let me do it." Nagato couldn't help but chuckle at what he overheard outside. "Let us go in and make an appearance, little one." Woof. Together, he and the dog burst through the door, instantly attracting the attention of the 3 inside. Little one, Mihiko, and Nan looked surprised at the little dog in Nagato's arms. Even Hydrangea, who didn't know it, was captivated by the little one, because the wash pup was indeed very cute. Woof. Woof. The little one responded with its barks. And soon, the proud Nagato found himself robbed of the dog from Nan. The 2 girls couldn't resist cuddling the little one and playing with it, completely ignoring the boys present. Even when Mihiko tried to pet the dog, he was fiercely scolded back by Nan. "This is bad. I have a feeling my status in the family will drop below even that of the little one." Nan completely forgot her earlier ambition to cook, leaving the lunch preparations to Mihiko and Nagato. At that moment, she was teasing the little one with a paper-folded dog, while Mihiko and Nagato focused on their work, just like in their previous life. And so, the little one returned to the trio's family. Chapter 165. Lazy in the 64th year of Konoha, on April 1st. At the Hatake household, after staying up late watching Intimate Paradise, Kakashi finally woke up at noon, rubbed his cheek, and prepared himself to be scolded before getting up and heading down the stairs. To his surprise, he didn't see his grumpy old man sitting on the sofa in the living room today, making Kakashi rub his eyes, thinking he wasn't fully awake. He jumped down the stairs, only to find the living room empty. Walking to the window, he noticed the yard was also deserted. Strange, where did the old man, who always rushed him about marriage, go? With the marriage pressure suddenly absent today, Kakashi found himself feeling a bit unaccustomed. After washing up, he rummaged through the fridge for food, then lazily sprawled on the sofa while fiddling with his phone. After sending a customary greeting of idiot to the troublesome Obito, he put down his phone and turned on the TV, feeling a bit bored. Naruto had gone to the Cloud Village with Lord Kurama to play with Killer Bee. Sasuke was probably filming scenes with Itachi under Obito's guidance. As for Sakura, she was still training with Lady Tsunade. In summary, there was no one he needed to take care of today. He didn't have to be Teacher Kakashi. He could just be a lazy scarecrow in the field. Moreover, today wasn't Sunday, so Kakashi didn't have to go to the cat cool roll skyladder. Thus, his life today consisted of various leisurely activities. From the perspective of others, it was a kind of laziness that became increasingly contagious. As he gradually slid down, Kakashi ended up lying on the sofa, too lazy to sit up properly. But perhaps because he had just scolded Obito, a childlike impulse took over, prompting him to roll over. With his calves hooked over the back of the sofa, he lay back, looking at the TV upside down. He ended up staring at it for a long time, almost dozing off. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock jolted Kakashi back to reality. However, upon sensing the familiar chakra, he continued to lay lazily on the sofa without concern. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm here to play," Little Yu shouted as she opened the door. Not hearing a response from Kakashi, she instead spotted his feet hooked over the sofa's backrest. "What are you doing, Kakashi-sensei?" Little Yu asked curiously, easily slipping off her shoes and walking closer to the sofa. In a lazy tone, Kakashi replied, sounding like he was about to fall asleep, but with his somewhat lazy, handsome face. It gave the young Little Yu a cool and super handsome impression. "Kakashi-sensei is way cooler than that old man," Little Yu exclaimed excitedly. "I want to be like you. I want to be a mature man different from Dad." Acting decisively, Little Yu kicked off her slippers and laid back on the sofa, just like Kakashi. However, due to her young age, her legs weren't long enough to comfortably hook over the backrest like Kakashi, so she had to awkwardly press them against the surface of the sofa, feeling frustrated that she couldn't reach. "Kakashi-sensei, I can't reach," Little Yu pouted, turning her little head to look at Kakashi, who was squinting his eyes, about to fall asleep. "Little Yu, you haven't grasped the essence," Kakashi reluctantly replied, disturbed, giving his niece some advice. "You don't need to be like me. Just do what's comfortable, and that's the best laziness." "I see, I understand now." Little Yu no longer stretched her legs, but instead sat cross-legged on the backrest of the sofa. The laziness of the two spread throughout the room, creating a lazy atmosphere. Even the goldfish in the aquarium stopped swimming and became lazy. When a Shumo couple returned home that evening, they found the two of them, big and small, asleep on the sofa. At this moment, Little Yu had changed her position, completely sprawled over Kakashi, with her little feet only 10 centimeters away from Kakashi's mouth. "I can't believe you two can sleep like this," Shumo said, speechless, before gently picking up Little Yu and letting his wife tug at Kakashi's ear to wake him up. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. No, no, no. Mom, my ear is going to fall off." That evening, after Little Yu reported to Rin, they had dinner at the Hatake household. Kakashi was more than happy about this. After all, with Little Yu around, his mother's focus would shift to pampering her, temporarily forgetting about pressuring him into marriage. "Kakashi, I've found you a," Shumo started, pulling out his phone to browse for marriage prospects while Little Yu was led into the kitchen by his wife. Kakashi's response to this was simple. He shouted towards the kitchen, "Little Yu, come here, come here. Your grandpa Shumo wants to talk to you." "Coming." "Grandpa, you called for me?" Little Yu replied. "It's nothing, Grandpa just wanted to ask. Have you started practicing chakra? Or anything?" Shumo looked at Little Yu's innocent expression and felt speechless at Kakashi using his child as a shield. Noticing his father's disapproving gaze, Kakashi shrugged dismissively. A silent exchange of glances occurred between father and son. "Shumo, you're finished, you little brat." "Kakashi, If you have the guts, say it in front of the kid. Old man. Kakashi stuck out his tongue at his old man, binding little Yu to his side at the dining table. With his good nephew's help, he managed to enjoy a dinner that wasn't too distressing. After dinner, Kakashi keenly sensed that his parents were getting restless and ready to explode. Kakashi, you're not a kid anymore. Oh, it's getting late, Dad, Mom. I'm taking little Yu home now. Kakashi decisively pretended to be deaf and dumb, quickly changing shoes, putting on his mask, and throwing out a line before sneaking away with little Yu. It was a smooth operation. Nothing to say, just going out for a stroll, and I'll come back after the old folks are asleep. However, just a short distance down the street, he unexpectedly ran into the wandering Mike guy. My dear friend, I didn't expect to see you here so late. This must be fate, Guy exclaimed, throwing an arm around Kakashi's shoulders, tears in his eyes, shouting about igniting his youth and such. The brightness of his enthusiasm made the currently lazy Kakashi feel quite uncomfortable. Yes, yes, what a coincidence, Kakashi replied, slowly prying Guy's arm off him, trying to distance himself, fearing that Guy would want to challenge him to a fight next second. But then again, sometimes the more one fears something, the more it comes. Kakashi, it's been a while, let's have a match. Information from Jiraiya, current shareable information. 163. Drinking milk can promote height growth to some extent. Naruto, wanting to grow taller than Sasuke, secretly drank milk during this period leading up to the regular checkup. However, some people are lactose intolerant, and drinking milk can lead to diarrhea, which is clearly the case for Naruto. This explains why he suddenly had an upset stomach. Note, Kushina is aware of this, which is why she never lets him drink milk. 164. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are all leaders of the Akatsuki organization, and there is no distinction between a main leader and a deputy. However, because Nagato and Konan both regard Yahiko as the leader in general, Yahiko is considered the main leader, Nagato the second leader, and Konan the sister. The way she refers to them is somewhat special. She likes to call Yahiko leader, Nagato boss, and Konan sister. 165. After Obito learned that Kakashi was being pressured to marry, he would tease Kakashi every morning with messages like, Kakashi, you're not still single, are you? This is also why he usually sends Obito a message saying idiot. In Xiao Yu's eyes, his dad is the kind of hot-blooded fool who is obviously the main character. He doesn't like this. He thinks the laid-back Kakashi is very cool and aspires to be as strong and cool as Kakashi. By the way, he has taken Kakashi as his master, and Kakashi has accepted him as a disciple. That's also why he calls Kakashi Kakashi and Mr. Kakashi. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 166. In Konoha, boys must protect themselves when they are out. No way, Guy. I still have to take little Yu back. Kakashi declined Guy's passionate battle invitation, gesturing towards little Yu beside him. It was then that Guy noticed Kakashi had a little child with him. It had been a long time since they last met, so he didn't immediately remember who the child was. Hello, Uncle Guy. I am Uchiha. Little Yu said politely with a bright smile, reminiscent of a young Obito's sunny grin in Guy's eyes. Oh, I remember now, that kid from the Uchiha family. He has grown up so much. How old are you this year? 5. Not bad. You're already a qualified young man. So, how about training with me in some passionate, youthful exercises? Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his shiny white teeth while inviting little Yu, even starting to dig into his pants to find a fitting tight outfit for him. No need, Uncle Guy. Little Yu firmly declined. He wasn't fond of that hot-blooded nonsense like his dad. Compared to that, he preferred the laid-back coolness of Mr. Kakashi. Besides, his mom had also told him that in Konoha, boys must protect themselves when they are out. 1. Be careful of Konoha friendships. 2. Be wary of those 2 creepy seniors with bushy eyebrows and watermelon hair. He didn't understand the first point very well since he was still young, but he clearly understood that the second point referred to the person right in front of him. What a pity, Guy said with a disappointed face, then turned to Kakashi with an expectant look. My dear friend, let us have a showdown. Although little Yu didn't see Uncle Guy's mouth move, he read that phrase from his expressive face. Of course, Kakashi was the same. He sighed and responded, I already said I'm taking him home. This isn't the time for that. Exactly, because it's this time that I want to have a passionate contest with you, Kakashi. We are eternal rivals. Up until now, we have fought over 100 times. So today is just adding another battle. This time, I absolutely won't lose to you. I'll wipe the cloth. Kakashi covered his eyes in pain. That hot-blooded youthful gaze was almost melting his laid-back demeanor. It was just too dazzling to bear. However, it wasn't over yet. Just as Kakashi was about to say something, he noticed a dazzling gaze directed at him. 100 times? Mr. Kakashi has never lost even once. That was little U.S. excited and admiring starry eyes. I win more than I lose, Kakashi replied, trying to temper the child's excitement. But it was of no use. The two eager gazes only intensified, making it hard for Kakashi to open his eyes. You'll accept, right? My eternal rival, Guy said seriously as he leaned in. Yeah then. Kakashi couldn't take it anymore and agreed, raising his fist. Seeing this, Guy excitedly raised his hand as well, and then started shaking his hips like Kakashi. Rock, paper, huh? Something feels off. Wait, no. Just guessing hands is absolutely not enough. Realizing this, Guy quickly interrupted Kakashi, almost getting dragged into it. TCH. You just threw it, right? Kakashi. I heard it. Sigh. So what exactly are we competing in? Kakashi sighed, asking impatiently. Precisely because you're taking Lil Yu home. I thought of this. Guy squatted down in front of the curious little Yu, then pulled out some chalk from his pants and drew a long white line on the ground. It's up to you, little Yu. You are the judge and the finish line for this competition. Whoever of us runs to the village entrance and back here first will be the winner. Guy said proudly, and Kakashi beside him nodded in agreement. As long as it wasn't a fight between them, he really just wanted to take it easy today. You'll be the one to give the orders, Judge Little Yu. Guy and Kakashi stood behind the white line, giving Little Yu a thumbs up and bright smiles. Okay, kids are like that. They get especially excited because they feel involved. Are you ready, Kakashi? I'm ready anytime. The two exchanged smiles and prepared for the starting position. And Little Yu excitedly raised his hand. On your marks. Go. At the command, the two shot off like lightning. Naturally, Kakashi, who excelled in quick attacks, was a bit faster than Guy, but 8 gates. 6th gate, the gate of joy, open. A surge of green light erupted from Guy, and with just a simple acceleration, he left a stunned Kakashi far behind. What? We're just racing. Do you really need to open the gates? And it's just the start. Mr. Kakashi, go for it. The cheering voice from behind snapped Kakashi back to reality, even without turning around. He could feel the burning gaze of those starry eyes. Sigh. This is hopeless. Lightning release, chakra mode. With a purple lightning armor, Kakashi's speed increased in an instant. In Little Yu's eyes, after the green light disappeared, a purple light suddenly appeared and just as suddenly vanished. Soon, the world around him quieted down. Meanwhile, far ahead, Guy quickly heard the rumble of lightning behind him. Before he could accelerate, the next moment, a bolt of lightning flew over his head. Guy clearly saw Kakashi turning to look at him. As expected of my eternal rival. Kakashi, burn youth. 8 gates. 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. The deep green transformed into a deep blue, and Guy's speed surged, closing the gap with Kakashi just a step behind. The two were performing extreme 180-degree lightning drifts at the entrance of Konoha. The dust they kicked up lagged behind, only forming a whirlwind after they passed. The sudden whirlwind startled the guard at the gate, Ganma and Shizen, who thought an enemy was attacking and quickly drew their weapons. Damn, Pain 6 paths are avoiding us. Who dares to come here? The two held their weapons and waited for a while, realizing that no one was coming, then went to check the surveillance footage. They saw the truth of Guy and Kakashi racing. It was a pity that they lost the opportunity to showcase their skills. Otherwise, they would have shown what it meant to be the guardians of Konoha's gates. The gates of Konoha have never been breached under their watch. Chapter 167. The crescent moon is cold as frost. Thunder's might is like 10,000 tons. The perspective shifts back, and the chase between blue and purple continues. Even as the two dash forward in an instant, they keep exchanging punches and kicks. I said, Kai, can't we just run properly in the race? What are you talking about, Kakashi? This is an unrestricted match, just like last time. Kai replied with a laugh as he launched his attack. Kakashi, exhausted from defending, recalled their previous chaotic fight with pots and pans. Hiss. If I remember correctly, I think I was the one who made the first move back then. There's an opening. Leaf Hurricane. Kai seized the moment when Kakashi was lost in thought and struck with a whip kick, but Kakashi reacted quickly, ducking to avoid it. 1,000 years of pain. At the same time, Kakashi's counterattack continued as he formed the tiger seal with his hands and aimed for Kai's. Well, you know where. So despicable, Kakashi. Kai laughed and scolded, twisting his hips to dodge mid-air, just about to turn around and continue fighting Kakashi. The next moment, a book titled Pleasant Heaven smashed into his face. There was no time to grab pots and pans. Kakashi had to throw whatever he had on him. Pleasant Heaven. Pleasant tactics, pleasant violence, pleasant romance, pleasant aesthetics, pleasant obsession, pleasant arrogance, pleasant forbidden fruit, pleasant sisters, pleasant friendship, pleasant. Kai was not to be outdone. Catching the book, Kakashi threw and tossing it back, even pulling out various types of tight-fitting clothes from his pants and hurling them. The two raced down the street, throwing things as they ran until they finally spotted the finish line in the distance and both stopped. That was the distance where they could decide the winner in just a few moments. Gunna. Kai activated his Two Tails travel mode, and Kakashi's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a shadow as he moved at incredible speed. No way. Kakashi. Kai activated his Five Tails Mu King mode and instantly chased after him. However, with his beast mode focusing on melee combat, he wasn't as agile as Kakashi, so his speed was slightly slower. But that was okay. Take this. Kakashi. Leaf Dragon God. Kai spun around forcefully, creating a whirlwind that formed a giant dragon, which charged toward Kakashi at high speed, empowered by Kai's immense strength. Kakashi was startled by the approaching dragon as he neared the finish line. It wouldn't be realistic to take the hit, and that was not what Kai expected either. Therefore, Kakashi could only leap into the air with a powerful kick, dodging obediently as the roaring dragon's wind rushed beneath him. So naive, Kakashi. Kai controlled the roaring dragon's head, suddenly raising it, and the lifeless dragon came to life, opening its mouth skyward and catching the hem of Kakashi's clothing. The next moment, it swallowed him whole. Leaf Dragon God, second form, dragon looks up. This was a micromanipulation technique that Kai had learned from Old Man Shinbao for nearly 2 years. Victory belongs to me. Kakashi. Kai halted and dashed toward the finish line like a streak of light. Well done, Kai. Kakashi murmured, genuinely happy for his friend's progress. The whirlwind enveloping him lifted him into the air, but the gentle force did not harm him at all. This was Kai's tenderness for his dear friend. Kakashi looked through the eye of the storm and saw the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. The bright moonlight gave a serene and chilling feeling. It was quite ordinary, yet Kakashi read a bone-chilling coldness from the curved moon. In that moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. Without hesitation, Kakashi raised his chakra-charged right hand. Flag Tree Blade Technique, Revised Thunder Half-Moon Slash. The crescent long sword instantly formed in Kakashi's hand. The next moment, a massive tornado was torn apart by the fiery blade, along with Kai, who was about to cross the finish line, becoming the target of this move. The crescent long sword swung down. So much happened in the blink of an eye. The reversal was so fast that Xiaoyu only saw the appearance of blue and purple light. And then Mr. Kakashi, holding the crescent long sword, descended from the sky, standing on the finish line. Before the blade of the crescent moon was Kai, who was seated just outside the white line, barely escaping the strike. At that moment, the tip of the blade hovered in the air, just a couple of centimeters away from his pants. In that instant, as the chakra-concentrated crescent long sword dissipated, Xiaoyu heard Mr. Kakashi say, "The crescent moon is cold as frost. Thunder's might is like 10,000 tons." From then on, that lazy and handsome figure became indelible in the boy's heart. Even for the next day, Xiaoyu continuously requested to learn the cool Flag Tree Blade technique from his teacher. Of course, that's another story. The current situation was that Kai, who had nearly lost his pants to a blade, was crying loudly while hugging Kakashi's neck. "I lost to you again, Kakashi. Let's have another duel." "Wait, let me take Xiaoyu home first." "Oh, I'll go with you, young man." Kai flashed a bright smile, but Xiaoyu disdainfully replied, "No, I only want Mr. Kakashi." Disdained, Kai ultimately did not linger. After agreeing with Kakashi to go to the tavern for drinks later, he crawled away on the ground. Nothing more to say. My training is not enough. While Kakashi took Xiaoyu home, Kai set a small goal of crawling around the village 50 times. On the other side, Kakashi finally didn't encounter any other mishaps this time. He strolled back to Obito's house with Xiaoyu, safely handing him over to Rin. Is Obito not home?" Kakashi asked curiously since Obito didn't come to greet them. "Obito wouldn't get beaten up. He just left," Rin said with a smile, leaving Xiaoyu puzzled, while Kakashi cheekily sent a friendly message to Obito. "It doesn't hurt. It hurts, you old man." Obito, sporting a big bump, replied instantly. This made Kushina, who had just finished scolding him, frown. "You're talking to your elder and just casually texting me." "Huh?" With nothing more to say, she added a few more punches to Obito's head. I'm sorry, big sister, I was wrong." Obito obediently begged for mercy, no longer daring to text. "It doesn't hurt. Does it hurt? Hey, why aren't you replying?" Kakashi sent 3 messages in a row, and seeing that Obito hadn't responded, he knew that his wife must have given him a thorough beating. So satisfying. Instantly, Kakashi's mood brightened significantly as he bid farewell to the mother and son and bounced off to find Kai for a drink. Chapter 168, Dance a Street Dance. The ending theme of this chapter. The next day, at the Shoutian Group Media Building on the shooting set. At this moment, everyone was filming the scene of Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha's farewell. "I have told all the truths. No more hiding. I have always lied to you, hoping you would forgive me, always pushing you away with these hands. I don't want to drag you into this. Itachi said those heartfelt words, dragging his heavy body slowly toward Sasuke. At the moment when his fingers were about to touch Sasuke's forehead, he hesitated for a moment and then gave up, reaching his hand behind Sasuke instead. Huh? The slightly disappointed expression on Sasuke's face made director Obito, who was watching from outside the set, frown. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted himself, which allowed him to suppress the urge to interrupt and restart the scene. It's okay if you never forgive me. No matter what you become in the future. Itachi's outstretched hand pressed against the back of Sasuke's head, the soon-to-disperse older brother resting against his younger brother's forehead, smiling gently as he said, "I will always love you." Click. Cut. The crew clapped in celebration, exchanging words of appreciation for each other's hard work. However, the lead actor Sasuke seemed to still be immersed in past sorrow, looking as if he couldn't extricate himself. Of course, those who knew him understood that he wasn't sad because he was stuck in the past, but simply because his brother had just not touched his forehead, acting petulantly. Don't believe it? Sasuke, what are you thinking? Itachi poked his still dazed brother's forehead. Nothing. That expression of being unable to extricate himself instantly switched to a shy, happy look. Everyone in the set who noticed the interaction between the two brothers shook their heads in disdain, feeling hopeless. They had been filming the Uchiha brothers for more than half a month now. At first, they found it quite fresh to enjoy their brotherly bond. Isn't this better than the friendship in Konoha? Isn't this more enjoyable than the dynamic between Madara and the old man Inoki? But as they kept watching, they began to feel nauseated. One could only say that even the best things can become tiresome when overdone. Let us wrap this up quickly. We want to see Orochimaru and Sasuke. Wait, that Kabuto, don't cancel the transformation yet. Director Obito suddenly spoke up, stopping Kabuto, who wanted to cancel his transformation and calling over the still flirting Uchiha brothers. What is up? Can you dance street dance? Obito asked suddenly, posing a baffling question that left the three in confusion. Then Itachi and Kabuto shook their heads in unison, with Sasuke, who could dance, following a beat late to shake his head. Stop pretending. Sasuke, I know you can. I remember you posted about it on social media last year. Damn. Shut up. Sasuke snapped back, feeling defensive. He was past the age of being melodramatic in front of others. That kind of embarrassing history should not be mentioned again. Now he only danced secretly with Naruto. TSK. Anyway, here's the deal. You should share your street dance skills with your brother and Kabuto, and the three of you will perform a segment together. Like this. Obito raised his phone to show a video of Madara, Inoki, the Fourth Hokage Tsunade, Conan, and Gaara dancing together. There's no way around it. Now that the audience for the show has grown, the iron rice bowl of Shippuden is almost unmanageable. A bunch of fans called the hotline saying, the current Ninja World War isn't as interesting as the previous Chunin exams. Is the power system broken? Why can't I see other strong ninjas from Konoha? Can the writers think a little? Please create some good plots. Damn it. You're telling me the plot isn't good when you've experienced all this in your past life. Your life is already like this. How can I save you? You might as well go find Kage-sama to lock you in a black room with infinite Tsukuyami, having never debated with netizens. Obito couldn't find Yahiko to discuss strategies, and then Yahiko suggested doing something abstract and fierce in the blooper section. Yahiko, crazy hints at my super brother. All I need to do is make a slight move, and it's time for my Ninja World dance god to save the Akatsuki. With the Uchiha fan on his back, stepping on a shadow clone as a stepping stone, Madara interrupted Yahiko with a proud look and said so. In the end, after a vote among everyone, Madara's proposal was accepted, and it became a routine activity for the main actors to gather and dance together after completing each stage of filming. So there's nothing more to say. It's just missing the three of you. I don't want to, Sasuke said with a look of disdain. If this got out for the whole ninja world to see, how would he face his friends from Konoha? Sounds fun. And after all, Orochimaru-sama will also dance, right? Then please let me join. After Itachi and Kabuto responded, they seriously began watching the video to learn, leaving Sasuke beside them dumbfounded. No, brother, you. Sasuke, what's up with this dance move? Teach me. Sasuke-kun, I'm the same. I don't quite understand either. Two earnest faces leaned in, making Sasuke feel a bit embarrassed as he turned his head away. Really, I can't do anything about you two. Faced with his brother's request, Sasuke felt unable to refuse, blushing as he spoke, then activated his Sharingan to pull the two into the illusion world and personally guided them. Director, the ending band is not here today. We can't play rock. What? Then go next door and get after-school tea time. Obito said irritably. As a director, The most important experience he accumulated was to calmly direct. "Their song My Love is a Stapler is Quite Nice" by the copyright for me, and pair it with the street dance of the three of them as the ending theme for this chapter. Okay, when Sasuke and the others woke up from the illusion, it was already Obito directing the cameraman to start filming again. "Obito, please start your performance." On the other side, inside the Konoha Research Institute, Madara was using the black stick of the Rinnegan to poke the cockroach in the door, stabbing it toward the direction of the hedgehog. "Speak. Where did Orochimaru seal him? Hurry up and let that little brat out." "Madara, you'll never succeed. Quite stubborn, huh?" Madara sneered, taking out another black stick and directly stabbing it into the center of the cockroach's face, styling its hair into a three-pronged shape. Beside him, Shoshin was trying to persuade Grandpa Madara with kind words, only to hear his own second grandpa as reckless words. "As long as I'm here, you will never revive your brother." Information from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable information, 166. Strange Tales of Konoha Rules. If you're a boy, please follow these rules. 1. Always be cautious of Konoha friendships, especially when your friend's surname is Uchiha. 2. When your good friend is of the same sex as you, be sure to maintain an appropriate social distance, or you may very well be infected by Konoha friendship. 3. When you walk on the streets of Konoha, be careful of the green figure that suddenly slithers by you. If possible, try not to talk to him. 4. If you accidentally get spoken to by that green figure, be careful not to be poisoned by his youthful rhetoric. 5. Continuing with more thoughts. 167. The crescent moon is as cold as frost, and the might of thunder is overwhelming. Kakashi, while casually observing the moon, unexpectedly comprehended his self-created sword technique. The Thunder Half-Moon Slash, to a deeper level. It is a technique whose power is multiplied under the moonlight. 168. Times are constantly developing and progressing, and the once fresh Shippuden is no longer that popular. After all, it is a storyline that everyone has experienced in their previous lives, and it has long lost its novelty, especially the lengthy and dragged-out Ninja World War arc, which has caused fans' long-standing grievances to completely erupt. In response, Obito is already eager to bring Madara's true story to slap them in the face. Keek above all, do not underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 169. Was I too gentle with you before? My name is Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage of Konoha, a person who has died, yet is forcefully remaining in the present world. Why do I insist on staying in this world? To put it nicely, it's because I love Konoha and feel that I can still do something for it. But to speak more selfishly, it's because after my brother's death, my creative desire, which had no one to suppress it, exploded. I enjoy that feeling of innovation. It's not about becoming a renowned master of forbidden techniques. I simply love the feeling of creating. It's an addictive sensation. New ninjutsu, new knowledge, new things, born from the hands of us ordinary, yet thoughtful people. This is the only support we, the ordinary without bloodline, have against those with powerful bloodlines. Therefore, I dislike my brother referring to the knowledge I innovated as forbidden techniques. I scoff at that ridiculous sealing book. Recently, the matter of Madara being brought back with Edo Tensei has already been quite bothersome. And that bastard Orochimaru even wants to bring my brother back too. And he says it's for a play. I don't believe a word of it. I don't want my brother chasing me around with that sealing book. So, without a second thought, I sealed Orochimaru on the spot. Which is why Shinsuke and Madara came to me asking for Orochimaru. In short, no way. If you want to torment me, go ahead. I, Senju Tobirama, hereby declare, as long as I'm here, you all will never resurrect my brother. Tobirama's words made Madara laugh in anger. And another black rod was shoved into Tobirama's mouth, sealing it shut. BVD, you talk too much. Do I need you to tell me? After stabbing the cockroach lying on the ground in front of him and turning it into a hedgehog, Madara was too lazy to torment this inherently evil white-haired Senju any further. He directly used the human path of the Rinnegan to extract Tobirama's soul from his Edo Tensei body and forcibly read his memories. After going through Tobirama's memories, Madara was somewhat surprised. He could even see the embarrassing incident of Tobirama wetting the bed as a child, but he found no information about Orochimaru's sealing location. Tobirama, I knew you had that trick, buddy, but I deleted the save file. Now I don't even know where he is. No wonder, as expected of the Senju Tobirama, who bears the name of inherent evil. He actually had such a backup plan. Madara sincerely praised him, followed by a disdainful sneer. You think you have a backup, but I don't have a countermeasure? Suppressing Tobirama's soul's resistance, Madara controlled Tobirama's Edo body and began to form the seal release for Edo Tensei. Z. Choshunin. Jen, hi. Little question. who is the caster of Edo Tensei Tobirama? The answer is himself. Thus, the Tobirama who formed the Edo Tensei release seal would directly end his Edo state and return to the Pure Land. Since you're so afraid of meeting your brother, I'll send you down to see him personally. Madara sneered, releasing the extracted Tobirama's soul and letting it drift into the Pure Land. The Ichi younger brother is about to be whipped by his brother's wooden dragon whip. Without further ado, Madara took Shinsuke and used Flying Thunder God to go to Hashirama's grave, sending down two would-release clones to watch the battle in the Pure Land. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths, sitting in the void, was both working and playing a block elimination game on his phone while watching the Pure Land gate. Suddenly, he noticed someone shouting by the bonfire below. "Old man, come down for lunch." That was the cheerful boy, Senju Hashirama. "Oh, ISNT this little Hashirama? What brings you here?" The Sage of Six Paths was a bit surprised. As usually, it would be Ashura delivering his lunch. The sage floated down to the ground, continuing to play on his phone while greeting his junior. "I came to wait for my brother Tobirama. I heard he's coming down today. I ran into Ashura on the way, who was bringing you lunch, so I helped him out." "Haha, how thoughtful." Hashirama sat down beside the Sage of Six Paths by the bonfire, chatting happily with the elder. "Old man, in a few days I might also go up to play for a while, just to let you know in advance." "Oh, what are you going up for?" "I heard we're going up to film, reenacting our past lives. Maybe the LL invite you up too." "That sounds good. I can go up and see my mother then." The Sage of Six Paths replied, skillfully and elegantly eating noodles with one hand while continuing to play the block elimination game. Hashirama leaned over to look at the rapidly falling blocks, his face full of admiration. He wasn't very talented at games. For the past 6 months, Hashirama had been sending dreams to his grandson Shinsuke, urging him to take him up with Edo Tensei to play. After all, life without Madara was too boring. They hadn't played together in months. Sigh those days running under the sunset. That was their lost youth then. He was informed by Shinsuke that Tobirama wouldn't allow it. It made him so angry he almost came back to life. Just yesterday, Madara sent him a message saying that he would consider sending Tobirama down this afternoon. So after having lunch, Hashirama came to the front door to wait. Without saying anything, once he saw Tobirama, he planned to give him a good scolding, to let him experience what it means to have a brother-esque authority. On the other side, Tobirama, who had descended to the Pure Land, hadn't walked far in a mist when he saw his brother waiting by the bonfire. At this moment, Hashirama was happily chatting with the old man in white. "Sigh, after many years, my brother's charisma remains the same, still so foolish. He makes me want to bully him." Tobirama was just thinking about going over to greet him when suddenly, a large torii gate fell from the sky. Would release, divine tree gate. Then, would release, would clone technique. Would release. A series of unreasonable attacks scattered Tobirama's soul. Fortunately, this is the Pure Land after death. Even if the soul scatters, it will reassemble itself. By the time Madara and Shinsuke's would release clones using Flying Thunder God arrived, Hashirama's scolding had already ended. "You want to let me live, will you? You want to let me live, will you? Was I too gentle with you before? Or are you going through a rebellious phase?" At this moment, Hashirama was pinching Tobirama under his arm, continuously spanking Tobirama's bottom. Tobirama didn't dare to resist. After all, what he did was indeed not honorable. If his brother wanted to hit him, then let him. Just don't go into the present world to ruin the knowledge I created. "Good hit." Madara nodded in appreciation from the side. "Hashira, you finally stood up for yourself." "Ha ha ha. Senju Tobirama. You have today too." Uchiha Izuna laughed loudly, taking pictures crazily with his phone. "Damn, Uchiha Izuna, what are you doing here?" Tobirama immediately broke free from Hashirama's grip, looking at Izuna with a face full of embarrassment and anger. "Of course. It was my brother who brought me here." "Wait a minute. White hair, let me post on moments first. Are you looking for death?" Flying Thunder God / TCH, an old trick. Susanoo. The two of them started fighting without further ado. "Wait, Toby, I'm still teaching you a lesson." "Brother, shut up. Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a fight." Tobirama shouted back at Hashirama, instantly filled with shadows, leaning against the bonfire in the corner. He sat there despondently, drawing circles on the ground with a stick. So ugly. Haven't you cured that habit of being despondent at every turn? It took Madara kicking him in the butt to finally comfort the melancholic Hashirama back. Chapter 170. Why be so coy? Just say it earlier. "Here, I brought rope tree," Ban said with a displeased expression as he pulled the excited rope tree over. "Great-grandpa, huh?" When Hashirama saw rope tree grown into an adult, he immediately burst into tears and hugged him. leaving Rope so moved that he didn't even know what to say. Just as they were feeling emotional, Hashirama continued. My good grandson, how come you died younger than your grandpa? While Rope, is it possible that I'm actually still alive? Get lost. That S.A. would release clone. Hashirama's sudden outburst made Ban laugh, and he kicked him again in annoyance. Oh, you two burned down your would-release clones. I was wondering. You scare me. Hashirama rubbed his kicked butt and laughed. Then he took Rope to show off to Sage of Six Paths. Look quickly. Oh man, this is my grandson. Wow, Sage of Six Paths, you're still alive. Ban's words almost made the food in Sage of Six Paths' mouth spit out. Hello, Sage of Six Paths. Rope greeted politely with a bow. Good. Welcome to the Pure Land. Sage of Six Paths said kindly to Rope after swallowing his food, and he could only be thankful that the obedient and sensible juniors were in the majority, as he was too lazy to argue with a reckless Ban. The three of them chatted around the campfire about nothing in particular. During this time, Hashirama repeatedly tried to put his arm around Ban's shoulders, only to be pushed away in various ways, which made Hashirama feel quite depressed several times. There's no love left. Ban is disgusted with me, crying. However, someone like Rope who knew the inside story could easily guess the reason. After all, Grandpa Ban is currently in a daughter's body. It's quite normal for a little girl to feel this way, afraid of being touched looking forward to the day great-grandpa discovers it. In the present world, Ban and Rope after finishing burning their would-release clones at Hashirama's grave, did not idle, thinking about how to continue saving Orochimaru. After all, the only ones in Konoha who are skilled at Edo Tensei are Tobirama and Orochimaru, and Ban doesn't want Hashirama's Edo Tensei to be out of his league. That would be too boring. Wait, it seems like there's another guy who can also perform Edo Tensei. Ban suddenly thought of the recent scene where Obito wanted him to shoot a battle with the Five Kage, and then he recalled the past life. That guy who used Edo Tensei to summon him and talk to him through someone else's body. That dark guy, if he remembers correctly, his name seems to be Kabuto. Thinking of this, Ban pulled out his phone, the one he snatched from Inoki, and sent a message to Obito. Ban, Obito, do you know this guy Kabuto? Obito, haven't you seen him on set? Video Avi, Obito sent a video of Kabuto dancing street dance with the Uchiha brothers, which made Ban's mouth curl in disdain. What an ugly dance move. Not even a grain of sand compares to me. Ban, anyway, he's south of your place, right? Obito, yeah, why? It's nothing. I'm looking for Kabuto for Edo Tensei. Ban's voice suddenly appeared behind Obito, and it was obvious that he had brought Rope directly using Flying Thunder God. Unfortunately, Ban did not follow up with any touching action, leaving Obito's ethereal state waiting in vain. Ethereal. Let me trigger it perfectly. Lord Ban, are you looking for me? At this moment, Kabuto had already released his transformation technique. As they had finished filming, with his keen ears, he also heard Ban calling his name. How well do you master Edo Tensei? Compared to Lord Orochimaru, I'm still a bit lacking. If you want to perform Edo Tensei, it's better to find Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto said humbly. Orochimaru is not an option. He has been sealed by Tobirama, who knows where he is sealed. Huh? Lord Orochimaru has been sealed. Kabuto looked shocked. Forget about him for now. Let me ask you, can you create a special Edo Tensei body like mine? Ban asked. After all, he needed a special body for his Edo Tensei mother. Not really. Kabuto pondered for a moment, responding with a serious look. Although he could definitely make it if he looked at Lord Orochimaru's research data, Ban's tone clearly indicated he wanted to abandon Orochimaru. I won't allow that to happen. Ban frowned, thinking he had found a shortcut, but it seemed that Orochimaru was still indispensable. What's wrong? Sasuke, hearing the commotion, walked over with Itachi, curiously asking. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru has been sealed by Lord Tobirama. Obito, then we just need to find where he is sealed and unseal him, right? Itachi, either the seal is too difficult to break, or the sealing location is hard to reach, or there's no specific location for the seal. Ban nodded, explaining to everyone about how Tobirama deleted his memories after sealing. In other words, no one knows where Orochimaru is sealed right now. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto was filled with various worries. How many days has Lord Orochimaru been sealed? Is he hungry? Can he take a bath in the sealing space? I hope there aren't any bugs in that cursed place. That's true. Rather than going through the effort to save Orochimaru, it's more practical to let Kabuto improve. Sasuke said so. After all, if no one knows where he is, how can they rescue him? It's better to give up early. From his understanding of Orochimaru, he definitely wouldn't starve to death, and they could look for him slowly in the future. And who knows, after a few years, Orochimaru might have successfully saved himself. No, I can't allow that. We must go save Lord Orochimaru immediately, Kabuto said seriously. Van also realized the deep bond this guy had with Orochimaru. Why be so coy? Just say it earlier. Wait. I'll go find Tobirama and interrogate him again. Van sneered, preparing to use Flying Thunder God to return to Hashirama's grave to continue sending would-release clones down to ask Tobirama for clarification. From his understanding of Tobirama, that inherently evil white-haired man must have some tricks up his sleeve. He wouldn't recklessly seal Orochimaru without consequences. Never mind, old man Ban, I thought of a way, Obito suddenly said, and then looked at Sasuke. Chapter 171. You, Orochimaru, already have a way to die. Huh? A group of people followed Obito's gaze and looked at Sasuke, who had a puzzled expression. What are you looking at me for? Then they saw Obito say nothing, just raising his hand in front of him, pointing to the back of his own neck, indicating that Sasuke should pay attention to his own. In an instant, Sasuke understood what Obito meant. Because on the back of Sasuke's own neck, there was still the curse mark left by Orochimaru. Obito's meaning was clear. He wanted Sasuke to rescue Orochimaru from the seal using the unsealing technique, like in his previous life. I said this curse mark is different, Sasuke explained to Obito irritably. The curse mark from his previous life was a product formed by Orochimaru injecting his own sage chakra, which was equivalent to the separated will of Orochimaru. But in this life, the curse mark Orochimaru gave him was just a simple outer shell. And even the sage chakra from the Richi cave was something Sasuke had contracted and obtained from Kabuto. In this case, it would be abnormal for him to unseal Orochimaru from this. It's already the second round. Hasn't that guy reformed long ago? No, you're different. I just feel that Orochimaru is still craving your body. Obito said so. Laughable. Who do you think Uchiha Sasuke is? If he can bend Naruto, what is the big deal in bending Orochimaru a little more? Sasuke fell silent, and he started to feel a bit insecure. He recalled how Orochimaru had craved his body right after being revived in his previous life. He quickly closed his eyes and used chakra to sense if there was anything bad left by Orochimaru in the curse mark. He even called his brother Itachi to help him check with his Manjiki Sharingan, but found nothing. Sasuke, see, I told you it was impossible. Obito, maybe he hit it too well for you to find it. Sasuke, nonsense. Orochimaru listens to me the most. How could I not understand him? Madara, why are you talking so much? Just try it and you'll know. Madara reprimanded them impatiently, interrupting their banter and urging them to act quickly. After all, practice is the only standard for testing the truth of knowledge. At the same time, he used Flying Thunder God to send Rock Tree back to Hashirama's grave, letting Rock Tree continue to burn a paper note to notify Hashirama to give Tobirama a good interrogation with the Great Wood Dragon Whip. This way, neither side is delayed. No. Just as Sasuke was about to retort something, he was interrupted by a white meatball that Kabuto handed to him. Sasuke, huh? Inside this is the life material of Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto explained, saying he just extracted it from himself. No, I'm not surprised about that. Why did you implant Orochimaru's life material into your body? Just for a show, did you really make yourself into that kind of dragon Kabuto from your past life? While Sasuke was speechless, another Sasuke, transformed by Obito, had already walked over, placing a hand on his shoulder. He also brought the photographer along, and the meaning was clear. Since they're doing it this way, they might as well capture this scene. Obito, hurry up, Sasuke, transform into Red Bean, we're about to start. Alright, tell me the hand seal sequence for the unsealing technique. Feeling Itachi's encouragement, Madara's impatience, and Obito's urging, Sasuke reluctantly told Obito the seal method and transformed into Red Bean. Then, as he watched the other self take the meatball from Kabuto's hand, he suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, ISNT Kabuto, right here? He definitely has it inside him. Just let him do it. The transformed Sasuke argued. Since Kabuto definitely has Orochimaru's life material, using him to unseal Orochimaru would surely succeed. Unfortunately, Sasuke-kun, I don't have that kind of curse mark, Kabuto said somewhat shyly. He didn't like the feeling of being separated from Lord Orochimaru by the curse mark. Therefore, when Lord Orochimaru wanted to plant strawberries in him, he politely declined. Kabuto chose to let Lord Orochimaru infuse his power into him, like in his past life, and then merge with his entire being. There, you heard it yourself. The only one here with a curse mark is you, and we still need to shoot a scene. Obito shrugged, looking helpless. Sasuke was speechless, and then gave up, closing his eyes and fainting. I'm tired, do whatever you want. Obito, wearing Sasuke's face, approached and supported the fainted Red Bean, looking like a rebellious child about to do something bad. Accept your fate, Sasuke. I will definitely make Orochimaru come out of your body fiercely. Sasuke gestured for the photographer to start recording and then pressed the white meatball against the curse mark on the back of Red Bean's neck. The meatball adhered to Red Bean's skin and began to merge. Before long, the covered curse mark reappeared on the surface. The black curse mark emitted an orange-red glow, and that strange, itchy feeling made Red Bean feel uncomfortable. It felt as if he was quietly meditating under a waterfall and suddenly got hit by a coin-operated machine falling from the sky. Disgusting. However, after filming for so long, Red Bean still had some professionalism and merely frowned, allowing Sasuke to manipulate him. Unsealing technique. Sasuke reversed the sealing hand signs and pressed his large hand on Red Bean's neck. Dazzling light emanated from the back of his neck, and then there was nothing more. If I told you it was impossible, but you still didn't believe it. I'm his father. How could I not understand? However, before Red Bean's inner thoughts could finish complaining, suddenly, a familiar feeling of disgust inexplicably rose from his body. Orochimaru really is fixated on my body. What ungrateful child. And what s with this inexplicable feeling of disgust? It felt as if he was bathing in the same pool with a gorilla from the western lowlands of the land of Earth. Disgusting. However, compared to Red Bean's disgusting experience, Sasuke calmly and peacefully pulled out a large white snake from the curse mark. The massive snake body coiled down to the ground, and a huge snake mouth opened, from which a slimy Orochimaru was spat out. To his surprise, the ones who rescued me were you. Orochimaru stood up, grinning ominously. The people present looked at the slimy Orochimaru with strange expressions, some unable to bear to look away. The key point is that Madara's face was slightly red. Why? Because at this moment, Orochimaru was completely naked. Sasuke, who had just undone the transformation technique, opened his eyes and saw Orochimaru's bare backside. Damn, I said, why do I have such an abstract feeling? The clone implanted in my body doesn't he even wear clothes? Huh, you, Orochimaru, already have a way to die. Obito, stop filming. Stop filming. What are you filming for? This one passed the review. Sasuke, Orochimaru, come die for me. The filming scene immediately descended into chaos. Information from Jiraiya is here. Current shareable information, 169. After dying, there is a high probability that a person from the present world will get lost in the strange mist of the Pure Land and then fall into a deep sleep. Therefore, the bonfire is a very important tool for clarity in the Pure Land, but most people are unaware of it. This is also why some souls, after being released from the impure land, only feel like they've taken a nap and do not have any experience of living in the Pure Land. The six-path sage of the previous life needed to conserve energy to cope with the major crises that would later occur in the ninja world. So although he created the Pure Land, he spent most of his time sleeping in the void afterward. This life is different, without the burden of saving the world. His job is to arrive early at the entrance of the Pure Land every day to guide the newcomers who have just arrived, so that they can better begin their new life in the Pure Land. In this life, Orochimaru has long since abandoned the plan to take over Sasuke's body. However, even though he does not intend to take over, Orochimaru is still tempted. Therefore, when he cast the cursed seal, he still subconsciously infused his own power into it. Although he quickly canceled it, a small amount of chakra remained unnoticed in the cursed seal. Because it was indeed too little, it resulted in him being unable to manifest clothing when it was later unsealed. Above all, do not underestimate my information network. Chapter 172, this unforgettable day, is likely to be remembered by him for a long time. Pure Land. A deceased old man's soul has just arrived in this world from the mortal realm. After passing through the somewhat terrifying and eerie mist, the soul saw the bonfire at the entrance of the Pure Land in the distance, as well as the completed Susanoo that was continuously chopping at the ground. It seemed to be in a battle. Is the Pure Land really this chaotic? He couldn't understand why the peaceful thoughts of the mortal realm had evolved into combat in the Pure Land. Approaching with curiosity and tension, the soul kept praying in his heart. I don't ask for you to be as peaceful as the mortal realm. At least have 1/5 of it. No, I'd be satisfied with 1/10. I can't help it. I'm used to the days of peace being neglected. I don't want to live a life of chaos like my previous one. Then as he got closer, he saw a red-eyed, white-haired man fighting against the god of war Susanoo with a mortal body. Like a city wall, the water barrier was immense, with a giant water dragon bomb powerful enough to terrify anyone, and the water blade that pierced through the completed Susanoo. The man who made a pact with the sea used water techniques that were still so exaggerated, it was simply unbelievable for a Hokage. In his heart, he confirmed the identity of this person. one of the second Hokages of Konoha, Senju Tobirama. Then his opponent was obvious. It had to be Uchiha Izuna. Why am I so certain? Naturally, it's not because he saw the person controlling the Susanoo being fearless. He simply believed in the friendship of Konoha. Facing such a terrifying water attack, Izuna and Susanoo responded quite easily. With a disdainful snort, the completed Susanoo's wings waved and flew into the sky. Dominating the sky, the earth will crawl beneath my feet. After all, they had been rivals for many years, and Izuna had long figured out Tobirama's tricks. Tobirama could never come up with a way to deal with air attacks in his lifetime. Yatsuka's Magatama. The giant 3 Magatama spun continuously in Susanoo's large hand. And then Susanoo's hand spread out in the air, revealing countless Yatsuka Magatama, which Izuna controlled to shoot towards Tobirama. The soul watched as Tobirama desperately tried to evade the aerial assault. Just like back in the day, tears never dried. Wait, I haven't even sung yet. Who spoke up? The soul turned his head towards the voice and saw 3 old men and a middle-aged man sitting around the bonfire, watching the battle. The one who just started singing was the middle-aged man. Holy crap! Uchiha Madara! Holy crap! Senju Hashirama! Holy crap! Senju Ta! Holy crap! Wait, who are you, brother? The soul looked curiously at the sage of 6 paths among the 4. Who was this white-clothed old man? But that wasn't the key point. The key was what the 4 were doing. Senju Ta was singing the song he just wanted to sing. Uchiha Madara was accompanying him on the guitar, and the unknown white-clothed old man and Senju Hashirama were admiringly surrounding Madara as he played the guitar. Wait, which young person died in front of an old man like me? Isn't the guitar something that has only recently become popular among young people? Madara, where did you learn this? Ha ha ha. Hashirama, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Playing the song is much easier than singing it. Madara immediately stopped accompanying and began teaching Hashirama the 7 basic chords he just used and 2 types of fingerpicking. At the same time, Madara also expressed some disdain for the unnecessary sage of 6 paths, pulling Hashirama to turn his back to him. The sage of 6 paths, who was being disregarded, was speechless, but he happened to notice the new soul nearby and warmly greeted him. Oh, a newcomer. Welcome to the world of the Pure Land. I'm the sage of 6 paths. Hello, sage. The soul, somewhat wooden in response, didn't realize anything was wrong, as he was still in shock from seeing the Hokages of past generations. Then he suddenly realized something was off the more he thought about it. Sage of 6 paths? Holy crap. Sage of 6 paths. Sorry. Sage of 6 paths, hello. The soul quickly corrected himself and bowed in apology. Realizing that what the textbook said about being guided by the legendary sage of 6 paths after death was true. No worries. Do you see the firelight in the distance? Walk towards the firelight, and you will reach the village. Thank you very much. The soul politely bid farewell to the sage of 6 paths, took another look at the bizarre scene, and walked away. This unforgettable day is likely to be remembered by him for a long time. Madara sent a letter. Hashirama caught the note that suddenly floated in front of him, and the familiar handwriting was undoubtedly Madara's. Then it temporarily interrupted Madara's guitar lesson, so he could also see what Madara from the mortal realm had passed down. Review Tobirama. That's right. It only contained a few brief and effective words. It seemed that the methods over there were not very effective. Madara, who knew that his original body was conveying the message, realized that the guy named Orochimaru was not helpful. He still needed to find Orochimaru. Madara immediately told Hashirama about the current situation. Upon learning that his good younger brother had permanently sealed an innocent life to prevent him from going to the mortal realm to play, Hashirama's kindness could no longer tolerate his brother's mischief. Starting to get serious, he quickly entered Sage mode, and then, Sage Art, my Gmon. Tobirama, who was desperately dodging, suddenly had a much larger and heavier Torii gate dropped on him. Then came the horrifying scene of the great wood dragon whipping his backside. On the other side, at Hashirama's grave, Sage Ta burned the letter and then formed the sleeping technique seal to let himself fall asleep, waiting for his granduncle to send him a dream with a message. Although the wood clone could be burned away, once the clone was released in the Pure Land, the information carried by the clone could not be transmitted. After all, the Pure Land of the deceased world could be considered another world, and the distance from the mortal realm was even more unreachable. It was already a great misfortune to allow the wood clone to go down. Therefore, the communication method between the deceased in the Pure Land and the living in the mortal realm still relied on the traditional art of dream messaging. However, while Sage Ta was asleep, he did not receive a dream message from his granduncle after he succeeded, but instead was woken up by Madara. Madara? Orochimaru has been rescued. Madara took the somewhat sleepy SH-Ta and used the Flying Thunder God to leave. The half-asleep SH-Ta felt like he had forgotten something. Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as teacher Orochimaru is rescued. Tobirama in the Pure Land. I'm still getting beaten. Can't you send a message down to make them stop? You little. Ouch. Brother, be gentler. Chapter 173. Let Lord Orochimaru eat first. Shao Tiantuan Media Building, filming set. As soon as Rope Tree landed after being brought back by Madara, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he witnessed the iconic scene of his junior, Sasuke, killing his teacher. The Chidori sharp spear pinned the cross-armed Orochimaru against the wall. How to put it? The last time he saw such a scene was on the bed in Shippuden, and this time it was even more outrageous. The young and rebellious junior Sasuke wall-slammed his naked and shy teacher, Orochimaru. How to say? I always felt the relationship between the junior and the old mentor was unusual, and now it looks increasingly bizarre. Then, Rope Tree saw Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear move down, directly splitting his old mentor's body in half. What the hell? It's still a love-hate script. While Rope Tree was shocked inside, Sasuke looked at the Orochimaru he had cut in half with disgust. The split body didn't bleed. Instead, it transformed into countless small white snakes, which then reassembled perfectly in front of him. This was already Sasuke's 100th failed attempt at killing his teacher. Looking at the still naked and lively Orochimaru, the proud young man ultimately succumbed to reality and released his Chidori. So disgusting. How can there be such hard-to-kill people in this world? And can you please put on some clothes? The naked body had neither male nor female characteristics, making everyone present, except for Kabuto, feel incredibly nauseated. Are you trying to give us benefits or gross us out? Hurry up and let him wear some clothes. Ah, finally stopped, Sasuke-kun. Get lost. Go put on your clothes. Kabuto, where are my clothes? Seeing that Sasuke had finally stopped, Orochimaru sighed in relief and quickly asked Kabuto. Huh? Oh. Kabuto, realizing this, hurriedly took out a summoning scroll he carried with him and summoned a set of clothes to hand to his lord Orochimaru. After all, since the two often spent time together, many aspects of daily life that Orochimaru didn't pay much attention to were taken care of meticulously by Kabuto. The people present thought about it for a moment and found it understandable. But what was with that regretful expression when you handed over the clothes? Lord Orochimaru, how's your body? Is there anything uncomfortable? Don't worry, Kabuto. Then Lord Orochimaru, you must be hungry, right? I have prepared lunch here. Ah, thank you. Let me get dressed first. No, this is what I should do. You flatter me. There was a somewhat tense atmosphere between the two, causing the onlookers to instinctively move away from them. Two men, with a somewhat ambiguous friendship. Damn, it's that terrifying Konoha friendship again. Orochimaru, how long would it take you to create a special Edo Tensei body like mine? After Orochimaru got dressed, Madara turned around to ask, causing Orochimaru, who had just received his lunch, to stop thinking about eating. It also made Kabuto frown slightly. Is it to be used for the Edo Tensei of Lord Hashirama? I've already compiled his genetic sequence long ago. If you need it, I can have it ready in less than half an hour. Orochimaru replied, thinking back to when he helped Obito create Madara's special body. He anticipated this day would come. Well done. Then let's hurry and Edo Tensei Hashirama. I can't wait any longer. Madara's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. He was eager to have an exhilarating fight with Hashirama. All right, then I'll go back to the Research Institute to prepare. Lord Orochimaru, you eat first. Wait, Lord Orochimaru, since you're already Edo Tensei, let me film that scene too. The diligent Obito stopped the departing Orochimaru and shared his idea of filming the Konoha F4 appearance, interrupting Kabuto's attempt to persuade Orochimaru to eat. Kabuto's frown deepened. When the Edo Tensei of Lord Hashirama happens, let Lord Tobirama and Teacher Minato come over for a cameo, and I'll transform into Sarutobi Hiruzen to join in. Hey, this scene will be complete. The more Obito thought about it, the better he found the idea. This way, special effects could be reduced, and his workload would significantly lighten, giving him more time to spend with Rin at this moment. Obito still didn't know that Tobirama was sent to the Pure Land by Madara, receiving a beating from the Wooden Dragon. But it was precisely Obito's interruption that reminded Rope Tree of his granduncle Tobirama, who was still being beaten in the Pure Land. Ah, Lord Orochimaru, you might need to prepare another Edo Tensei sacrifice. Rope Tree informed his Lord Orochimaru about Tobirama being in the Pure Land. Thank you, Lord Madara. Orochimaru said respectfully. After all, Madara was also helping him vent some frustrations. I just want to beat that white-haired guy. Madara crossed his arms, looking proud. Knowing that Madara was a girl, Itachi, Obito, Rope Tree, and Orochimaru began to imagine a proud girl Madara. The few of them exchanged knowing glances and gave Obito a thumbs up. This setting is fantastic. Obito sent a message to teacher Minato on his phone, discussing the cameo he wanted him to make. Madara then used the Flying Thunder God to send Rope Tree back to Hashirama's grave, letting him pass the message down to Hashirama in the Pure Land to prepare for coming up. Then he hurriedly wanted to use the Flying Thunder God to take Orochimaru to the Research Institute. Lord Madara, let Lord Orochimaru eat first. Kabuto stopped Madara, who was forcefully trying to take Orochimaru away. Madara's previously furrowed brows relaxed, turning into a dangerous smile. He had the momentum of, if you don't let Lord Orochimaru eat, I'll fight you right here. Whoa, you little brat, you actually have the guts to provoke me. I'm not trying to provoke you, but Lord Orochimaru needs to eat right now. Madara looked at this junior he had never cared about before with some surprise. The firm and fearless gaze made Madara's mouth curve slightly. Interesting. Kabuto, I actually don't need to. Lord Orochimaru, please don't speak for now. I'm talking to Lord Madara. Kabuto turned his head and smiled at Orochimaru, his tone clearly respectful, but giving Orochimaru a feeling of being unable to refuse. Sumimasen. Orochimaru obediently fell silent, lowering his head. What if I insist on taking him away right now? Then you'll have to step over my body. Kabuto stepped to the left, blocking the way between Madara and Orochimaru with one leg. Even Obito beside them was left dumbfounded. Chapter 174, I am still me, except I've grown up. Not much has changed. What's going on? I just got distracted for a moment while checking my phone, and now it seems like Do is about to fight Uchiha Madara? Is this for real? Can these two even be compared in terms of combat power? Commendable bravery. Seeing the bespectacled kid blocking his path, Madara chuckled and coldly snorted. Such loyal subordinates reminded him of his own from his past life. Damn, a bunch of ungrateful wolves. His unfriendly gaze instantly landed on a bystander, Obito, who was watching the show. This one was the #1 ungrateful wolf. Obito, confused? Why are you looking at me? Old man Madara. He then gave him 2 middle fingers and stuck out his tongue. Madara was speechless, too lazy to argue with the brat. He turned around and continued speaking to the bespectacled kid behind him. Orochimaru, you have a good subordinate. You flatter me, Lord Madara, Orochimaru replied, only to suddenly see Madara vanish before him, leaving him puzzled and on high alert, ready to jump in front of Do at any moment. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes. After leaving this remark, Madara's presence completely disappeared, most likely having used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Lord Orochimaru, hurry. Do quickly brought over the bento and handed it to Orochimaru. Do, I'm not saying you. How could you talk back to Lord Madara? Orochimaru scolded Do while eating the bento, his words somewhat unclear. Sumimasen. Do smiled apologetically, completely losing the previous unyielding momentum. Don't speak with that silly grin. Sumimasen. Obito watched the affectionate scene over there, then looked at the brotherly interactions on the other side, and inexplicably felt a sense of competition ignite within him. Damn, it's as if he's the only one not included. Without further ado, Obito pulled out his phone and sent a message to Kakashi. Obito, Kakashi, you idiot. Kakashi, idiot, are you sick? Obito, if you're not convinced, come out and fight. Kakashi, eat shit. Kakashi sent a location, and Obito used his Manjiki Sharingan to glance out the window, activating Kamui at that position and pulling Kakashi into the Kamui space, then followed in himself. No more words. Just enjoy the fight. On the other side, in the Pure Land, at this moment the Sage of Six Paths had also started his afternoon shift, floating in the void, occasionally disappearing to guide the souls lost in the mist. Shinju didn't disturb Grandpa and Madara's reminiscing, and went back to the village to find Grandma Mito, only to be left there, forced to accompany a group of elderly people dancing square dances. Coincidentally, at this time, Hashirama, who was using a giant wooden dragon whip to spank Tobirama's butt, suddenly noticed another note floating in front of him. He took it and began to read. This time it wasn't Madara's handwriting, but Shinju's, which made Hashirama a bit disappointed. However, after reading the content written on it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, he could go up to find Madara to play. Although he was nearby, how should he say it? A clone is just not as interesting as the real thing. On this point, he and Madara shared a consensus. Tobi's mom, look, that kid named Sasuke saved Orochimaru. You can say it doesn't matter now. Hashirama stopped spanking Tobirama and proudly boasted to him. Woo-woo. Tobirama, with his mouth stuffed with a towel, screamed in various ways. Did you let me speak? How can I say anything with my mouth blocked? Big brother Hashirama, could you please? Before Tobirama could finish, Hashirama was slightly pulled aside by Madara, making room for Tobirama. Good job, big brother. Tobirama took his phone in front of Hashirama's face and said, Hee, this angle shows the most embarrassing expression. Alright, I forgot. Ultimately, it was a little bit of mutual understanding left between brothers that made Hashirama notice Tobirama. His mouth was blocked, and he reached out to remove the towel. What? What? Hashirama leaned in closer, not hearing clearly what Tobirama had just mumbled. The inherently evil Uchiha brat. This was Tobirama's late comment on Sasuke. Sigh. Still this line, huh? Hashirama face-bombed, feeling helpless. He had wanted to complain about it in his past life, never expecting Tobirama would still say it in this life. He casually released the sealing gate that suppressed Tobirama. Flying Thunder God, activate. Once he regained his ability to move, Tobirama immediately focused on Tobirama's phone and activated Flying Thunder God. Dodging. I knew you would do that. Uchiha Izuna, with outstanding swordsmanship, had excellent control over his body. Being aware beforehand, he certainly wouldn't let Tobirama snatch the phone, causing Tobirama to miss his grab. Uchiha Izuna, hand over the phone. Dream on. Come, and take it yourself. The two of them began yet another round of tug-of-war over the phone, using various advanced ninjutsu and techniques for such childish squabbles, making Hashirama shake his head with a helpless smile. On the other side, Madara wore a similar expression to Hashirama, watching the two bickering. This scene was no different from when they were kids. I am still me, except I've grown up. Not much has changed. Too lazy to deal with them, the two continued back to the campfire, one teaching and the other learning to play the guitar. After sending a dream to Shinju, Hashirama intervened to stop the ongoing bickering between his two younger brothers, making Tobirama say goodbye to Izuna. Because who knows when they might suddenly be brought back with Edo Tensei. Who wants to say goodbye to this guy? The two crossed their arms in the same way, both pouting disdainfully and speaking in the same proud tone. Uchiha Izuna, don't copy the way I talk. Senju Tobirama, are you sick? You're clearly the one copying me. Damn it, I'm interpreting your dream. Watching the two brothers quarrel more fiercely, the two elder brothers showed expressions of speechlessness and headache. Do you see why we could be so harmonious? Can't you learn from us? Another note from the present Shinju floated in front of Hashirama with very brief content. Grandpa, get ready, we'll bring you back soon. Hashirama passed the note to Madara, who then handed it to Tobirama. After a moment of hesitation under his elder brother's pressing gaze, Tobirama handed it to Izuna and said, Never see you again. I don't want to see you again in this life either. Hashirama and Madara both face-bombed, truly hopeless. Information from Jiraiya has arrived. Current available information, 172. The distance between the present world and the Pure Land is too great, so when the wood clone is released in the Pure Land, the information and experiences gained cannot be transmitted back via chakra. However, due to the reference of the clone, the dreams of the deceased will become extremely easy. 173. After Orochimaru was unsealed, he set his unsealed body as his main body and retrieved the power from the body sealed by Tobirama. This is a unique immortality trick of his. 174. The towel in Tobirama's mouth was suggested by Izuna to block it, and the kind Hashirama couldn't bear to hear his brother's cries, so he agreed. Then, in his foolishness, he forgot about the fact that Tobirama's mouth was blocked. That's all. Don't underestimate my network of information. Chapter 175. Impure World Reincarnation at Night, in the Uchiha clan's territory at the Nana Shrine. Release. After Madara formed the hand seals, the enormous stone blocking the underground entrance began to levitate, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Let's go. Madara took the lead, walking briskly with a somewhat urgent pace. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He could hardly wait to see Hashirama. The group behind him hurried to catch up, descending the stairs. He ignited a torch with a fire-style fireball technique. In the middle of the wall emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, the name Uchiha was prominently displayed, and below it was a stone tablet that had been inherited by the Uchiha clan for thousands of years. Sasuke, feeling curious, activated his Sharingan. After all, he came here in his past life to learn everything, so he hadn't paid any attention to the contents of the stone tablet. If you remember correctly, the contents of the tablet were altered by Kagaya's Black Zetsu last time, so he was curious to see if they had been tampered with again this time. Of course, even if there was no alteration, he was still quite curious about what was written on the tablet. 2 eggs, chopped onions set aside, deboned chicken thighs diced, and marinated for 30 minutes. Huh, With the help of his 3-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke read the decipherable contents aloud, only to start questioning his life choices. Is this really the stone tablet that has been passed down for 1,000 years? He even doubted whether he was seeing things, rubbing his Sharingan hard and looking again, but after rubbing, there was still no change. Sasuke stood there dumbfounded. On the other side, Itachi and Obito were also curiously observing with their Sharingan, and they too were stunned, just like Sasuke. However, unlike Sasuke, they had their Manjiki Sharingan, upgrading their visual power and enhancing their ability to analyze the contents of the stone tablet. They saw 3 additional lines of content. Heat a small amount of oil in a pan, add the marinated chicken, and fry until the surface is slightly charred. Then add onions and stir-fry until soft. Pour in the prepared sauce, bring to a boil, then simmer on low heat for 5 minutes until the chicken is cooked through. Slowly pour the egg mixture along the edge of the pan, cover with a lid and steam for 10 to 15 seconds until semi-set, then stir evenly. Itachi, I see. I've learned something. Obito, isn't this just a recipe for Oyakodon? Obito couldn't understand why Sage of 6 Paths would write such a thing on the inheritance tablet. The two looked towards Madara, the only one present with the Rinnegan, since the Sharingan could only see this much. The rest of the unclear lines were the paid content of the Rinnegan. There might even be a twist. However, Madara wasn't paying attention to that. His focus was entirely on the upcoming Impure World reincarnation. His mother, Hashirama, was about to come up, so what was there to focus on with a broken stone tablet? Obito, I'm about to start. Orochimaru took out the Death God mask from his pocket and said to Obito, "Oh, okay, everyone get ready." Obito instantly entered work mode, summoning a camera, setting it up, and directing everyone to transform into their respective targets and stand in the preset positions. Sasuke remained unchanged as always. Itachi transformed into SH Gun, Kabuto became Sujetsu, and Madara stood still, lost in thought about Hashirama. "Madara, stop dawdling, go to the back. Don't get in the shot." Obito shouted at the still, daydreaming Madara, who reluctantly interrupted his thoughts and shot Obito a glare. In response, Obito glared back and pointed to the side. The meaning was clear. "Madara, hurry up." Not wanting to argue with a kid, Madara quickly moved to lean against the wall. Seeing this, Obito made an okay gesture to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru-sama, we can begin." Then he personally adjusted the camera's various settings. The previous cameraman had already been fired by Obito. He had insisted on filming when told not to. Since he wanted to dive into the sea so badly, Obito simply sent him to Jiraiya-sama for reporting, which could be considered kindness. "I'm starting now. Stand a little further away." Orochimaru got into character in an instant, put on the Death God mask, his chakra surging, and then began to perform before everyone. Obito initially thought Orochimaru could just do a casual performance, and he would handle the special effects for the Death God part later. Who knew Orochimaru would actually summon the real Death God? "Orochimaru-sama." Kabuto was the first to speak, his eyes filled with worry. "It's fine, Kabuto. I've already paid the price in advance." Orochimaru said calmly, leaning against the phantom of the Death God with a smile. Even the purple-faced, fanged Death God behind him nodded in agreement with a look of satisfaction. In this second round, the crafty snake Orochimaru finally acted like a human, no longer just peddling snake skins, but actually offering a powerful soul as a sacrifice. Note, this soul is Kagaya Otsutsu. If the god could speak, I would definitely praise his redemption in front of everyone. Orochimaru began to communicate with the Death God using chakra, explaining the purpose of this collaboration for the performance. The Death God, having already received compensation, immediately agreed and cooperated with Orochimaru to complete this segment in front of the camera. Even the behind-the-scenes dance was performed in full cooperation with Orochimaru. Such dedication made Obito want to pay to sign the Death God. "Look at him. Now look at you guys." Obito mentally called out Sasuke and Naruto. These two had the most reshoots. As the Death God was about to leave, he handed a small notebook to Orochimaru, looking forward to Orochimaru bringing him more powerful souls in the future. Orochimaru took the notebook and, upon seeing the words Death Note on it, recalled the notebook's function. What a good thing after putting away the notebook. Orochimaru completed the formation for the Impure World reincarnation on the ground. He summoned 3 special bodies he had prepared and arranged them one by one. Why 3? Naturally, when Orochimaru was preparing Tobirama's body, Madara suddenly spoke up, asking Orochimaru to include Izuna's as well. After all, Madara felt his brother would surely miss the fun times he had with Tobirama. Meanwhile, Obito wasn't idle either. While filming, he also sent a message to Minato Sensei, informing him to be ready to enter at any time. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. After Orochimaru finished forming the seals, he slapped the ground with his large hand. 3 souls, enveloped in immense chakra, flew back into position and merged into the specially crafted bodies. The intact bodies began to crack, dirt and debris flying. The physical characteristics of the souls began to appear, ultimately becoming 3 humanoid figures standing still. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, and the timely arriving Namake's Minato. Of course, as for Minato's role, in Obito's words, it was just a fill in the numbers. This could save him time later for special effects. Thus, the Konoha F4 scene was set, and all that was needed was to replace Uchiha Izuna with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh, wait, isn't someone missing? Where's Senju Hashirama? Realizing something, Obito turned around, and sure enough, he did not see Madara's figure. This sudden disappearance tactic made Obito immediately think of Madara's Rinnegan. No need to say, he must have dragged Madara into the Rinnegan world to fight. Chapter 176. Love and Kill in the Wheel Tomb? Where's Lord Hashirama? The others present also noticed that Hashirama had suddenly disappeared, along with the equally vanished Madara. However, they weren't like Obito, who had personally experienced the Wheel Tomb's foresummoning. So even though they knew it was because of Madara, they were still left confused and bewildered. But soon their attention was diverted by something else. Uchiha Izuna, what are you doing here? Tobirama said with a look of disdain. After finally returning to the real world, why is this annoying thing still by my side? I wanted to ask you the same thing. Why did you bring me up here? Izuna retorted with a face full of disdain. He was busy drafting a social media post on his phone and hadn't even had the chance to hit send before he was inexplicably summoned. At least let me post about Tobirama's tragic state first. Born evil, that inherently evil Senju with white hair. Izuna spoke first, breaking Tobirama's defenses. Furious, Tobirama drew a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, ready to explode in anger. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Minato reacted quickly, using the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Tobirama and coaxing him to calm down. Using the Flying Thunder God to pick up girls. Your instant movement is still as fast as ever. After being comforted, Tobirama was too lazy to argue with that annoying guy, acting all senior-like as he praised Minato, as if he hadn't just been furious moments ago. Do you think everyone is as slow as you, Turtle Speed Ninja? Damn it. Uchiha Izuna. You, don't stop me, Obito. Today I will kill him. Come on, are you afraid? CNM, I will interpret your dream. The two began to curse at each other, with Minato caught in between. The familiar words left Orochimaru beside them in a state of realization. So that's why Danzo is such a good swearer. Turns out he learned from you two seniors. On the other side, in the Wheel Tomb world, a familiar scene was unfolding. Hashirama, Madara. After the customary shout before battle, Uchiha Madara, with a fan on his back, charged forward excitedly, beginning to suppress Senju Hashirama in close combat. Madara's fervent offensive left Hashirama, who had just arrived in the real world and wasn't prepared, exhausted from defending against punches and kicks. With his hands unable to form the necessary seals, he naturally couldn't unleash the would-release ninjutsu that required clapping. He had considered retreating first and then clapping, but that dance-like movement was an attack style Hashirama had never anticipated, integrating dance movements into his attacks. Madara was quite creative. While Hashirama praised him internally, he couldn't come up with a good countermeasure while being continuously suppressed. Although he could withstand some attacks, he knew that during the post-battle summary, he would definitely be scolded by Madara. No, I don't want that, Sai. There's no helping it. In the midst of battle, Hashirama closed his eyes and opened them, his sage transformation appearing on his face, as if he had activated sage mode. But Madara's expression turned serious, feeling as if he were facing a great enemy, just as the thought of being cautious arose. In the next moment, Madara was sent flying by a massive force. Without the groundwork of ninjutsu, it was merely a momentary enhancement of physical ability. Madara knew the source of that terrifying power. It was the change in Hashirama's chakra quality through the Rinnegan. Hashirama had activated his own Sage of Six Paths mode. Unlike Naruto's and Sasuke's Six Paths mode, which was bound to their respective powers, his was bound to his Sage transformation. Ha ha, Hashirama, fighting you truly excites me. Madara laughed loudly as he rose from the rubble, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Come at me, Madara. Hashirama struck a pose and playfully beckoned Madara with his hand. In that instant, the momentum surged, and he also entered a state of battle filled with fervor. If in a long time since we've fought seriously, you should know I'm different from before, right? Madara drew the fan from his back and summoned his usual scythe. Of course, I've already seen through your attacks. Hmm? A weapon battle? Not bad. Excited, Hashirama casually summoned his ninja tool scroll, and a pile of various weapons appeared and stuck into the ground. Great swords, thin swords, broad blades, long spears, giant shurikens. Which one should I choose? However, just as his hand reached for his usual great sword, Madara's figure suddenly appeared before him. Flying Thunder God! The sudden attack caught Hashirama off guard as he was picking a weapon, and he could only hurriedly block, getting knocked away by the fan. Come on, keep entertaining me. As Madara's words drew closer, his assault continued, not waiting for the smoke to clear, and he charged at Hashirama with the scythe. But this time, Hashirama blocked it with a great sword. After all, you got me once with the Flying Thunder God. That was careless of me. If you succeed a second time, then my Sage of Six Paths mode would have been for nothing. With a firm grip on the great sword, he exerted force, and the great sword's chakra surged, shattering the scythe, while sending Madara flying once again. The scythe broke, and the fan slipped from Madara's hand due to the tremendous force. Hashirama achieved a weapon destruction accomplishment, firmly gaining the advantage in battle. This should make you a bit more docile, right? With weapons in hand, Hashirama began to take the initiative to attack. First sword, shatter. The chakra entwined around the great sword began to change shape, ultimately transforming into an extending blue sword body. Hashirama jumped up, swinging it down towards Madara. Oomph. Susanoo. The half-body second stage, Susanoo, manifested around Madara, and the interlocking Susanoo short swords met Hashirama's great sword strike. The two forces momentarily stalemated in the field. Just as Hashirama was about to exert more force, he saw Madara making hand seals within the Susanoo. That was fire release. However, before Hashirama could respond, Madara suddenly vanished from his sight, leaving the Susanoo's form still standing there. Fire release. Great fire whirlwind. Madara's shout echoed as three massive fire dragons spiraled toward Hashirama from behind, the whirlwinds sweeping through the ruins while unerringly rushing towards him. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Hashirama decisively clapped his hands, and a huge wood dragon rose from the ground, carrying him into the sky, soaring over the fire whirlwinds. However, waiting for him outside was a gigantic-tailed beast ball condensed from a golden fox head. Taste this. At Madara's command, the tailed beast ball shot towards Hashirama, who had nowhere to dodge in midair. Wood release. A massive hand extended from the wood dragon. The hand grasped the tailed beast ball tightly. Wood human technique. The wood human responded to the call, pushing the tailed beast ball and forcing the high-density chakra, which was about to explode, right in front of Madara's face. Madara's pupils widened in an instant, followed by a blinding white light that engulfed everything around. Chapter 177. No. This is just a compliment after the dazzling white light. The fully transformed golden nine-tailed beast stood opposite the bulky wooden man. Before Hashirama could react in the next moment, a blue Susanoo began to appear like armor on the surface of the fully tailed beast form, ultimately completely covering the tailed beast with its armor. Madara activated his armored Susanoo once again. It seems we have both completed our warm-up. Madara's words reached Hashirama's ears. Of course, the next part is crucial. Hashirama responded, his hands clasped tightly together. Almost simultaneously, the two shouted in unison, "Let us settle this once and for all." The two massive bodies began their endless collisions. Outside, in front of the Uchiha stone tablet, due to the presence of the kind-hearted Minato mediating in the middle, the two old predecessors would never actually fight, even for the sake of maintaining face in front of the younger generation. Orochimaru, come back to the research institute with me. I don't want to see this annoying guy. Tobirama called Orochimaru over. He didn't want to stay there for even a moment longer. With Izuna around, the air was foul. TCH, the Uchiha Shrine doesn't welcome you either. Izuna shared the same sentiment, waving his hand to urge the annoying white-haired man to leave quickly. Tomorrow, he would put up a sign at the entrance of the Uchiha clan land. No entry for Senju, Tobirama, and dogs. From a distance, Izuna spotted two Uchiha juniors whispering to each other with their heads together. One of them, who looked almost exactly like him when he was a child, surprised him greatly. He had long heard his elder brother say that there was a Uchiha junior named Sasuke who looked very much like him. He had always thought his brother was just joking, but now he realized such a person truly existed. Of course, on the other side, the two brothers were also surprised by this. After all, knowing is one thing, but this was the first time they had seen Izuna in person. Itachi kept teasing Sasuke, saying, "Don't you think you'll grow up to look just like Lord Izuna?" Sasuke, who was reluctant to admit it, was just then interrupted by Itachi hearing Izuna Izuna-'s voice. "You two, what are your names?" Izuna stepped forward, smiling kindly as he asked the two juniors. "Sasuke. Nice name." Izuna praised with a smile, and then chatted with them about everyday topics. Izuna's approachable demeanor surprised the two brothers. It was completely different from the aggressive attitude he had displayed when facing Tobirama. It felt like the gentleness and kindness of a neighborly elder. How to say it? Although it might be a bit rude, Izuna didn't quite seem like Madara's younger brother. Itachi thought to himself. To give an example, it's like imagining Sasuke's face with Naruto's bright and sunny smile. Quite discordant, right? The non-Sundara Sasuke lacked that awkwardness, which felt very unusual. But now the Izuna in his eyes gave off a similar vibe. However, one thing was unquestionable. Interacting with such a senior was an incredibly comforting experience. Itachi reached out and grabbed Sasuke by the back of his collar, preventing his reluctant brother from escaping. He dragged him into conversations with Lord Izuna. The meaning was clear. My foolish little brother. Quickly learned some manners from Lord Izuna. Sasuke, caught and unable to resist, reluctantly engaged in a conversation with another version of himself. Sasuke, humph. Now there's another person whose looks rival mine. Interesting. Itachi flicked his forehead. Speak properly. Haha, it's fine. Can you two take me to see the current Uchiha clan? The scene of the two brothers interacting made Izuna subconsciously recall the joy of playing around with his elder brother in their childhood. So he didn't mind at all and instead smiled happily. Then, as he smiled, he suddenly stopped, because he remembered those few rare occasions, after which his brother seemed to have always been with Hashirama, completely ignoring him as the younger brother. Could it be that in my brother's heart, Hashirama is more important than me? Reflecting on his life, Izuna suddenly thought of this. Oh, okay, Lord Izuna. Don't you need to pay attention to Lord Madara and the others? Itachi interrupted the whispered conversation with Sasuke and politely responded to Izuna. It's fine, no need to worry about them. Once my brother and the others start fighting, it'll last for days and nights. Ultimately, Itachi's words brought Izuna back to reality, and he helplessly said, "Sigh, I'm used to it. I want to think about it. Some questions are better left unanswered." Glancing around the scene, that evil white-haired man had already brought his people and left with the Flying Thunder God. Since he's gone, there's no reason for me to stay here either. I might as well go explore the current Uchiha clan land. All right, I got it. Obito-senpai, Uncle Minato. We'll be leaving now. Before leaving, Itachi also didn't forget to bid farewell to the still-present Obito and Minato. Okay, be careful on the way back. Obito and Minato replied, politely bidding farewell to Lord Izuna, as the two brothers accompanied Izuna, wandering around the Uchiha clan land at night. Minato was helping Obito tidy up the camera and a series of layout props. After a long time apart, the two of them were alone together. Minato looked at Obito, who was seriously watching the footage, and reflected on how different he was from the playful troublemaker he was with Kakashi or the spoiled child he was in front of Rin. At this moment, he exuded the maturity and steadiness of an adult. Minato suddenly realized that without him noticing, that boy had already become a qualified adult. Feeling gratified, he couldn't help but chuckle. Minato-sensei, what's wrong? It's nothing. Minato responded with a smile, raising his hand to ruffle the hair of this child who was taller than him, which made Obito frown in disdain. Minato-sensei, although I am indeed taller than you. You can't do that. Don't you know that patting heads doesn't help you grow taller? Obito said with a displeased expression. But what he received in return was an even more exaggerated motion from his teacher, ruffling his hair and shaking it around. Obito seriously suspected that his teacher just wanted to indulge himself. Very impressive, Obito. Teacher, I'm very touched by your compliment, but can we stop at the head pats? No, this is just a compliment. Isn't this how you comfort kids? Obito was left speechless and gave up, letting his teacher do as he pleased. Information from Jiraiya is here the information that can currently be shared. 175. The content visible only through the Rinnegan on the Uchiha stone tablet is as follows. Advanced egg handling. After pouring the egg mixture into the pan, do not stir, cover the pan, and use residual heat to partially cook the eggs for a smoother texture. Flavor optimization. Chicken can be marinated overnight for better flavor. An onion should be sauteed until soft before adding sauce to absorb the taste better. Enhancing flavor. Adding bonito broth or sake can enhance the complexity. The sage of six paths in this life really liked the dish Chashiden, fearing it might be lost to future generations. So he specifically wrote it on the stone tablet passed down through generations. 176. In a last life, during the battle at the Valley of the End between Madara and Hashirama, Madara obtained Ashura's power from Hashirama, gaining the Rinnegan. Therefore, in this life, The two also did the same to enhance their strength, sharing their powers with each other. Madara, as he wished, awakened the Rinnegan and unexpectedly gained the power of the six paths of Yin. Hashirama, on the other hand, obtained the corresponding Yang power and mastered the Sage mode of the six paths 177. In the Pure Land, due to the nature of souls, there are no physical limitations, allowing one to freely mold their appearance. Otherwise, if the whole family in the Pure Land were old men and women, it would be too unappealing. Of course, the form of the soul will tend to resemble the physical appearance it once had, which is also the reason why Orochimaru was able to transform Madara into a female version. That's all. Don't underestimate my information network. Chapter 178, Setting Chapter, discussing my understanding of the six paths. Not watching does not affect the main plot in the original work. The Sage of Six Paths grants Sasuke and Naruto their powers as follows. On Sasuke's side, he receives the power of the six paths, Yin, and the Sage's Eyes, which is the Rinnegan. On Naruto's side, he receives the power of the six paths, Yang, and the Sage of Six Paths' own created Sage of Six Paths mode. The six paths powers of both are easily understood as they serve as the key to sealing Kaguya, as long as they join hands and touch. Due to this part of the six paths power, they can also use yin-yang release techniques, for instance. Naruto helping Might Guy unlock his potential and assisting Kakashi in regaining his eye, which is mentioned in the formula book as yin-yang release. The main difference between the two lies in the Rinnegan and the Sage of Six Paths mode. Let us first talk about the Rinnegan and what I want to say. Here, that's my conclusion. The Sharingan and the Rinnegan are two different types of eyes. Sasuke's Rinnegan is different from the ordinary Rinnegan. It is a special 6-Tomo Rinnegan. Its special manifestation is that it can simultaneously use two different eyes techniques, a combination of Sharingan and Rinnegan. Here, we need to overturn the conclusion of Master Otsutsuki, which states that the Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. In the original work, the Sage of Six Paths clearly states that the Rinnegan requires the reincarnation of Indra combined with Ashura's chakra to guide its own chakra power. And only then can it be born. The anime segment where the Sage of Six Paths first activates the Sharingan, then kills his brother, and then opens the Rinnegan is an original creation. He is a natural-born Rinnegan wielder. This brings up another question. Why does his descendant Indra have the Sharingan? This is naturally due to skipping generations, just like how Minato's talent was inherited by Boruto. Hence, Boruto is like a prodigy from a young age. After Kaguya consumed the chakra fruit, the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead opened like that of the Ten Tails. Indra's Sharingan also stems from his grandmother's genetic inheritance, belonging to the Sharingan portion of the Rinne Sharingan. Of course, I also have a different speculation. The Sharingan is a mutated bloodline formed by the combination of the Otsutsuki clan and Earth's human bloodlines. After all, the Sage of Six Paths did marry a human and have descendants. His descendants are different from him and lack the complete Otsutsuki bloodline. Therefore, they cannot inherit the vast ocular powers of the Rinnegan, resulting in a mutation that weakens the ocular power but retains the upper limit, Manjiki, of the Sharingan. Oh right, we need to overturn another common misconception. Kaguya conceived and gave birth to the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura after uniting with the Heavenly Emperor. This is again the anime team's fault, as this plot is their original creation. In the manga, Kaguya gave birth to the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura after consuming the chakra fruit of the God Tree, under the blessings of everyone. This means Kaguya was actually still a girl who hadn't experienced that kind of thing, a pure-hearted girl. The brothers Hagoromo and Hamura are pure-blooded Otsutsuki. But you might ask, if they are pure-blooded Otsutsuki, why do they still age and die? I'm not quite sure about that. If I had to explain, it would be due to the chakra fruit Kaguya consumed. After all, the God Tree extracts Earth's chakra, and the chakra fruit formed contains a part of the Earth, which may be the reason why the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura did not achieve immortality like Kaguya. Getting off track, let us summarize. Madara did not evolve from the Manjiki Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Rather, he took a bite of his favorite Hashirama, combined Indra and Ashura's chakra, and then his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. As for the differences between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, we can discuss that next time, as this is just an explanation of the Rinnegan. Next, let's talk about the Sage of Six Paths mode. The formula book states, it is a realm of divine power granted by the ancestor of ninjas, allowing one to touch the principles of all things and control the myriad phenomena. This is a mode similar to Sage mode, created by the Sage of Six Paths. The boost from this mode is numerical, but its actual manifestation lacks any noticeable external features. There are no obvious changes in appearance. There is only a change in the quality of the user's internal chakra. In the original work, when Six Paths Madara first saw Six Paths Naruto, he remarked, "You feel different from before." After getting punched by Naruto, he then questioned why his power had increased. This means that, in the eyes of the Rinnegan wielder, Six Paths Naruto and the previous Naruto had no visible differences, and even in terms of chakra quantity, there was no enhancement. If you look at Six Paths Sasuke, when he first saw Kaguya, he remarked that her chakra quantity far surpassed Madara's. Therefore, we conclude that after activating the Sage of Six Paths mode, the body does not have obvious characteristics. There is only a numerical enhancement, which is a change in chakra quality. However, because Naruto's Sage of Six Paths mode was bound to the cross-side shadow upon his appearance, when I designed Hashirama's Sage of Six Paths mode, I gave him his sage face paint as a characteristic marker. As for the subsequent special yellow robe scene on Six Paths Naruto, it is a result of him fully mastering sage arts and layering 2 additional modes on top of the Sage of Six Paths mode. Yes, too. You heard that right. These 2 modes are Sage of Six Paths transformation and the connection with Kurama. Here, there is a specialized term, Sage of Six Paths transformation. We don't need to mention the Kurama connection. It's the Nine Tails mode. Everyone understands. Thus, let's focus on the Sage of Six Paths transformation. First, let us talk about the preconditions for the Sage of Six Paths transformation, which is the complete mastery of sage arts. When Six Paths Madara saw Six Paths Naruto and Six Paths Sasuke posing, he said, "One side has mastered sage arts, while the other is awakening the Rinnegan, but I possess both powers simultaneously." The mention of awakening the Rinnegan clearly refers to Sasuke, while the one who has mastered sage arts must be referring to Naruto. In the Book of Formations, page 249, under the section for the truth-seeking ball, it mentions, "A fully mastered sage arts user will have black spheres containing yin-yang and 5 elements power surrounding them, which is the truth-seeking ball." In other words, the truth-seeking ball is a proprietary item of the Sage of Six Paths transformation. So why can Six Paths Naruto learn the same Sage of Six Paths transformation as Six Paths Madara, the Ten Tails, Jinchuriki? Some clever friends might realize that Naruto has gathered chakra from nine-tailed beasts within him, effectively making him a mini Ten Tails, besides sharing the same Six Paths power. This is their second and last common point. Therefore, we conclude that only those who possess the Six Paths power, whether yin or yang, and all-tailed beast chakra, can master sage arts and enter the Sage of Six Paths transformation state, which is the fully open state of sage arts. As for why Naruto and Boruto cannot activate the Sage of Six Paths transformation, lacking the truth-seeking ball, I believe it is due to the absence of Six Paths power. As for whether Naruto and Boruto has the Sage of Six Paths mode, that is really hard to determine, as the Sage of Six Paths mode, according to my summary, has no obvious external features. Note, as mentioned above, Madara did not find anything special about Naruto with the cross-eyed look, so I don't consider that a hallmark of the Sage of Six Paths mode. It can only be seen as Naruto's subconscious binding. The external characteristic of the Sage of Six Paths transformation is very obvious, as it is surrounded by truth-seeking balls, with the symbol of the Sage of Ninjas and 9 Tomo on the back. This is a common point between Six Paths Madara and Six Paths Naruto. So, my conclusion is Six Paths Naruto's appearance is actually a combination of Six Paths Sage mode, Six Paths Sage transformation, Nine Tails mode. Otherwise, you can't explain why Six Paths Naruto is so much stronger than Six Paths Sasuke. My explanation is that he gained the recognition of the tail beasts, which gave him 2 additional abilities compared to Sasuke. Of course, the above is just a personal summary based on experience, and everyone can discuss it and point out any unreasonable aspects. However, I intend to consider the Six Paths Sage transformation as the only external power granted to Naruto. If you find it unreasonable, just treat it as a personal setting. After all, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, the only one who can gain the full recognition of all the tail beasts is Naruto. Therefore, the Six Paths Sage transformation is the only external power I reserve for Naruto. Other than that, Ashura's reincarnation, or even Ashura himself, does not have this. Hehe. Wicked smile. The reason why Hashirama only used Six Paths Sage mode against Madara in the Infinite Tsukuyomi and did not use the Truth-Seeking Balls, and did not show any other obvious changes, is also because of this. That's it. Don't underestimate me. Damn, I'm used to saying this. See you next time we have the chance. Let's talk about something else. Canter Chapter 179, A Day in the Life of Izuna. The next day, Uchiha Shursui returned home after taking his dog for a walk and saw an old man and a young man putting up a notice board at the entrance of the clan grounds. "Oh, isn't that Lord Izuna?" Shursui was quite surprised. He had met this senior once when he was very young, held in his grandfather's arms. So he had a good impression of Lord Izuna. Could it be that he was also brought back to life like Lord Madara through Edo Tensei? Similarly, Izuna and Sasuke, who were putting up the notice board, noticed Shursui returning with his dog. Their surprise quickly turned into distaste when they saw the creature Shursui was holding on a leash. Hee, Lord Izuna, what a coincidence. Shursui awkwardly walked over, kicked Bruce to hide behind him, and then greeted Lord Izuna with a bow. Sasuke also chimed in, "Oheu, oheu. Shursui and I. You're from the Kagami family, right? I remember you. I even held you when you were a child." Izuna temporarily set aside his disdain for the dog and warmly greeted Shursui. "Ahaha. I remember. Shursui responded a bit awkwardly. How should he put it? If this weren't a second-round world, he would definitely think it was just a polite remark from an elder. "By the way, has Grandpa met you?" Shursui asked, recalling. "Not yet. I just came back last night. I have to tell him this good news quickly. He will definitely be very happy that you are back in the living world. It's fine. Let the old man avoid some walking. I'll go find him later to catch up. Isn't it the way of a teacher to visit their student? Grandpa will definitely scold me." The two ignored Sasuke, who was left speechless, and began chatting casually, leaving Sasuke wondering, am I even considered a person? After putting up the notice board, Sasuke, with nothing to do, squatted down to play with the dog. "Hey, stop hiding, come here." Sasuke waved at the creature. It can be said that Bruce, trained by Shursui with a special technique, understood Sasuke's words and ran over, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. Not bad. Sasuke smirked and patted the dog's head. Woof. Hearing the laughter, Shursui was anxious, keeping an eye on Sasuke's next move. As someone who followed the anime Shippuden, Shursui was aware of Sasuke's crazy behavior during the Ninja World War. Each time Sasuke smirked, there would be a release of Amaterasu. To sum it up with bullet comments, during this period, if Sasuke passed by a dog, it would get hit by Amaterasu, and now Bruce, the dog, was right in front of him. Fortunately, Sasuke merely patted the dog's head and did not perform that signature move of covering his eyes, which relieved Shursui greatly. Izuna looked at the scene with disdain. Why would a good Uchiha youth like dogs? It's simply a disgrace to the Uchiha. I must have Kagami teach him a lesson later. Ahaha. Lord Izuna, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm off now. Feeling Lord Izuna's disdainful gaze again, Shursui awkwardly smiled in response, then tugged on the dog leash, preparing to leave with Bruce. However, Bruce, who is usually obedient, stood still in front of the notice board. He even barked a couple of times, signaling his master to look at the notice. As for how the dog could read, well, it naturally learned word by word with the help of Shursui's special technique. What the? Shursui curiously looked over, and the content was what Sasuke had just written. No dogs allowed in Senju, Tobarama's area. Shursui was speechless. The last time he felt this speechless was when clan leader Fugaku ordered that dogs were not allowed in the Uchiha clan grounds. Shursui, I just don't understand. What did dogs ever do to you? Tobarama. So, I'm not even as good as a dog, huh? Naturally evil, unable to do anything about it. Shursui could only use Flying Thunder God to secretly send Bruce home first. As for the series of events caused by Shursui misjudging the target, leading Bruce to run into Itachi and Izuna, well, that essay story for another time, and we'll discuss it later. After sending Shursui off, Uchiha Izuna began his first day of living in the current world. Today's task was to clean the courtyard. He thought that since his older brother had lived in the current world for so long, the courtyard of the old house he used to live in should have been cleaned up already. Who would have guessed that Fugaku would say that Lord Madara was no longer living in Uchiha? Izuna. Huh? Then where has my brother been living for the past 6 months? Fugaku, I don't know. Madara. The weak are all ugly. During the day, I fight and act, and at night, I practice guitar and dance. I never care about fatigue. Letting oneself go is the true essence. Therefore, Izuna was forced to stay overnight at Fugaku's house last night. Now, not wanting to continue relying on others, Izuna was carrying a broom and a water bucket, preparing to clean the courtyard of the old house. Sasuke, who was assigned to take care of Izuna, followed behind him, watching him every so often lure a child. Hey, little friend, want to come help me clean? Their essay reward. I'll buy you snacks when we're done. This was what Sasuke heard Izuna say to every child he encountered. I want to go, perhaps due to Izuna's kind smile or the irresistible temptation of snacks. The team cleaning the courtyard grew larger and larger. Eventually, Izuna led a large group of Uchiha children, standing in front of the somewhat old courtyard with a fierce demeanor. Ahem ahem. With a cough, Izuna used the broom clone technique, equipping each of his little followers. Oh ho ho ho! The quiet and desolate courtyard suddenly became lively. leaving Sasuke, who was watching from the side, stunned, and he could even see the unique old eyes of the Hokage. From Izuna, he could see Naruto's figure. That underachiever. Is even the Uchiha not spared? Haji Naruto, you guy. Then, Sasuke. Izuna interrupted Sasuke's thoughts by tossing a broom at him, which Sasuke caught with quick reflexes. Huh? Hurry up and get to work, or I want tea buy you snacks later. Huh? Who wants snacks? Don't treat me like a child. Sasuke turned his head away with a face full of disdain, his thunder demeanor reminding Izuna of his older brother, and he smirked. You want to be able to compete with a bunch of kids, will you? Damn, who do you look down on? Sasuke immediately formed the shadow clone hand sign and charged in with a bunch of shadow clones. You little brats go over there. I'm taking you all on myself. Brother, you're so bad. You're using ninjutsu. I look down on you. A group of children echoed in agreement. TCH, this is called strength. Fine, I'll give you 10 more minutes. Sasuke said coolly while holding the broom. Brother, you will regret this. Acting cool will get you slapped in the face. Are you still going to continue suffering from the effects of Shippuden? The bigger the act, the harder the fall. Exactly. Damn, you guys want to get beaten? Huh. From a distance, Izuna smiled and shook his head, watching the noisy children playing together. It really should be this lively. This is what gives a feeling of home. Chapter 180, When You Feel. Just think about Oppai. On the other side, in Yunin Village, at Yunlei Gorge, Naruto, with Kurama on his head, stood on the empty training ground with Killer Bee. Having completed his training, Naruto came here just to have a final spar with Uncle Bai to test the results of his training. However, it hadn't started yet, as Kurama hadn't come down for Naruto's head. The reason was that Killer Bee was currently performing a new RA he had just written for the One Person and the Fox while singing and dancing. Unlike before, he was now carrying a speaker on his shoulder. Yo, morning training, I'm so hungry. The rhythm of the music, combined with the nonsensical lyrics, was surprisingly catchy. Good job, Uncle Bee. As Naruto praised, he enjoyed the takoyaki that Kurama had shared, which made the nearby octopus little 8, Nekabito, quite annoyed. Aren't you here to spar in the training ground? And you're eating takoyaki. Is there such bullying of an octopus? Bye. Stop singing. Nico shouted at Killer Bee. Kurama was too intimidating, and Naruto was even more so. Provoking him was no different than provoking Kurama. Therefore, Nico could only scold his own Killer Bee. Halfway through his words, he warned, don't interrupt. Hey, suddenly, Killer Bee was punched on the head by a swift blow from Nico, who had jumped onto his shoulder. Shut up. Bakairu, Kirinoiru. Nico was so angry that he began to talk in rhymes unconsciously. Don't be so angry, you're thousands of years old. Why argue with a child? Kurama advised impatiently. Then, showing consideration for Nico's feelings, he extended his chakra claw to hand over takoyaki. Here, the last one is for you. Get lost. I don't want it. Naturally, the agile Kurama wouldn't let him waste delicious food, pulling back his chakra claw and popping the last takoyaki into his mouth with delight. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, heading to Aki's takoyaki shop to buy 2 portions of beef tripe. This was a new product just launched today. Which one do you want? What's the difference between the two? This one has less beef tripe and more beef lung, and this one has less beef lung and more beef tripe. Seems like there's no difference. Whatever. All right. Kurama casually handed a portion to Naruto, and then Naruto was caught off guard by the spiciness. Kurama. Naruto stuck out his tongue with a pout, looking quite wronged. Kurama rolled his eyes at him. You should have said you can't eat spicy food. This one has less chili. Naruto swapped with Kurama, took a bite, and continued to pout and stick out his tongue. Kurama. So annoying. Just wait for me. After Kurama said this, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Naruto immediately dropped his pouty expression and proudly stuck out his tongue at Uncle Bai and Little 8, Nekabito, who were watching. Little proud Kurama. I can handle him easily. Killer Bee got it. Little 8. I'm just going to sing originally. Killer Bee, who was already quite silly and deserved a beating, was now trying to be cute with a high-pitched voice. Oh, that's not just eye-watering. Nekabito decided that he must die today. He became faster and more ruthless, making Killer Bee dodge and drop his knife all over the place. Holding a portion of beef tripe without chili, Kurama appeared above Naruto's head, looking at the two of them enjoying themselves with a blank expression. Didn't you want Naruto to spar with Killer Bee to test his training results? How come you started fighting with Killer Bee first? Unable to understand, Kurama chose to give up. He exchanged the beef tripe in his hand with Naruto, and neither of them had any intention of stopping the fight. They just watched the commotion. Awumai, the One Person, and the Fox were immersed in the wonderful taste of beef tripe. The sparring match was completely set aside due to this interruption. After all, you can't let Naruto, who just ate, do intense exercise, or it will give him a stomachache. As the saying goes, a walk after a meal helps you live to 99. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Uncle Bai, Naruto prepared to stroll around Yunin village for a bit before letting Kurama use the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha. Kurama, should we buy some of Yunin village's premium beef to take back? What do we need that for? Beef ramen. Uncle Yao will definitely come up with a new ramen dish. Idiot. One person and one fox continue to chat and walk around, when suddenly they heard a somewhat familiar voice around the corner. Naruto peeked over and saw a gold, red, and white combination chatting at the entrance of a dessert shop. At this moment, Sammy was rubbing her shoulders with a tired face. It's really exhausting being with you guys. All my shoulders are so sore. Your shoulder soreness is probably caused by your big opai, just like Karui wouldn't have sore shoulders without opai. Omoy, chewing on a lollipop, was calmly analyzing, and predictably, he received a beating from Karui beside him. Are you seeking death? Sammy, let's go. Ignore him. The two girls left the beaten Omoy behind and walked into the dessert shop. Oh, Omoy, still getting beaten as usual. Naruto walked over to greet him and then helped him up from the ground. After training in Yunin village for so many days, Naruto naturally became familiar with them. Naruto, are you preparing to go back? Omoy asked calmly upon seeing the backpack on Naruto's back. Of course, he didn't forget to greet Lord Kurama. However, the proud Kurama didn't respond, thinking he was just a little brat, not worth remembering. That's right, I'll be going back soon. By the way, after getting beaten so badly, aren't you angry? Naruto looked at the calm Omoy with bags on his head and felt a bit of admiration. When you feel angry or sad, just think about Opai. Once you think about it, your mood will calm down. Naruto nodded in realization. I see. That's a good idea. Of course, I'm not thinking about it all the time. I only think about it for about 30 minutes a day. By the way, I prefer mature sister types. Shut up. Karui had returned without Naruto noticing, and this time, she punched Omoy directly into unconsciousness. Naruto watched as Karui greeted Kurama without saying a word to him, just giving him a simple glare. Then she dragged Omoy away like a dead dog into the dessert shop. Hiss! So scary. Scared, Naruto immediately imagined Opai. Not to mention, it actually worked quite well, and his mood instantly calmed down. Information from Jiraiya. Current shareable information, 179. Unlike the previous life, in this life, Uchiha Kagami is apprenticed under Uchiha Izuna. According to Izuna's words, he was afraid that the inherently evil Senju Whitehaired would corrupt their Uchiha clan. To secure this disciple, Izuna also worked as a teacher at the Ninja Academy for a long time, just like Tobirama. 180. One of the unwritten rules of the ninja world. If you make eye contact with a tailed beast, you must greet it respectfully, except for those who have a special bond with the tailed beasts. Currently, there are only 4 people in the entire ninja world who could directly address the Nine Tails without adding a title. Naruto Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. In Jiraiya, the Nine Tails allowed Naruto to call him that out of respect. Others do not have this privilege. By the way, both Madara and Hashirama refer to it as the Nine Tails. Madara is disrespectful, and Hashirama learned from Madara. The Nine Tails has expressed disinterest in dealing with these two fools and will just beat them up whenever it feels annoyed. That's all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Chapter 181. Returning home, in the end, a calm Naruto purchased a large bag of local specialties and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the village with Kurama. Standing atop a power pole and gazing into the distance, Konoha village, which he hadn't seen for nearly half a month, felt fresh and new to Naruto. Kurama, let's go eat ramen. Huh? Who did I feed the beef offal and takoyaki to earlier? I just really want to eat. Hearing this, Kurama was speechless. If you want to eat, go by yourself. I'm going back. With that, Kurama immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, not giving Naruto a chance to pout and plead. Kurama, you stingy ghost, how rude. Sticking out his tongue, Naruto watched as a small chakra fox paw formed in the air, then flicked it against his forehead, making it throb with pain. What kind of technique is that? That's just ridiculous. After grumbling about Kurama's revenge for a while in his mind, Naruto jumped down from the power pole and ran towards the ramen shop. Hey, Naruto, you're back. Yes, Osan, you still look great. Do you want a new fox mask? I'll give you one. Is that okay? That's great. This is a specialty from the Cloud Village. Naruto, over here, this is a freshly fried croquette. Take one to eat on the way, thank you, Grandma. This is for you. Naruto, do you want Sakura leaf cake? Sure. Naruto, here, it's a fun toy to pass the time. Okay. After a while, Naruto, with a backpack taller than himself, struggled to lean against the wall at the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen. Normally, it It was fine because everyone in the village would hold back a bit since they saw him every day, exchanging greetings or giving him small snacks that he could finish on the way. However, when he returned after being away for several days, everyone treated him like an adorable pet, wanted to feed him all sorts of random things. Of course, Naruto didn't dislike this feeling. He just felt he bought too few gifts this time. As a result, he could only use the gifts he had received earlier for his return gifts. It felt a bit like a scam. Next time, he needed to buy more. Naruto clenched his little fists and said firmly that he wouldn't worry about money. If he ran out, he could just ask Uncle Obito for more. One of his small goals in life was to spend all of Uncle Obito's pension. As he lifted the door curtain and entered, Naruto, panting, looked up and shouted to Uncle Tucci, "Oh, San, let me put down my things." However, what first caught his eye wasn't Uncle Tucci, but rather his teachers, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Saratobi, who were sweetly flirting with each other. At that moment, Uncle Tucci had his back to the counter, and Kurenai, with her mouth slightly open, was asking Asuma for a dumpling. The scene was so beautiful that Naruto immediately realized something was very wrong with his presence here. What nice weather it is today. Not good. I forgot my wallet. Kurenai and Asuma froze, glancing at Naruto, who was talking to himself with a distressed expression while struggling to back out with his large backpack. Outside, he quickly reached in and placed a bouquet of flowers, a bottle of discounted sake, and a sakura leaf cake on the ground. And then, there was no more noise. The old couple was suddenly flustered, their faces turning red. Each one buried their head, avoiding looking at the other in silence, causing Uncle Tucci, who had his back to them, to almost open his eyes. Damn Naruto, why did he have to come at this moment? Boss, why isn't our ramen ready yet? Asuma asked awkwardly, trying to divert attention. It was ready long ago, just waiting for you to show up. You useless guy. All right, Uncle Tucci said with annoyance as he placed the noodles in front of the two. Asuma could clearly sense that the boss seemed to be in a bad mood today. It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. On the other side, after returning home, Naruto, finding neither his mom nor dad at home, didn't know where to put the gifts he received, so he simply placed them on the conspicuous coffee table. Then, he ran out of the house again, heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory. He wasn't going to ask Obito for money, but was planning to show off his successful training to Sasuke. I have 2 more Gundams now, unlike someone. The originally clear weather seemed to become gloomy, as if it was about to rain. Without an umbrella, Naruto quickened his pace, but still didn't make it in time. Tiny raindrops continuously fell from the sky. It wasn't a heavy rain, but it was still annoying. Naruto ran through the rain, crossing the empty riverbank and diving into the Uchiha clan's gate, then headed towards Sasuke's house. While running in the rain, he suddenly heard a sound and stopped, looking towards the park nearby. In the continuous light rain, Naruto saw a small figure curled up on a swing under a tree. Meow. It was a pure white kitten that seemed to be trembling from being soaked in cold, curled into a ball. Oh no! Naruto instinctively ran over and squatted down to look at the little one, who was softly meowing with its eyes closed, feeling anxious and not knowing what to do. Finally, he unzipped his jacket and carefully wrapped the kitten in it, using his body heat to warm it up. Watching the kitten tugging at his clothes with its closed eyes, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to run to Sasuke's house, he suddenly realized something and turned to look. Meanwhile, from another perspective, Sasuke had just finished cleaning up and was being sent by Izumi to help the little kids buy snacks. Seeing the overcast weather outside, he wisely took an umbrella with him. Just as he expected, it started to rain suddenly. Feeling fortunate for his foresight, Sasuke opened the umbrella and walked towards the Uchiha's convenience store. Who would have thought that, just as he was about to reach the park, he spotted Naruto, who was running through the rain without an umbrella. Naruto, before he could call out, Sasuke watched as Naruto suddenly turned and dashed under a tree in the park. What is that idiot doing? Only able to see Naruto's back as he squatted down. Sasuke felt puzzled as he watched Naruto fumble around, then sighed and rushed over. Whatever he was doing, getting soaked in the rain wasn't a good thing. Returning to Naruto's perspective, he looked up at Sasuke, who had unknowingly appeared behind him, holding an umbrella over his head to shield him from the falling raindrops. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Shoo, lower your voice. Look. Naruto turned around and showed Sasuke the little kitten sleeping in his arms, proudly smiling up at him. I see. Sasuke, charmed by the cuteness, felt his face heat up as he turned his head slightly, blinking several times to hide his embarrassment. Don't just stand here. Let's go back first. Okay. Sasuke reached out to pull Naruto up, and the two of them walked into the rain, sharing the umbrella. As they walked, Naruto gently stroked the kitten's fur, while Sasuke held the umbrella and kept an eye on the path, occasionally glancing at Naruto beside him. The Uchiha street in the rain was quiet, as if the world was silent except for the two of them and the kitten under the umbrella. Chapter 182. The Adventure of the Kitten. The little kitten went out for a walk with its mother for the first time and accidentally got distracted by a bird in the sky. By the time it snapped back to reality, it had already lost sight of its mother. Realizing what had happened, the little one searched everywhere, but not only did it fail to find its mother, it also encountered just how dangerous the world could be. Meow. Do you know where my mommy is? The little one asked the big dog in front of it. Woof woof. The language not belonging to cats was not understood very well, but the roar from the huge body startled it, prompting a reflexive runaway. Meow. So scary. I want to go home. But how could the little one, who was directionally challenged, find its mother? The fatigue from running made the kitten stop in front of a park. Suddenly, the rain began to fall, and since it didn't like water, it jumped onto a swing under a tree. Remembering the warmth and safety of being in its mother's arms, the kitten couldn't help but shed tears. Meow. Mommy, where are you? However, faced with the cold wind blowing, it could only curl up helplessly and softly call for its mother, gradually falling into a half-sleep, until at one moment, it felt a warm embrace. Sasuke, what are you doing here, you little straggler? Although it couldn't understand what was being said outside, the little kitten made an effort to open its eyes, and its tired eyes barely opened a slit to look up, golden and shiny. It was the sun mommy. The little paws tightly hugged the warm sun mommy, which felt just as warm and safe as its mother. Then it fell into a deep, restful sleep. Meow. The little one stretched lazily, feeling very satisfied after such a good sleep, and rubbed against the soft towel beneath it. Something moved. Grandpa, the kitten is awake. Kawaii, is it a boy or a girl? Meow. Huh, where is this? The little one looked at the group of human children who suddenly surrounded it, and their incomprehensible words sounded to it like the whispers of demons, scaring it into jumping out of the cardboard box and frantically trying to escape around the house. However, the noisy children eventually cornered it into a dead end with nowhere to retreat. With no other choice, it had to strike a fierce pose. Meow, don't come any closer. Okay, you guys don't scare it too much, Kurenai said with a helpless smile, pulling the children back and pushing a dish of milk towards the little kitten, then sensibly stepped back with the kids. The little one looked at the retreating crowd and sniffed the dish not far away. What a delicious smell! The little one hurried over, tasted a lick, and was enchanted, then began to lick it up continuously. Finally, it lay down satisfied on the floor. With tiny paws patting its round belly, it comfortably meowed. I'm full now. Then, unknowingly, it fell asleep again, missing the return of Naruto and Sasuke, who went to buy cat food. The next day, the little one suddenly remembered that it had to find its mother during its adventure, so it scratched at the door that was keeping it from going outside. Do you want to go outside? Kurenai softly asked, but the little one continued scratching, indicating it didn't understand her. With a helpless smile, Kurenai opened the door for it. Meow. Human, you understand me? The little one strutted outside and saw that it was still raining. Frightened, it ran back and hid in its cardboard cat nest again. Meow. It's so scary outside. Mommy-san, come quickly. However, Naruto and Sasuke, who were supposed to film today, naturally had no time to visit Kurenai's house, and the kitten could only eat the cat food Kurenai fed it. Finally, when the rain stopped in the afternoon, the little one reluctantly said goodbye to its warm cat nest and walked towards the way home. Then, it was attracted by a strange ticking sound, constantly scratching at the cabinet door under the sink, wanting to see what was up there. Until Kurenai found out and tightened the loose faucet, that strange sound that made it feel itchy suddenly disappeared. Good job, little one, Kurenai praised, rubbing its little head. Meow. Oh no, I should be looking for mommy. The little one, having been patted on the head, ran away, but halfway encountered an interception of milk. Immediately diving into a forgetful battle, it struggled hard to win and lay down satisfied on the floor. I'm full now. Then it fell asleep again. On the third day, Mommy-san came. The little one loved following Mommy-san because it felt so comfortable, warm, just like its mother. Meow, right? I need to find Mommy. The little one broke free from Mommy-san's embrace and walked outside, seeing two humans fighting in the yard. That was Kurenai and Sasuke practicing swordplay. The smaller one is Sasuke, and the adult one is Grandpa Kurenai. Naruto said to the little kitten, which had jumped onto the railing to watch, then focused on Sasuke in the duel. For some reason, the little one felt as if its mommy was being taken away. Meow, meow, mommy, look at me, look at me. The little one tugged on Naruto's sleeve, forcing him to look down at it. Naruto smiled, stretched out his palm for the little one to jump up, and held it in his arms. This warm feeling was just like mommy. Thus, the little one forgot to look for its mommy again and fell into a deep sleep in mommy's son's embrace. At night, the awakened little kitten looked around the dark room, feeling very scared that it was the only cat in its cat nest. It once again thought of its mother. This time, it wouldn't give up halfway. I will definitely find mommy. However, just as it reached the door and hadn't even scratched at it, it saw the door open automatically. A tall, black-haired human with a fierce look walked in. A kitten? The crimson eyes stared at it. Although the light in the dark night was very alluring, making one to pounce, the intimidating aura made the little one unable to help but step back. So scary. Then, the terrifying human took another step towards it in its line of sight, extending that dreadful, big hand. Meow, meow. Grandpa, help me. The little one kept calling out to Kurama, the only familiar person in the house, its 4 little legs flailing quickly, and in no time, it disappeared out of sight. This left the surprised Obito, who had just reached out his hand, frozen in place. I just wanted to pet it. After that, Kurama, holding the kitten, scolded her older brother in various ways. Go back to your beloved Hashirama. Why are you back? Just like that. With Grandpa as protection, the little kitten felt very proud, and it once again forgot about its mission to find its mother. Unlike before, this time, this place became its home, with its beloved Grandpa. Meow. With Grandpa, I'm not afraid of anyone. The little one proudly called out to Obito, who was being scolded, causing Obito, who was feeling a bit down from the scolding, to momentarily freeze, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of his mouth. Summary. After waking up, Naruto finds the world has changed dramatically. His parents are still alive. The pervy sage too. Kurama is no longer inside him, but has become the guardian spirit of Konoha. At this moment, it's pointing its long tube at itself. Wait, what's going on with Uchiha Obito, who is ranked first on Hokage Rock? Dad, did you say that the current Fourth Hokage is Orochimaru and Kakashi Hatake?